In an unexpected twist of fate, Zheng found himself transformed into a fierce dragon, ensnared beneath the locking dragon well. As the world around him awakened to the resurgence of spiritual energy, he quietly activated his hidden potential. Bloop bloop. From the depths of the ancient well, where darkness reigned, a series of bubbles began to rise to the surface. At the center of the well's abyss lay a colossal creature, tightly bound by a multitude of iron chains. This impressive beast measured approximately 8 to 9 meters in length, its scales a deep obsidian hue. It bore a single horn, short and straight, and possessed a pair of formidable claws, while its tail resembled that of a serpent. Indeed, this was a dragon of legend. Though shackled at the bottom of the well, a palpable aura of ferocity radiated from the creature, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of menace. Suddenly, as if roused from a deep slumber, the dragon opened its eyes wide. They glowed like two ominous red lanterns, casting an unsettling light in the gloom of the well. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the flicker of human-like emotions swirling within those eyes. Yet I remain immobile. These chains are peculiar, seemingly preventing me from regaining my strength to break free. It was evident that this dragon was no ordinary creature, but rather a reincarnated individual named Zheng. In his previous life, he had been human, but a fateful incident had transported him into this world, transforming him into a dragon. Initially, Zheng had felt exhilarated at the prospect of being reborn as a mythical dragon. However, that excitement quickly dissipated. To be reborn only to be locked away in this wellum, the subject of some cosmic jest? Who, upon reincarnation, ends up shackled. His heart brimmed with despair and frustration. He had no knowledge of the world beyond the well. Was it fantastical, or perhaps a realm of celestial beings? Completely oblivious to the existence of the outside world, he struggled against the chains that bound him. Each movement felt like an insurmountable challenge, rendering him powerless to escape. He feared that if this continued, he would perish within the confines of the well. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a shimmering virtual screen materialized before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the life simulation system. A system? The quintessential accessory for a time traveler. How fortuitous! Zheng closed his eyes as a torrent of information flooded his mind, swiftly elucidating the workings of the system. The life simulation system. Simulating life? No, it should be the simulation of dragon life. With this system, I can ascertain my current predicament. Renewed hope surged within Zheng. He promptly accessed his personal profile within the system. Name, Zheng. Race, dragon. Cultivation, 685 years. Talent, water control, wind control. Lifespan, 32 days. Current status, bound by dragon chains, strength continuously depleting, life force waning. Assessment, you are an exceedingly weak dragon, with but a fraction of your strength remaining. Should you fail to recover promptly, your life may be in peril. My heavens, what a predicament! Merely 32 days left to live? A proud dragon, reduced to such a fate? Zheng's mind raced with the realization that an unseen force was siphoning his strength, elucidating why he had been unable to restore his vitality. And to think he was left with only 32 days before his demise. Thank goodness for the system. Without it, he would have truly met his end. Zheng decisively initiated the systematic narrative simulation. Though he lacked a complete understanding of the system's purpose, he believed that experiencing it once would grant him insight. As his thoughts crystallized, the screen before him began to transform. Each activation of the life simulation deducts 1 simulation point. As this is the host's first activation, a reward of 2 simulation points is granted. Current simulation points remaining, 1. Note, the source of simulation points varies with a host strength, with a daily allocation of 2 simulation points. Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Simulation points? I receive 2 each day. Does that mean I can simulate twice daily? Before he could ponder further, the screen initiated a countdown. Simulation countdown. 10, 8, 6, 3, 1. On the first day, you find yourself in an ancient well, utterly oblivious to the world beyond. You feel compelled to break free from your constraints to discover more, and thus, you begin to struggle. On the second day, you persist in your struggles, encouraging yourself with the belief that the heavens do not forsake the diligent, convinced that you will surely break free. On the third day, you continue to struggle. On the fourth day, you remain in your struggles. On the 14th day, you still fight against your bindings. On the 19th day, your already frail body, worn from relentless exertion, reaches its limit. Your form collapses, and you witness this demise, powerless to intervene before succumbing. On the 20th day, you perish. The claws of the departed dragon, Zheng. He felt an overwhelming urge to question the absurdity of it all. In his quest to break free from his confines, he had ultimately exhausted himself to death. How ironic is that? The outcome of his first simulation was beyond his wildest imagination. After all, he was a dragon, a mythical creature, no less. Ahem. Although dragons in folklore often lack prestige, either wreaking havoc only to be slain or serving as mounts for others, they are still legendary beings. Taking a deep breath, he stirred the well water into a flurry of bubbles. Now, he had to contemplate which of the three options to choose. 20 days of survival experience? The knowledge gained from exhausting oneself to death? Or the claws of the departed dragon? Was this some kind of jest? Did he not possess claws of his own? Thus, I shall opt for the second option, the physique of 20 days. Zheng selected the second choice. As he made his choice, a wave of warmth surged through him. This warmth lingered for but a fleeting moment before dissipating. Yet, Zheng felt an inkling that his physical strength seemed to have recovered slightly. Is this what the physique of 20 days entails? A bit of restored stamina should certainly aid me in breaking free, right? Zheng mused inwardly. He understood little, save for the fact that he must escape this well to unveil the world outside. Eagerly, he prepared for the next simulation. After all, he had one more opportunity. On the first day, you find yourself in an ancient well, utterly oblivious to the world beyond. You feel compelled to break free from your constraints to discover more, and thus, you begin to struggle. On the second day, you continue to struggle. On the third day, you persist in your efforts. By the 10th day, you realize that if you were to keep fighting relentlessly, exhaustion would surely claim you. Acknowledging the importance of balance, you grant yourself a day of respite. On the 11th day, your struggle resumes. On the 27th day, you take another day to rest. On the 31st day, you find yourself still grappling with adversity. On the 32nd day, a sense of finality envelopes you. The strength of your body begins to wane significantly. Summoning your last reserves of energy, you unleash a defiant roar that causes the well water to bubble violently. In that moment of collapse, you faintly perceive a voice echoing from beyond the well. Chapter 2. Trapped in the Dragonlock Well. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select one reward from the following options. 32 days of survival experience. 32 days of physical prowess. The dragon whip of the deceased flood dragon. This time, I survived for 32 days. Yet this marked the limit of my lifespan. Wait, during those 32 days, did I hear voices from outside the well before my demise? Could this be a fragment of useful information? Zheng grasped the crux of the matter. He swiftly scanned the three options before him. Upon encountering the third, a shadow crossed his face, and he muttered a curse under his breath. Ultimately, he found himself wavering between the first and second choices. He speculated whether the first option, the 32 days of survival experience, contained any information regarding the voices from beyond the well. If he were to play it safe, the second option would undoubtedly be the wiser choice, as the 32 days of physical prowess would enhance his stamina, enabling him to accomplish more. In the end, Zheng resolved to select the first option, 32 days of survival experience. He decided to take a gamble. Reward dispensed. The screen flickered. Zheng closed his eyes, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. Moments later, he opened his crimson eyes, revealing a complex expression. He had indeed made the right choice. The 32 days of survival experience contained information about the outside of the well. If Zheng's conjecture was accurate, the voices he had heard from beyond the well were stirred by his final actions, likely belonging to two humans engaged in conversation. Within their dialogue, Zheng discerned a crucial line. The Dragonlock Well. If he was not mistaken, he was trapped within this so-called Dragonlock Well. He recalled knowledge from his previous life regarding this Dragonlock Well. It was said that during the Ming Dynasty, the black-clad Chancellor Yao Guangxiao, under the orders of Emperor Zhu Di, was tasked with capturing a malevolent dragon that was wreaking havoc in the capital. After successfully subduing the dragon, Yao Guangxiao imprisoned it at the bottom of the well, forging a dragon-lock chain to secure it. Subsequently, the dragon appeared in Yao Guangxiao's dreams, inquiring when it would be released. Yao Guangxiao replied that it would be freed when the bridge above the well had aged. Upon awakening, he commanded that the bridge be renamed New Bridge, intending to ensure that the dragon would remain confined for eternity. Could it be that I have been reborn as the very dragon subdued by Yao Guangxiao? Zheng fell into contemplation. If this were indeed the case, how could he escape this dragon lock well? Alas, he still lacked crucial information. It was imperative to continue the simulation to acquire more valuable insights. However, he had exhausted his simulation points for the day. He would have to wait until tomorrow. Zheng strained to lift his head, but found it impossible. He surmised that these iron chains were not merely binding him, some may have even pierced his body. With no alternatives left, he had no choice but to rely on the system. Soon enough, the dawn of a new day arrived. The system's notification was punctual as ever, swiftly granting him 2 simulation points. Zheng, filled with eagerness, commenced the simulation once more. This time, he would alter his strategy for struggling. He sought to draw the attention of the outside world, to gather more information. Simulation initiated, consuming 1 simulation point. Remaining simulation points. 1. On the first day, you find yourself in an ancient well, oblivious to everything beyond its confines. You refrain from struggling and begin to rest, conserving your strength. On the second day, you refrain from struggle, channeling all your might to unleash a roar that causes the water to churn, yet no sound emanates from above, leaving you disheartened. On the 5th day, revitalized, you prepare to try once more. Your roar stirs the water again, and this time, you discern voices above, but they vanish all too quickly. On the 6th day, you continue to shout, yet the voices from above have ceased. On the 7th day, your cries go unanswered. On the 29th day, unwilling to surrender, you maintain your daily roars, but, as before, the voices remain absent. On the 31st day, sensing the end of your life, you struggle with all your might in a panic, but to no avail. In your final moments, you witness a small camera descend into the depths of the well. You have perished. The simulation concludes. Please select one of the following as a reward. Experience from 31 days of survival. Physique from 31 days. The liver of the deceased dragon. This wretched system, why does it always fixate on my body? Zheng muttered in frustration. Yet, he acted swiftly, choosing physique from 31 days, and felt a warm surge restoring much of his strength. He then scrutinized the details of the simulation. On the 31st day, the last day of his life, he had seen a small camera descend. Zheng could hardly be oblivious. Even small cameras existed. Thus, the world he had traversed into was indeed a modernized one. Does a modern world harbor dragons? Or rather, do dragons exist? In his previous life, Zheng would have been skeptical, for as a child, he had once glimpsed something reminiscent of a dragon in the sky. Hence, his hesitance. Yet now, Zheng found himself wholeheartedly believing in the existence of dragons. The notion of dragons felt far less fantastical. I should not dwell on such thoughts. My focus must be on how to escape. Who could have imagined that within the dragon lock well, a dragon truly lay imprisoned? Zheng fell into contemplation, pondering how to unravel this seemingly insurmountable predicament. Breaking the dragon lock well from within appeared nearly impossible. He was incapable of it. Thus, the only recourse lay in an external approach. If he could create a greater commotion, perhaps he could attract more attention from the outside world. This world has never lacked for the curious. If someone could sever these iron chains, he would undoubtedly burst forth from the well. Though he remained unaware of what lay above, whether danger awaited, it mattered not. He possessed a simulator. It could aid him in charting a path. The question remained, how could he generate a greater ruckus? There is no alternative. It can only be achieved through strength. He had opted for the simulated rewards of physical prowess twice, resulting in a slight enhancement of his stamina compared to before. If his endurance were sufficient, he could create a greater impact. Zheng contemplated this and resolutely proceeded with the next simulation. With only 31 days of life remaining, he must seize every opportunity for simulation. Simulation begins. Chapter 3. The Dragon's Ascension. Simulation initiated, consuming 1 simulation point. Remaining simulation points, 0. On the first day, you find yourself ensnared within an ancient well, completely oblivious to the world above. Driven by a fervent desire to create a commotion, you struggle against your chains with all your might, releasing a thunderous roar. Yet, no sound reaches you from outside the well, leaving you somewhat disheartened. On the second day, understanding the importance of balance between effort and rest, You take a day to recuperate. On the 6th day, you exert yourself once more, roaring with unparalleled ferocity as you attempt to break free. In a frenzy, you struggle against the chains, but they remain steadfast. Your efforts prove futile, resulting in injuries that cause your blood to mingle with the water of the well. On the 7th day, wounded, you opt to rest. The blood in the water begins to emit a foul odor, the stench growing increasingly pervasive. On the 8th day, the repugnant smell from the well becomes unbearable, yet you find yourself helpless, reduced to continuous howls and struggles. On the 9th day, just as you prepare to unleash another roar, you catch the sound of conversation from above. You realize that the noxious well water has attracted the attention of those outside. Zheng's eyes lit up at this revelation. He had unexpectedly unlocked a new method to capture the attention of those above. As long as the well water stank, it could draw attention from the outside, a strategy indeed worth exploring. On the 10th day, while resting and regaining your strength, you suddenly feel the chains that bind you begin to tremble. It turns out someone above is tugging on the chains. In a surge of excitement, you roar and struggle. The person pulling the chains, startled by your roar, flees in terror, leaving the well in silence once more, and you are filled with regret. On the 11th day, the foul stench within the well intensifies, and it seems that more and more people outside have taken notice, with conversations echoing around you incessantly. On the 12th day, as you are in the midst of recuperation, a tremendous force yanks at the chains, as if attempting to pull you from the well. Overjoyed yet aware that making a sound might frighten those above, you feign death, remaining motionless. On the 13th day, the chains are pulled throughout the day, and at last, you are hoisted out of the well. Blinded by the brilliant sunlight, you feel a wave of comfort wash over your scales. Stealthily, you open your eyes to find numerous armed individuals surrounding you, poised for action. Before you can contemplate your next move, a sudden sense of impending doom engulfs you, stirring panic within. In your fright, you roar, and upon emerging from the well, your strength surges, allowing you to break free from the chains. The onlookers unleash their weapons upon you, yet those weapons fail to pierce your scales. However, it is the sky that fills you with trepidation. Overwhelmed by terror, you instinctively seek to flee, but before you can take a step, a bolt of lightning strikes down swiftly. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Congratulations, host, for achieving the Feat the Dragon's Ascension. Reward: 100 years of cultivation. Please select one of the following options. 13 days of survival experience. 13 days of physical prowess. Dragon horn struck by lightning. Alas, the locked dragon well has truly manifested. Zheng stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the simulation that had conjured the locked dragon well. The pivotal element throughout this ordeal was the repulsive stench. His blood mingled with the well's water, and his relentless struggles produced an unbearable odor, which ultimately facilitated his escape from the locked dragon well. With a sense of newfound certainty, Zheng realized he had discovered a means of departure, alleviating his urgency. However, he found himself perplexed by the nature of this achievement. Upon completing specific tasks, the host will unlock achievements, and upon completion, rewards will be granted. Achievement: Ascension of the Trapped Dragon. Reward: 100 years of cultivation. Would the host like to extract this reward? 100 years of cultivation? He had previously encountered this in his personal template. He possessed 685 years of cultivation, akin to a form of power or ability. This should enhance his strength. Zheng decisively opted to increase his cultivation. 100 years of cultivation extracted. Current host cultivation, 785 years. In the next moment, a surge of white light appeared from nowhere, seamlessly integrating into his serpentine form. Measuring 8 to 9 meters in length, Zheng felt a warm current envelop his entire being. As the warmth dissipated, he realized the previous sense of weakness had vanished, replaced by a formidable vigor. Moreover, he sensed an instinctive command over the surrounding well water, as though with merely a thought, it would shift in accordance with his desires. Incredible! This was the true essence of a dragon. Zheng was overwhelmed with joy. In that moment, he comprehended the true power of the dragon. What were mere tigers, lions, or bears compared to him? One swipe of his tail could annihilate them all. This chain, I can easily break free from. Zheng initially intended to exert his strength and shatter the chains. Yet, upon reflection, he composed himself. His current situation remained unclear. Why had he been struck down by lightning the moment he emerged from the well in the simulation? Was it merely coincidence or an inevitability? He would need to rely on further simulations to discern the truth. The next simulation would take place tomorrow, he resolved to remain cautious until then. He harbored an unsettling feeling about this world. If he recklessly charged out only to be struck by lightning again, his demise would be truly unjust. Name: Zheng. Species: dragon. Cultivation: 785 years. Talent: water control, wind control. Lifespan: 326 years. Current status: bound by the locked dragon chains. Power and life gradually diminishing. Evaluation: you are an exceptionally robust dragon, your strength sufficient to dominate the animal kingdom. Yet this world harbors entities capable of your destruction. Caution is advised. 300 years? There was no need for panic. Zheng felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. For the first time since his transcendence, he experienced such a profound sense of ease. Please choose one of the following 3 options. 13 days of survival experience. 13 days of physical prowess. Dragon Horn of the Dragon struck by lightning. He almost forgot about this. It was then that Zheng recalled that there were still options left unselected in his simulation. The first and third choices could essentially be dismissed, leaving only the second as potentially useful. Although 13 days of physical enhancement seemed somewhat meager, it was nonetheless better than nothing. Zheng opted for the second option. The increase in physical prowess over the span of 13 days, however, he felt no immediate change. He then closed his eyes, entering a state of anticipation as he awaited the simulation of the following day. Chapter 4. Breaking free from the chains at the break of dawn the following day. As the system's prompt echoed in the silence, Zheng swiftly opened his eyes. His crimson gaze appeared dreadfully haunting in the pitch-black depths of the well. The simulation points had replenished once more. System, commence the simulation. Zheng resolutely initiated the process. This time, he intended to explore various thoughts and ideas. As his intentions crystallized, a screen materialized, visible solely to him. Simulation initiated, consuming 1 simulation point. Current simulation points remaining: 1. Day 1. You find yourself ensconced in the ancient well, entirely oblivious to the world beyond, yet you sense the formidable power coursing through your body. With determination, you shatter the chains binding you. In an instant, the chains disintegrate under your immense strength, and you are liberated. However, rather than escape immediately, you choose to remain in the well to regain your strength. Day 2. Unshackled, your power has reached its zenith. At this moment, you truly embody the essence of a dragon. Yet, you still refrain from leaving the well, uncertain whether departure would invoke the wrath of the heavens. Day 3. You have yet to exit the well. Day 4. You continue to linger within the well. Zheng felt a twinge of exasperation at his own reluctance to venture forth after breaking the chains. Indeed, the simulation seemed to adapt to his mindset, making him increasingly cautious. Day 57. You remain in the well. Day 58. Although you still reside in the well, you perceive a subtle shift in the water and air, as if something has infiltrated your surroundings. After absorbing the water and air, an agitation stirs within you. However, understanding the value of patience, you choose to stay put and bide your time. Day 65. As time progresses, your temperament grows increasingly irritable. An impulse to break free from the well and lash out at anything surges within you. Day 66. You lose control, bursting forth from the well and unleashing your draconic might. The structures surrounding the well crumble under your assault, while humanity's weaponry proves utterly ineffective against you. You manipulate the currents to conjure a terrifying whirlwind, leaving mankind in profound shock and despair. Yet, amid the chaos, a colossal shadow blots out the sun, descending upon you and sealing your fate. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Please select one reward from the following 3 options. 66 days of survival experience. 66 days of physical prowess. The eyes of a robust dragon. Zheng gazed at the words on the screen, lost in contemplation. After enduring 58 days of caution, was it the well's water and air that ignited his growing restlessness? By the 66th day, he had spiraled into chaos, launching an attack on humanity, only to meet an untimely demise. The evidence suggested he had been slain by a formidable avian creature, yet in the modern world, what bird possessed the power to vanquish him? Nevertheless, with dragons existing, who could say what other mythological beings might still roam the earth? Zheng suppressed these myriad thoughts and turned his attention to the 3 available options. On the 3rd day, the mundane choices were dismissed, leaving only the second option. With his selection came a familiar warmth that surged once more. This warmth did not dissipate quickly, rather. It flowed through his serpentine form for an extended period before gradually fading away. As the warmth receded, Zheng's serpentine eyes widened in disbelief. This could not be possible. Had his power truly increased to such an extent? It was inconceivable, previously, when he had chosen a physique for 31 days. He felt nothing at all. How could a mere 66 days enhance him so dramatically? Zheng was incredulous. This 66 days of physique had elevated his strength to an entirely new echelon. Current host cultivation, 1,296 years. An astonishing increment of 511 years of cultivation? Zheng was astounded. Was it due to some sudden influx of energy in the air? Was that energy significantly augmenting his power? Moreover, why had he not been struck by lightning upon emerging from the well this time, while he had been during the last simulation? What could possibly explain this? Zheng was perplexed. To uncover the answers, it seemed he would need to engage in another simulation. Although he yearned to continue simulating immediately, he understood that the moment was not yet ripe. For he had a task to accomplish, breaking free from these chains. The simulation had already indicated that his current endeavor would pose no danger and would, in fact, enhance his strength. 100 benefits with no detriment. A glimmer of determination shone in Zheng's vast serpentine eyes. In the next instant, his entire form began to move. His 8 or 9 meter long body twisted, causing the chains to clank loudly. With a tremendous display of strength, the chains felt like mere toys, snapping apart within mere breaths. The chains that had pierced Zheng's body were forcibly shattered and expelled. Once liberated from the chains, Zheng experienced waves of relief and elation. With a resounding roar that resembled a bull's bellow, he could not suppress his exhilaration. Though the sound echoed like a bull's call, it carried a deep, wild energy that was far beyond any ordinary bovine. Such liberation, such joy. Zheng's spirit soared as he navigated the depths of the dragon lock well. The well's bottom was expansive enough to accommodate his lengthy form, illustrating the vastness of the space. As he frolicked in the well's depths, he contemplated the thrill of soaring into the sky, free from the fear of lightning strikes. With his ability to control the wind, he could effortlessly alter air currents and ascend, achieving true flight. After a delightful exploration, Zheng finally settled down, coiling at the bottom of the well. His 8 or 9 meter long serpentine body, adorned with sleek black scales, seemed to meld seamlessly with the well's depths, making it exceedingly difficult for the naked eye to discern his presence. A dragon is still a dragon. Its biological traits provide natural camouflage, akin to a tiger's stripes that enable it to blend into the forest for improved hunting. This, too, is a form of protective coloration. His glossy black scales served as Zheng's own shield. Although the dragon can endure long periods without sustenance, it ultimately remains within the realm of animal. However, should it attain the transformation into a true dragon, the situation would be entirely different. This transformation, known as dragonization, is a goal that, with the continual enhancement of my cultivation, I shall inevitably achieve one day. A fervent gleam sparkled in Zheng's eyes. Dragonization. He is determined that one day he will accomplish this feat. Nevertheless, it is now imperative to investigate the reason behind being struck by lightning upon his departure. The simulation must continue. Chapter 5. The Dragon Lurks in the Locking Well. May I inquire if the host wishes to commence simulation? Current simulation points remaining. 1. A screen, visible only to Zheng, materialized before him. In response to the system's inquiry, Zheng resolutely opted to activate the simulation. He needed to ascertain how to exit without incurring the wrath of the heavens. He could not afford to test it himself. His life was singular and precious. Thus he entrusted the simulator with this task. As Zheng's thoughts settled, the text on the screen began to dance. Day 1. You find yourself within an ancient well, feeling an immense power coursing through you. You surmise that there are few creatures in this world capable of vanquishing you, and your ego swells. Day 2. You observe the world beyond the well and deduce that you might seize the cover of night to escape the locking well. Day 3. After careful observation, as darkness envelopes the land, you burst forth from the well, only to be met by a few humans wandering nearby. Your eyes lock with theirs, and in the next instant, they flee in terror. You merely watch them escape, choosing not to intervene, preparing to depart on your own. However, in the next moment, a bolt of lightning descends from the sky, striking your head. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following 3 options. 3 days of survival experience. 3 days of physical enhancement. Dragon scales of the thunderstruck flood dragon. Zheng, why was I still struck by lightning? What is the reasoning behind this? Zheng found himself perplexed. After more than 60 days of leaving the locking well without incident, Why did his premature exit result in calamity? This conundrum eluded his understanding. Faced with the three options, he had little choice and decisively selected the second option, 3 days of physical enhancement. This offered him no tangible sensation. What preoccupied Zheng's mind was the mystery of why an early departure would lead to being struck by lightning. In his recent simulations, he had attempted to exit 3 times. One successful exit occurred after over 60 days, during which it seemed the world had undergone some transformation. The other 2 attempts, however, resulted in thunderous retribution. Was it necessary to wait for a specific moment to emerge? Zheng narrowed his large, serpentine eyes, contemplating a multitude of thoughts. For a dragon such as he, enduring an extended wait in the locking well was a considerable trial. He needed clarity on 2 points: why an early exit would result in being struck by lightning, and what the observed changes in the world would be after 58 days. Zheng was acutely aware of what he needed to uncover. He could only wait for the morrow. When the simulation points replenished, he would conduct another simulation. Only through the simulation could he find the answers necessary for a safe departure from the locking well. After all, Zheng would never take unnecessary risks. This was not merely a question of caution, it was a matter of a dragon not standing beneath the crumbling wall. With this thought in mind, Zheng prepared to await the arrival of the next day. As a dragon, he was not as attuned to the passage of time as humans, often finding an entire day had slipped by during a brief nap. Thus, he did not experience boredom or tedium. Zheng readied himself for slumber, eager for the morrow, when he would continue the simulation. Time passed gradually. As Zheng was indulging in a deep slumber, he was faintly roused by distant voices, stirring him from his dreams. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Were there voices outside the well? Who would come to this dragon lock well at such an hour? Surely, no one was expected today in the simulation. What could have caused this disturbance? A sense of curiosity enveloped Zheng. He raised his gaze towards the well's opening, twisting his immense serpentine body to glide towards the surface. Yet, he had no intention of truly leaving the dragon lock well. Rather, he merely extended his sizable head above the water, peering into the well shaft, allowing him to hear the outside murmurs more clearly. Did you really hear something from within this well? Indeed, my dear brother-in-law, I would not deceive you. During the day, there were indeed sounds emanating from the well, akin to the clinking of chains. But it is impossible for there to be anything inside this dragon lock well. Hasn't it been established by experts that it is all a mere illusion, that no dragons are bound here? After listening for a moment, Zheng comprehended the situation. These 2 individuals must have heard the noise from when he had previously shattered the chains and escaped, prompting their curiosity. This detail, however, was not mentioned in the simulation. Nevertheless, Zheng understood that during the simulation, his character was altered based on his own thoughts at that time. He had been quite cautious and had no intention of leaving after breaking free from the chains, disregarding everything around him. Thus, the sounds outside were naturally not recorded. He decided to dismiss these 2 intruders. Their intention was likely to employ cameras to ascertain whether a dragon indeed resided beneath the dragon lock well. But Zheng could easily ensure their disappointment. The depths of the well were vast enough for him to conceal himself. Just as Zheng prepared to dive back down, he suddenly halted. His serpent-like eyes were drawn to the well's mouth as the conversation between the 2 humans captivated him. My dear brother-in-law, do you believe that dragons truly exist in this world? Dragons, I cannot say for certain, but according to the elders in my family, they have indeed witnessed dragons. However, each time they appeared, it was either in fierce battles with thunder or crashing to the ground. It always seems to happen this way. Is it possible that dragons cannot be seen by humans? That upon being sighted, they would incur divine wrath? Upon hearing these words, Zheng's mind was momentarily stunned, as if a veil had been lifted. Indeed, if seen by humans, dragons might encounter dire consequences. Perhaps this also included the flood dragons? In my simulations, it has been the case that upon encountering humans, they would meet their demise from heavenly lightning. Save for that one instance after 58 days when the world underwent a transformation, nearly every other time, it was due to human sightings that they perished. Could it be that this was a form of curse? That this curse only dissipated after the world changed 58 days later? The next simulation would commence from this point. Once there were no witnesses, he would leave the dragon lock well. Zheng suddenly discovered a newfound direction. However, the truth would only reveal itself in tomorrow's simulation. A glimmer of determination flickered in his serpent eyes as he twisted his body and swam towards the depths of the well. Chapter 6. Enlightenment of the cunning jiao. The following morning, within the confines of the locked dragon well, Zheng slowly opened his crimson, serpent-like eyes. A screen emerged, visible only to him. Current simulation points, 2. The system's daily allocation of simulation points had arrived. Without any hesitation, Zheng decisively activated the system simulation. In the next moment, the words on the screen flickered, momentarily startling him. Does the host wish to commence the simulation? The current simulation requires 2 points, and the host has 2 points available. What? Each simulation now costs 2 points? Why is that? Is this a blatant attempt to swindle him? Countless thoughts surged within Zheng's mind. The increase in simulation points is determined by the host's current power level, as the host's cultivation broke through a millennium yesterday. The simulation cost has adjusted to 2 points today. The system provided an explanation. Yet, Zheng's expression darkened. If one were to gaze at the head of a dragon, they would hardly discern the tumultuous emotions on Zheng's face. So, I can only simulate once a day now? Zheng's mood spiraled into frustration. Only being able to simulate once daily meant that any unforeseen circumstance would force him to wait until the following day to proceed. This was unbearably slow. System, is there any method to acquire additional simulation points? Zheng understood profoundly that relying solely on the system's daily allocation of 2 points would prove utterly insufficient. The source of simulation points is the daily provision of 2 points from the system. Additionally, the host may consume any entities imbued with energy upon digestion. These can be transformed into simulation points. Consume any entities imbued with energy? If digested, they convert into simulation points? This essentially encourages him to hunt. Zheng had no objections. Had he known of this method sooner, he would have acted upon it already. With the addition of a dragon to the food chain, who could possibly rival him? Zheng felt that in his current form, hunting posed no threat whatsoever. Anything within his sight could potentially become prey. However, the pressing matter at hand was to conduct the simulation. He needed to ascertain whether yesterday's claims held any truth. If they did, he could escape the well. Zheng inhaled deeply, causing a flurry of bubbles to rise. He commenced the simulation. Simulation start. Day 1. You find yourself in an ancient well, embodying the essence of cunning as you begin to await the opportune moment to exit the well. Day 2. You swim to the edge of the well, discovering a desolate landscape. You could depart immediately, but your cautious nature compels you to await suitable weather to ensure a flawless escape. Day 3. You remain in anticipation. Day 4. You continue to wait. Day 7. The weather you awaited finally arrives, a tempestuous night of rain. You surge forth from the well, utilizing your water manipulation ability to shield yourself with the rain, successfully exiting the well unseen. Once free, you employ your wind manipulation gift to ascend into the air, soaring towards the south. On the 8th day, you ventured into an untamed forest and discovered a vast lake. You vanquished the lake's sovereign, a 5-meter serpent, and, assuming the form of a dragon, you commanded all aquatic beings within, establishing yourself as the new ruler of the lake. On the 9th day, you commenced your hunt for the lake's denizens. On the 10th day, you continued your pursuits within the waters. By the 11th day, you noted a dwindling population of aquatic life and turned to hunting terrestrial creatures. With your formidable strength, you transformed every animal within your sight into sustenance, asserting your dominance over the forest. On the 12th and 13th days, your hunting endeavors persisted. On the 16th day, you encountered an extraordinarily large tiger, adorned with wings. Near the lake's edge, the tiger, having sensed your presence, engaged you in battle. To your astonishment, your considerable power was insufficient to subdue this winged adversary. After a fierce confrontation, both you and the tiger sustained injuries and, in a silent agreement, ceased hostilities. You retreated into the lake to heal. On the 17th and 18th days, you remained in the lake to recuperate. By the 32nd day, your healing continued within the waters. On the 57th day, while still mending your wounds, you felt a subtle change in the water and air, inciting a growing agitation within you. Nevertheless, your steadfast resolve compelled you to remain in the lake and pursue your recovery. As time passed, on the 65th day, your temperament grew increasingly irritable, and your injuries ceased to mend, beginning to deteriorate instead. On the 66th day, you lost control. In your wounded state, you erupted from the lake, unleashing indiscriminate carnage upon the forest. The creatures of the forest, mirroring your frenzy, descended into chaos. Utilizing your immense dragon power, you slaughtered indiscriminately. Ultimately, you encountered the winged tiger from your previous battle. Unlike you, the tiger retained its composure and wished to avoid conflict, but you denied it the chance to escape. In a frenzied clash, you strangled the tiger, yet sustained grievous injuries yourself. Ensnared in madness, you disregarded your wounds and charged from the forest, intent on launching an assault against humanity. Just as you approached the human city, a colossal shadow blotted out the sky, swooping down to end your life. You perished. The simulation concludes. Please select one of the following options: 66 days of survival experience, 66 days of physical prowess, the dragon sinew of a mad dragon. Success. You managed to escape the well ahead of time, evading the wrath of the heavens. However, your demise mirrored your previous end, slain by a shadowy figure. It is likely the same avian creature from the previous simulation. Twice. You have been killed by this creature on 2 separate occasions. What vendetta does it harbor against you? Zheng silently took note. Do not let him catch you. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly slay that scruffy bird. Perhaps he may not stand a chance against the avian creature at present, yet he incessantly engages in simulations, and soon, the scruffy bird will no longer be his adversary. He chose the physique of 66 days. Although Zheng yearned to select survival experience to uncover the true form of the bird that had bested him twice, his rationality ultimately led him to opt for physical enhancement. Only by strengthening himself could he survive the myriad challenges that lay ahead. This world may not be as simple as he once imagined. In the simulations, he ventured into the forest, vanquishing a 5-meter-long serpent by the lake, only to engage in a fierce battle with a dual-winged tiger, resulting in mutual destruction. This experience revealed to him that there are indeed many formidable opponents in this world. He had previously been overly ambitious, hence, he must adopt a more prudent approach, developing steadily before astonishing everyone in secret. Zheng resolutely affirms his path. His steady approach shall surely lead him to greatness. I, am profoundly aware of the significance of survival. As Zheng chose the physique of 66 days, a radiant white light emerged, gradually merging with the body of the dragon. Chapter 7. What distinguishes a success rate of 78% from failure? Current host cultivation, 1402 years. The rewards from this simulation have been integrated. Zheng's cultivation has risen from 1296 to 1402 years, marking an impressive increase of over a century. However, compared to the initial surge, the current pace is markedly slower. It is anticipated that as time progresses, the increments will diminish unless I can endure for a longer duration. Yet, this proves to be quite challenging in 57 days. The world will undergo a transformation, seemingly causing the temperament of most creatures to become volatile. In the simulation, on the 66th day, I lost control, and upon emerging, it was evident that the majority of the forest's inhabitants were similarly affected. Zheng remained ensconced within the long-locking well, engaged in profound contemplation regarding the nature of this transformation and its effect on his state of being. The winged tiger within the simulation appeared unaffected by this phenomenon, suggesting that in subsequent simulations, I could center my inquiries around this creature to uncover the truth behind this unsettling change. With determination, Zheng formulated a strategy. After solidifying his thoughts, he raised his sizable serpentine head to gaze at the well's opening. The simulated version of himself had been overly cautious, waiting until the 7th day when torrential rains enabled his escape from the well. He still had to wait another 7 days. Zheng understood with grave clarity that his time was limited. If he could not discover the answers he sought within 57 days, his fate would inevitably be death. A flicker of hesitation crossed Zheng's crimson eyes. Should he take a risk and emerge while no one else had escaped the well, or remain cautious and wait? He concluded that he must venture out quickly, for only by hunting could he accrue more simulation points. After much deliberation, he resolved to conduct another simulation the following day. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over him, and he began to doze off. Soon, the dawn of the next day arrived, and the system credited him with 2 simulation points. Zheng decisively initiated the simulation. Simulation begins. Day 1. You find yourself in an ancient well. Fully realizing the need to depart swiftly, and you spring into action. Indeed, it is true of me. My decisiveness is commendable. What is this notion of caution? It is merely a form of prudence. At critical moments, would I falter? Observe. The simulated version of myself does not shrink from danger and promptly takes action. Zheng felt a swell of pride. However, upon reading the subsequent lines, his mind froze in disbelief. You lean your head closer to the well's opening, finding no one, and as you contemplate leaving, you hesitate. You hesitate for 1 hour. You hesitate for 2 hours. You hesitate for 3 hours. Zheng, what is this nonsense about hesitation? Is this a reflection of my character? Would I truly be so indecisive? Zheng fell silent. He resolved to observe just how long this hesitation would last. Under Zheng's scrutiny, the simulation continued. After hesitating for 23 hours, you finally made the decision to leave the locked dragon well. Ensuring that no one was nearby, you exerted all your strength to unleash your water and wind manipulation talents, conjuring a torrential downpour within a 10-kilometer radius of the well. Utilizing the storm, you soared southward. The following day, you arrived at a pristine forest, where you discovered an expansive lake. You vanquished the lake's dominant creature, a 5-meter serpent, asserting your authority over all aquatic beings within, thus becoming the new sovereign of the lake. On the third day, embodying your steadfast nature, you resolved to cultivate your skills in the depths of the lake, remaining oblivious to the outside world. The fourth, fifth, and sixth days were dedicated to your solitary training. On the 51st day, your dedication to training persisted in the lake's depths. By the 52nd day, through relentless effort, you merged your water and wind manipulation abilities into a new talent, stirring the waves, significantly enhancing your prowess while continuing your training in the lake's depths. On the 53rd day, your training continued. However, by the 57th day, you sensed an unsettling presence in the lake's water and air. After absorbing both, you felt an unsettling agitation within you. As time elapsed on the 64th day, your temperament grew increasingly volatile. On the 65th day, you lost control after exhibiting your ferocity. You were ultimately struck down by a colossal shadow, leading to your demise. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following 4 options: 65 days of survival experience, 65 days of physical conditioning, the dragon's courage of a mad dragon, talent, stirring the waves. Venturing out on the first day was manageable. Yet, why was it that this scruffy bird ultimately caused your downfall? This was the 3rd time. This scruffy bird had slain you thrice, each time with a swift kill. Zheng gritted his teeth, silently vowing revenge. He then turned his gaze toward the 4 reward options. The 1st and 3rd could be dismissed. The 2nd and 4th left him in a quandary. The 2nd option would at least augment his cultivation by a century, while the 4th offered a new talent. He understood the power of talents. The abilities to control water and wind had granted him dominion beneath the waves. Yet, he was uncertain of the strength of this stirring the waves. Deciding to take a gamble, Zheng clenched his teeth and chose the 4th option. With his choice, a radiant light enveloped him. In the next moment, he felt an influx of memories regarding the transformation of his abilities. Stirring the waves. This talent fused water and wind manipulation, significantly amplifying their efficacy. Without stirring the waves, Zheng could only summon a storm covering a mere 10 kilometers with all his might. However, if one possesses the innate talent for stirring up chaos, like Zheng, he could effortlessly summon a torrential downpour spanning a radius of 30 kilometers, and not just any rainfall, but an extraordinary deluge. Simultaneously, Zheng gleaned crucial information from his tempestuous gift, knowledge regarding the transformation into a dragon. Once he attains 3,000 years of cultivation, with his innate power sufficient to summon a great flood, he would be able to ride the waves into the ocean and subsequently endure the tribulation of heavenly lightning to achieve his dragon form. Zheng's countenance, reminiscent of a river dragon, gradually contorted into a frown, filled with despair. Was this not akin to the arduous path of a river dragon? The challenge seemed insurmountable. To conjure a flood, to navigate its currents, and then to face tribulation, transforming into a dragon was indeed more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Yet, there was no cause for concern. After all, he possessed a simulator. Simulation was the solution. While the success rate for ordinary river dragons achieving transformation might linger at a mere 1%, his success rate would undoubtedly soar to a full 100%. After all, he had the simulator at his disposal. He would not embark on the path of transformation without a guaranteed success rate. What? A mere 70 or 80% success rate would suffice? Absolutely not. A 70 or 80% chance of success was hardly distinguishable from failure. Chapter 8, Old Friend. I have arrived deep within the locking dragon well, a formidable dragon coiled beneath. Its enormous, piercing eyes lifted to gaze upon the well's opening. In the simulation, venturing out on the first day was indeed possible. Thus, I can depart now. Zheng felt a surge of excitement within. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had never truly left the locking dragon well. The events within the simulation were merely that, simulations. He had never crossed the threshold himself. Now, he was genuinely departing. As Zheng observed the well's mouth, it slowly gaped open. He inhaled deeply the water from the well. Moments later, a resounding roar escaped him. Mo! The bellow, imbued with a primal ferocity, reverberated through the air. Zheng twisted his serpentine form, harnessing his innate abilities, stirring the winds and creating waves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heavens above the locking dragon well darkened, gathering tempestuous clouds, while fierce winds began to rise. Is this the power of innate talent? Zheng sensed the strength within him gradually waning. To stir the winds and create waves required a formidable force. The greater the power, the more violent the tempest. As Zheng unleashed his abilities, a torrential storm brewed. Descend. With a mere thought, he commanded a deluge to fall. Accompanying the downpour was a tempestuous gale, as the violent rain and winds rampaged across a 30-mile radius. Witnessing this spectacle, Zheng undulated his dragon form and burst forth from the well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Otherwise, the sight of a 9-meter-long, obsidian dragon emerging from the locking dragon well would surely terrify any onlooker. What bliss! Bathed in the raging storm, Zheng reveled in the exhilarating sensation. His very soul seemed to leap with joy. In this moment, he longed to twist his dragon form amidst the skies and fully embrace the tempest. Dragons are inherently drawn to water, and even Zheng found it challenging to suppress this instinct. Yet, he was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Should a human glimpse him, he would be courting disaster. Suppressing his instinctual urges, Zheng commanded the winds and ascended above the clouds, surveying his surroundings until he swiftly located the southern direction. Away. Without hesitation, he harnessed the winds to soar southward. He flew high, wary of being seen, traversing the tempestuous skies, using the storm as a shield. The city surrounding the locking dragon well remained oblivious to the escape of a dragon. However, the extraordinary deluge left the local meteorological bureau in stunned silence. Had their equipment malfunctioned, or had their personnel simply lost their wits? Just 30 minutes prior, they had declared a clear, sunny day and advised citizens to take precautions against the sun, only to be swiftly contradicted by the torrential downpour. Zheng remained unaware of the chaos he had caused. His sole focus was on flight, yearning to reach the primordial forest depicted in the simulation. A sense of trepidation lingered within him. What if he encountered an aircraft mid-flight? The thought of being struck by lightning filled him with dread. Though he arrived steadily within the simulation, who could predict if unforeseen events might transpire? At last, after an indeterminate duration of flight, Zheng beheld the silhouette of an endless mountain range at the horizon's edge, eliciting a surge of joy within him. Instinctively, he quickened his pace. Soon, he beheld the majestic entirety of the boundless mountain. It was a colossal basin, encircled by towering peaks, with a lush forest thriving in its midst. Within the forest, Zheng sensed a primal essence. This was an untouched, primordial forest, mirroring the one within the simulation. Without hesitation, Zheng plunged into the verdant wilderness. His formidable dragon form abruptly severed several trees, sending splinters flying. The resounding crashes startled the creatures dwelling at the forest's periphery, prompting them to lift their heads and regard the source of the commotion, remaining on high alert, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of diverse animals, Zheng emerged from the forest's edge. A dragon, measuring nearly 8 or 9 meters in length and exuding a palpable malevolence, burst forth. To these animals, it was a staggering revelation. They had never encountered a creature like Zheng. Yet, their innate sense of fear remained undeterred. Although unfamiliar with Zheng, the aura of ferocity surrounding him unmistakably signified that he was a predator at the apex of the food chain. Roars and bellows echoed through the woods as a multitude of animals began to flee. Even the formidable wild boars, the undisputed rulers of the forest, retreated without hesitation. Zheng, however, did not pursue the fleeing creatures. Instead, he lay low, observing their departure. Wait, what am I doing standing here? With so many animals around, shouldn't I hunt at least a couple of them? Each one of them represents simulation points. Anger surged within Zheng. Alas, the animals had already scurried far away. Even if he were to chase now, it would require significant exertion to catch up. Never mind, I'll first seek the lake depicted in the simulation. I need a place to reside before contemplating hunting. Zheng resolved to proceed cautiously, prioritizing the search for shelter. He twisted his serpentine body, harnessing his innate power to manipulate the currents of air, enabling him to soar gracefully into the depths of the forest. After a brief search, Zheng discovered the lake, which was remarkably easy to locate, as it was the sole water source within the forest. Thanks to the dragon's innate sensitivity to water, he found it effortlessly. Upon reaching the lake, Zheng was invigorated, diving into its depths. where he encountered the formidable serpent from the simulation. In a manner familiar to the serpent, Zheng swiftly dispatched it. He had no intention of consuming the serpent. It was indeed a creature of cultivation, albeit one with insufficient experience. Zheng noted that the serpent's entire cultivation was centered around its venom. In the simulation, he had never attempted to devour the serpent. Thus, Zheng chose to relinquish the great serpent. I am as steadfast as a mountain. In the end, Zheng, in his dragon form, nearly upturned the entire lake, making the myriad aquatic creatures within comprehend that he had become the new sovereign of the waters. Having accomplished this, Zheng then turned his attention to the pursuit of hunting to augment his simulation points. At the bottom of the forest lake, Zheng resided, where no aquatic creature dared to approach within a 10-mile radius. The entire lake was his dominion, yet this particular area was sacred to him, and no creature dared to trespass. How much could hunting truly increase his simulation points? Zheng was exceedingly curious. He prepared to embark on his hunt. For his first quarry, he intended not to search within the lake, but rather along the shore. The aquatic life within the lake harbored few large animals that piqued his interest. Thus, the search for his initial prey led him to fixate upon the land. With this thought, Zheng began to swim forth. Before long, he spotted his target, a wild boar drinking at the water's edge. By a stroke of fate, this very boar was among the creatures that had fled when Zheng first entered the forest. Possessing an acute sense of smell, he could effortlessly recall the scent of this familiar beast. Old friend, I have come for you. Zheng felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 9. Ancient trees of the forest within the heart of the primordial forest, by the shores of a tranquil lake. A multitude of animals cautiously approached to quench their thirst. Among them, herbivores such as cattle and deer frequently raised their heads, ever vigilant of their surroundings. In contrast, some creatures indulged without a care, drinking deeply, like the wild boar, one of the forest sovereigns. At the water's edge, a solitary wild boar lowered its guard, lapping up the cool water, confident in its long tenure within the woods, where threats were nearly non-existent. Only predators like tigers, black bears, and wolves posed any real danger. Yet these apex hunters rarely expended their energy pursuing a wild boar. Most of the forest's formidable beasts lived solitary lives. A single injury could spell doom, and few would willingly risk confrontation with such a resilient creature. The arduous task of hunting a wild boar, fraught with peril of retaliation, was one that the seasoned hunters wisely avoided. Thus, the wild boar drank without trepidation. With each satisfying gulp, it emitted contented grunts, its little tail wagging joyfully, unaware that peril lurked nearby. From the depths of the lake, a shadow glided silently, moving with such swiftness that no creature above could perceive its approach. Suddenly, the wild boar paused, its instincts alerting it to an imminent threat. Yet, it was too late. With a thunderous surge, an enormous shadow erupted from the water, creating tumultuous waves. It was Zheng, a serpentine dragon measuring 8 to 9 meters in length. In an instant, the animals by the shore scattered in panic. But the wild boar found itself ensnared. Zheng's intention was clear. The boar was his target. With a deep, resonant bellow that echoed like a bull's, Zheng lunged forward, coiling his tail around the boar while his claws mercilessly pierced its throat. The wild boar's desperate cries of pain echoed in the air as it struggled against the overwhelming might of the dragon, but its efforts were in vain. In the throes of mortal peril, it fought frantically, yet Zheng offered no respite. With a swift motion, the dragon pulled the boar beneath the surface of the lake, where bubbles rose to the water's surface, marking the end of the struggle. Undoubtedly, the wild boar, once a dominant force in the forest, was rendered no more formidable than any ordinary prey in the face of such a powerful predator. At the lake's bottom, Zheng feasted upon the boar, indifferent to the crimson waters surrounding him. The moment he tasted flesh, it was as if his very soul rejoiced. He had gone too long without sustenance. The dragon, after all, has not transcended the realm of the mundane. It remains firmly within the domain of the biological. It is neither a deity nor a genuine dragon. It requires sustenance. Although prolonged fasting will not lead to death, it will inevitably impact its combat prowess to some extent. As Zheng devoured his meal, he remained vigilant. Glancing at the system interface, consuming wild boar meat, gaining 0.05 simulation points. Consuming wild boar meat, gaining 0.05 simulation points. These notifications flickered continuously before him. Soon enough, Zheng had consumed an entire wild boar. The system alerts ceased. The total points acquired from devouring a single boar was merely 2. Nevertheless, it was satisfactory. Zheng felt a sense of contentment. With just one wild boar, he could simulate once. If he continued to hunt, wouldn't he be able to simulate endlessly? Yet, upon reflection, this seemed implausible. Within the simulation, his cultivation would continually advance, and the simulation points would incrementally rise. Who could ascertain how many points would be required for subsequent simulations? Zheng shook his massive dragon head. The pressing matter at hand was to initiate the simulation. In 57 days, the world would transform, and his temperament would become irritable. If he did not clarify this situation, doom awaited him. Therefore, it was imperative to alter his strategy, shifting from caution to audacity. He needed to embark on an adventure, to uncover the nature of this impending transformation. Zheng contemplated this, silently instilling within himself the notion of abandoning caution. After a prolonged period of mental reinforcement, he halted. It was time to commence the simulation. Otherwise, dawn would swiftly approach. System, initiate simulation. Zheng acted with determination. Simulation commenced, consuming 2 simulation points, current remaining points. 2. Day 1. You find yourself in a lake, aware of your predicament. You swiftly take action, leaving the lake and cautiously begin to explore the surrounding forest. The adventurous strategy proved effective. Only by doing so could he acquire more valuable information. Zheng nodded to himself, continuing to observe. Day 2. During your exploration, you discover that in this forest, almost no creature poses a challenge to you. You can effortlessly unleash a massacre, for you reign as the apex predator within the forest's food chain. Day 3. You continue your exploration, yet yield no rewards. Day 4. You persist in your exploration, but again find no bounty. Day 8. Your exploration continues, yet still no rewards. What is this? Why had he not encountered it before? Zheng pondered, yet soon found clarity. In his simulations, he had traversed this forest twice, once on the 9th day, hunting aquatic creatures beneath the lake, and another time lurking within the lake to cultivate. He had been oblivious to the events occurring on the shore. But what exactly was this phenomenon that had caused even the great beasts to retreat? Filled with profound curiosity, Zheng continued to observe. As you ascend into the clouds, following these colossal beasts, you discover that they ultimately converge around an ancient tree at the forest's edge. The creatures do not engage in conflict with one another. Rather, they encircle the venerable tree as if anticipating something. Puzzled by their behavior, you conceal yourself within the woods, poised to uncover the mystery. On the 10th day, the gathering of beasts intensifies, yet you remain unperturbed. What captivates your curiosity is the ancient tree, from which emanates a peculiar resonance that beckons you. Determined to unravel its secrets, you resolve to remain vigilant and observe any changes that may transpire. By the 11th day, the emanations from the ancient tree become even more pronounced, and you continue your watchful vigil. Chapter 10. Calling the wind and rain on the 11th day. The vibrations emanating from the ancient tree became increasingly pronounced as you continued to wait. By the 12th day, a flower had formed on the ancient tree, seemingly on the verge of blooming and bearing fruit. The surrounding ferocious beasts could hardly contain their anticipation, and you too felt a surge of energy. Realizing that this ancient tree might give birth to treasures, the beasts encircling it were all awaiting the emergence of these coveted riches. On the 13th day, the flower on the ancient tree exhibited a faint inclination to bloom, with an even greater number of animals gathering around. In addition to the fierce predators, some herbivores had ventured closer as well. To your astonishment, even a spotted deer had chosen to approach, leaving you, a person of cautious yet principled nature, utterly perplexed. The spotted deer drew near. Truly, it is said that men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. For the sake of treasures, they are willing to risk their lives. The entrance of this deer seems to serve merely as a meal delivery for the surrounding predators, saving them the effort of hunting. The deer, a messenger of external provisions. Zheng shook his head. However, it was becoming apparent that a treasure was indeed about to be born from this ancient tree, and he was curious about what it might be. Those ferocious beasts could hardly outmatch him. Zheng suppressed his thoughts and continued to observe. On the 14th day, the flower on the ancient tree fully bloomed, coalescing into a silver fruit that was evidently extraordinary. At the moment of the fruit's emergence, the surrounding beasts went into a frenzy, rushing forward in a desperate attempt to devour it. As the fierce battle unfolded, you remained hidden within the forest, unhurried to reveal yourself, watching the conflict unfold. On the 15th day, after a series of fierce clashes, a colossal tiger with wings emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura that forced the other beasts to retreat. This tiger, wasn't it the extraordinary one from the earlier simulation, capable of battling with your dragon-like form? It had ultimately perished in a fierce struggle, only after losing control. Zheng understood now. It was likely this very tiger that, having seized the fruit here, had become exceptional, acquiring the strength to contend with him. He had to obtain that fruit. Zheng silently noted the details of the simulation. The simulation continued. Just as the winged tiger exerted its dominance in the quest for the fruit, you leapt forth with overwhelming power, dispatching the tiger and conjuring a tempest that drove back the surrounding beasts. You consumed the silver fruit, feeling a peculiar energy coursing through your body. One of the horns on your head shattered, giving way to a pair of dragon-like horns, and you sensed that you had acquired some wondrous power. On the 16th day, you experienced changes within your body in the lake. On the 17th day, you continued to feel transformations in the lake. On the 32nd day, you still sensed alterations in your body within the lake. On the 56th day, having absorbed all the energy from the fruit, your innate abilities underwent a metamorphosis, granting you a new talent, summoning winds and rain. Furthermore, due to the consumption of the fruit, your physique expanded dramatically to 30 meters, transforming you into a colossal entity. On the 57th day, you acclimated to your newfound abilities and form within the lake, yet suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence in the water and air. As you inhaled the lake's water and air, you felt your blood surging, as if celebrating. By heavens! By heavens! By heavens! Zheng was struck dumb. Remarkably, he did not succumb to rage this time. Was it due to that fruit? Consuming it seemed to prevent the tumultuous changes of nature from provoking fury. No wonder in the simulation, the extraordinary winged tiger retained its composure. Zheng suppressed his inner tumult and continued observing. On the 58th day, you discovered your strength was continually amplifying. On the 59th day, your power persisted in its enhancement. On the 65th day, your strength continued to grow. Yet the aquatic creatures in the lake descended into chaos, igniting a conflict. You chose to intervene, decisively eliminating all the unruly water dwellers with overwhelming force. On the 66th day, your power remained on the rise, but something in the sky seemed to be beckoning you. Unable to resist, you left the lake and gazed upward. You beheld the moon transforming into a blood-red hue, and uncontrollably ascended toward it. In your ascent, a shadow, vast enough to eclipse the sun, swooped down, striking you down. You perished. The simulation has concluded. Please choose one from the following 4 options. 66 days of survival experience. 66 days of physical prowess. The robust dual-horned dragon. Talent. Summoning winds and rain. That wretched creature. Zheng gritted his teeth. At the critical moment, it was that accursed bird causing trouble again. How many times had this happened? If he found the opportunity, he would pluck every feather from that bird and devour it whole. Zheng forcefully restrained his fury as he contemplated the rewards. To be honest, he desired both the physical prowess and the new talent. If he was not mistaken, the physical prowess included the effects of consuming the fruit, thus selecting it would spare him from the potential fury after 57 days. However, it was still early. If he simulated a few more times, the fruits would surely be his, allowing for further choices. As for the talent, he was uncertain if another opportunity would arise. After much deliberation, Zheng ultimately opted for the new talent. With his choice made, a beam of white light enveloped his dragon head. In that instant, Zheng comprehended the essence of summoning winds and rain. In simpler terms, it was an elevation of stirring winds and waves, yet it was not merely an enhancement. The stirring of winds and waves is, after all, a phenomenon of limited scope, whereas the calling of winds and rains transcends this. It encompasses a vast expanse. Once he unleashes the ability to summon winds and rains, the repercussions will extend for several hundred miles, for this power exceeds that of a mere flood dragon. The art of summoning winds and rains pertains to the realm beyond transformation into a dragon. It is the fruit that enabled him to acquire this extraordinary talent ahead of time. Most notably, Zheng, through this gift, has gleaned insights into many races. It turns out that I, as a flood dragon, am considerably weaker than a true dragon. A genuine dragon can easily measure 100 meters in length. Since centuries ago, flood dragons have gradually waned, culminating in my current form, which barely stretches 8 or 9 meters. Zheng remained silent. Within the knowledge bestowed by his gift, he sensed a profound hatred, a hatred directed towards humanity. This was not his own animosity, but rather the collective resentment of his entire race. Zheng could effortlessly suppress this hatred, yet his curiosity was piqued. What had transpired? Several centuries ago? According to human reckoning, it seems to pertain to the era of Hongwu. Chapter 11. Exploring beyond the forest, the depths of the forest lake. Zheng remained ensconced here, assimilating the insights gained from this simulation. concerning the animosity of his entire race towards humanity during the Hongwu period. He had not acquired concrete information. The knowledge he possessed was merely fragmented insights derived from his innate abilities. Nonetheless, Zheng harbored vague speculations. Before his transcendence, he had encountered certain legends. It was said that during the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang experienced a prophetic dream in which he foresaw his dynasty being supplanted. Upon awakening, he commanded Liu Bowen to seek out the dragon veins of the realm and sever them all, thereby preventing the emergence of any other true dragon heirs to usurp his dynasty. Liu Bowen, following his orders, traversed the land, systematically severing the dragon veins, ultimately cutting 99. Yet for reasons unknown, he left one intact. This remaining dragon vein became the cradle of a foreign dynasty that eventually overthrew the Ming. Might there be a connection between this dragon vein and the jiao, or even dragons themselves? Thus, did the entire race harbor resentment towards humanity post the severance of the dragon veins? Zheng speculated. However, these notions remained mere conjecture without definitive evidence. He was not inclined to take them at face value. Shaking his head, Zheng accessed his personal panel for further examination. Name: Zheng. Race: jiao. Cultivation: 1402. Years: talent: summon wind and rain. Lifespan: 2063 years. Current status: energetic. Evaluation: you are a jiao who has touched upon higher realms. Mundane creatures are no match for you. Given sufficient time, you have a significant chance of transforming into a dragon. However, this world still harbors beings capable of ending your life, so proceed with caution. Compared to the template he possessed when trapped in the dragon locking well, his current template exhibited remarkable transformation. The crimson depths of his eyes gleamed with an icy pride. Yet, despite the substantial changes, it was still insufficient. His peril had not yet abated. In 57 days, the world would undergo a transformation, as if it had lost its order, fraught with peril. Setting aside other creatures, even that scruffy bird which had slain him repeatedly in the simulation posed an insurmountable challenge. He had not even laid eyes upon that scruffy bird. It was time to hunt and continue the simulation. The information he currently possessed was still woefully inadequate. All he knew was that treasures would manifest in the forest 14 days hence, and the world would shift 57 days later. He pondered whether consuming the treasure from the forest again would yield further benefits. If each consumption proved effective, could it be a means to exploit a flaw? The thought brought a smile to Zheng's face. If he could indeed exploit such a flaw, he would attain invincibility. Yet, a part of him felt the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal. How could such a flaw exist for him to exploit? With these thoughts in mind, Zheng resolved to continue his hunt and further his simulations. Several minutes later, Zheng dragged 2 wild boars, one large and one small, to the lake's depths. Blood stained the surrounding waters crimson. The 2 wild boars, guided by Zheng's memory of the previous one, sought out their path. The earlier boar was a male, while now there was a female and a young one. Zheng, despite his numerous flaws, could not bear to see this family torn apart. Clearly, a family should remain together. After consuming the larger and smaller wild boars, Zheng found himself in a state of bewilderment. The system's notification rendered him speechless. Consuming wild boar meat grants 0.0001 simulation points. Consuming wild boar meat grants 0.0001 simulation points. Why was this? Had the points diminished? Zheng was perplexed. When converting energy from the same organism, the first conversion yields a greater number of simulation points. Subsequent conversions revert to normal levels. This indicated that for any animal he consumed, only the initial instance would yield the most points. From the second instance onward, it would dwindle to such a meager amount. Zheng suddenly felt disheartened. His earlier inclination to praise the system for its fairness evaporated entirely. However, there was a silver lining. With the myriad of animal types available, even if he could only acquire more simulation points during the first instance, it would still suffice to amass a considerable amount. With this thought, Zheng exhaled in relief. Consuming both the large and small wild boars had merely granted him 0.2 simulation points. Just as he was about to venture out for further hunting, the system's notification chimed once more. Distributing simulation points. 2. Current simulation points remaining. 2. The system had allocated simulation points? Had another day elapsed? Zheng paused for a moment, digesting this information. He had been unaware of the rapid passage of time. Another day had indeed passed. This meant that in 13 days, treasures would manifest within the forest, and in 56 days, the world would undergo transformation. Time was of the essence. Zheng understood that he needed to resume simulations, striving to comprehend everything and acquire the means for self-preservation before the impending changes. Zheng prepared to initiate the simulation once more. The forthcoming simulation would continue to prioritize exploration. Only in this manner could he gather more information. However, the next exploration might necessitate venturing beyond the forest. Zheng firmly established the direction for his upcoming simulation and clicked to commence. Simulation initiated, consuming 2 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining 0, 2. Day 1. You find yourself amidst a lake, fully aware of your predicament. You act swiftly, leaving the lake and cautiously beginning your exploration around the forest's perimeter. Day 2. Acknowledging that there are no further areas to explore within the forest, your gaze shifts toward the 4 great mountains beyond, and you prepare to investigate those mountains. On the 3rd day, you ventured into the first majestic mountain, discovering it to be an untouched wilderness, and thus commenced your exploration. On the 4th day, despite your continued endeavors, you found nothing of significance. The 5th day yielded similar results, with no discoveries to be made. By the 12th day, as you roamed the mountainous terrain, you became aware that the fruit of the ancient tree was soon to be born. Promptly, you departed from the mountain and made your way towards the forest. This time, you chose not to conceal your presence. Approaching the ancient tree, you summoned the winds and rain, driving away the ferocious beasts that threatened, steadfastly guarding the ancient tree's side. On the 13th day, the fruit of the ancient tree came into existence, and you were the first to consume it. Upon devouring the fruit, a warm current coursed through your body, albeit fleetingly. In an instant, your form expanded to 30 meters, adorned with twin horns, and your strength significantly amplified. Yet no other benefits were bestowed upon you. Zheng pondered, is this insufficient? Beyond the initial acquisition of a talent, I received nothing this time. Merely an increase in stature and strength, devoid of any additional gifts. However, upon swallowing the fruit, I found that digestion was unnecessary. Could it be that with the talent of summoning winds and rain, I have begun to transcend the mundane, thus eliminating the need for prolonged digestion? Zheng contemplated extensively, ultimately redirecting his gaze back to the simulation, continuing to observe the flickering screen. Chapter 12. The Extraordinary Turtle at the Bottom of the Forest Lake. Zheng sat resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the flickering screen. The simulation continued. On the 14th day, you departed from the forest, embarking on an exploration of the mountains, yet yielded no results. On the 15th day, you persevered in your exploration, still without success. On the 28th day, while exploring the 3rd mountain, you encountered a group of humans, who, in turn, noticed you. In contrast to their panic, you were engulfed in terror. A sense of impending doom cloaked you, for you knew that thunderous retribution was imminent. Faced with such celestial might, you were unwilling to perish in vain. Summoning all your strength, you attempted to alter the weather. Yet the forces of nature were beyond your grasp. A bolt of lightning struck, ending your life, and you fell upon the mountain. An event that humanity would later recount as the ancient mountain dragon incident. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following options. The experience of survival over 28 days. The physique gained over 28 days. Dragon scales of a lightning-struck dragon. Zheng. A surge of frustration welled within him, compelling him to roar in exasperation. How utterly unfortunate. What kind of predicament was this? Encountering mere humans while exploring the mountains? To meet such a demise by lightning. Dragons are meant to remain unseen by mankind. He had taken great care to avoid them. Yet, a moment of carelessness led to his exposure and subsequent execution by lightning. How unjust. Zheng was consumed by resentment. Nevertheless, he acted swiftly, opting for the physique gained over 28 days. As he made his choice, a familiar warmth coursed through him. With a rush, his form began to swell. In the blink of an eye, Zheng transformed from a length of 8 or 9 meters to an imposing 30 meters. The single horn atop his head shattered, giving way to a pair of antler-like appendages. He had undeniably evolved into a colossal creature, with eyes the size of large water tanks. A terrifying aura radiated from him, causing the aquatic inhabitants of the lake, who had been swimming freely, to tremble in fear. Is this truly my current form? Zheng gazed down at his magnificent serpentine body, his crimson eyes gleaming with fervor. This was merely a dragon. What power would he wield if he were to fully transform into a dragon? Zheng understood clearly that his strength now surpassed his previous capabilities immensely. Though his training had not progressed, His power had escalated significantly. This was a qualitative transformation. The earlier information regarding dragon lineage spoke of serpents from centuries past, reaching astonishing lengths of 100 meters, even 1,000. How formidable must such dragons have been? Zheng suddenly felt a stirring within. A realization that perhaps a glorious epic had once existed in history. Alas, he did not belong to that era. It was time to resume his hunt. This time, he could capture a greater number of creatures, traversing the forest to hunt most of its inhabitants, thus accumulating enough simulation points to indulge in further simulations. With unwavering resolve, Zheng made his decision and promptly set forth. He turned and, with a powerful motion, surged out of the lake. Bang, bang, bang. A colossal dragon, measuring 30 meters in length, erupted from the lake, explosively sending water splashing in all directions. A deep, bovine-like roar resonated from Zheng's mouth. The overwhelming aura and malevolent energy emanating from his form cascaded toward the shore. The herd of deer and antelope, quenching their thirst at the water's edge, instinctively crouched down, paralyzed by an immense fear. They yearned to flee, yet under Zheng's oppressive presence, they found themselves unable to move. Their minds screamed for escape, but their bodies remained unresponsive. At this juncture, Zheng exhibited signs of transcending the mortal realm, his life essence surpassing that of the deer and antelope. Instinctively, these creatures dared not stir in the face of his formidable aura. Without hesitation, Zheng swiftly dragged a deer and an antelope into the depths of the lake. As the deer and antelope witnessed Zheng vanish, panic ensued, prompting them to flee from the lake's edge. Devouring deer meat acquired 0.1 simulation points. Devouring antelope meat acquired 0.1 simulation points. By consuming a deer and an antelope, Zheng accumulated a total of 2 simulation points. Though this was sufficient to initiate a simulation, Zheng was not in haste. He desired to continue his hunt, collecting the diverse fauna of the forest, converting them all into simulation points before proceeding with the simulation. After finishing the deer and antelope, Zheng set forth once more into the forest to hunt. The creatures within the forest were ordinary animals, incapable of withstanding Zheng's prowess. In the presence of this nearly invincible being, the entire forest transformed into his hunting ground. Every sight within his gaze eligible for his feast. After expending an entire day hunting, the system notified him of an additional 2 simulation points. Zheng then realized that a day had elapsed. Current simulation points remaining, 32. Having consumed numerous animals, Zheng's simulation points had reached 32. This was a considerable sum. The forest harbored a variety of animal species, yet large animals were scarce. Aside from tigers and black bears, most were smaller creatures, yielding minimal simulation points. For instance, insects provided no energy upon consumption, as the system indicated that they could not be converted into simulation points. Thus, after significant effort, Zheng had only acquired 32 simulation points. Upon entering the lake, Zheng swiftly dove underwater, descending to the depths. Along the way, he encountered various aquatic creatures. Recalling those he had previously consumed, most fish had already been devoured, leaving little to gain in terms of simulation points. This turtle, too, wait, a turtle? This one is enormous. How have I never seen it before? Zheng abruptly halted his swimming, his crimson eyes widening as he gazed at a massive brown-shelled turtle, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, leisurely navigating the water. This turtle was extraordinarily large. He sensed he had not yet consumed one of its kind. Instinctively, Zheng prepared to swim over and swallow it whole. However, the tortoise seemed to sense the murderous intent emanating from Zheng. Suddenly, its swimming speed accelerated, akin to a submarine, vanishing from sight within mere seconds. Zheng remarked, "Why are you fleeing so swiftly? Moreover, your speed appears to exceed the limit." This tortoise was no ordinary creature. Zheng abruptly realized something and gazed in the direction where the tortoise had disappeared, opting not to pursue. Although he was unaware of the tortoise's origins or capabilities, he thought to himself, "After a single simulation, I could discern even the color of your undergarments." Chapter 13. The Impression of the Tortoise Chancellor? Beneath the lake, he immediately commenced his simulation, eager to unveil the secrets of the ancient tortoise. With an abundance of simulation points at his disposal, he felt inclined to indulge. Simulation initiated, consuming 2 simulation points. Current balance, 30. Day 1. You find yourself submerged in the lake, acutely aware of your objective. You swiftly swim, searching for the tortoise. Day 2. You scour the entire lake. Yet the tortoise eludes you. Puzzled, you remain convinced it lurks within the waters, compelling you to continue your quest. Day 3. You persist in your search. Day 4. Your search continues. Day 11. Aware that the ancient tree's fruit is nearing fruition. You resolve to seize it before resuming your search. Day 12. Harnessing your formidable strength, you claim the ancient fruit, consuming it, though your power slightly amplifies. No other effects manifest. Day 13. Frustrated by the continued absence of the tortoise, you unleash your innate talents, conjuring storms that nearly uproot the forest. Amidst the chaos, a hidden entrance beneath the lake reveals itself, leading you to the tortoise. In a fit of rage, you bite at the tortoise, which pleads for mercy, proclaiming it has cultivated its strength for a millennium and offers to serve you, aiding your dominion over the aquatic realm. After careful consideration, you recognize the tortoise's intelligence as it is the first creature since your rebirth capable of communication, and thus, you spare it. Day 14. While practicing at the lake's depths, you observe the tortoise indeed possesses remarkable abilities, having subdued many aquatic beings devoid of wisdom, who now heed your commands. Intrigued, you ponder the tortoise's methods. Day 15. While still engaged in your training, you receive word from the aquatic beings that a peculiar creature has emerged in the lake. Driven by curiosity, you hasten to investigate. However, upon closer inspection, you discover not a creature, but rather human machinery. The flooding of the forest due to your tempestuous actions has led humans to trace the source back to the lake. Hence their mechanized inquiry. Realizing the peril posed by the machinery, you attempt to flee, but they have already recorded your presence. Before you can react, a bolt of lightning strikes, claiming your life, an incident the humans would later refer to as the ancient forest serpent event. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Please select one of the following options. 15 days of survival experience. 15 days of physical prowess. The heart of a dragon struck by lightning. Zheng, isn't this death rather unjust? The aquatic beings are utterly treacherous, and the humans mislabel their machinery as extraordinary creatures. Curiosity? What folly? Clearly, I must exercise greater caution. Zheng mused silently. Yet, he wasted no time and promptly selected the first option, 15 days of survival experience. In no time, he acquired the memories of those 15 days, uncovering the whereabouts of the ancient tortoise. Ha ha ha, run. This time, there's nowhere for you to escape. Zheng opened his enormous maw and gulped down a large quantity of lake water. His massive serpentine body darted swiftly towards a particular direction within the lake, akin to an arrow released from a bow. In a secluded entrance of the lake, a turtle was leisurely swimming. Its small eyes, unlike those of other creatures, were not dull and ignorant. Instead, they sparkled with intelligence. Having cultivated for a millennium, how could it lack wisdom? At that moment, the ancient turtle pondered whether it should relocate, sensing that this lake might no longer be a safe haven. It was perplexed as to what force had driven such a tyrant into this tranquil body of water. After residing here for over a century without encountering such a bully, it was bewildered by this sudden intrusion. Truly, a monstrous and tyrannical dragon worm. How outrageous! As the old turtle contemplated, it remained blissfully unaware of the colossal creature approaching it. Suddenly, a shift in the atmosphere made it uneasy. Turning its head, it was met with the sight of a gaping maw that nearly sent it soaring in fright. Zheng had appeared behind it, looking as though he intended to devour it whole. The old turtle had no time to question how it had been discovered and hastily pleaded for mercy. "Dragon Lord, spare me," it exclaimed, terrified. Zheng was equally startled by the turtle's words. Was that turtle language? Yet, he understood it perfectly. Though he was unfamiliar with the language, the meaning resonated with him. With a splash, Zheng halted a short distance from the old turtle, his crimson eyes fixed intently on it. In an instant, he could devour the turtle without it having any chance of escape. "Dragon Lord, I have spent a millennium in cultivation, and I mean no offense. Please spare my life," the old turtle implored again, believing Zheng would not relent. It was indeed just as he had imagined in his simulations. The plea for mercy based on the difficulty of cultivation was commonplace. Zheng couldn't help but scoff internally, yet the murderous intent within him gradually dissipated. Since his rebirth, he had been a solitary being, a person, or perhaps more accurately, a dragon. No creature had ever conversed with him before. Now, subduing this old turtle could prove beneficial, at least for occasional communication. "Submit to me, and I shall spare your life," Zheng declared decisively, using his own form of communication. He paid no heed to whether the old turtle comprehended him. If it did not, then its fate would be sealed. "I am willing to submit to the Dragon Lord." The old turtle quickly acquiesced, fearing that its refusal would result in being devoured in the next moment. Then come with me, Zheng contemplated. It appeared that the old turtle truly understood his words, or rather, grasped his intent. Was this a capability inherent to animals after years of cultivation? The ability to communicate with one another, transcending language barriers, was indeed remarkable. Unbeknownst to the old turtle, which hurried to keep pace with Zheng, the latter was preparing to continue his simulations. The old turtle, much like the simulations had suggested, took it upon itself to command the myriad aquatic creatures of the lake to submit to Zheng. Zheng did not intervene, allowing the old turtle to proceed with its intentions. After all, whether or not those aquatic beings yielded made little difference to him. However, should those creatures genuinely pledge their allegiance, he would undoubtedly be recognized as the rightful sovereign of the lake. This old turtle possessed a certain capability, or rather, it was a flood dragon. Yet, this old turtle was indeed just a tortoise. How did it suddenly evoke a sense of the Dragon King's court and the Tortoise Chancellor? Chapter 14. The Old Tortoise at the Bottom of the Lake. Zheng allowed the old tortoise to subjugate the aquatic denizens of the lake while he prepared to commence his simulation. Time was of the essence. Only 55 days remained before the world would undergo a transformation. He resolved to act with urgency and decisively initiated the simulation. The forthcoming simulation would primarily focus on adventurous exploration, necessitating the acquisition of more valuable information. Simulation initiated, consuming 2 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 28. On the first day, you find yourself within the lake. Your subordinate, the old tortoise, has dominion over the entire aquatic populace, responding to your commands. You feel a profound sense of gratitude, recognizing the convenience these beings provide for your impending explorations. On the second day, you prepare to mobilize the entire lake's inhabitants capable of reaching the shore for an expedition into the mountains, but the old tortoise intervenes. Through persuasive discourse, you realize that the old tortoise exhibits even greater caution than yourself. Yet, swayed by his counsel, you experience a resurgence of your own hesitance. Choosing to wait a few more days before embarking on your exploration, Zheng pondered. Could it be that the old tortoise was more cautious than him? Frustration welled within him. How had he not noticed this trait in the old tortoise? His desire to explore was thwarted by the very creature he had trusted, who had successfully dissuaded him. As Zheng contemplated further, he recognized that were he to force himself into recklessness and venture out, he too might be easily persuaded to retreat upon hearing of the perils beyond. The alliance of 2 cautious beings proved formidable indeed. Zheng resolved to continue observing. He believed that within the simulation, he would ultimately comprehend the necessity of exploration. On the third day, you engage in cultivation within the lake. On the fourth day, you continue your cultivation within the lake. On the 10th day, while practicing in the lake, a realization dawns upon you. It is time to explore. You prepare to depart the lake, but the old tortoise begins to persuade you once more. Under his influence, your inner resolve is rekindled, leading you to decide to continue your cultivation in the lake. On the 12th day, aware that the fruit of the ancient tree is soon to emerge, you prepare to leave the lake. Encountering the old tortoise, you command him to lead the aquatic beings capable of reaching the shore in a quest for the ancient fruit. Upon learning that this does not entail leaving the forest, the old tortoise breathes a sigh of relief and orders the aquatic populace to follow you into battle. Amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of various fierce beasts, you lead the lake's denizens in a powerful raid, seizing the ancient fruit and consuming it, thereby experiencing a slight enhancement in your strength. On the 13th day, you engage in further cultivation within the lake. On the 14th day, you persist in your cultivation within the lake. On the 28th day, you continue your cultivation within the lake. Zheng's demeanor darkened. The old tortoise had deceived him, yet he found himself powerless to intervene, forced to witness the simulation unfold. On the 55th day, while practicing in the lake, you suddenly sense an unfamiliar essence permeating the water and air. After inhaling the lake's water and air, you feel your bloodline stirring, as if it is boiling with exhilaration. On the 56th day, you continued your cultivation within the lake. On the 63rd day, while you were practicing, the aquatic creatures within the lake became uncontrollable. As you prepared to subdue them, you unexpectedly discovered that your subordinate, the old turtle, remained composed. Upon inquiry, you learned that the old turtle, out of fear of you, had managed to suppress its own agitation. You were deeply impressed by this. You commanded the old turtle to quell the aquatic creatures. If it failed, you would eliminate them all. The old turtle complied, and soon the turmoil in the lake was quelled. On the 64th day, you sensed something in the sky calling to you. You contemplated leaving the lake, but your subordinate, the old turtle, persuaded you to stay. You engaged in a discussion about the steady path and ultimately decided to remain in the lake for your cultivation. On the 76th day, while continuing your practice, a fox with 9 tails approached you, inquiring if you were the dominant force in the area and why you did not respond to the Kunlun demon order to attack human cities. You candidly admitted ignorance and attempted to return to the lake to resume your training. However, the 9-tailed fox suddenly launched an assault, catching you off guard. You were struck, your blood staining the lake red. Enraged, you retaliated, and a fierce battle ensued. Despite your efforts, you were overpowered by the 9-tailed fox. Seizing an opportunity, you prepared to escape into the lake when a tremendous shadow descended, resulting in both your demise and that of the 9-tailed fox. You perished. The simulation has concluded. Please choose one of the following 3 options: the survival experience of 76 days, the physical prowess acquired over 76 days, the dragon-s blood of a dying serpentine. Drat, that feathered creature. Zheng silently noted this down. This simulation had opened his eyes. He had survived for 76 days. And what of this 9-tailed fox? Its origin was unknown to him. What exactly was the Kunlun demon order? Zheng was utterly perplexed by these matters, but harbored a vague suspicion. Did the demons, after over 60 days, intend to launch an assault on human cities? Or would they face annihilation otherwise? Such were Zheng's musings, though he dared not be certain, overwhelmed by various uncertainties. Nevertheless, he understood that as long as he remained unseen by humans, he was largely safe. Zheng suppressed these thoughts and contemplated the 3 choices. After reflection, he selected the second option. His strength was still insufficient and required enhancement. Upon making his choice, a familiar warmth surged within him. Moments later, Zheng felt a significant increase in the power residing within his serpentine form. This sensation was remarkably vivid. Current cultivation, 1,856 years. The system promptly registered his cultivation progress. Approaching 2,000 years. After a couple more simulations, he would likely reach that milestone. Zheng suddenly felt that remaining in a state of exploration was not so bad after all. At least surviving long in the simulation allowed for substantial cultivation gains. If he continues to be so lethargic, it is likely that he will achieve 2,000 years of cultivation after merely 2 simulations. 3,000 years could transform him into a dragon. At this pace, he will soon reach that milestone. Zheng initially intended to continue with the simulations. However, upon reflection, he believed it would be more beneficial to first teach that lethargic turtle a lesson. This turtle is excessively languid. In a lake, a single creature should not be so idle. Zheng felt that he needed to help this old turtle alter its mindset, at the very least, to prevent it from being so listless. Chapter 15. Once there was a change in the world within the depths of forests and lakes, a colossal dragon, 30 meters in length, adorned with dark, glistening scales and exuding an ominous aura, coiled majestically. This dragon, known as Zheng, was confronted by a turtle measuring 2 to 3 meters in size, known as the Old Turtle. After completing his simulation, Zheng summoned the Old Turtle for a conversation, endeavoring to alter the Old Turtle's mindset of extreme survivalism. Yet, to Zheng's dismay, the Old Turtle obstinately refused to concede. "Dragon Lord, what do you mean by survival? As for me, the Old Turtle, while I may not boast of many things, I possess the courage to sacrifice my life for you. How could I possibly linger in the shadows?" The Old Turtle displayed an unyielding demeanor, infuriating Zheng to the point where he nearly struck the Old Turtle with his tail. "How dare you? You are even more cowardly than I am. How can you claim you do not cower?" Zheng felt he had already displayed enough timidity, yet he was astonished to find the Old Turtle even more so, indignantly refusing to acknowledge his own cowardice. "I wish to explore the world beyond, starting with the 4 great mountains outside the forest. What do you think, Old Turtle?" Zheng, coiled at the lake's bottom, gazed intently at the Old Turtle, communicating through the innate language of his being. He was unperturbed by the possibility that the Old Turtle might not comprehend him. Through his experiments, he had discovered that despite their linguistic differences, the essence of their dialogue was fully grasped by the other party. This seemed to be a capability inherent in beings of cultivation. He had experienced similar communication with the 9-tailed fox during his simulations. Explore outward? Dragon Lord, is this lake not sufficient? Allow me to express my thoughts currently. The only beings of cultivation are you and me. If our territory expands too much, we will have no one to oversee it. The old turtle was visibly shaken, nearly retreating into his shell. What if I insist that you explore outward? Zheng had long recognized the old turtle's penchant for survivalism. Yet he was taken aback by the extent of it, as if merely stepping outside would spell doom for the old turtle. Dragon Lord, do you know how I? The old turtle transformed from a small turtle into what I am today? The old turtle racked his brain, attempting to persuade Zheng. By relying on survival? Zheng coiled himself, speaking in his inherent tongue. Dragon Lord, such a term is inadequate. It is a matter of remaining unperturbed by worldly affairs and dedicating oneself to cultivation. I have cultivated for a millennium, and in that time, I have witnessed countless ferocious beasts. Yet, in the end, they all succumb to my endurance. As long as one lives long enough, no matter how formidable the adversary, they can ultimately be outlasted. Once, a weasel sought to prey upon me, but I eluded it. And 6 generations of its descendants now lie beneath the grass of their graves, while I, the old turtle, have lived on to witness their passing. Longevity is what truly matters. Dragon Lord, you too are a powerful being of a millennium of cultivation. How could you? The old turtle was about to express that Zheng, being a formidable creature of 1,000 years of cultivation, should surely understand these truths. However, upon meeting Zheng's gaze, he was suddenly struck dumb, his small eyes widening in astonishment. It recalls the previous encounter with Zheng. One might estimate that Zheng has only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years. Yet, upon meeting Zheng now, it feels as though the latter's cultivation has advanced nearly 2,000 years. Cultivating as a demon is no trifling matter, regardless of Zheng's nature as a celestial dragon. Belonging to the realm of the supernatural, how could his cultivation soar to such heights in a mere moment, akin to a rocket? The old turtle appeared as if it had seen a ghost. Upon hearing the old turtle's evasive arguments, Zheng realized that the creature's mindset was unlikely to change. Thus, he chose to refrain from further discussion on that topic and inquired about other matters instead. Old turtle, let us set this topic aside for now. I shall ask you, during your 1,000 years of cultivation, have you encountered any extraordinary events? A low, deep sound akin to a bovine's bellow escaped Zheng's lips. The sound reached the old turtle's ears, allowing it to swiftly grasp the meaning behind it. Extraordinary events? As soon as the old turtle broached this subject, it unleashed a torrent of words, as if a dam had burst. It seemed that the old turtle had not engaged in meaningful conversation with other beings for millennia. And now, upon encountering Zheng, it had entered a verbose mode. After a lengthy discourse, the old turtle suddenly appeared lost in thought. Dragon Lord, your cultivation has neared 2,000 years. Your experiences must far surpass mine. Why do you inquire of me? Confusion filled the old turtle's small eyes. Conversely, Zheng felt as though his dragon head might explode. What on earth was this old turtle rambling about? Tales of grievances and romances among carp. The love story of a frog and a goose, and a myriad of peculiarities. Nonetheless, Zheng did glean some useful information amidst the chaos. However, soon after, the old turtle reverted to its previous state of mind, prompting Zheng to speculate. Yet, speculation aside, this old turtle truly was excessively loquacious. Why do you ask so much? Enough, this matter does not concern you anymore. Zheng urged the old turtle to take his leave. Upon hearing this, the old turtle initially wished to continue its chatter, but upon meeting Zheng's gaze, imbued with a murderous intent, it opted to depart. Zheng's eyes were far larger than those of the old turtle. When Zheng was serious, the old turtle dared not utter a word, fearing it might be devoured whole. Thus it obediently made its exit. During the Hongwu era, the world underwent changes, but eventually returned to its former state. Lu Bowen severed the dragon vein, sowing seeds of ethnic hatred, while Yao Guangxiao imprisoned the dragon, preventing its manifestation. 55 days later, the world transformed. The Kunlun demon order sought to assault human cities. Zheng seized upon these keywords. He sensed that beneath these terms lay a genuine mystery. He needed to continue simulating. The direction of the simulation must change. It must be transformed into a survival strategy. The longer he could endure, the more secrets he might uncover without venturing out. Moreover, the longer he survived within the simulation, the more abundant the rewards he would ultimately receive. Thus, it was decided. Moving forward, survival would be the primary focus. For survival, Zheng required no preparation. His nature inherently leaned towards stability. With the counsel of an old turtle that had survived eons, he would be able to endure. As Zheng was engulfed in various thoughts, the system's notification suddenly chimed, issuing simulation points. 2. Current simulation points, 30. Another day had passed. 54 days later, the world would undergo a transformation. Zheng increasingly felt the urgency. He needed to accelerate his strength. Otherwise, he feared he would not survive the impending upheaval. After the transformation, dangers would abound. What did it matter if he was a dragon? Death would still claim him. Perhaps he could strive to attempt something. Could he possibly transform into a dragon before the world changes? Transforming into a dragon might enable him to endure the aftermath of this upheaval. 3,000 years of cultivation. Indeed, a fierce determination ignited in Zheng's dragon-like eyes as he clicked to simulate. Chapter 16. The Reliable Old Turtle. The bottom of the lake. Zheng gazed at the flickering screen before him. The simulation had commenced. On the first day, you find yourself submerged in the lake, prioritizing survival as you prepare for your training. On the second day, you engage in your training within the lake. On the 11th day, you become aware of the birth of the ancient tree's fruit. Yet, fully comprehending the essence of survival, you refrain from venturing forth yourself, instead dispatching your subordinate, the old turtle, to lead the aquatic creatures in seizing the ancient tree's fruit. Under your coercion, the old turtle has no choice but to proceed. With its millennium of cultivation, the forest beast proved no match, and the ancient tree's fruit is successfully acquired and presented before you. You consume the ancient tree's fruit, experiencing a subtle enhancement of your strength. Upon reading this, Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. Typically, before simulations, he would engage in a bout of self-brainwashing. Yet such events had never transpired. Now, without self-brainwashing and adhering to his true intentions, he resorted to the utmost survival tactics, not even daring to seize the ancient tree's fruit himself, but sending the old turtle instead. This was indeed quite remarkable. However, he was curious. Given this extreme approach to survival, when the nine-tailed fox would arrive in over 70 days, what could it possibly do if he chose to remain hidden? Perhaps he might even survive to 100 days this time? Zheng looked forward to it. On the 22nd day, you continue your training in the lake. On the 54th day, while engaged in your training, you sense an unfamiliar element within the lake water and air. Upon inhaling the lake's water and the surrounding air, you feel your bloodline bubbling with excitement, rejoicing. You pay it no mind and persist in your training. On the 62nd day, while training in the lake, a tumult arises among the aquatic creatures. You suppress the chaos single-handedly, leaving only you and the old turtle in the entire lake. You continue your training. On the 63rd day, while training, you sense something in the sky calling out to you. You disregard this feeling of summons and engage in conversation with the old turtle, reinforcing your steadfast resolve. On the 64th day, you continue your training in the lake. On the 75th day, while you persist in your trainings, a nine-tailed fox approaches the lake's edge seeking you. You feign ignorance, continuing your practice in the lake. The nine-tailed fox calls out for an extended period to no avail. Enraged, it lashes out at the lake, creating a tumult of splashes, and ultimately chooses to depart. Success. He had indeed managed to deceive the situation. Truly, survival seemed the correct approach in this simulation. Zheng's eyes sparkled with realization, suddenly appreciating the wisdom in his choice of steadfast path. I, Zheng, shall cultivate to invincibility before emerging from the lake. On the 80th day, while training in the lake, you suddenly feel a tremor throughout the heavens and earth. A more intense feeling of summons emanates from the sky. This call is particularly potent, and you find your mind uncontrollably compelled, soaring from the lake against your will. As you depart from the lake and gaze upward, you are met with a breathtaking sight. A colossal structure resembling a pillar, supporting the heavens like a celestial column. Amidst your astonishment, a shadow, vast enough to eclipse the sun, sweeps across the sky, leading to your demise. You have perished. The simulation concludes. Please select one of the following three options: 80 days of survival experience, 80 days of physical prowess, or the whiskers of a dying dragon. A pillar supporting the sky? What could that possibly signify? Zheng is left with a profound sense of confusion. The previous uncertainties had yet to be resolved, and now another has been added. He selects the second option, 80 days of physical prowess. His strength remains inadequate. He must prioritize enhancing his power. With his choice made, a warm current envelopes him, augmenting his strength. Zheng feels a surge within his body, his power intensifying significantly, though he senses an impending bottleneck, as if further advancement would prove exceedingly challenging. Current cultivation, 1985 years. Is this due to nearing 2 millennia of cultivation? Nevertheless, this should not pose a significant issue for him. He has the ability to simulate. Zheng reflects on the direction his next simulation should take. He has already attempted the route of extreme survival. surviving for 80 days only to be subdued and subsequently killed by that chaotic feathered bird. In truth, the primary reason for his frequent demise in the simulation seems to stem from this very creature. Aside from being struck by lightning upon being spotted by humans, he has consistently fallen victim to this bird. If he could vanquish this chaotic feathered bird, would that not allow him to survive within the simulation? Contemplating this notion, a fierce killing intent ignites within Zheng's eyes. Standing over 30 meters long, exuding an aura of dominance, he instills unease among the aquatic creatures within the lake. With ample simulation points at his disposal, he resolves to engage in battle, honing his skills by confronting this chaotic feathered bird. He yearns to test his mettle. This bird has consistently dispatched him in the simulations, but this is primarily due to his lack of combat prowess. With skillful combat, perhaps he could triumph over this avian adversary. Without hesitation, Zheng embarks on the simulation, focusing on defeating the chaotic feathered bird. Simulation initiated, consuming 2 simulation points. Current points remaining, 26. Day 1. You find yourself in the lake, eager to refine your combat skills. Despite your loyal subordinate, the old turtle's fervent objections, you leave the lake, venturing into the forest in search of fierce beasts to battle. Day 2. You discover that your combat abilities far surpass those of ordinary beasts. Even if the entirety of the forest-esque creatures were to converge upon you, a single swipe of your tail could eliminate them all. Faced with this realization, you contemplate leaving the forest in search of worthy opponents. Upon hearing this, your subordinate, the old turtle, immediately implores you to reconsider. After a moment of hesitation, your murderous intent overcomes your prudence, and you resolutely decide to depart. Your subordinate, the old turtle, helplessly chose to depart with you. This old turtle, though somewhat cowardly and of little assistance in times of great need, surprisingly exhibited loyalty by agreeing to leave alongside you. This was unexpected. Zheng nodded to himself as he continued to read. On the 3rd day, you and your loyal old turtle exited the forest and ventured to other realms. You summoned the winds and concealed your presence, and under the guidance of the old turtle, you successfully lost your way, wandering inadvertently into a human city. Upon being discovered by humans, you had no time to flee and were struck down by a bolt of heavenly thunder. You are dead. The simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following 3 options. 3 days of survival experience. 3 days of physical prowess. The resentment of a dying dragon. Zheng. Chapter 17. Black feathers. For 3 days, Zheng chose physical strength. He remained resolute, clinging to the notion that every creature, even a mosquito, is flesh. This simulation left Zheng in profound silence. How could a venerable tortoise, with a millennium of cultivation, and a dragon, nearing 2 millennia of practice, lose their way? Who would dare to believe such a tale? The tortoise was untrustworthy. This was Zheng's immediate thought. Ultimately, in the final moments of the simulation, he was struck down by heavenly thunder, and it was inevitable that the tortoise would also succumb to this fate, eliminating any concern that the tortoise might be his adversary. Thus, the conclusion was easily reached. The tortoise was indeed unreliable. Resolved, Zheng decided not to include the tortoise in this simulation. He prepared to embark on another trial. This time without the tortoise. Simulation initiated, consuming 2 simulation points. Current remaining points, 24. Day 1. You find yourself in a lake, fully aware of your purpose. You choose to depart, wary of being dissuaded by your subordinate, the tortoise, hence you refrain from informing him and leave the lake directly. Day 2. You exit the lake and, after a moment of hesitation, opt to fly eastward. You summon the winds and rain to cloak your movements, ensuring that you remain undetected by humans. Day 3. You continue your journey eastward. East. As long as I am not lost, that suffices. Indeed, it was the tortoise's unreliability that led to these troubles. If he had traveled alone, there would have been no such confusion, let alone the risk of losing direction. Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and continued observing the simulation. Day 9. You soar through the skies, entering a vast prairie, where human presence is scarce, allowing you to relax considerably. You continue your flight and, upon sighting an unnamed mountain, choose to land and rest. Day 10. At the unnamed mountain, you discover humans at the base venerating a shrine. Your curiosity is piqued, for the deity enshrined is not a mountain god, but a monkey, leading you to pay closer attention to this shrine. Day 11. You find a large lake within the unnamed mountain to rest. The former rulers of this domain, a group of crocodiles, do not dare to utter a sound in your presence. Your status as a dragon instills fear, thoroughly suppressing them. You continue to observe the shrine, often visiting the vicinity for closer inspection. Day 12. You routinely approach the shrine for observation, yet yield no results. Day 13. You return to the shrine, maintaining your vigil, but again find nothing. What purpose is there in fixating on a temple? Zheng pondered. Feeling perplexed, he had been observing for such an extended period. Why did he sense that the version of himself within the simulation wished to linger, thus prolonging this endeavor? Never mind. Why overthink? He resolved to simply continue watching. On the 26th day, you routinely visited the vicinity of the mountain god temple, expecting to find nothing. However, on this particular day, you stumbled upon a diminutive figure entering the temple, indulging in offerings, a golden little monkey. This monkey emanated an aura of cultivation. Clearly having embarked on the path of enlightenment, a surge of excitement coursed through you, prompting you to charge forward. Eager to engage the monkey in combat as a means of honing your own skills, your sudden appearance startled the monkey to the brink of collapse. And with a single strike, you toppled the entire temple, intent on launching an attack. The monkey, in a state of desperation, pleaded for mercy, claiming it was no match for you. Upon closer inspection, you discerned that the monkey had merely 3 centuries of cultivation under its belt, rendering it an inadequate opponent, which left you feeling disheartened. Learning of your desire for a worthy adversary, the monkey advised you to venture eastward, where a vast mountain range harbored many formidable demons. With this revelation, you departed from the nameless mountain, continuing your journey eastward. On the 27th day, you pressed onward in that direction, wary of leaving traces for humans to discover. Along your path, you summoned winds and rains to conceal your presence. Eastward lay a monumental mountain range, teeming with terrifying demons. This information was duly noted by Zheng. On the 32nd day, you soared eastward, conjuring storms along your journey. By the 33rd day, you caught a glimpse of a colossal mountain silhouette on the horizon, filling you with exuberance as you quickened your pace towards it. Just as you were about to enter the great mountain, an unsettling sensation washed over you. Above the mountain hung a small sun, while to the west, another sun was rising, 2 suns in the sky, an anomaly that struck you as profoundly wrong. In that moment of bewilderment, a feather suddenly shot forth from the sun atop the mountain, touching you and incinerating you instantly. You perished. The simulation concluded, and you were presented with 4 options to choose from. 33 days of survival experience. 33 days of physical prowess. Barbecued dragon meat from a celestial dragon. A feather from an unknown creature. Is this how it ends? 2 suns in the sky? Zheng was taken aback. His demise was inexplicable. A feather emerged from the sun and incinerated him? What manner of fate was this? He glanced at the final option. A feather from an unknown creature? After a moment's hesitation, he chose this option, intrigued by the prospect of a 4th choice among the offerings. Perhaps it was a treasure of sorts? Upon making his selection, a black feather materialized before him. As it appeared, the water of the surrounding lake began to bubble violently, the temperature rising dramatically in an instant. What kind of feather is this? Zheng gazed intently at the black feather floating at the lake's bottom. A single feather capable of boiling the lake? Black feather? A bird? The sun? Suddenly, a term sprang to his mind, golden crow. According to legend, at the center of the red sun resided a 3-legged black crow, surrounded by shimmering golden light. Hence it was named the golden crow. The golden crow, enveloped in a radiant red glow, resembles a sun from afar, thus symbolizing the sun itself, a mythical entity. Could this feather truly belong to the golden crow? Yet, this is not a myth. Where could a golden crow possibly come from? As Zheng pondered, he found himself in a daze. But wait, does reality not also lack the presence of a dragon? If dragons can manifest, why not the golden crow? Could it truly be the golden crow? Never mind whether it is or not. What matters is how to deal with this feather. Zheng coiled his serpentine body, gazing at the ebony feather before him. He sensed its influence permeating the entire lake. If left unattended, the aquatic life within the lake might soon find itself in peril. But how should he address this? Should he swallow it whole? Perhaps a trial? Yet, a trial could lead to demise. It is wiser to proceed cautiously. Zheng was not one to act recklessly. Chapter 18. Zheng, my heart is unsteady. Beside the forest lake, numerous animals drinking at the water's edge distinctly sensed the water in their mouths transform into warm liquid. This bewildered many creatures. Yet they continued to sip without reaction. The animals on the shore remained unperturbed, but the inhabitants of the lake were anxious. The aquatic beings felt as though they were on the verge of being boiled alive, but under the old turtle's command. They dared not cause chaos and could only await their fate in despair. At the bottom of the lake, the old turtle was also agitated. It too feared the heat and the prospect of being cooked. Zheng, however, had no inclination to concern himself with the old turtle's plight. He directed his attention toward the black feather ahead. He pondered what would transpire if he were to swallow this feather whole. Naturally, he lacked the courage to attempt it himself, so he resolved to simulate the act. Simulation initiated, consuming 2 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 22. Day 1. You find yourself in the lake, gazing at the black feather before you. After much hesitation, you gulp it down, only to find the fiery energy within searing your insides. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Please select one of the following options. 1 day of survival experience. 1 day of physical prowess. Grilled dragon meat. Zheng. Directly swallowing leads to immediate death? How exceedingly straightforward. He was terrified that the feather might harbor some hidden peril, incinerating him. This was no mere simulation. Should he perish here, he would truly be lost. Swallowing was out of the question. So, how should he handle this feather? Had he known, he would have never chosen it. What a troublesome predicament. Zheng felt a throbbing headache. Perhaps he should simply observe it without interference and see what unfolds? He resolved to test his conviction. He would not believe he could not manage this feather. Zheng silently initiated the simulation once more. Simulation initiated, consuming 2 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 20. Day 1. You are in the lake, contemplating the black feather before you. After much deliberation, you choose to disregard it and pursue your cultivation within the waters. Day 2. You continue your cultivation, and the temperature of the water rises steadily, yet this warmth fails to sway you. Day 3. You persist in your training, as the water's temperature continues to escalate. However, as a dragon, you easily disregard it. Though the aquatic creatures are nearing their breaking point. Day 4. You are still engaged in your practice. The water temperature has soared to extreme levels, and the aquatic beings can no longer endure it. Your subordinate, the old turtle, personally approaches you with concerns. Upon witnessing a river shrimp, half red, half blue, you fall into silence. Day 5. You continue your cultivation in the lake, and the water temperature rises ever higher. Day 10. You remain in the lake, where the water temperature has reached an unbearable height, yet your dragon form is impervious to the scalding heat. On the 11th day, you were aware that the fruit of the ancient tree was about to be born. You departed from the lake, seizing the ancient fruit. On the 27th day, you continued your cultivation within the lake, distinctly sensing the high temperature of the water enhancing your physique, filling you with immense joy. As you had not anticipated that feathers possessed such an ability. Could it be? These feathers serve such a purpose? They indeed fortified your body, indirectly augmenting your strength. Zheng let out a sigh of relief, finally grasping the significance of these feathers. The simulation continued. On the 54th day, as you practiced in the lake, you sensed an unfamiliar substance mingling with the water and air. Upon inhaling both, you felt your bloodline boiling, rejoicing. Concurrently, the temperature of the lake escalated, instilling a sense of heat within you. On the 55th day, the high temperature of the lake and the changes in the environment accelerated your cultivation at an astonishing pace. On the 62nd day, you remained absorbed in your practice while chaos engulfed the entire forest, yet you paid it no heed, focusing solely on your cultivation. On the 63rd day, as you continued your practice in the lake, you felt a presence in the sky calling to you. With your current strength, you easily suppressed this sensation, remaining indifferent to the outside world and persisting in your training. On the 75th day, while you diligently cultivated in the lake, a nine-tailed fox approached you from the shore. You feigned ignorance and continued your practice. The nine-tailed fox, initially intending to leave, seemed to discover something upon witnessing the intensely heated lake and unleashed an attack at its center. Fearing for the safety of the black feathers, you reluctantly revealed yourself. The nine-tailed fox was taken aback by your sudden emergence and hastily retaliated. However, you were no longer the same, having undergone the baptism of the lake. Your cultivation had significantly increased. In merely a few dozen minutes, you vanquished the nine-tailed fox. Had you truly slain this nine-tailed fox? In the previous simulation, you had been at a disadvantage against it. Now, you had managed to defeat your adversary. Zheng was momentarily astonished, yet it made perfect sense to him. When he first encountered the nine-tailed fox in simulation, he had around 1,800 years of cultivation. Now, after the lake's purification, he had likely surpassed 2,000 years, making the annihilation of the nine-tailed fox entirely plausible. After defeating the nine-tailed fox, you suddenly sensed a menacing presence in the sky. Upon looking up, you saw a shadow that blotted out the sun passing overhead. Recognizing the entity, you, feeling your strength surged, soared into the heavens to provoke it. The next moment, as the shadow passed, it pecked you to death. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please choose one of the following three options. 75 days of survival experience. 75 days of physical enhancement. Dragon meat sashimi. Had you become arrogant? It seemed the raucous bird had overlooked your presence, and you had foolishly flown up to challenge it. Zheng suddenly felt his resolve waver. How could one become so inflated with power that they provoked their own demise? This does not align with his character. What force could have caused such an inflation? Zheng murmured, opting for the second choice. Upon receiving the training from the second option, he comprehended the reason behind his expansion. Current training, 2,432 years, Chapter 19. The old turtle is also capable in the serene depths of the lake. A sound akin to a bovine's mooing reverberated through the air. Although it bore resemblance to the call of a cow, any listener would discern that it was far from ordinary. The low, primal essence intertwined within the sound was beyond the capabilities of mere cattle. Beneath the surface, a colossal dragon, exceeding 30 meters in length, writhed with a commanding presence that radiated an overwhelming force. Who could remain unaffected by such magnificence? Zheng felt a surge of power within himself, a sentiment that seemed entirely justified in the context of his simulation. He believed he was now sufficiently formidable to confront that scruffy bird. Yet, this notion remained but a fleeting thought. The simulation distinctly warned him that an encounter with that bird would result in his swift demise at the mere peck of its beak. Even with over 2 millennia of strength, he could not withstand even 2 exchanges with that creature. Was it truly necessary to transform into a dragon to engage in battle? He resolved to stabilize his mind. Zheng understood the importance of maintaining his composure on the path of enlightenment. The surging power within him had begun to inflate his ego. With determination, he summoned his subordinate, the old turtle, and after a profound exchange, his resolve was swiftly fortified. Once his mind was steadied, Zheng sent the bewildered old turtle away, likely astonished by his progress. He remained in place, observing the turtle's retreating figure. The old turtle proved to be quite beneficial, serving as a grounding presence to temper his burgeoning pride. For the first time, Zheng recognized the utility of the old turtle. Perhaps in future simulations, he could have this old companion by his side, preventing him from succumbing to arrogance and ensuring his survival during the trials. The thought of having the old turtle constantly accompany him began to evoke the image of a prime ministerial figure. Would he soon require a retinue of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, or even declare himself a dragon king? Zheng shook his head, reminding himself that he had yet to undergo any transformation. He was merely a minor demon at present. Encountering true, formidable beings would likely result in his swift defeat. He needed to continue his simulations to enhance his strength, for only with greater power could he unravel the mysteries that lay ahead. Historical transformations had occurred during the Hongwu period, only to return to normalcy. Lu Bowen slaying dragons, Yao Guangxiao sealing dragons, dragons concealed from sight, the transformations of heaven and earth in 54 days. The Kunlun demon order. All these matters required his strength to explore. Suddenly, Zheng paused in contemplation. Perhaps he could decipher the enigma of the Kunlun demon order. The nine-tailed fox was no longer his adversary. He could extract information about the Kunlun demon order from the fox itself. Zheng initially intended to continue his simulation, but considering his rapidly swelling power, he recognized the necessity for time to acclimate. He decided to postpone the simulation until the following day. Otherwise, if he failed to familiarize himself with this newfound strength before introducing yet another surge, he would find himself in a precarious situation. With this resolution, Zheng settled at the lake's bottom, closing his serpentine eyes to take a brief respite. Even in slumber, the might of the dragon remained palpable, surrounding Zheng. No aquatic creatures dared to approach. As his cultivation advanced, the oppressive aura emanating from him grew heavier, causing ordinary water beings to collapse in submission at his mere presence. This was precisely why Zheng could so comfortably doze off. The forest had long ceased to harbor any threats to him. While Zheng slumbered, he remained oblivious to the passage of time. Before he knew it, 6 days had elapsed. Throughout this duration, the system's notifications had incessantly chimed, but Zheng, being well acquainted with his powers, paid them no heed. When he finally took notice, he was alarmed to realize that 6 days had slipped away, nearly prompting him to shout in frustration. Time was of the utmost importance to him, and the thought of losing 6 days unwittingly was distressing. This meant he had merely 5 days left until the ancient tree's fruit would come into existence, and only 48 days remained until the world would undergo a transformation. Time was fleeting, and Zheng felt a rising urgency. However, he soon regained his composure. Although 6 days had been squandered, he had made substantial gains. Having become more attuned to the strength within him, which would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. Initiate simulation. Zheng resolved to commence the simulation. Yet, before he could formally do so, a figure zipped to his side like a propeller. Dragon Lord, you can't rest any longer. It was the old turtle. What is it? Zheng inquired, perched in his spot, and then it struck him. 6 days had indeed passed. He recalled that during the simulation, the black feather had been radiating energy, and by the 4th day, the creatures in the lake would be nearing their limits. Now, on the 6th day, many of them might have already suffered. How many aquatic beings remain in the lake? Zheng quickly inquired. These creatures, albeit barely, could be considered his subordinates, and the thought of their total annihilation would be quite embarrassing. Dragon Lord, I have come precisely for this matter. The feather you placed is too intense. The creatures in the lake are on the verge of collapse. If this continues, even I, the old turtle, cannot protect them, he lamented. Despite being a turtle, Zheng could discern a distinctly human-like expression of concern etched upon its face. What? You have shielded the aquatic beings in the lake? Zheng was taken aback. Upon his inquiry, the old turtle began to recount its tale. On the 4th day, it had sought out Zheng, but no matter how it called, Zheng remained unresponsive. Fearing that the lake's inhabitants would be boiled alive, the old turtle felt compelled to act, using its own cultivation to protect the creatures. This revelation left Zheng in contemplative silence. This old turtle was truly a creature of its kind, reluctant to reveal its abilities unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, it conjured wind and rain, swiftly creating a new lake. Ignoring the old turtle's protests, Zheng began to understand. This old turtle, having cultivated for a millennium, certainly possessed capabilities. It was simply too cautious, revealing its powers only when cornered. After addressing these matters, Zheng prepared to move forward. Zheng had once again established his presence at the bottom of the lake, preparing to commence the simulation. With a silent resolve, he initiated the process. As he made his choices, a screen materialized, visible only to him, its subtitles pulsating with life. Simulation initiated, consuming 2 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 30. Day 1. You find yourself immersed in the lake, gazing at the black feather before you. You choose to cultivate within the depths of the lake. The simulation had begun. If this experience mirrored the last, with a surge in his cultivation, perhaps this time he could transform into a dragon. Zheng attentively observed the unfolding simulation. Chapter 20. The bottom of Heavenly Pool in Kunlun Mountains. Zheng gazed at the flickering screen before him as the simulation commenced. Day 1. You find yourself immersed in the lake, gazing at the black feather before you, and you choose to cultivate within the waters. Day 2. You persist in your training in the lake, attempting to harness the high temperature and your formidable physique. Yet you discover that the lake's warmth has diminished significantly in its capacity to enhance your abilities. Slightly disheartened, but recognizing the value of persistence, you resolve to continue your cultivation. Zheng paused at this juncture. Indeed, it was implausible to expect an effortless transformation into a dragon. The heat generated by this feather, resistant as it is, has now provided meager benefits. Relying solely on this for 3,000 years of cultivation before achieving dragonhood seems unrealistic. Zheng shook his serpent head and continued to observe. Since progress appears scant, it would be prudent to explore the enigmas that remain unsolved. For instance, what precisely is the Kunlun Demon Order? This should be discernible from the nine-tailed fox. Day 4. You continue your cultivation in the lake. Day 5. You are aware that the ancient tree's fruit is soon to be born, yet its potential to enhance your strength has become exceedingly trivial. After much deliberation, you opt to seize it. However, you refrain from acting personally, instead commanding your subordinate, the old turtle, to lead the aquatic denizens in procuring the ancient fruit. The fruit is swiftly brought before you, and upon consuming it, you experience a slight augmentation in strength, continuing your practice in the lake. Indeed, after more than 2,000 years of cultivation, any further enhancement would prove exceedingly challenging. Even the ancient tree's fruit offers only a meager increase. Perhaps, during the next simulation, I might consider giving the ancient fruit to the old turtle. Zheng pondered. Although the old turtle tends to be overly cautious, it possesses considerable abilities. However, it often feigns incompetence unless pressed. This could be an avenue to explore in the next simulation as the simulation progresses. Day 29. You are still engaged in your cultivation within the lake. Day 48. You sense something amiss in the lake and the surrounding air as you practice, after inhaling the lake's water and the atmosphere. Day 56. As you cultivate in the lake, the entire forest descends into chaos. You instruct your subordinate, the old turtle, to address the situation, making it clear that failure to manage the chaos would result in dire consequences for him. Your subordinate does not disappoint, successfully resolving the turmoil throughout the forest. At this point, Zheng comprehended the truth. The greater the pressure placed upon the old turtle, the more formidable its capabilities would manifest. Old turtle, oh old turtle. Should I deem you reliable or unreliable? Day 57. Engaged in your training within the lake, you sense a calling from the heavens. With your current strength, you can easily suppress this urge, choosing to remain indifferent and continue your cultivation. On the 69th day, as you continued your training by the lake, a fox with 9 tails approached you. Responding to its presence, you emerged to meet it. Upon sensing your burgeoning power, the 9-tailed fox instinctively recoiled, clearly intimidated by your growing might. This revelation surprised you, for you had reached a level of strength formidable enough to instill fear in even the most seasoned of practitioners. The fox quickly regained its composure and inquired, with a tone noticeably more respectful, why you had not heeded the command of the Kunlun spirits to attack the human cities. Given your current strength, could you indeed suppress that 9-tailed fox with a single strike? Zheng felt a surge of joy at this thought. He was unaware of the true extent of his combat prowess, as he had yet to test it against a worthy opponent. However, the simulator had informed him that he could indeed overpower the fox in one blow. He recalled the earlier encounter when he had found himself at a disadvantage against the 9-tailed fox, and now, just days later, he possessed the strength to subdue it. With a little more time, he was certain he would overpower that troublesome creature. As you suppressed the 9-tailed fox, it trembled in fear, bewildered by your sudden aggression. You disregarded its confusion and directly inquired about the Kunlun command. The fox, taken aback, questioned why you were unaware of such a decree and proceeded to explain that. By the order of Kunlun Mountain's heavenly pool, all practitioners of the spiritual arts were expected to attack human cities following the resurgence of spiritual energy, with those who disobeyed facing collective retribution from the beastly kind. The 9-tailed fox pressed you, as a sovereign of your domain, on why you had not responded to the edict. In an instant, Zheng unraveled 2 mysteries, his large, dragon-like eyes widening in realization. The Kunlun command was a directive issued by a faction named Heavenly Pool on Kunlun Mountain. The upheaval in the world, occurring 48 days hence, signified the revival of spiritual energy. Suddenly, everything fell into place for him. He understood the existence of the ancient tree as fruit and the emergence of numerous spiritual creatures in the realm. Ultimately, it all traced back to the resurgence of spiritual energy. They were on the brink of an awakening. As for why ordinary animals, including his former self, exhibited erratic behavior following the spiritual revival, it could be attributed to the relentless law of nature, survival of the fittest. Animals, with their inherently acute senses, likely perceived the shift in the world and, upon encountering the dense spiritual energy, were overwhelmed, unable to assimilate it. This internal turmoil manifested as aggression and uncontrollable behavior. In contrast, he remained unaffected, having previously consumed the ancient tree's fruit, which had already prepared him for the influx of spiritual energy, thus sparing him from such turmoil. Having comprehended these insights, Zheng continued to observe the simulation, forcing himself to suppress the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. On the 70th day, you engaged in your practice by the lake. On the 71st day, you continued to immerse yourself in the tranquil waters. However, on the 72nd day, your meditation was abruptly disrupted as you noticed a throng of practitioners emerging at the water's edge. Among them were formidable beings, including a 3,000-year-old demon, which filled you with trepidation. Upon closer inspection, you realized that it was the 9-tailed fox, whom you had previously allowed to escape, that had summoned these many practitioners. The fox boldly accused you of disrespecting the Kunlun demon decree, inciting these practitioners to come forth and eliminate you. Faced with overwhelming odds, you found yourself with no option but to fight. In this dire situation, you summoned the strength of a dragon, contending against 17 adversaries, yet ultimately succumbed in battle. After your valiant demise, your loyal subordinate, the old turtle, seized the opportunity to ambush the injured instigator, the 9-tailed fox. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following options: 72 days of survival experience, 72 days of physical prowess, the vengeful spirit of the fallen dragon. Zheng, that wretched fox. How dare it? I showed mercy, and it repays me with betrayal? Indeed, I should not have been so lenient. Zheng profoundly recognized this truth. Chapter 21. The old turtle's confusion at the bottom of the lake. Zheng lamented, if only I had acted decisively. Why let that scruffy fox escape? He was still grumbling about the recent simulation. His demise this time felt particularly unjust, not due to the scruffy bird, but rather the cunning fox. However, upon reflection, Zheng found a modicum of solace. The scruffy fox ultimately met a grim fate at the hands of the old turtle. The old turtle was indeed astute, recognizing that openly assisting him would yield no reward, and thus chose to remain hidden, delivering a fatal blow to the fox. Yet, Zheng surmised the old turtle's eventual end, though not depicted in the simulation, would likely involve being slain by those rogue cultivators. The loyalty of the old turtle was commendable. Perhaps next time, he could utilize the fruit of the ancient tree on the old turtle, as its benefits were minimal for him at this stage. Zheng mused quietly, soon shifting his gaze to the three options presented before him. 72 days of survival experience, 72 days of physical prowess, the grievance of the slain dragon. Without hesitation, he selected the second option. A familiar warmth enveloped him, and he felt his strength increase. Current cultivation, 2,523 years. The increase was less than a century, indicating that the enhancement from the black feather was diminishing. Zheng turned his massive dragon head toward the distant black feather, deep in thought. It appeared that this feather would no longer significantly contribute to his future growth. Nonetheless, the lake remained a valuable resource with the black feather's presence. It served as an excellent place for cultivation. While he had no need for it, perhaps it could benefit the old turtle instead. Zheng had witnessed the turtle's abilities and loyalty during the simulation, and he intended to nurture those worth cultivating. Yet, he pondered how he might rapidly elevate his cultivation further. 48 days later, as the spiritual energy revived, at the heavenly pool of Kunlun Mountain, a faction hostile to humanity issued an edict for all creatures to attack humans. Perhaps, after the revival of spiritual energy, he could venture near human cities to observe the situation. Zheng had no desire to seek trouble with humans, but he was curious about the state of human cities post-revival. Perhaps there would be something to enhance his power. He decided against hastily continuing the simulation and opted instead to explore the forest. Shaking his massive dragon head, Zheng realized that since emerging from the dragon locking well, he had been focused on strengthening his power through relentless simulations without a moment's respite. Having unraveled two mysteries, he deemed it prudent to rest for a while. With this thought, Zheng set his plan into motion, twisting his colossal body toward the lake's surface. He surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, breaking through the water's surface in an instant. Splash! Countless droplets erupted, and a formidable pressure radiated outward. Amidst the oppressive aura, there lay a profound force of ancestral suppression. In an instant, numerous creatures, quenching their thirst by the adjacent lake, prostrated themselves upon the ground, paralyzed by an overwhelming dread reflected in their wide eyes. Zheng's colossal form surged forth from the water's surface, half of him submerged, the other half exposed, rendering it impossible to behold his entirety. This formidable pressure emanated from his very being, signifying the nascent might of a dragon. Zheng surveyed the nearby fauna. To his perspective, they appeared akin to mere piglets. The disparity between them was insurmountable, a chasm defined by the essence of life itself. Merely by virtue of his presence, he rendered these creatures immobile. Zheng felt a pang of nostalgia. Not long ago, he was compelled to hunt these animals, yet now, he required no such endeavor. With just a glare, who among them would dare to stir? Old turtle, come forth and meet me. Zheng bellowed, his voice resonating like a distant thunder. Bubbles erupted in the water, and moments later, a turtle measuring 2 to 3 meters emerged. Dragon Lord, I am here. I am here. Come ashore and accompany me on a tour of the forest. Zheng commanded, gazing down at the old turtle. Ah, a tour? Dragon Lord, I cannot ascend to the shore. If I remain ashore for too long, I shall perish. The old turtle, upon hearing the summons to land, was immediately struck with terror, his eyes darting as he hastily protested. Ha! Will you come up on your own, or shall I assist you? Zheng regarded the old turtle with a steady gaze, bemused. What a jest it was! A 1,000-year-old turtle unable to reach the shore, claiming it would lead to its demise? Who would believe such a tale? Zheng had long recognized the old turtle's penchant for evasion, but he had not anticipated such an extent of cowardice. And no, Dragon Lord, there's no need for your assistance. I shall come up on my own. The old turtle, frightened, scrambled onto the bank. As he did, a bubble-like layer enveloped him. The old turtle felt a profound sense of despair. It was as if the dragon lord knew him inside and out. Despite having known Zheng for merely 10 days, it felt as though the dragon lord was aware of every detail, even those hidden beneath his shell. "Accompany me in surveying the forest," Zheng stated resolutely, departing from the lake. As he ventured away, gazing at the clear blue sky, an uncontrollable urge welled within him, a longing to summon the winds and rains, to be cleansed by a torrential downpour. This inclination seemed inherent to his nature. Zheng began to grasp the meaning behind the saying, "Where dragons tread, rain follows." Firstly, true dragons are heralds of rain. Secondly, they possess an innate affinity for water, making it customary to conjure storms during their travels. Zheng himself relished the element of water, and the desire to command the tempest was a testament to his intrinsic love for it. Zheng felt no inclination to restrain himself, for within the forest, there lay no threat to him. With a mighty roar, he summoned a tempest. Dark clouds swirling into existence in an instant. In but a fleeting moment, a torrential storm began to descend. Zheng bathed in the rain, accompanied by the old turtle as they ventured into the depths of the forest. He intended to survey this expanse of woodland. With his current prowess, no creature within the forest could possibly rival him. Even those capable of movement under his watchful gaze were few, the old turtle being the sole exception. To him, this forest could be deemed his dominion. Should he desire, any animal within his line of sight could easily become a part of his diet. As Zheng and the old turtle traversed the forest, they explored for quite some time. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Zheng initially contemplated marking his territory with a scent. However, after careful consideration, he deemed it wiser to exercise restraint. Typically, a cultivator's scent serves to intimidate other cultivators, allowing them to gauge each other's level of prowess. Zheng concluded that it was prudent to avoid such exposure. Thus, he instructed the old turtle to leave its scent instead. Should any audacious cultivator dare to intrude, mistaking this for the territory of the ancient turtle, they would soon find themselves ensnared in despair when Zheng revealed himself, a far more secure approach. Of course, this scenario was merely a figment of Zheng's imagination. His simulations clearly indicated that no cultivator would breach this domain, save for that scruffy-haired fox. Chapter 22. The unknown image at the bottom of the lake. At long last, I am spared from the incessant rain. This time, I shall endeavor to nurture the ancient tortoise, and once the spiritual energy revives, venture near human cities to ascertain whether there truly are demon entities assaulting humanity. Ideally, I would also seek something that could assist in the enhancement of my cultivation. Zheng swiftly established these two objectives. He then initiated the simulation. Simulation initiated. Consuming 4 points, current simulation points remaining, 30. The prices have risen again? Zheng was taken aback. What could be the cause this time? Was it due to his cultivation reaching 2,500 years? Zheng was well aware that the demand for simulation points escalated with the enhancement of his power. Yet, he was uncertain about the specifics of this increase. However, the system elucidated it to him. An increase occurs after 2,500 years of cultivation. For simulation points for each attempt. This greedy system. Fortunately, I still possess some simulation points. I can afford to simulate. Zheng internally lamented. He felt it was time to hunt again, specifically for creatures he had yet to pursue. As Zheng contemplated, he acted without hesitation and decisively initiated the simulation. Simulation initiated, consuming 4 points, current simulation points remaining, 26. Day 1. You find yourself in the midst of a lake, gazing at the black feather before you, and you choose to cultivate within the lake. Day 2. You continue your cultivation in the lake, attempting to harness the high temperatures and your formidable physique. But you discover that the elevated temperature offers only minimal enhancement, leaving you with no choice but to persist in your practice. After 2,500 years of cultivation, the black feather had become nearly ineffective. Zheng felt a sense of helplessness. Should he fail to uncover new methods for rapid enhancement, the remaining 500 years of his cultivation would necessitate numerous simulations. 3,000 years to transform into a dragon. The road ahead is indeed arduous. Zheng lifted his massive serpentine head, observing the simulation. Day 5. Aware that the fruit of the ancient tree is about to emerge, you dispatch your subordinate, the old tortoise, to lead the aquatic denizens in seizing it. The ancient tree's fruit is effortlessly brought before you. You gaze upon the fruit and reward it to your subordinate, the old tortoise. Your subordinate, astonished, repeatedly thanks you after your assurance, and consumes the ancient tree's fruit. Upon consuming it, your subordinate falls into a deep slumber, and you place him in the heated lake to aid his cultivation. Day 6. You continue your cultivation in the lake. Day 37. You persist in your cultivation in the lake. Day 48. As you cultivate in the lake, you sense an unfamiliar essence in the water and air. After inhaling the lake's water and air, you feel your bloodlines boiling in exhilaration. You realize that the spiritual energy has revived. Though you contemplate departing the lake to glimpse the human city, upon observing the slumbering old tortoise nearby, you choose to wait a few more days. On the 49th day, your subordinate, the old turtle, awakens. In response to your inquiry about any changes, the old turtle candidly states that no special abilities have been acquired, merely an enhancement in his cultivation. The absence of extraordinary powers or new talents perplexes Zheng. He recalls that upon his first consumption of the ancient tree's fruit, he had gained the gift of summoning the winds and rains. Yet, for the old turtle, the only result is a significant improvement in cultivation. This is likely attributable to his bloodline. After all, he is a flood dragon. And the next step would be his transformation into a true dragon. The old turtle's lineage, however, appears to be that of an ordinary turtle, most likely a soft-shelled variety, indicative of a commonplace bloodline. Nevertheless, the old turtle's advancement in cultivation is still commendable, as it demonstrates some degree of training. Yet, Zheng wonders if the old turtle is concealing anything. This creature, known for its extreme caution, raises doubts about the authenticity of its words. After pondering for a moment, Zheng decides to dismiss such thoughts and continues observing the simulation. On the 50th day, intending to depart the lake and explore the human city, the old turtle appeals to your emotions and reasoning, awakening your jiao heart. You, understanding the importance of prudence, conclude that a few more days of rest would not be detrimental. By the 57th day, while cultivating in the lake, you sense a presence in the sky calling to you. With your current strength, you easily suppress this feeling of summons, choosing to disregard it and focus on your training. On the 58th day, feeling that your stay in the lake has been prolonged, you resolve to leave without informing your subordinate, the old turtle. You depart the lake and the forest, setting your course towards the human city. On the 60th day, you arrive near a large human city, observing with confusion that it has not been attacked. According to the Kunlun demon order, it is customary for all cultivators of the demon kind to launch assaults on human settlements. As you ponder this anomaly, a human suddenly appears, wielding a large blade, and attacks you. Caught off guard, you find the assault feeble. The human strike fails to penetrate your scales, leaving you bewildered and furious. The human, realizing the futility of their attack, produces a scroll depicting an image, unfurling it. A flash of golden light emanates, and you are subdued. You are dead. The simulation has concluded. Please select one from the following 4 options: 60 days of survival experience, 60 days of physical prowess, the dragon's kidney of a dying flood dragon. Unknown image. How could this happen? Zheng is taken aback. He arrives at a human city, discovers nothing, and is then struck down by an individual before he can even respond. The golden light from the image is what led to his demise? Zheng scrutinizes the text on the screen, particularly the last option among his rewards. Unknown image. Is this image the very one that instantly killed him? How can such a thing be considered a reward? Zheng feels a sense of trepidation. Although his death was shrouded in ambiguity, he realizes this image possesses lethal capabilities, and with remarkable ease at that. Should he select it or not? Ultimately, he decides to choose it. He chose to open the portrait using the simulation. The potential dangers of doing so belonged solely to the realm of simulation. Contemplating this, Zheng promptly selected the 4th reward option, unknown portrait. The occurrence of a 4th reward option was rare. However, it was consistently associated with valuable treasures. Zheng would never forfeit such an opportunity unless absolutely necessary. With his choice made, a scroll materialized from thin air. It descended into the water yet remained unscathed, an extraordinary phenomenon indeed. Chapter 23. Wei Zheng slays the dragon at the bottom of the lake. Zheng gazed upon the floating scroll before him. In comparison to his colossal form, the scroll appeared diminutive, so much so that even a single sharp tooth of his dwarfed it. Yet, this seemingly insignificant scroll possessed the power to easily vanquish him. Zheng clearly understood from his simulations that the moment the scroll was unfurled, it would instantly obliterate him. Thus, he harbored no desire to open it. If any opening were to occur, it would only be within the confines of the simulation. Later, he might utilize a simulation opportunity to discern what lay within the scroll. Presently, a question occupied his mind. Why did he always perish within moments during these simulations? He did not consider himself weak. It felt as if each simulation thrust him into a peak competition. Thunderous bolts, erratic birds, and that suspicious creature resembling a golden crow from the east. All of these, along with the newly introduced scroll, left Zheng in a state of contemplation. He, Zheng, found himself perpetually embroiled in peak contests. It seemed rare for him to encounter the feeble. Even the nine-tailed fox was a creature with nearly 2 millennia of cultivation. What kind of fortune was this? Was it a knack for attracting peak battles? He sensed that during the onset of spiritual revival, most creatures were relatively weak, with only a select few possessing true strength. Yet, he invariably crossed paths with that select few. Was this merely a stroke of misfortune? Zheng shook his massive serpent head, dismissing the matter. He refused to believe he could continually be thrust into peak contests. In any case, he was stable enough in reality. Even if he found himself in peak competitions within the simulations, his life would not be at risk. Better to ascertain what resided within this scroll. What formidable figure could possibly inscribe something capable of obliterating him? With a burgeoning curiosity, Zheng prepared to initiate the simulation. Willing to expend some simulation points to glimpse the scroll's contents, he felt invigorated, fully ready to embark on the experience. As the simulation commenced, a screen materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Simulation initiated, consuming 4 simulation points. Current remaining points, 22. Day 1. You find yourself in a lake, gazing at the scroll before you. After much hesitation, you decide to unfurl it. The moment you open the scroll, a flash of golden light surges forth, subduing you. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select one of the following options. 1 day of survival experience. 1 day of physical prowess. Dragon meat boiled in water. Was there even a 3-second window? Just like that, he was gone? Goodness. He had intended to observe further. To his astonishment, the instant the scroll was unfurled, it had annihilated him. This was utterly ferocious. Did it possess a villain or a tracker? Did it indiscriminately slay any creature? He chose the first option, survival experience. Zheng was eager to discover how he had been eradicated in those fleeting seconds. As he made his selection, a rush of knowledge akin to memory surged into his mind. Zheng suddenly comprehended the manner of his demise within the simulation. At the moment the scroll was unfurled, a chilling aura emanated from within, instilling a sense of dread. This essence was rooted in the soul, and even deeper, it stemmed from an ancestral lineage. It seemed that the figure depicted in the scroll had once slain a serpent, boldly positing this individual might have vanquished a true dragon. Yet, Zheng could not discern what lay within the scroll. In this memory, upon opening the scroll, he was struck down by a beam of golden light. This aura, even as he merely absorbed the memory, it sent tremors through his heart. The sensation of imminent death was profoundly unsettling. What exactly resided within this scroll? No matter the cost and simulation points, he must uncover the secrets contained within. With fury igniting his serpent-like eyes, Zheng cast his gaze toward the scroll not far away. His rage was beyond his control, a manifestation of the hatred forged between races. Without hesitation, Zheng opted to commence the simulation. Simulation initiated, consuming 4 simulation points. Current points remaining, 18. Day 1. You find yourself amidst a lake, staring at the scroll before you. After much hesitation, you decide to unveil it. The instant you open the scroll, a golden beam shoots forth, intent on suppressing you. Undeterred, you gaze intently at the scroll, striving to glimpse its contents, yet within a breath, you are completely devoid of life. You have perished. 1 day of survival experience. 1 day of physical prowess. Soup of dragon meat. Indeed, yet again, he met his demise within mere seconds. However, this time he was determined to uncover the truth within the scroll. Surely, there would be something to gain. He selected the survival experience. Zheng swiftly made his choice. In the next moment, familiar memories flooded his mind. This time, the memories undeniably revealed the contents of the scroll. It depicted a figure of a man, a solemn visage clad in an official robe. The instant Zheng laid eyes upon this figure, for words surged within him. Iron-boned integrity. He could not fathom why those words sprang to mind. Yet upon seeing the image, they inevitably emerged. Beside the portrait were inscribed 2 characters in human script. Wei Zheng. In a sudden epiphany, Zheng grasped the source of his racial animosity toward this image. Wei Zheng, it was this very individual. No wonder he felt such disdain. A mythological tale from his past life resurfaced in Zheng's thoughts. It was said that during the Jingguan era, drought plagued the land for years, rendering the earth parched. The common folk beseeched the heavens for rain in vain until a geomancer predicted rain for the following day, even estimating its volume. The Dragon King, responsible for rain, disregarded this assertion and challenged the geomancer to a wager, claiming there would be no rain the next day. In a state of panic, the Dragon King sought mercy from Emperor Taizong of Tang, pleading for a delay in Wei Zheng's execution, believing that if he could postpone it past the appointed time, he would escape with his life. Emperor Taizong of Tang acquiesced, and on the day of execution, summoned Wei Zheng to the palace for a game of chess. However, little did he anticipate that Wei Zheng had already surmised the truth and would venture forth in his dreams to slay the dragon. A tale that later became renowned as Wei Zheng's dream slaying of the dragon. Is this story indeed true? Did Wei Zheng truly vanquish a dragon, thereby incurring enmity with the dragon clan? Zheng pondered thoughtfully. What perplexed him was the question of how a mere scroll could wield such formidable power. Could it be that, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity had not been bestowed with any enhancements, but rather, the ancient ancestors had gained such blessings, enabling them to shield humanity? This scroll was undeniably astonishing, to the extent that he found himself at a loss regarding its potential applications. No. Perhaps it was feasible for him to utilize this scroll in some manner. Zheng twisted his immense serpentine head, casting his gaze upon the adjacent scroll. Surely, it must possess efficacy beyond his own? It should also hold significance for those demonic entities, should it not? Yet, he remained uncertain whether the scroll was more formidable or that scruffy bird. If, during a simulation, he were to encounter that scruffy bird and cast the scroll into the fray, who would emerge victorious? Zheng entertained a bold notion. Chapter 24. The sixth great bird. The scroll floated serenely at the bottom of the lake. Immersed in the water, it remained untouched, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Not far from the scroll, a formidable black dragon coiled like a sovereign, gazing down upon it. This was Zheng. As Zheng beheld the scroll, a bold idea burgeoned within him. He believed he could devise a means to confront that scruffy bird in the simulation, by utilizing the scroll to combat it. To seize the tiger and swallow the wolf. Should he vanquish the scruffy bird, he would extend his survival within the simulation. It was worth a try, at worst. He would lose 4 points of simulation currency. If he could endure longer in the simulation, he might uncover other treasures. Zheng felt a surge of excitement. He had finally discovered a way to break the deadlock. The simulation commenced. Zheng began to explore what would transpire after the breakthrough. He lifted his gaze to the screen before him, filled with anticipation. Simulation initiated, consuming 4 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 14. Day 1. You find yourself in the lake, gazing at the scroll before you. You choose not to open it, allowing it to rest beside you. Day 2. You continue your cultivation within the lake, attempting to harness the high temperature of the water and your formidable physique. Yet you discover that the lake's warmth offers only minuscule enhancements. Day 5. Aware that the ancient tree's fruit is soon to emerge, you dispatch your subordinate, the old turtle, to seize it. Day 26. You persist in your cultivation within the lake, yet the results remain negligible. Day 39. You continue your practice in the lake, but progress is scant. Day 48. As you steadfastly cultivate in the lake, you sense a change in the water and air, as if something new has entered. After inhaling the lake's water and the air. Day 56. Chaos erupts in the forest. You send your subordinate, the old turtle, to restore order. Day 57. While maintaining your training in the lake, you suddenly feel a compelling call from the heavens. In this moment, your Tao heart shines clearly, and with unwavering determination, you suppress the call and continue your practice. Day 69. You carry on with your training in the lake, but by the shore. A fox with 9 tails approaches you. You respond immediately. The 9-tailed fox, upon seeing you, opens its mouth to speak, but you deny it the opportunity, launching an immediate assault. With the strength of a dragon, you easily overpower the 9-tailed fox. Startled, the fox attempts to flee, but with a sweep of your tail, you ensnare it and drag it into the depths of the lake, where you slay and consume it. Soon, tranquility returns to the lake, and you resume your cultivation. Day 70. You steadfastly continue your practice in the lake. Day 74. As you persist in your training, you suddenly sense a tremor throughout the world. In the next moment, a far more intense call resonates from the sky. This call is powerful. Yet you are no longer the same as before. You can easily suppress its influence. Yet you did not suppress your instincts, gripping the scroll in your claws. Soaring towards the heavens. Before your eyes lay a familiar scene, a colossal structure, akin to a pillar, supporting the sky like a celestial column. despite your familiarity. You were struck with immense awe, and just as you became lost in thought, an overwhelming sense of threat enveloped you. You turned to see a shadow, vast enough to obscure the sun, approaching rapidly. Without a moment's hesitation, you hurled the scroll towards the looming figure. As the shadow passed, it was struck by the scroll, which unfurled to release dazzling golden rays, cascading towards the shadow. The immense silhouette emitted a piercing cry, revealing itself to be a golden bird, its length and wingspan sufficient to overshadow the heavens. The scroll snapped shut and fell, and you swiftly rolled it up, discovering its surface marred and tattered. You speculated that the scroll might not withstand many more uses before becoming ineffective. Success. You had driven away the troublesome creature. Zheng felt a surge of joy. This creature had caused him much distress. Although he had not been the one to vanquish at this time, the scroll was indeed his instrument, albeit indirectly. Nevertheless, the creature's power was formidable. Despite the scroll's initial assault, the creature had endured, emerging merely injured and fleeing rather than facing further confrontation. Otherwise, the scroll would likely have been no match for the creature. Zheng acutely sensed the creature's might. It withstood numerous golden strikes from the scroll and yet remained alive, while even a mere brush against him could spell his demise. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. Zheng continued to observe the simulation, curious about what would transpire next. What was that celestial pillar? He gazed intently at the unfolding scene. It vanished? Is that possible? Zheng widened his crimson dragon-like eyes. On the 80th day, your subordinate, the old turtle, approached you, reporting disturbances in the forest, where numerous cultivation practitioners had emerged, intent on seizing control. You delegated authority to the old turtle to restore order within the forest. On the 81st day, the old turtle returned, stating that the number of cultivators had become unmanageable. You remained silent, observing the old turtle, who, under your gaze, fled in fear, confident that he would handle the situation well. On the 82nd day, while diligently practicing by the lake, you noticed the forest had grown tumultuous. Reluctantly, you ventured out and discovered an influx of century-old cultivated creatures. Upon investigation, you realized that your earlier wounding of the golden bird had caused its blood to spill, which inadvertently led these creatures to embark on their cultivation journeys, granting them a century of experience. On the 83rd day, witnessing the escalating chaos within the forest, you intervened with the might of a dragon, subduing the disruptive creatures. Under your imposing presence, tranquility was restored throughout the forest. On the 84th day, you persisted in your training by the lake, yet the results were minimal. On the 85th day, you observed chaos once more erupting within the forest, interrupting your practice. You were perplexed as to why your subordinate, the old turtle, was unable to handle the situation, compelling you to leave the lake personally. The moment you made your appearance, an enormous shadow loomed, and it swiftly struck you down. Zheng, is this old sixth plotting against me? Chapter 25. The Dragon Lord's grievance at the bottom of the lake. Zheng remained perched in silence. He truly had not anticipated that this wily creature would be so treacherous. It had incited chaos in the forest, lying in wait for him to emerge, only to strike him down mercilessly. Did this cunning bird realize that the scroll had been cast aside by him? Such craftiness was astonishing within the simulation. Immersed in the lake, he had failed to sense its presence. Had it deliberately concealed its aura? Could it possess such remarkable intelligence? Zheng felt a surge of incredulity. What manner of creature was this? He pondered the information gleaned from the simulation. A golden bird? The legendary rock? Could it truly be that? Zheng hesitated. After all, he had never laid eyes on a rock. Yet, there lingered a significant likelihood that this was indeed the rock. According to legend, the rock feasted upon dragons, possessing the strength to combat them. A single day's meal could consist of a dragon king and 500 lesser dragons, a terrifying prospect, indeed. If this was truly a rock, then its relentless pursuit of him became all too clear. Should it be the rock, then unless he transformed into a dragon, he was unlikely to stand a chance against it with his current draconic form. Zheng felt an overwhelming desire to undergo this transformation. The entities he encountered within the simulation were among the most formidable. Without transforming, he lacked the means to resist. It was time to select a reward. Please choose one of the following options. Experience of 85 days of survival. Physical prowess for 85 days. Dragon meat dumplings. Upon seeing the third option, Zheng was suddenly overwhelmed with a primal urge to confront the system itself. He had previously disregarded the other options, but this felt like a game taken too far. Was it now presenting him with a menu? Ultimately, he resolved to ignore it. He hesitated briefly over the first two choices. The first option seemed of little use, offering merely a glimpse of the creature's appearance without any substantial benefit. Thus, Zheng opted for the second choice. Accumulated cultivation, 3,000 years to transform into a dragon. Reward has been granted. Zheng felt a warm current surge through his draconic form, enhancing his being. Moments later, the warmth dissipated, and a translucent screen appeared once more. Current cultivation, 2,599 years. 2,599 years, he was still far from the coveted 3,000. Zheng understood well that as time progressed, the ascent of his cultivation would become increasingly arduous. Henceforth, he would devote himself entirely to enhancing his cultivation. He must transform into a dragon. Determination shone brightly in his serpentine eyes. Yet, he was uncertain of the direction his next simulation should take. Remaining in the forest had already yielded its verdict. Even if he managed to drive away the wily creature, he would ultimately fall prey to the old trickster. Moreover, staying in the forest would likely yield no extraordinary encounters. It seemed that such possibilities were nearly out of reach. Even if Zheng were to survive, he had never managed to endure 100 days within the simulation. In reality, one might persist, but within the simulation, it is essential to embrace risk. Only through daring ventures can one seize treasures and hasten one's transformation into a dragon. Zheng pondered deeply. If he were to take risks, which direction should he pursue? The human city? Absolutely not. Who knows what powers humanity has acquired since the revival of spiritual energy, and the images certainly would not attack humans. To the east? That sun would undoubtedly scorch him to ashes. Thus, only two directions remained, north or west. Zheng contemplated for a long while before deciding to venture west. He had not forgotten the proclamation of the Kunlun demon order from the heavenly Pulan Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain lies to the west. Perhaps he could seek out this mountain. What if he stumbled upon some treasure within its depths? Zheng had no intention of simulating at this moment. He had already engaged in too many simulations that day and felt utterly fatigued. He resolved to rest and continue the simulations the following day. During this brief respite, Zheng had no desire to venture outside, as the forest offered nothing of interest. After a moment of contemplation, he called for the old turtle from the nearby lake. Upon hearing Zheng's summons, the old turtle did not hesitate to enter the lake. However, the moment the old turtle submerged, it began to exhibit signs of distress. "Why has the Dragon Lord called me? It is far too hot here. I cannot remain long lest I be boiled alive," the old turtle lamented. Zheng, stationed at the lake's bottom, merely gazed at the old turtle. "The lake is too hot that it could cook a 1,000-year-old turtle?" The old turtle remained just as it had always been, constantly speaking of survival. The temperature of the lake had risen due to a peculiar treasure. Yet prolonged immersion could accelerate cultivation, and it would not be an exaggeration to say one could cultivate at an astonishing pace. Zheng let out a low growl, unperturbed by the old turtle's potential lack of comprehension. "Ah, Dragon Lord, I suddenly feel the heat has dissipated. Thank you for your generous gift." The old turtle's tone shifted instantaneously. "Go cultivate, and remember to manage the neighboring lake well." Zheng could not be bothered to engage in further banter with the old turtle. Yes. Zheng watched as the old turtle departed, reflecting on its adaptability. How intriguing this old turtle is. He ceased his musings, closed his serpentine eyes, and began to doze. Nothing is more restorative than a brief slumber. In a small corner of the lake, after attempting to cultivate, the old turtle soon recognized the immense advantages of training within this lake. The speed of its cultivation astonished it. This lake had undoubtedly transformed into a sacred ground for cultivation. Yet, it was peculiar that this sacred ground had been opened to it by the Dragon Lord. The old turtle looked up at the colossal figure of the dragon coiled nearby. This Dragon Lord, curiously, had tamed it not long ago yet understood its nature with remarkable clarity. Moreover, it is willing to nurture it, sharing all the sacred grounds of cultivation with it, lest it disappoint the Dragon Lord. The old turtle's small eyes shimmered with brilliance. After a millennium of cultivation, hardly any creature had ever regarded it with respect, simply because it was but a turtle. It is precisely for this reason that its path of survival has proceeded so smoothly. Zheng is the only one who has looked upon it with favor, entrusting it with the significant responsibility of managing the aquatic inhabitants of the lake, and now allowing it to cultivate in the sacred grounds of practice. Such grace is sufficient to inspire the old turtle to devote its life in service. If Zheng were to perceive the old turtle's loyalty, he would discover that its fidelity was ascending with the velocity of a rocket at that moment. Chapter 26. The Art of Serpent Combat at the Bottom of the Lake. The system's notification echoed, indicating the allocation of daily simulation points, 2, with a remaining total of 16 points. As the sound resonated, Zheng abruptly opened his crimson serpent eyes, which, in the darkness of the lake's depths, appeared akin to two ominous lanterns, instilling a sense of terror. Another day had passed, Zheng mused. In 4 days, the ancient tree's fruit would come to fruition. In 47 days, the spiritual energy would be revitalized. It was time to commence the simulation. He aimed to transform into a dragon, to grow stronger, and to vanquish that wretched bird at the earliest opportunity. With renewed determination, Zheng resolved to head westward during this simulation. Should he encounter any practitioners of the demonic arts along the way, he would engage them in battle to enhance his combat prowess. Zheng was acutely aware of his deficiencies. His lack of combat experience was a significant shortcoming. The only way to improve was through simulation. He cast a glance at the old turtle, who was meditating not far off, and initiated the simulation. Simulation commenced, consuming 4 simulation points, remaining points, 12. Day 1. You find yourself submerged in the lake, fully aware that departure is imminent. You temporarily conceal the notion of survival and summon your subordinate, the old turtle. You instruct him to lead the aquatic denizens in seizing the ancient tree's fruit in 4 days and appoint him to manage the lake in your absence. After conveying your directives, you depart without granting your subordinate a moment to respond. Splendid. Observe the decisiveness. Zheng silently marveled. Such assertiveness is commendable, leaving no opportunity for the old turtle to voice his thoughts. Given the old turtle's prowess, if afforded the chance to speak, he would undoubtedly prolong the conversation. Nevertheless, such actions could only be enacted within the realm of simulation. In reality, he felt compelled to adhere to the principles of survival. The simulation continued. Day 2. You depart the lake and journey westward, aware that revealing your presence to humans is inadvisable. Harnessing your innate abilities, you summon the winds and rain, cloaking your movement in tempestuous weather. Day 3. You persist in your westward journey, accompanied by the unrelenting storm. Day 7. Continuing westward. You pause at the edge of a vast lake, sensing the presence of a practitioner of the demonic arts within. You submerge yourself in the waters of the lake. There, you encounter a colossal crocodile, exceeding 10 meters in length. Cognizant that this creature has acquired treasures due to the imminent resurgence of spiritual energy, you forego dialogue and launch an assault on the giant crocodile. Empowered by your serpent strength, you swiftly vanquish the creature, thereby slightly enhancing your understanding of combat. On the 8th day, you continued your journey westward, accompanied by fierce winds and torrential rains. On the 19th day, as you traversed the western path, you entered a mountain where you encountered a remarkably powerful ape. After an intense battle, you emerged victorious, gaining a slight enhancement in your understanding of combat. On the 20th day, you pressed on westward, still amidst the raging storm. By the 25th day, you encountered a 500-year-old stag, and with a single strike, you vanquished it, further deepening your combat insights. On the 32nd day, you faced a colossal golden eagle with a wingspan of 20 meters. Harnessing the strength of a dragon, you swiftly defeated it, again enhancing your understanding of battle. On the 41st day, you encountered a 1,000-year-old wild leopard. Utilizing your dragon-like power once more, you succeeded in killing it, leading to yet another slight elevation in your combat comprehension. Zheng watched in astonishment. His journey had been marked by an unyielding ferocity. It was evident that he was relentless in his pursuit of combat experience. However, he pondered the abundance of these cultivated beasts. During his previous journey eastward, he had only encountered a small monkey, but now, heading west, he faced numerous formidable creatures, including those with millennia of cultivation. Was this phenomenon due to the proximity of Kunlun Mountain? Did the number of cultivated beasts truly increase as one ventured further west? Zheng remained observant, eager to ascertain the truth of this hypothesis. On the 43rd day, you continued westward, encountering a 2-headed tiger aged 1,500 years. Engaging in battle, you swiftly defeated it, gaining further insight into combat. By the 44th and 45th days, your path was marked by encounters with other formidable creatures. Astonished, Zheng questioned the reality of encountering a cultivated beast each day, and sometimes even 2. Was this an effect of nearing Kunlun Mountain? He contemplated this as he had been flying westward for over 40 days, and he surmised that he would soon reach Kunlun Mountain. With keen eyes, he gazed at the screen, where the simulation continued. On the 47th day, while moving westward, you sensed a new essence in the air. Upon inhaling, You felt your bloodline surge with vitality. You recognized this as a revival of spiritual energy, yet you did not pause, continuing your journey through the storm. On the 48th day, you pressed on, encountering yet another formidable creature. On the 49th day, you sensed that your comprehension of combat had reached a plateau. You discovered a river, entered it, and entered a state of cultivation. On the 50th day, you engaged in your cultivation by the river. On the 56th day, while immersed in your practice, you suddenly sensed a compelling call from the heavens, yet you effortlessly subdued it and continued your training. On the 57th day, you harmonized the combat experience you had acquired with the intricate combat techniques embedded within your bloodline, leading you to comprehend the dragon's struggle technique, which significantly enhanced your combat prowess. The dragon's struggle technique. Zheng's serpentine eyes gleamed with excitement. He had not anticipated that his relentless battles would yield such a newfound understanding. However, he pondered whether this technique could manifest as an option, granting him an opportunity for simulation. As Zheng contemplated, the simulation persisted. On the 58th day, you journeyed further westward and encountered a colossal mountain, where you confronted 3 tigers that had cultivated for 2 millennia. Utilizing your combat technique, you effortlessly vanquished all 3 tigers. And in the distance, you faintly perceive the emergence of a magnificent sky-piercing mountain. It has arrived. Kunlun Mountain. Upon witnessing this, Zheng focused intently. Chapter 27. The Bottom of the Lake. Zheng occupied this spot, gazing intently at the lantern-like eyes of the serpent before him, fixated on the azure screen ahead. On the 58th day, you continued your westward journey, passing a colossal mountain where you encountered 3 tiger-like beings that had cultivated for 2 millennia. With your combat skills, you effortlessly vanquished all 3, and in the distance, you vaguely glimpsed the emergence of a heaven-supporting mountain. At last, Kunlun Mountain approaches. The heaven-supporting mountain. Zheng concentrated intently. On the 59th day, upon reaching the foot of the heaven-supporting mountain, you discovered there was no means to ascend. The towering peaks before you were interconnected. Resembling an immense mountain range, each peak layered with numerous steep cliffs, their summits piercing the clouds. Even if you soared into the sky, you could not discern an end. As if the entire range were upholding the heavens and the earth. Helpless, you realized you were not a true dragon. Your ability to glide was fleeting. Ingenuine flight eluded you. You could only hover near the colossal mountains, seeking a gap to ascend. On the 60th day, you continued your search for an opening. On the 61st day, you persisted in your quest. On the 65th day, your search for a breach continued. On the 68th day, beneath a massive mountain to the southwest, you discovered a pond-like area where a silver lotus floated. What caught your attention was the presence of dozens of cultivated demons surrounding the pond. You suddenly understood, a treasure was likely about to be born, prompting you to pause and perch on a nearby hillock to observe discreetly. Could a treasure soon emerge beneath Kunlun Mountain? Curiosity and a competitive spirit ignited within Zheng. What extravagant treasure could possibly be birthed at the foot of Kunlun? As you journeyed westward, approaching Kunlun Mountain, the number of cultivated demons increased, suggesting they congregated around the mountain, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Not to mention, atop Kunlun, there resided a powerful entity known as Heavenpool. Even in mythology, Kunlun is remarkable. Often referred to as the homeland of myriad deities, and it is said to be the earthly capital of the heavenly emperor. If he could seize the treasure beneath Kunlun, it would be an immense gain. Zheng continued to observe the simulation. On the 70th day, numerous beams of ethereal light spiraled around the lotus in the pond, exhibiting an extraordinary spectacle. The surrounding cultivated demons grew in number, surpassing 50. And you sensed that several others, like yourself, were concealed nearby, complicating matters. On the 71st day, the ethereal light around the lotus intensified, as if the treasure was on the verge of emergence. As you pondered how to seize it, a shadow unexpectedly launched an attack on the nearby cultivated demons. Upon closer inspection, you discerned a creature over a meter in length, resembling a bird with wings, yet its tail bore a stinger akin to that of a bee, embodying both avian and predatory traits. Under the relentless assault of this creature, the surrounding cultivators swiftly succumbed to death. For a sting from this entity could lead to instant demise. You observed this being without making a move. Soon, all the cultivators near the pond lay lifeless, while this creature lingered by the lotus, awaiting its next prey. Is it a bird or a bee? What manner of creature is this? Does such a being truly exist in this world? Zheng momentarily stood in astonishment. However, he quickly recalled that since dragons in the mighty rock had manifested, even the golden crow had appeared. The emergence of this peculiar creature seemed hardly out of the ordinary. Yet, the question remained, Is there any record of such a bird-bee hybrid in mythology? Zheng pondered, while the simulation continued unabated. On the 72nd day, the ethereal light atop the lotus vanished completely, revealing a slender, silvery gray sprout emerging from the flower. Radiating a remarkable aura, the sprout was soon surrounded by glimmers of light. As you beheld this treasure's birth, hesitation washed over you. Just as you prepared to seize it, the hidden cultivators sprang forth, vying for the sprout. The bird-bee creature showed no mercy. Each sting resulted in the death of a cultivator. Witnessing this, you no longer hesitated. You charged forth, summoning the tempest, and unleashed the dragon-slaying technique against the creature. A fierce battle ensued, with the surrounding cultivators retreating in fear. Fully aware of the peril posed by the creature's sting, you unleashed a barrage of winds to drive it back, intending to claim the treasure and make your escape. However, you underestimated the creature's astonishing speed. In an instant, it was upon you, and you found yourself stung. You felt your life force rapidly ebbing away. In your final moments, driven by desperation, you ensnared the creature with your dragon's tail, relentlessly smashing it against the ground until it lay lifeless. In a fit of rage, you turned your wrath upon the remaining cultivators, and despite their combined strength, the 3,000-year-old cultivators proved no match for your frenzy. You vanquished them all. Your blood stained the pond crimson as you bellowed in fury, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion. You have perished. Please select one of the following options: 72 days of survival experience, 72 days of physical prowess, flesh of the dragon infused with Qin Yuan venom. Good heavens! Am I truly this powerful? Zheng was left dumbfounded. After countless peak battles, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this lower-tier encounter. Single-handedly, while poisoned, he retaliated against that enigmatic creature, even slaying 7 3,000-year-old beasts in the process. Wait, the third option? Flesh of the dragon containing Qin Yuan venom? Qin Yuan? Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Was that peculiar bird-bee creature indeed Qin Yuan? He had heard of this mythical name in his past life. Qin Yuan is a creature resembling a bird, yet has the form of a bee. Its sting brings death to birds and beasts alike, and with a touch, trees wither away. Could it truly be so? That massive dragon of his fell victim to a single sting and perished within minutes. Qin Yuan, is this being descended from Kunlun Mountain? It seems that Qin Yuan is indeed a being of legend from Kunlun. If Qin Yuan exists, could it be that Kunlun Mountain is, after all, the earthly capital of the Celestial Emperor? If that were the case, would he not be courting death by venturing to Kunlun Mountain? A cart? A source of calamity? A mount? It seems there are no other options. The mere thought of pulling a cart for others sent a shiver down Zheng's spine. No, he could not entertain such notions any longer. That treasure must be seized. Damn it. So what if Qin Yuan is a creature from myth? He is not invincible. Moreover, his own dragon form is also of mythical origins. The treasure must be acquired. Yet, it is not the right moment. If he is to simulate, it must be later. He needed to ponder which of the three choices to select. The dragon combat technique had not manifested here. Zheng understood well that it was his mastery of the dragon combat technique that had enabled him to vanquish Qin Yuan. This technique held immense significance for him. However, it was absent from the options presented. Might the first option, survival experience, encompass the dragon combat technique? After all, it was a comprehension he had attained himself. Zheng fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 28. The Dragon's Battle in the Wilderness. Never mind. Let us give it a try. Perhaps there lies the art of the dragon's combat within? Even if it does not, the survival experience would not be in vain. After all, I have fought my way through, and the essence of battle must surely reside within. After much hesitation, Zheng ultimately opted for the first choice, 72 days of survival experience. With his decision, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. As he journeyed westward, fierce and unrelenting, he annihilated numerous cultivators and beasts along the way. The scene crystallized into a moment of self-realization for Zheng, where myriad combat techniques suddenly materialized in his consciousness. The art of dragon combat. In the wilderness, its blood is dark and profound. These combinations of techniques illuminated the path for Zheng on how to engage in battle. Indeed, the art of dragon combat was embedded within his survival experience. Furthermore, it elaborated on how to fight amidst the wild, emphasizing strategies beyond mere geographical advantages. Previously, Zheng could only engage in combat underwater, leveraging his innate affinity for water to vanquish foes, essentially relying on terrain. However, the art of dragon combat taught him how to fight on land and in the skies, slaying adversaries without the crutch of his surroundings. What a remarkable art the dragon combat is. Zheng was filled with ecstatic surprise. With this newfound skill, his combat prowess had dramatically escalated. Moo. Unable to contain himself, Zheng let out a roar, a deep and primal bellow emanating from his lips. A terrifying aura of ferocity enveloped him. In the simulation, he had slain numerous cultivators, and with the influx of survival experience, it was as though he had personally executed each one. His original essence already harbored immense malevolence, and now, with the added aura of having dispatched many cultivators, the amalgamation of both forces rendered Zheng akin to a ferocious beast from the depths of an endless abyss, instilling dread in all who beheld him. At this moment, Zheng bore no resemblance to a divine beast. Rather, he appeared as a fearsome creature, one that anyone who laid eyes upon him would undoubtedly label as a beast of terror. Yet, Zheng paid little heed to such classifications of divine or feral beasts. The true essence lay in possessing the strength to survive. Dragon Lord. A trembling voice broke the silence. Zheng turned his massive dragon head to see the old turtle, who had retreated entirely into its shell, peering cautiously at him. What are you so afraid of? Old turtle? Zheng mused, momentarily speechless. There were no foes in the lake. Why hide within your shell? Dragon Lord, why are you upset? I can surely alleviate your worries. The old turtle spoke with great trepidation, its gaze fixed cautiously upon Zheng. It was genuinely frightened. The aura emanating from Zheng was simply too terrifying. Moreover, it sensed that Zheng's power had intensified significantly, which only deepened its fear. This Dragon Lord is quite peculiar. In his cultivation, he ascends as if soaring. Merely a few days prior, he had only a millennium of cultivation. Now, I would believe it if someone said he had 3,000 years of cultivation. Upset? What is there to be upset about? Just focus on your cultivation and think less. Zheng seemed to recall something and casually replied. He possesses an innate ability to gather momentum and essence, and his proficiency in this art is remarkably swift. For the astute jiao, mastering the subtleties of gathering momentum and concealing one's essence is a profound discipline. If one cannot grasp this, how can they claim to be steadfast? He has an inkling that the resurgence of spiritual energy transcends mere literal interpretation. The notion of spiritual rejuvenation hardly accounts for the plethora of myths that have surfaced. The peculiar avian creature resembling a rock, the golden crow in the east, the depiction of Wei Zheng, and the enigmatic Qin Yuan beneath Kunlun Mountain. Along with the celestial forces of Tianqi atop Kunlun, are these manifestations truly indicative of spiritual revival? Zheng reflects on the myriad mysteries surrounding the dragon lineage that he has yet to comprehend. Tales such as the dragon's invisibility and the resurgence of spiritual energy during the Hanwu era seem to point towards hidden truths. Nevertheless, pondering these enigmas yields no clarity. He resolves to uncover them once he grows stronger. Zheng shakes his dragon head, recalling the forthcoming simulation. This simulation will primarily focus on seizing a certain treasure. He harbors a premonition that acquiring this treasure will significantly enhance his cultivation. The possibility of transforming into a dragon is not out of reach. However, caution is imperative when confronting Qin Yuan, whose speed is astonishing. Zheng has chosen to rely on survival experience, akin to having already engaged Qin Yuan in combat. In the simulation, he conjured a terrifying gale, far beyond a mere breeze. The ferocity of this wind could topple skyscrapers, yet amidst this tempest, Qin Yuan managed to navigate against the wind with remarkable swiftness, almost instantaneously appearing before him. This very reason led to Zheng being stung by Qin Yuan in the simulation. In a direct confrontation, without the use of toxins, Qin Yuan would not stand a chance against his prowess, especially with the dragon-slaying techniques at his disposal. Zheng is acutely aware of the extent of his combat capabilities. Against opponents in the peak matches, he might be swiftly eliminated, but dealing with Qin Yuan remains relatively straightforward. The next encounter with Qin Yuan should present an opportunity for a decisive strike. Qin Yuan's speed and venom are formidable. Both he and Qin Yuan are masters of the one-hit kill. If Zheng lands a blow on Qin Yuan, the latter is doomed. Conversely, should Qin Yuan strike him, his demise is equally certain. Zheng conducts a cool-headed analysis of the situation. Both he and Qin Yuan operate within the paradigm of lethal efficiency. Yet there remains a significant chance for Zheng to retaliate successfully even if Qin Yuan manages to land an attack. After contemplating this, Zheng prepares to resume the simulation. He must seize that treasure post-haste, for he yearns to transform into a dragon. Although he longs for rest, he is acutely aware of the fleeting nature of time. Once he achieves dragonhood, He must allow himself a well-deserved respite. Thus, he embarks on the simulation anew. Suddenly, his gaze is drawn to a floating scroll nearby. Incorrect. This scroll. Perhaps he could take this scroll and encounter Qin Yuan once more? To see if Wei Zheng's portrait could vanquish Qin Yuan? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Ji Zheng's serpentine eyes. He initiated the simulation once again. Simulation initiated, consuming for simulation points. Current remaining points, 8. On the first day, you find yourself amidst a lake. Without hesitation, after giving the old turtle some instructions, you use your serpentine tail to wrap the scroll and head westward. Familiar with the path, you pay no heed to the distractions around you, continuing your journey westward. Chapter 29. Is Qin Yuan a social creature? The lake bottom. Zheng gazed intently at the shimmering azure screen before him, where subtitles flickered by. On the second day, you continue to fly west. On the seventh day, you continue to fly west. On the eighth day, you remain resolute in your journey westward, focused solely on reaching Kunlun Mountain. On the 17th day, you continue flying west. 18 days. It would take a full 18 days of relentless flight to arrive at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Zheng silently noted this figure. The treasure born from the lotus was to appear on the 72nd day. In other words, there were still 54 days remaining. This time, he must seize that treasure. Zheng concentrated deeply, redirecting his gaze to the simulation. On the 19th day, you traverse around Kunlun Mountain, searching for a path to ascend. On the 33rd day, you persist in your quest for a climbing route. On the 47th day, while searching for a path to ascend, you suddenly sense an unfamiliar presence in the air. After inhaling, you feel your blood surging and rejoicing. You understand this is the revival of spiritual energy, yet you find it curious that as you approach Kunlun Mountain, the intensity of this revived energy seems to increase. Nevertheless, you pay it no mind and continue your search for a climbing route. On the 56th day, you keep searching for a path to ascend when suddenly, a feeling of summons emanates from the sky, prompting you to look up. A shocking sight unfolds before you. The moon above gradually transforms into a blood-red hue, seemingly drawing closer to Kunlun Mountain. The sensation of summons emanates from the blood moon. Initially, you consider ascending to investigate, but an inexplicable feeling warns you that doing so may lead to your demise. Exercising prudence, you ultimately choose to remain where you are. The closer one gets to Kunlun Mountain, the more intense the revival of spiritual energy, and this blood moon that emits a call is also approaching Kunlun Mountain. Previously, as one neared Kunlun Mountain, the number of practitioners had increased. It seems everything revolves around Kunlun Mountain. Zheng found himself in a state of disbelief. Could it be that the myths were truly manifesting here? Kunlun Mountain, the homeland of myriad deities, the earthly capital of the heavenly emperor. A conduit between the mortal realm and the celestial realm? Zheng struggled to accept this notion. The revival of spiritual energy and the existence of myths were somewhat believable. But if the celestial realm were to truly emerge, it would feel utterly surreal. Nevertheless, why ponder such thoughts? The pressing concern was to acquire that treasure. Transformation into a dragon. Zheng suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling within him. The simulation continued. On the 57th day, you persist in your search for a climbing path, but you notice the moon in the sky appears to be slowly moving toward Kunlun Mountain. On the 60th day, you continue your quest for a climbing route. On the 70th day, having found no path to ascend, and knowing that the treasure is soon to be born, you arrive at the southwestern base of Kunlun Mountain, returning once more to that pond. Indeed, as anticipated, numerous practitioners of the arcane gathered once more by the pond's edge. On the 71st day, you were aware that Qin Yuan would make his appearance, launching an assault on the nearby practitioners. After much contemplation, you resolved to ascend into the heavens, intending to drop the scroll at a pivotal moment, in an attempt to eliminate Qin Yuan a day in advance. As you waited, a dark figure soon materialized. It was Qin Yuan. Within moments of his arrival, he mercilessly dispatched the practitioners surrounding the pond. Witnessing this scene, you decisively released the scroll. The portrait of Wei Zheng should surely be capable of vanquishing Qin Yuan, for it had the power to injure the creature resembling a giant golden-winged bird. Zheng's eyes widened with anticipation as he observed the unfolding simulation. Upon seeing the scroll, Qin Yuan launched an attack. The scroll, under duress, unfurled automatically, and radiant golden light erupted forth, striking Qin Yuan instantaneously. When the brilliance faded, Qin Yuan lay lifeless, and the scroll disintegrated into ash. You were taken aback. privately acknowledging that Qin Yuan was indeed a creature of lethargy, where the lethargic perish and the lifeless trees wither. Qin Yuan has perished. The scroll has disintegrated. Zheng felt a surge of exhilaration. Did this not clearly indicate that the treasure was now his? On the 72nd day, the ethereal glow upon the lotus in the pond vanished, giving rise to a slender, silvery gray blade of grass. A treasure was born. The surrounding practitioners of the arcane immediately descended into madness, attempting to seize the treasure. You revealed your presence, establishing your dominion over the pond. Gazing down upon the multitude of practitioners, like a dragon, you instilled fear, compelling the practitioners to hesitate. The ferocity of a beast was laid bare. As the practitioners sought to retreat, they hesitated before the treasure upon the lotus and instead united to launch an assault against you. With the strength of a single dragon, you valiantly resisted the onslaught of dozens of practitioners, your blood staining the pond crimson. After a fierce battle, you emerged victorious, having vanquished every last one of them. You seized the silvery gray blade of grass, intending to consume it immediately, but then you noticed hundreds of dark figures approaching from the distance. A glance revealed that hundreds of Qin Yuan were soaring towards you. Hundreds of Qin Yuan? Are they a social species? If one is so formidable, what of hundreds? Zheng fell silent, contemplating the prospect of confronting hundreds of Qin Yuan. Upon witnessing the multitude of Qin Yuan, you resolutely consumed the treasure and turned to flee. However, the speed of Qin Yuan was unmatched, and they swiftly intercepted you, delivering a lethal strike. You felt your life force ebbing away, and in a frenzy, you retaliated against the swarm of Qin Yuan, dispatching several of them in an instant. Yet, the draining of your vitality rendered you unable to continue the fight, ultimately collapsing by the pond's edge as you beheld the Qin Yuan relentlessly assailing your body. You have perished. Please select one of the following options: 72 days of survival experience, 72 days of physical prowess, flesh of the dragon infused with potent Qin Yuan venom, unknown blade of grass. The social nature of Qin Yuan. Zheng suddenly realized that scaling Kunlun Mountain would not be an easy endeavor. Just the presence of Qin Yuan alone posed a formidable challenge. The terror evoked by hundreds of Qin Yuan was simply overwhelming. Primarily, this entity is lethal to anyone it encounters. No, the option. Zheng was still contemplating the matter of the communal Qin Yuan and had not noticed the options above. Upon finally observing them, he was taken aback. The fourth option? The very small grass he had recently consumed could actually be selected as a reward? Zheng was instantly elated. This simulation was undeniably a windfall. He had initially prepared himself for the disappointment of not being able to take the grass with him, but to his astonishment, he discovered that he could indeed bring it along. Chapter 30. The dragon-slaying sword beneath the bridge. Without hesitation, Zheng chose the fourth option. With the prospect of acquiring the precious small grass, who would willingly opt for anything else? As Zheng made his choice, a slender silver-gray grass suddenly materialized before him. Upon touching the surface of the lake, it formed a delicate membrane of silvery light, shielding it from the encroaching waters. What a remarkable treasure! Even as Zheng approached the grass, he was enveloped by an exquisite sense of comfort, emanating from the depths of his soul. This realization underscored the extraordinary value of this grass, far surpassing that of the ancient tree's fruit. In truth, the two were not even comparable in stature. A thought surged within Zheng to consume this grass. He felt an instinctive conviction that by doing so, he could attain 3,000 years of cultivation and transform into a dragon. Initially, Zheng intended to swallow the grass whole, but in the next breath, he hesitated. He turned to glance at the old turtle meditating in the corner. No, this would be reckless. What if consuming this grass contained some peculiar energy that led to his downfall? Such instances were not unheard of. He had once perished from consuming a golden crow feather. No, he must proceed with caution. Zheng felt as if he had engaged in several low-level encounters, nearly turning into a reckless fool. Reaffirming his resolve, he redirected his gaze to the silver-gray grass. Perhaps a simulation might be prudent? It would only cost him some simulation points, which was a far better gamble than risking his life. Zheng shook his dragon head and initiated the simulation. Simulation initiated, consuming 4 simulation points, remaining points, 4. Day 1. You find yourself submerged in the lake, gazing at the silver-gray grass before you. You open your mouth wide and swallow it whole. Upon consumption, a wave of heat surges through your body, accompanied by a dizzying sensation, and you fall into a deep slumber. Not dead, merely asleep? That is acceptable. Zheng exhaled in relief, fearing that a direct consumption might spell his doom. As long as he was unharmed, he could continue observing the simulation. Day 2. You remain in slumber. Day 3. You continue to sleep. Day 27. You are still in deep sleep. Day 39. You remain asleep. Has it truly been this long? Zheng was momentarily taken aback. This duration of slumber seemed excessively lengthy. The simulation persisted. Day 41. You are still in slumber. Day 45. You awaken, having fully digested the energy within the grass. Your cultivation has experienced a tremendous enhancement, and you faintly sense the opportunity for your transformation into a dragon. Day 46. Upon sensing your readiness to transform, you commence the metamorphosis. Transform into a dragon. Zheng could not help but writhe in excitement. His heart raced with anticipation. He was finally on the brink of becoming a dragon. Dragon, oh dragon. Yet ultimately, he belonged to the realm of the jiao, not the dragon. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between the true jiao and the dragon. Most importantly, without transforming into a dragon, he could never truly attain that extraordinary state. He would be incapable of confronting the legendary beings such as the Great Rock and the Golden Crow. Only through the metamorphosis into a dragon could he hope to contend with those mythic entities. Zheng steadied his heart and continued to observe the simulation. The screen before him continued to flicker incessantly. You burst forth from the lake, amidst the terrified gazes of countless creatures, raising your head to the heavens, unleashing a thunderous roar as you summoned the winds and rains. A primal instinct surged within your veins, informing you that you must unleash a deluge, flowing towards the sea. At the estuary, you would face a thunderstorm. To transcend would mean to transform into a dragon, while failure would lead to your utter obliteration. On the 47th day, you persevered in summoning the winds and rains, feeling the revival of spiritual energy along the way. Yet, undeterred, your sole focus remained on your transformation into a dragon. The creatures of the forest seemed to sense the impending calamity and fled in a frenzy. On the 48th day, you continued to summon the elements. But the waters had already engulfed the entire forest, and you knew this was still insufficient. On the 51st day, you ceased your conjuring of storms. The forest lay submerged, transformed into an expansive ocean. Without a moment's hesitation, you roared and began your transformation into a dragon. As you gazed ahead, preparing to descend southward into the sea, you commanded the seemingly endless waters, the furious currents sweeping away all in their path, creating a torrent that cascaded downwards. On the 52nd day, adrift and without direction, yet propelled forward like an arrow, you pursued the river's course towards the ocean. Your journey was accompanied by fierce winds and torrential rains, as you merged the deluge with the river's flow, intensifying its ferocity, obliterating everything in your path. Aware that the path from jiao to dragon offered no retreat, you pressed on, unwilling to halt. On the 53rd day, as you followed the river's trajectory, a human city emerged before you. Though you had no intention of assaulting this city, retreat was no longer an option, and you charged forward, crashing through everything with the deluge. As you surged onward, a bridge appeared ahead, beneath which dangled an ancient sword. A palpable sense of threat emanated from the sword. With no way to retreat, you could only charge ahead. As you approached the bridge, the ancient sword trembled, emitting blinding golden light that struck you with immense force, leaving you gravely injured. Unable to continue navigating the torrent towards the sea, you came to a halt. With your pause, the thunderstorm descended, unleashing dozens of lightning bolts that reduced you to ashes. You have perished. Please choose one of the following options. The experience of 53 days of survival. The physique gained from 53 days. The essence of lightning. Dead? Zheng's heart, still ablaze with fervor, instantly turned cold. He had believed he could successfully transform into a dragon. To his astonishment, he had met his demise. Beneath the bridge, an ancient sword lay, a relic of a bygone era. The sword of dragon slaying? In that moment, Zheng comprehended its significance. It is said that when ancient peoples constructed bridges, they would invite wise men to place a sword of dragon slaying beneath, to ward off the malevolent water spirits and to deter the lurking dragon. The transformation of a water serpent into a dragon inevitably stirs tumultuous waters, which almost certainly leads to catastrophic floods. The presence of the sword beneath the bridge served as a warning for the serpentine dragon to take an alternate path, thereby minimizing the potential devastation to humanity. Zheng was well aware of this practice. He had initially dismissed it as mere superstition of the ancients. Little did he realize that it was indeed true, and that it had now manifested directly in his own experience. Zheng's already dark and fearsome visage grew even darker. Chapter 31. Can the Dragon Lord grow stronger while lying down? At the bottom of the lake, Zheng remained silent. He had mentally prepared himself for the transformation from a wandering serpent to a dragon. However, he was surprised by the current predicament. Beneath the bridge hung the dragon-slaying sword. effectively severing his chances of evolving from a serpent. Regrettably, Zheng found himself powerless against this situation. The portrait of Zheng would not attack humanity, leaving him with no recourse against the sword. Was it possible to change rivers instead? This seemed plausible. Zheng fell into contemplation. The transformation from serpent to dragon required 3,000 years of cultivation and the capacity to unleash catastrophic floods. He must gather the torrent, follow the river's course, and reach the sea, enduring the thunderous tribulations to finally become a dragon. Throughout this process, he was almost unaware of the route to the ocean, only able to navigate by adhering to the river's path. Since the southern route was impassable, could he not take an alternative path? It appeared worth exploring, especially since he possessed a simulator. When faced with uncertainty, he would first consult the simulator. As for seeking out which waterway could circumvent all obstacles for his transformation, Zheng was no fool. He had considered this. Yet, he believed it to be utterly impossible, setting aside the notion that dragons cannot reveal themselves. The transformation from serpent to dragon was nearly a death-defying trial. Once completed, he would leap into the realm of dragons, transcending the mundane existence of mortality. How could the heavens permit such a simple transformation? If it were truly that easy, chaos would ensue. The latent information within Zheng's bloodline whispered to him that regardless of how he attempted to circumvent challenges, he would inevitably face tribulations before achieving his transformation. The dragon-slaying sword beneath the bridge might very well represent such a trial. Transforming from serpent to dragon is a perilous endeavor. Nonetheless, Zheng reassured himself. He had the simulator. He would utilize it to ensure a 100% success rate before proceeding. Perhaps he could even simulate the transformation beforehand and see if it could provide feedback to his reality. Zheng was resolute in his determination not to take reckless risks. Zheng, was acutely aware of the principles of survival. It was time to make a choice. Zheng turned his gaze back to the azure screen before him. Please select one of the following options. 53 days of survival experience. 53 days of physical prowess. Lightning-struck flesh. Without hesitation, Zheng decisively chose the second option. The second option encompassed the cultivation benefits derived from consuming the small herb. By selecting this path, his cultivation would undoubtedly surge to a level adequate for transformation into a dragon. As Zheng made his choice, a powerful warm current surged through his serpent form. As the warmth coursed through him, his strength multiplied exponentially. In that moment, Zheng felt as though his power could move mountains and fill seas. As if with a mere flick of his tail, he could overturn a colossal mountain. Current cultivation, 3,125 years. 3,125 years. Zheng was momentarily taken aback. This small herb had granted him over 500 years of cultivation. He was acutely aware that as one progressed further in cultivation, the path to enhancement became increasingly arduous. A mere blade of grass could advance his cultivation by over 500 years. If this blade were to be consumed by another creature, it might well enhance one's practice by more than 1,000 years. Is this the opportunity for transformation into a dragon? Zheng lifted his imposing serpent head, his penetrating serpent eyes gazing through the lake's surface, fixed upon the heavens. Within him flowed an immense power, while simultaneously an ethereal message whispered to him. The moment had arrived. He could indeed transform into a dragon. Whenever he wished, he could embark on this metamorphosis. This sensation was profoundly mystical. Yet, Zheng remained resolute. He was not inclined to undergo the transformation at this very moment. He preferred to simulate a 100% success rate first. Should he continue simulating? This thought barely crossed his mind before he dismissed it. His cultivation had just experienced a significant enhancement, and the best way to expend this energy was through slumber. However, if he were to drift into sleep, would it not lead to a prolonged slumber of several days, or perhaps even over a dozen? He did not possess such luxury of time. Zheng hesitated, his gaze landing upon the ancient turtle meditating in a corner of the lake, sparking an idea. He would summon the old turtle. Old turtle. Zheng emitted a deep, resonant call. Dragon Lord, I am here, the old turtle responded, its limbs propelling it swiftly towards Zheng. I entrust you with a task. Awaken me after 1 day's time. Zheng intended to rest for merely 1 day to acclimate to the power coursing within him. Yes, Dragon Lord, I shall awaken you on time, the old turtle replied, its small eyes filled with trepidation. The closer it approached Zheng, the more palpable the aura of ferocity became. Who could remain unafraid in the presence of Zheng, whose current demeanor could easily be described as fearsome? While he was no longer associated with divine beasts, he was indeed a true embodiment of a ferocious creature. Enough, go cultivate. In 3 days' time, a treasure known as the fruit of the ancient tree will emerge in the forest. Handle it as you see fit. Lead the aquatic beings of the lake to seize that fruit, Zheng instructed. The fruit of the ancient tree held little benefit for him. Given his current level of cultivation, consuming it might only yield a year or 2 of advancement. However, it would likely prove immensely beneficial to the old turtle. And given the opportunity to nurture it, he would gladly do so. Yes, yes, Dragon Lord, the old turtle eagerly affirmed. Observing this interaction, Zheng chose not to elaborate further. His crimson serpent eyes glanced at the old turtle before he coiled his serpent body and descended to a corner of the lake bed, entering a state of slumber. Meanwhile, the old turtle, situated by the lake bed, cautiously fixed its small eyes upon the colossal black serpent dragon that had succumbed to sleep not far away. Its aura surged erratically, leaving the old turtle pondering whether the Dragon Lord could grow stronger simply by resting. The old turtle found itself questioning its own existence. Yet it dared not voice its thoughts. It cast a glance at the slumbering Zheng, even in repose, radiating an undeniable ferocity. He felt it best not to inquire further, instead dedicating himself earnestly to his own cultivation. Upon this realization, the old turtle's limbs transformed into propellers, swiftly scuttling to another corner to continue his practice. Time gradually slipped away. The slumbering Zheng at the bottom of the lake had no concept of time. He felt an immense comfort in his sleep, and had it not been for a sense of urgency lingering in his consciousness, he might have easily slept for several centuries. Yet, it was this very urgency that abruptly roused him. After an indeterminate number of days, Zheng slowly awakened. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of the old turtle's head nearly pressing against his own. Zheng. Chapter 32. Journey eastward to the serpent at the bottom of the lake. Zheng resided here, his piercing crimson serpent eyes fixed upon the ancient tortoise before him. You claim you could not rouse me, hence I slumbered for 7 days? And yet, you chose to nudge your head beneath my eyelids in an attempt to awaken me? Zheng emitted a low, rumbling sound, questioning the tortoise. He stared at the creature, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. 7 days of slumber. Indeed, Dragon Lord. You cannot blame me. I truly did attempt to awaken you, the tortoise insisted, flailing its forelimbs in bizarre gestures, seemingly striving to bolster its argument. Enough, enough. You may depart, Zheng replied, recognizing that the tortoise was not at fault. His rapid surge in cultivation had led to an excessive adaptation period, plunging him into a profound slumber. Had his consciousness not awakened promptly, he might well have slept far longer than 7 days. The tortoise clamored, the ancient tree's fruit? Zheng turned his gaze and spotted a faintly glowing fruit floating nearby. The ancient tree's fruit. He had only encountered it in simulations before. This was his first sighting in reality. Intrigued, Zheng examined the fruit, but soon lost interest. Its utility for him was virtually non-existent. His curiosity was merely piqued. Zheng shifted his immense serpent head towards the tortoise. Dragon Lord, is this for me? The tortoise was utterly taken aback. Undoubtedly, the ancient tree's fruit was a genuine treasure. With millennia of cultivation, the tortoise recognized the significant benefits it could provide. Yet, this treasure was to be bestowed upon him? Otherwise, consume it to enhance your cultivation, Zheng remarked, his mind not lingering on the tortoise's hesitation. He was determined to resume his simulations, seeking a method to guarantee his transformation into a dragon before proceeding with the metamorphosis. The tortoise remained momentarily dazed. Zheng, unfazed, propelled his colossal serpent body with the swiftness of an arrow, effortlessly traversing to the opposite side of the lake. The tortoise lingered, contemplating for a long while, before casting a deep, submissive glance at Zheng. It then carried the ancient tree's fruit to a secluded corner of the lake bed, preparing to consume it. In the distance, Zheng activated his simulator, preparing to embark on his simulations. After 7 days of restful slumber, he felt rejuvenated. However, time was of the essence. In 40 days, spiritual energy would resurge, ushering in a series of changes. Should he lack the strength to confront these transformations, he would surely face dire consequences. Zheng was not one to take reckless risks. He would not gamble with his current abilities, ensuring he could navigate the post-resurgence landscape without peril. Let the simulations commence. Zheng sought to explore whether a different approach to serpent movement could successfully lead to his transformation into a dragon. As long as he could successfully transform into a dragon, He felt that any expenditure of simulation points was acceptable. Would the host like to initiate the simulation? Currently, it requires 8 simulation points, and the host has 18 remaining. 8 simulation points for a single simulation? Has it increased again? After 2,500 years of cultivation, there was an increase. Now, after 3,100 years, there is yet another? At the very least, one should wait until 3,500 years for another increase. What a schemer, Zheng silently scoffed. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed with the simulation. After all, he still had 18 simulation points left, allowing for 2 more simulations. Of these 18 points, 4 were left over from before, and the remaining 14 were likely the daily allocation from the system. The system grants 2 simulation points each day, and after sleeping for 7 days. He had exactly 14 points. Very well, let us initiate the simulation. Zheng decisively began the simulation. This time, he would attempt to move eastward to take the form of a dragon. His options for transformation were limited to several directions: south, southeast, east, and northeast. Heading north would require traversing far too many human cities, and west, crossing the Kunlun Mountains. He wasn't that foolish. As Zheng made his choice, a brilliant azure screen materialized, with subtitles continuously flashing. Simulation initiated, consuming 8 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 10. Day 1. You find yourself in a lake. Realizing the moment has come for transformation, you burst forth from the water, roaring in defiance as the forest creatures gaze upon you in terror. You unleash your innate talent, summoning winds and rain. The animals of the forest, sensing the impending event, flee in a panic. Day 2. You continue to call upon the winds and rains. Knowing that transformation cannot be rushed, you gather the waters, preparing to unleash a torrential flood. Day 3. You persist in your summoning of winds and rains. Day 6. You cease your calling of winds and rains, surveying the landscape. The entire forest has transformed into a vast ocean. The surrounding mountains have turned the forest into a basin, now serving as your reservoir. Gazing at the dark, stormy sky, filled with lightning. You understand this is urging you to take the form of a dragon. Without hesitation, you roar and commence your transformation. You command the immense flood, directing it eastward. And with a flick of your tail, you strike a massive mountain, causing it to collapse. The flood surges forth, now free to rush ahead. Day 7. You manipulate the seemingly endless torrent, merging it with the eastern rivers, instilling terror in all it encounters. Following the river's course, you advance eastward, demolishing everything in your path with relentless winds and ceaseless rains. Day 8. You continue to steer the terrifying flood eastward, passing through numerous human cities. Yet nothing can impede your flow. As you progress, a sense of unease washes over you. You cannot halt, for the transformation has commenced. Failure means death. However, you are acutely aware that the tribulations of transformation have yet to begin, keeping your senses sharply alert. On the 9th day, you continued to wield the terrifying torrent, following the meandering rivers as you journeyed eastward. As you approached a human city, an alarm resonated within you, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of oppression. However, there was but a single waterway, leaving no room for retreat. You were compelled to surge into the heart of the city. While commanding the deluge, you summoned winds and rain, intensifying the downpour to augment the flood, determined to obliterate everything in your path. Within your line of sight, a sculpture of a beast emerged along the banks of the city's waterways, its surface shimmering with golden light, instilling a sense of dread within you. Chapter 33. The most terrifying thing is humanity at the bottom of the lake. Zheng was utterly absorbed, his gaze fixed on the azure screen before him, where the text danced incessantly. Within your line of sight, a beastly sculpture emerges along the banks of the waterway of a human city, its surface glimmering with streaks of golden light that intimidate you. You realize there is no retreat. You must navigate the terrifying torrent, hastening past the sculpture's location. As you pass the beastly sculpture, it bursts forth with dazzling golden radiance, seemingly attempting to suppress you, yet it appears powerless to do so, allowing you to depart unscathed. You observe the sculpture closely. It depicts a beast with a dragon's head, but this dragon's visage is oddly flattened, suggesting it is not entirely a dragon. Could it be that this sculpture lacks the power to subdue him because it is merely the 9th day, and the spiritual energy has yet to revive? A sudden realization dawns upon Zheng. The reason the dragon-slaying sword beneath the bridge could strike him down was perhaps due to the revival of spiritual energy. In other words, before this energy awakens, these extraordinary entities possess no power to restrain him. If he were to transform into a dragon, it would be best to do so before the revival of spiritual energy. To undergo transformation post-revival, Zheng felt that such an endeavor would be akin to a descent into hellish difficulty. After the revival, the monsters might seem divinely assisted, but humanity remains the most formidable of all. First, there was the portrait of Wei Zheng, followed by the dragon-slaying sword beneath the bridge, and now a sculpture of a beast meant to suppress the waters. Zheng felt a shiver run down his spine. He continued to observe the simulation. If this beastly sculpture posed no threat to him, then heading east along the path of the dragon should present no obstacles. On the 10th day, he steered the terrifying torrent eastward, sweeping through numerous waterways, conjuring storms at will. The torrent he commanded became increasingly fearsome. Anything that dared obstruct his path would be annihilated. On the 11th day, he pressed onward, sensing he was nearing the mouth of the sea, which filled him with an exhilarating anticipation. By the 12th day, he was acutely aware of his proximity to the sea entrance. However, a colossal mountain suddenly loomed before him, blocking his route. He looked up to see a blazing sun perched atop the mountain. It was over. Zheng instantly understood his fate. He had forgotten one crucial detail. To the east, near the coastline, resided the golden crow. If he were to burst forth into the sea from the east, he would inevitably confront this formidable creature. The waterway he traversed must pass through this giant mountain. With no path of retreat, he felt the searing heat radiating from the blazing sun above. He realized the terrifying torrent he commanded was evaporating rapidly. He attempted to control the torrent to crash against the mountain, but he was overwhelmed by the resplendent might of the sun, rendering him immobile. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, his blood surged with ferocity, granting him immense courage. He forcefully broke through the suppression, directing the terrifying torrent towards the sunlit peak. Yet, beneath the blazing sun, his efforts proved futile. The torrent evaporated, and he was consumed in the flames. You have perished. Please choose one of the following three options: 12 days of survival experience, 12 days of physical strength, or carbon-grilled dragon mate. Indeed, Zheng lingered at the bottom of the lake, letting out a sigh that caused a flurry of bubbles to rise. This was his oversight. He had forgotten about the golden crow residing to the east. If he ventured eastward, he would inevitably cross paths with this golden crow. Yet, Zheng was not taken aback. The transformation from serpent to dragon was fraught with peril. To achieve such a transformation, one must contend with inevitable tribulations. For instance, the dragon-slaying sword beneath the bridge was, through a twist of fate, a trial he faced. The golden crow blocking his path could also be deemed a tribulation. If such obstacles were to arise every time, how could he ever hope to successfully transform into a dragon? Zheng was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in this metamorphosis. He sensed that to simulate a successful transformation from serpent to dragon would likely require dozens of attempts. To achieve absolute success, it seemed nearly impossible without hundreds of trials. He chose the 12 days of survival experience. Zheng regarded the three options. The second option, physical strength, offered little relevance to his current state. Thus, the first option remained. He hoped it might impart some valuable experience. As Zheng made his choice, a surge of memories flooded his mind. Within these memories, most were related to harnessing torrents, significantly enhancing his skills, perhaps enabling him to summon even greater floods in the future. However, the most profound memory from these 12 days pertained to a beastly sculpture. The creature had a flattened dragon head adorned with antlers. Was this the water-repelling beast? Upon seeing the sculpture, Zheng recognized it immediately. The water-repelling beast, also known as the Gong Fu, is one of the dragon's 9 offspring, naturally inclined towards water. According to legend, the ancestor of the Gong Fu was banished to the mortal realm for a transgression, tasked with guarding the canal for a millennium. After 1,000 years, the ancestor regained freedom and returned to the celestial realm. To commemorate this, people carved sculptures resembling the Gong Fu, placing them on stone piers by riversides. It was said that such sculptures could pacify the waters, prevent floods, and ensure peace in the surrounding regions. Undoubtedly, this was something Zheng had once deemed impossible, categorizing it as mere superstition from ancient times, akin to the dragon-slaying sword beneath the bridge. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly impossible notion that had led to his downfall. In an era devoid of spiritual energy, these extraordinary artifacts held little power, merely serving as deterrents against him. If spiritual energy were to revive, would these extraordinary artifacts also awaken? Zheng fell into silence. He suddenly felt that humanity might be the most formidable existence following the resurgence of spiritual energy. A handful of extraordinary artifacts seemed manageable. But how many such mythic objects had been passed down through human history? Countless, surely. Human civilization had inherited an abundance of such lore. Indeed, Guo was right. Zheng felt that the transformation into a dragon must not be squandered. It seems that there are numerous mythical artifacts capable of dealing with dragons. Otherwise, the difficulty of traversing the realm of serpents after the resurgence of spiritual energy would be akin to a descent into hell. A goal must be set. In 40 days, before the revival of spiritual energy, I shall transform into a dragon. Zheng slightly widened his piercing serpentine eyes. It is time to resume the simulation. In the upcoming simulation, I shall exclude the eastern route, for it is guarded by the Golden Crow, rendering any venture therein near certain demise. Only 3 directions remain viable: south, southeast, and northeast. Although the southern path is home to the dragon-slaying sword, this simulation has revealed that such extraordinary artifacts pose no threat to me prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Thus, I may attempt to venture south once more. Chapter 34. The terrifying thunderstorm. Let us proceed southward, Zheng decided after much contemplation. The alternative routes to the southeast or northeast were shrouded in uncertainty. While the southern path offered some familiarity, the most formidable obstacle there was likely the dragon-slaying sword. However, with the absence of spiritual energy revival, that sword posed no threat to him. Thus, he could traverse this challenge with relative ease. Yet, he pondered what else lay to the south beyond the sword. Zheng resolved to simulate the journey. He had already steeled himself for the possibility of encountering death within the simulation. Initially intent on continuing the simulation, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a silver-gray blade of grass floating in the lake. He had almost forgotten about it. Should he attempt to consume this grass before initiating the simulation? It might enhance his cultivation. This fleeting thought lingered in his mind for only a moment before he dismissed it. No, what if consuming the grass plunged him into a deep slumber? If he were to awaken only after the revival of spiritual energy, the consequences would be dire. He decided it prudent to wait until he had devised a foolproof method for transformation before addressing the grass. After all, it was not going anywhere. With that, he prepared to commence the simulation once more. As he activated it, a brilliant blue screen materialized before him. Simulation initiated, consuming 8 simulation points. Remaining points, 2. With no simulation points left, he would need to hunt some creatures post-simulation to replenish them. A thought flickered in Zheng's mind as he raised his serpent head to gaze at the screen. Day 1. You find yourself amidst the lake. Acutely aware that the moment has arrived, you surge forth from the water, roaring in defiance as the forest creatures gaze on in terror. Day 2. You continue to summon storms, transforming the surrounding basin into a reservoir. Day 6. You cease your tempestuous calling, surveying the transformed landscape. The forest has become a vast ocean. Utilizing the terrain, you have turned the woods into a water catchment, and now you embark on your transformation into a dragon. You command the swirling torrent southward, engulfing flora, fauna, and earth within its embrace, melding them into your raging flood. Day 7. You navigate the fierce currents, integrating into the southern waterways, your strength surging within the river. Day 9. You arrive once more at the human city that harbors the dragon-slaying sword. Without hesitation, you harness the flood and charge forward. Beneath the bridge, you encounter the sword, which trembles in your presence, attempting to strike. Yet, it proves futile, merely serving to intimidate without inflicting harm. You, commanding the ferocious waters, effortlessly demolish the bridge, allowing the sword to drift away as you continue your descent. Indeed, without the revival of spiritual energy, the dragon-slaying sword is utterly impotent against him. Zheng exhaled in relief. The extraordinary artifacts of humanity, devoid of spiritual energy revival, were largely ineffectual. Certainly, Zheng remained vigilant. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, artifacts such as the dragon-slaying sword and the water-repelling beast centipede sculpture were of little use. However, certain images, like that of Wei Zheng, appeared to retain their efficacy. Thus, he resolved to maintain his focus, fully aware that success was unlikely to come swiftly. Instead, he viewed this as an opportunity to accumulate experience. Zheng continued to gaze at the screen, where the simulation persisted. On the 10th day, you navigated the unstoppable torrent southward, driven by an innate affinity for water. You sensed the estuary not far ahead, which ignited a surge of excitement within you. A deep intuition whispered that once you entered the sea, it would become your domain. By harnessing the ocean's might, you believed you could withstand the tribulations of the thunderstorm and transform into a dragon. On the 11th day, as you drew closer to the estuary, you quickened your pace, propelling yourself toward your goal. So seamless was your progress that a sense of unease crept into Zheng's heart. The simulation unfolded too smoothly, evoking a sense of unreality. With the various supernatural obstructions of humanity absent, could he truly transform into a dragon? It seemed implausible. To traverse as a dragon would inevitably invite tribulation. The thunderstorm was merely a fraction of the trials ahead. Surely, other challenges awaited. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he looked back at the simulation and found himself momentarily stunned. You were now perilously close to the estuary, propelling yourself forward amidst the terrifying torrent. Suddenly, you noticed a small human village emerging in the path of your raging waters, appearing minuscule in comparison. Initially, you intended to surge into the village. But upon realizing that it consisted solely of the elderly, women, and children, unable to escape your deluge, you hesitated. To forcibly redirect the watercourse would require immense energy, significantly diminishing your chances of overcoming the thunderstorm. Conversely, failing to alter the course would result in the death of the entire village's vulnerable inhabitants, placing you in a moral quandary. In that fleeting moment of indecision, the merciless torrent obliterated the village. After a brief silence, you resumed your course toward the estuary. On the 12th day, you reached the estuary, and the thunderstorm arrived as anticipated. However, the ferocity of the storm instilled a profound dread within you. As you gazed upward, dark clouds loomed ominously, streaks of lightning dancing across the sky, heralding immense peril. In an instant, you recognized the futility of resisting the thunderstorm. Retreat was not an option. With a resolute leap, you summoned the ocean's waters and ascended defiantly. A cataclysmic bolt of lightning struck down upon you, rendering your strength inconsequential, and in a heartbeat, you were reduced to ashes. You have perished. Please select one of the following three options: 12 days of survival experience, 12 days of physical prowess, preserved dragon meat. Such ferocity in the thunderstorm? Zheng was momentarily taken aback. It was utterly terrifying. Under a single bolt of lightning, he was powerless to resist and was obliterated to ash. After 3,100 years of cultivation, he is unable to withstand even the first bolt of lightning. This transformation from serpent to dragon is nothing short of a journey fraught with peril. Zheng feels that even with 10,000 years of cultivation, he would still be incapable of overcoming this tribulation. Perhaps remaining a serpent dragon is not such a bad fate. No, without transforming into a dragon, he would have no means of self-preservation. Yet, the thought of facing this tribulation seems insurmountable. Zheng falls into a deep silence. Chapter 35. How did the tiger give birth to the spotted deer? At the bottom of the lake, Zheng sat in a state of disbelief, his serpentine eyes wide with astonishment. He truly did not comprehend how to successfully transform from a serpent to a dragon. The force of this heavenly tribulation was astonishingly overwhelming. Despite having ventured into the ocean, harnessing the torrents and sea currents, alongside his over 3,000 years of cultivation, he still could not withstand the first bolt of heavenly lightning. The number of tribulations was certainly more than just one or two. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting even the initial strike. Was this tribulation truly of hellish difficulty? A sense of despair washed over Zheng. Before him, a shimmering azure screen flickered, signaling that a choice was to be made. Zheng directed his gaze towards the screen. Experience of survival for 12 days. Physical prowess for 12 days. Preserved serpent meat. Among these three options, Zheng chose the first without hesitation. The second and third held no value for him. It was far more advantageous to select the first option to gain some experience in serpent transformation. Soon, a surge of memories flooded his mind, allowing him to witness this transformation. However, with this new recollection, his despair only deepened. The vivid imagery of confronting that terrifying bolt of heavenly lightning made him acutely aware of the daunting challenge of transforming from a serpent to a dragon. Perhaps the first strike was the most fearsome. Maybe the subsequent ones would diminish in intensity. Zheng remained silent for a moment, trying to rationalize this to himself. He had intended to simulate the experience once more, but soon realized that his simulation points were woefully insufficient. Each simulation required 8 points, yet he only possessed 2. It was time to hunt, but the forest offered few new species. He feared he would scarcely acquire any simulation points. Zheng understood well that within the entire forest, there were hardly any creatures he had not already hunted. A particular species would only grant more simulation points upon initial consumption. Yet, there were hardly any new species left for him to devour. If all else failed, he could consume every animal in the forest. Surely, that would yield some simulation points. A fierce glint flashed in Zheng's serpent-like eyes. He twisted his serpentine form, preparing to depart. Then, he suddenly remembered the old turtle. Initially intending to summon the old turtle as well, He recalled that it had already consumed the fruit of the ancient tree and was now in a deep slumber, digesting. Without hesitation, Zheng surged out of the lake. With a splash, the surface of the lake erupted in a cascade of droplets. Nearby animals that had come to drink were caught completely off guard and were swallowed whole in an instant. Zheng's immense power rendered him a natural disaster to these ordinary creatures. They had no time to react before being consumed. His 30-meter-long serpentine body glided through the water. And with one gaping maw, he devoured everything in his path, whether it was wild boar or spotted deer. Devoured wild boar, gained 0, 2 simulation points. Devoured spotted deer, gained 0, 0.5 simulation points. Devoured squirrel, gained 0, 0.1 simulation points. Zheng faced these alerts with complete indifference. He embarked on his second hunt since his emergence as a dragon, targeting nothing less than the entire forest. Half of his massive form submerged in the lake. The other half exposed to the air, his imposing dragon head fixated ahead, exuding an unsettling aura. He contemplated whether to summon the winds and rain to forge a path, wary of potential dangers lurking within the forest. Despite numerous simulations assuring him of the forest's safety, Zheng remained cautious, fearing not beasts, but rather humans, or perhaps that elusive, mischief-making bird. After much hesitation, he resolved that beings of his kind should heed their own instincts. Thus, he began to conjure the winds and rains, using the downpour to mask his presence. With that, he set into motion. His colossal form moved with surprising swiftness, transforming into a shadowy streak as he melded into the depths of the forest. Upon his arrival in the forest, a massacre was undeniably unleashed. As Zheng earnestly pursued his hunt, the ecological order of the forest was irrevocably disrupted, obliterating the natural enmity among animals. They were left with only one adversary, Zheng. Any beast that fell under his gaze became a target for his simulations. Within this primordial forest, fierce winds howled. Thunder cracked, and the anguished cries of animals echoed intermittently. The stench of blood permeated the air, only to be washed away by the incessant rain, creating a relentless cycle. This calamity of the forest persisted through the night until it gradually subsided. After this cataclysm, the majority of the forest's inhabitants had vanished. In the southern reaches of the forest, in what remained of the ecological haven, a colossal black dragon lay concealed amidst the dense foliage, its piercing eyes fixated on the passing creatures. This immense black dragon was none other than Zheng. He observed the myriad animals moving before him without any intention of continuing his feast. He was sated after a night of indulgence and had amassed a considerable number of simulation points. Before him, a cerulean screen materialized, visible only to him. Daily allocation, 2 simulation points. Current remaining simulation points, 22. Another day passed, leaving 39 days until the revival of spiritual energy. Zheng kept track of the days until this resurgence, then glanced at his simulation points. Previously, he had 2 points remaining. With the 2 points allocated today, his night of hunting yielded merely 18 simulation points, a result derived from the slaughter of nearly half the forest. The pace of acquiring simulation points from consuming these ordinary creatures was disappointingly slow. He pondered whether devouring mythical beings one day might grant him a significant increase in simulation points. A surge of excitement welled within him, yet he quickly extinguished the thought. Realizing he was far from achieving dragon transformation, Zheng contemplated, twisting his immense serpentine body, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a resounding tiger's roar caught his attention, compelling him to glance over. Lying amidst the dense forest, he was not hindered in his ability to see far and wide. With a single glance, he beheld a remarkable scene unfold in the distance. A bloody tiger fiercely battling a pack of wolves, while a young spotted deer stood protectively behind the tiger. Was the tiger defending the deer? Intrigued, Zheng pondered the nature of their connection. Could the spotted deer be the tiger's illegitimate offspring? How could a tiger possibly give birth to a deer? Zheng subtly shifted his colossal serpentine form to gain a clearer view. Chapter 36. Enlightenment. In a secluded part of the forest, a gruesome scene unfolded. A blood-soaked tiger stood defiantly, guarding a diminutive spotted deer, facing off against a pack of wolves. The wolves encircled the tiger, their howls echoing through the air. Under normal circumstances, the wolves would never dare to confront a tiger, a creature perched at the apex of the food chain. Should the wolves launch an attack, the tiger could effortlessly slay a few before making its escape. Yet, this tiger was gravely wounded, blood streaming from its body, clearly approaching the end of its life, yet unwilling to abandon its charge. This desperation provided the wolves with an opportunity to attempt to vanquish the tiger. Unbeknownst to both the tiger and the wolves, not far away, a black dragon was observing the unfolding drama. The tiger was on the brink of death. Why, before its demise, did it choose to protect a spotted deer? The relationship between the two seemed far removed from that of parent and offspring. Zheng lay in wait, leisurely assessing the situation. He found it perplexing that a tiger would safeguard such a young deer. However, he understood that the tiger's time was nearly up. Wait a moment, was that a female tiger? Zheng suddenly noted the tiger's gender. It was unmistakably a tigress. An audacious thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this tiger, in a maternal state, had lost her own cub and, by some twist of fate, had mistaken the young spotted deer for her own offspring? Zheng had witnessed similar occurrences before, where a leopard cared for a spotted deer as if it were its own. Yet, he never anticipated witnessing such a phenomenon unfold before his very eyes. Nevertheless, even with this revelation, Zheng felt no inclination to intervene. Within half an hour, the tiger was certain to perish. He observed the tigress, steadfastly defending the deer, and glanced at the ferocious wolves. If the tiger could escape, perhaps it might survive. But surrounded by the wolves, its fate was sealed. How curious, he mused. The tiger exhibited a semblance of humanity, while the wolves displayed nothing but pure savagery. Just as he resolved to look away, he suddenly paused. Wait, humanity? Savagery? Zheng seemed to grasp a pivotal insight. He began to comprehend the path to transforming the dragon. The crux lay in humanity and savagery. Perhaps this was the true tribulation? A flicker of enlightenment ignited within Zheng. If one were to evaluate based on humanity and savagery, what then was a dragon? A creature of savagery. Indeed, it belonged to the most ferocious category. Yet, what of a dragon? In both myth and reality, it is a creature of auspiciousness and divinity. Perhaps, the transformation from dragon to serpent was not merely a physical metamorphosis, but rather a profound shift of the spirit. This transformation embodies the ferocity and beastly nature of the dragon. Otherwise, how could a fierce creature like the dragon transcend the thunder tribulation and be deemed a benevolent beast? Who would believe such a tale? Among dragons, there exist malevolent ones. However, those who initially undergo the metamorphosis from serpent to dragon must relinquish their primal instincts. During the simulation, he devastated a small human village, showcasing his ferocity, which the heavenly thunder would surely not allow him to transform into a dragon. Zheng suddenly comprehended why numerous legends exist about certain villages being protected by dragons, safeguarding them through generations. Perhaps it is because serpentine dragons, before their transformation, choose to shelter humanity to understand humanity itself. Grasping human nature might be a prerequisite for evolving from serpent to dragon. Yet, Zheng had no need to comprehend humanity. He was inherently human. He resolved to continue the simulation. Excitement surged within him as he prepared to proceed. However, upon turning his gaze, he noticed that the tiger had finally succumbed. The wolf pack rejoiced, while the little spotted deer trembled in fear. Nevertheless, it was their actions that illuminated the key to the transformation from serpent to dragon for him. The tiger's intention in life was to protect the spotted deer. Thus, he decided to assist. Zheng's form morphed into an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, the entire wolf pack was engulfed in his ravenous maw. A complete family consumed in unison. After devouring the entire pack, Zheng's colossal serpentine body coiled up, casting a glance at the trembling little deer. With a flick of his tail, he whisked it away. Zheng moved with swiftness, soaring through the air until he reached the lake's edge in no time. He gently set down the spotted deer, regarded it momentarily, and then vanished into the depths of the lake. The simulation commenced. Zheng coiled at the lake's bottom, exhilarated to activate the simulation. Simulation initiated, consuming 8 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 14. Day 1. You find yourself within the lake. Recognizing the opportune moment has arrived, you decisively begin your transformation. You surge forth from the water's surface, placing the little spotted deer behind the mountains, and commence summoning the winds and rain. You adeptly wield the elements, swiftly inundating the entire forest. Day 2. You continue to summon the winds and rain. Day 5. You cease your conjuration. The entire forest transformed into your reservoir. Previously, it took 6 days to amass sufficient water for the transformation. Now it is reduced to 5. Perhaps the chosen reward of memory has enhanced his proficiency in summoning the winds and rain? Zheng pondered thoughtfully. You begin your transformation. Commanding the terrifying deluge as you descend southward, everything in your path becoming nourishment to amplify your torrent. Day 6. You persist in guiding the fearsome flood southward, demolishing all in your wake. On the 9th day, as you traverse the human city, you once again beheld the familiar bridge and the well-known dragon-slaying sword. Without hesitation, you navigated the torrents, and amidst the relentless tremors of the sword, you shattered the bridge, continuing your descent to the south. On the 11th day, just before reaching the estuary, you concentrated intently, fixating on the horizon ahead. However, a quaint human village emerged before you. Undeterred, you forcefully altered the course of the raging waters. With a terrifying surge, you obliterated countless trees, forging a new path, albeit at the expense of much of your strength. Ultimately, you succeeded in reaching the sea. The moment has arrived. Whether one can transform into a dragon hinges on this instant. Surviving the first bolt of heavenly lightning would not be in vain. Zheng's serpentine eyes fixated intently on the azure screen before him. Chapter 37. The pitfall dragon vanishes at the bottom of the lake. Zheng perched upon a colossal rock, his penetrating serpentine eyes fixated on a cerulean screen visible only to him. You navigate the torrents into the sea at the moment of your entry. A surge of power courses through you. Yet, before you can fully grasp this newfound strength, an ominous sensation envelopes you. The time for your thunder tribulation has arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, you command the ocean's currents, soaring skyward, unleashing a roar as you ride your serpentine form, bracing yourself for the impending tribulation. As you stand resolute, dark clouds coalesce overhead, and a bolt of lightning strikes towards you. An intense pain engulfs your entire being, yet amid the agony, you sense a rebirth. A transformation occurring within your very flesh. Zheng paused, momentarily taken aback. His intuition had proven correct. The pivotal step in transforming from serpent to dragon lies in the evolution of one's spirit. Having made this crucial shift, he withstood the initial thunder tribulation. Perhaps this time, he could indeed metamorphose into a dragon. Zheng felt a flicker of anticipation, though uncertainty gnawed at him. The tribulation for serpents is no mere singular event. He could not ascertain whether he possessed the fortitude to endure further trials. The simulation continued. You are enveloped in the celestial tempest, each inch of your form scorched by the relentless lightning. The searing pain threatens to plunge you into unconsciousness. Yet the indomitable spirit and ferocity coursing through your veins compel you to persevere. On the 12th day, after enduring a full day of lightning, your body feels exceedingly frail. Yet a vibrant life force begins to emanate from within. You sense that the tribulation may be drawing to a close, your body radiating light. Poised on the brink of transformation, just as you exhale a sigh of relief, you suddenly behold a throng of humans gathered upon the shore. Astonished by your presence amidst the storm clouds, exclaiming in awe of the dragon, panic seizes you. In the next instant, as anticipated, an overwhelmingly powerful bolt of thunder, far surpassing the dragon transformation tribulation, descends upon you. Aware that retreat is impossible, your ferocity surges as you defy the heavens, confronting the lightning head-on. With 3 millennia of cultivation, you engage fiercely, yet your life force is nearly obliterated, and you helplessly plummet to the shore, awaiting your demise. The humans on the coast frantically douse you with buckets of water in a desperate attempt to save you, but you can only cast a feeble glance. Lying inert upon the sand, utterly powerless. On the 13th day, you ultimately succumbed. In death, as a gust of wind swept through, only your dragon bones remained. And humanity would forever commemorate this as the Dragonfall incident at the sea entrance. You are dead. Please select one of the following options. 13 days of survival experience. 13 days of physical prowess. Decayed dragon bones. As for humanity, Zheng found himself at a loss for words. The emergence of humans at the shoreline had indeed caught him off guard. Yet, it was a comprehensible reaction. The torrents he summoned, from their perspective, were akin to a catastrophic flood. The coastline marked the final manifestation of this deluge. It was only natural that humans would arrive to provide aid, witnessing his tribulation unfold. Yet, Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Success was so tantalizingly close. It is precisely because of the phrase "the dragon cannot reveal its presence" that the heavenly thunder strikes him. Where can one seek reason in this? Zheng finally comprehended the origin of his innate hatred towards humanity. Who would not be infuriated by such a fate? Perhaps it is not only the dragon lineage that faces such restrictions. Other mystical beings might be similarly constrained. It is no wonder that these beings harbor animosity towards humans. Enough pondering. If I can successfully transcend the thunder tribulation this time, it will affirm that my path is indeed correct. Zheng gazed at the 3 options displayed on the screen. As for the second option, The simulation indicated that he had already passed the thunder tribulation and begun his transformation into a dragon, only to be interrupted during the process. If he were to select this option, would it mean he could continue his transformation? A spark of intrigue ignited within Zheng. Yet, before he could choose the second option, a familiar Azure screen emerged. The physical form of option 2 is not as the host imagines. It will only grant the host cultivation. If the host has consumed any special treasures during this time, they will also be bestowed upon him. Did the system come forth to provide an explanation? Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon he grasped the meaning. It would only provide physical enhancement, not manifest his appearance at that time? Indeed, he had overthought the matter. Zheng dismissed this notion and opted for the first choice. In no time, he assimilated the memories from this transformation experience. Within mere moments, he had digested the recollections, enriching his understanding of the dragon transformation process. Typically, a dragon's transformation presents only one opportunity, either success or failure. Experience is not a factor. It is only Zheng, this anomaly, who can accumulate such experience. Now, where should he direct the next simulation? The success of the dragon transformation was nearly assured. Yet the crux remained: how to ensure that no humans would appear during the thunder tribulation. This conundrum vexed Zheng greatly. He realized that he had no means to prevent humans from appearing. This world is fundamentally human-centric. If he stirred up a tempest, it would inevitably attract human attention. Once that attention was drawn, his demise would be certain. Unless he could shorten the duration of the tribulation, achieving success before humans arrived. Zheng regarded this as his only viable solution. Once he transformed into a dragon, he would certainly seek to uncover the reasons behind the dragon's elusive nature. What truly transpired during the Hongwu era? The notion of dragons being unable to reveal themselves was exceedingly frustrating, even to Zheng, who once bore human form. How much more so for other dragons? But how could he possibly shorten the duration of the tribulation? Zheng found himself at a loss for a solution. After all, this is the modern era. It is all too easy for humans to notice him now. Unlike in ancient times when geographical barriers might have allowed for a successful transformation before human intervention. If only the old turtle were awake, he could assist in blocking any intruders. Zheng felt a pang of regret. Had I known, I would have delayed the old turtle's consumption of the ancient tree fruit. Otherwise, shall I capture a few supernatural beings to forcibly assist me in thwarting the encroaching humans? This is ultimately a viable strategy. Zheng could only speculate and prepare to make an attempt. With a simulator at his disposal, it serves as a mechanism for trial and error, allowing him to explore various possibilities. Through continuous simulation, he would inevitably discover a method that is risk-free and yields a perfect outcome. Zheng steadfastly clings to the notion of simulating adventures while maintaining a stable reality. He would never venture into real-life risks. This is not merely a matter of temperament. Fundamentally, he believes in showing respect to the simulator, ensuring it is utilized extensively as a mark of reverence. Zheng remains as steadfast as a mountain. Chapter 38. Seeking the median value in the heart of the primordial forest, beneath the tranquil surface of the lake, Zheng meandered aimlessly. He focused intently on the black feather, the scroll, and the silvery grass, clearly contemplating his strategy concerning how to undergo the transformation into a dragon before humanity arrived. He found himself at a loss for viable solutions. The black feather, the scroll, and the silvery grass proved of little use to him. The predicament of being unable to manifest as a dragon was exceedingly vexing. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, this limitation confined him. However, once the energy revived, it posed no hindrance. Yet, even if he could reveal his form before humanity post-resurgence, attempting to transform into a dragon would be akin to facing insurmountable challenges. The extraordinary artifacts possessed by humans would be overwhelming. Could it be that he truly had to resort to his previous method? Perhaps he could enlist a few cultivators of demonic entities to obstruct the humans? Zheng would never entertain such a notion unless he were genuinely out of options, for he deemed this approach to be rather unreliable. If those cultivators were to allow even 1 or 2 humans through, he would surely face dire consequences. Before the revival of spiritual energy, being seen spelled disaster. After the revival, the challenge remained daunting. Was there truly no middle ground? Unable to suppress his frustration, Zheng was suddenly struck by a thought and lay still at the lake's bottom. Seeking a median value? It seemed truly feasible. If he could manage the timing just right, it might indeed work. The greatest difficulty in transforming into a dragon prior to the resurgence lay in the inability to manifest. Post-resurgence, this restriction would no longer apply, as the extraordinary artifacts would also awaken. with only 39 days remaining until the revival. If he approached the estuary on the 38th day, could he not undergo the transformation during the revival on the 39th day? It appeared that this was indeed a possibility. Excitement surged within Zheng. According to this plan, he could genuinely become a dragon. He promptly set his intentions into action. Eager to test the viability of his idea, initiate simulation. Without hesitation, Zheng activated the simulation. Simulation initiated, consuming 8 simulation points. Current remaining simulation points, 6. With his points dwindling, he realized he would need to contemplate how to acquire more after this simulation. Yet, most of his focus remained fixated on the simulation. As he felt confident that this attempt would yield no complications, perhaps he would succeed in transforming into a dragon during this very simulation. Day 1. You find yourself submerged in the lake, sensing that the opportunity for transformation has arrived. You suppress the exhilaration coursing through your being and dedicate yourself to cultivation within the depths of the lake. On the following day, you continued your profound meditation within the tranquil lake. On the 7th day, you remained immersed in your cultivation. By the 18th day, the sensation of transformation from a serpent to a dragon became increasingly palpable, as if the heavens themselves were urging you to complete this metamorphosis. Yet, with unwavering resolve, you easily suppressed this feeling, continuing your meditation. Truly, I am remarkable, a steadfast dragon. Zheng felt a small surge of pride. However, he quickly regained his focus. To navigate the delicate balance between the revival of spiritual energy and the moments before it, he needed to meticulously calculate his timing. The revival was set for the 39th day, and he required 11 days to reach the estuary. Thus, he needed to commence his transformation on the 27th or 28th day. He understood this clearly. The version of himself within the simulation could certainly grasp it as well. Zheng continued to observe the simulation. It persisted. On the 23rd day, you remained in the lake, steadfast and unmoved by the intensifying urge to transform. On the 26th day, the feeling of impending transformation grew overwhelmingly strong, yet you recognized that your time to begin was imminent. On the 27th day, having timed it perfectly, you surged out of the water without hesitation, and after guiding a young spotted deer to the mountaintop, you began to summon the winds and rains. On the 32nd day, having completed your invocation, the entire forest transformed into your reservoir, and you commenced your transformation, commanding the torrential waters that swept away everything in your path, converting trees, grasses, and stones into sustenance for your flood. You journeyed southward, seeking the shore to complete your transformation into a dragon. By the 37th day, you drew nearer to the coastline, but this was not fortuitous. You discovered that your initial time predictions were flawed, as your transformation progressed with surprising speed due to your ample experience. Resigned, you opted to slow your pace. On the 38th day, under your deliberate control, the speed of your formidable flood significantly decreased. During this time, humans attempted to alleviate the flooding. Yet their efforts proved utterly futile. Concealed within the torrent, you continued to summon winds and rains, replenishing the floodwaters. On the 39th day, you approached the estuary with increasing urgency, finally sensing the revival of spiritual energy. Your bloodline rejoiced and surged, the fatigue within your being alleviating significantly. You knew the moment had arrived, propelling yourself toward the estuary. Along the route, you encountered a small village, deftly altering your course before entering the sea. Upon entering the ocean, you felt your body undergoing a profound transformation, and an instinctual awareness emerged within you, signaling that it was time to face the tribulation of thunder. You have entered the sea. Zheng felt a surge of exhilaration. To enter the sea after the revival of spiritual energy rendered the notion of dragons remaining hidden entirely obsolete. He could boldly confront the tribulation before humanity. In the earlier simulation, he had already faced this trial. In other words, this time, he truly has the potential to transform successfully. With this precedent, confidence swells within him. Zheng gazes intently at the azure screen before him. As the simulation persists, you harness the might of the ocean, surging into the sky, twisting your form amidst the billowing storm clouds, poised for what is to come. Under your vigilant stance, a bolt of lightning coalesces, striking towards you, yet you remain unfazed, bracing yourself against its force. As the lightning descends, a wave of pain courses through you. However, curiously, it does not feel as excruciating this time. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, could it be that the power of the tribulation has diminished? Zheng muses thoughtfully. Or perhaps, prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the heavens favored humanity, intensifying the tribulation for the beasts. After the resurgence, all beings are treated equally, Thus the power of the tribulation is lessened? Contemplating these thoughts, Zheng continues to observe the simulation. Chapter 39, the transformation into a dragon on the 40th day, having endured the baptism of thunder and lightning. You felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping your body. Yet, you sensed a faint stream of vitality coursing within you. As you transcended the tribulation, a multitude of humans gathered on the shore, chanting praises to the dragon. Unperturbed by their fervor, you continued your trial. After enduring numerous bolts of lightning, you finally perceived that the tribulation had come to an end. With the cessation of the tempest, a surge of black radiance erupted from your being. In the next moment, you shed your serpentine form, transforming into a colossal black dragon, hundreds of meters long. You soared through the sky, writhing and flexing your powerful dragon body, displaying your fearsome claws. You had truly succeeded in becoming a dragon. Upon witnessing this magnificent transformation, Zheng could hardly contain his exhilaration. He had awaited this moment for a considerable time. Emerging from the dragon lock well, he had encountered countless extraordinary artifacts and mythical entities, fueling his profound desire to undergo the transformation himself. He yearned for power, and yet, the journey to becoming a dragon was no simple feat nevertheless. He had now achieved a successful metamorphosis. Although this transformation could be deemed somewhat of a shortcut, a product of the energies converging around the revival of spirit, Zheng felt no dismay. This initial success would pave the way for him to explore further methods of evolution. All he required was a successful framework for dragon transformation. Zheng suppressed his thoughts and turned his gaze towards the simulation. Though he had transformed, the simulation had yet to conclude. On the 41st day, you soared through the skies for an extended period, as more and more humans gathered along the coast, many of whom were worshippers. Yet, you paid them no heed. Your thoughts consumed by the sensations of your dragon form. You felt an abundance of newfound talents, though the specifics eluded you. Time was necessary for comprehension. After much deliberation, you chose to plunge into the ocean. Just as you were about to immerse yourself, a remarkably swift figure suddenly intercepted you. With no choice but to ascend, you turned to face the intruder, a gargantuan ape, its body spanning several meters, with a white head, azure fur, fiery eyes, and an aura of malevolence surrounding it. Now transformed into a dragon, you were acutely aware of your formidable strength, and a sense of pride began to swell within you. Unwilling to back down, you prepared for battle as the ape, sensing your defiance, launched an immediate attack. Unfazed, you engaged in combat, employing your martial prowess against the beast. On the 42nd day, you battled the ape for an entire day. Although you held the upper hand, defeating the creature within a short span proved elusive. However, you discerned that the ape's power appeared diminished, as it had not reached its peak strength. You understood that even if you spared the creature now, it would seek revenge once it regained its strength. True to your nature of discretion and prudence, you refused to leave any enemies behind. Consequently, you altered your combat strategy, opting for an exchange of injuries, vowing to vanquish the ape. The sudden shift in your fighting style startled the ape, prompting it to retreat hastily. Yet, you were relentless, pursuing the battle with fervor. In response to your aggression, the ape summoned thousands of water spirits for assistance. With a single roar, you dispersed the multitude of water entities, asserting your dominance. Witnessing this, the monkey went into a frenzy, engaging in a fierce battle with you, where blood stained the azure waters. Ultimately, due to the injuries sustained during your tribulation, you could no longer endure, and the monkey brutally tore your dragon form asunder. You perished. Please select one of the following options: 42 days of survival experience, 42 days of physical prowess, or raw dragon meat. Where did this water monkey spring from? Zheng felt somewhat speechless. He had initially thought that, even in death, he would meet his end battling that chaotic feathered bird. He never anticipated the emergence of a water monkey. Nevertheless, having successfully transformed into a dragon this time, it was not in vain. Zheng deeply sensed the power of a dragon from the simulated text. A single call could disperse thousands of water spirits? That was indeed formidable. However, while he was powerful, this water monkey appeared even more formidable. Wait, the description of this water monkey, a white-headed, azure-bodied creature with fiery eyes? It was said to command water spirits and seemed quite familiar with aquatic matters. Zheng inexplicably thought of a name, Waziki. In legend, Waziki is depicted as a monkey-like being with a white head and azure body, possessing fiery eyes, and is considered the god of the Huai River, often causing turmoil and distress among the populace. When Diyu sought to control the Huai River, Waziki emerged to create havoc, invoking wind and thunder. essentially acting as a nuisance, obstructing Diyu's efforts to tame the waters. In his fury, Diyu summoned a host of celestial beings, yet none could subdue Waziki. It was only when the dragon tribe's leader, Inglong, appeared that Waziki was subdued, but merely captured, not slain. Diyu, left with no choice, imprisoned Waziki beneath a mountain known as Turtle Mountain. There are even claims that Sun Wukong's prototype is Waziki. Could it be that this water monkey is indeed Waziki? It is no wonder that Waziki possesses the capability to contend with dragons. This is still before Waziki has reached its peak. What is this? Isn't Waziki's Huai River to the east? Why is it heading south? It even claims the southern waters as its domain? No, the Golden Crow resides to the east. Which explains it. Zheng suddenly grasped the situation. This Waziki is one that preys on the weak and fears the strong. Seeing the Golden Crow as a formidable opponent, it retreated southward. It likely approached him upon realizing he had just transformed into a dragon and possessed considerable strength, intending to subdue him. Little did it know, he was formidable enough to injure Waziki. The Golden Crow, the giant golden-winged bird, Qin Yuan, Wei Zheng's portrait, the dragon-slaying sword, the Guanyin statue, Kunlun Mountain. And now another Waziki has appeared. Zheng felt as though the mythical creatures from legends were increasingly manifesting. If the resurgence of spiritual energy continues, could it be that all mythical beings will eventually materialize? Or perhaps these mythical beings have always existed, only to have vanished for some unknown reason, now re-emerging? Much like him, the Flood Dragon, who was imprisoned beneath the dragon-locking well during the Hongwu era, remaining unknown to the world. Might mythical beings share a similar fate? Zheng felt yet another enigma had been added to his collection of mysteries. The original enigma remained unsolved, and now another had emerged. However, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. These mysteries would eventually reveal themselves to him. Zheng cast his gaze upon the three options presented before him. 42 days of survival experience, 42 days of physique, raw dragon meat. The second option was particularly enticing, representing the physique attained after transformation into a dragon, likely encompassing the innate talents that arose from becoming a black dragon. Zheng felt that by selecting this second option, even if his cultivation did not significantly advance, his strength would undoubtedly experience a substantial surge. With determination, Zheng swiftly made his choice. Accompanying his decision. Chapter 40. The Master of Scales choosing the second option, Zheng made his selection among the three presented. Accompanying this choice, a current surged through his being, akin to an electric sensation. This current was unlike the familiar warmth he had felt before. It was invigorating and made him feel a delightful tingling throughout his entire form. However, Zheng could discern that after the current passed, his body was rapidly strengthening. This enhancement was not related to his cultivation, which had remained dormant. Rather, it was a pure transcendence originating from his bloodline. Moo! Zheng could not suppress a roar that resonated like that of a bull. His body writhed at the bottom of the lake, flailing wildly. After a moment of this frenzied motion, he finally came to a halt. Once the current dissipated, Zheng sensed a plethora of information flooding his mind, all derived from the innate talents passed down through his bloodline. The sheer volume of this information was overwhelming, and he struggled to organize it all. Seemingly aware of Zheng's predicament, the system's Azure screen materialized spontaneously, assisting him in the organization of this newfound knowledge. Host has acquired new talents: Dragon Might, Cloud Riding, Master of Scales. Dragon Might. This is a unique pressure exclusive to dragons, the higher your bloodline, the stronger the pressure, exerting absolute dominance over those with inferior bloodlines. Cloud Riding. You can effortlessly control clouds and fog, enabling prolonged flight in the air without relying on winds for brief journeys. However, be mindful that your power will not be enhanced when away from water. Master of Scales. As a dragon, you command scale-bearing creatures to serve you, provided their cultivation does not exceed yours. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. 3 new talents. Moreover, all of them pertain to dragons. Zheng felt a surge of excitement. While these talents offered limited enhancement to his physical prowess, they undeniably contributed to the elevation of his inherent strength through the bloodline's transcendence. Nonetheless, utilizing these 3 talents with his current capabilities would undoubtedly yield diminished effects. After all, he was not yet a true dragon. Employing dragon talents would certainly come with significant limitations. As for Master of Scales, commanding scale-bearing creatures, did it not evoke a sense of destiny to become a dragon king? Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Most scale-bearing beings were associated with water. This seemed to hint at constructing a dragon palace. With the old turtle present, and his own dragon lineage, he could command scale-bearing minions, perhaps even sea-dwelling demons. With a mere beckon, he could establish a dragon palace under the sea. That would be far too ostentatious. No, no, Zheng chided himself. Such thoughts were merely fanciful. He did not envision himself constructing such a flamboyant establishment. It was too ostentatious and incompatible with his way of heart. He, Zheng, would never stoop to build such a showy spectacle. A dragon palace could never emerge from his hands. Yet, he pondered, did he now qualify as a dragon or merely a flood dragon? Half dragon, half flood dragon. Possessing dragon talents and a bloodline nearly akin to that of a dragon while his form resembled that of a flood dragon, Zheng felt a deep curiosity. What would happen if he were to once again simulate the transformation of a flood dragon in his current state? Zheng is resolutely determined to continue simulating this transformation. He seeks a method that guarantees absolute success. The recent transformation into a flood dragon was a clever trick, permissible within the realm of simulation, yet in reality, he would never adopt such a risky approach. He must persist in his simulations to uncover a method that ensures 100% success. He wonders what changes might arise if he were to successfully transform into a dragon again in his current form. Zheng is eager to experiment. Although he suspects that any enhancement would likely be minimal, having already endured a tribulation, any further advancement would not be substantial. Yet, there is a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he inadvertently stumbled upon a glitch, propelling him to an extraordinary leap in power. Regrettably, his simulation points are insufficient. He possesses only 6 points, while initiating another simulation requires 8. He cannot proceed further without consuming more creatures to acquire additional points. Yet the forest has grown sparse of wildlife, compelling him to venture outside. However, Zheng hesitates. He is reluctant to leave the safety of the forest, fearing the potential encounter with human travelers who might spot him, leading to his untimely demise. With a promising situation at hand, he would be foolish to jeopardize it. Caution is paramount. Prudence is the true path to success. After much contemplation, Zheng resolves to utilize his innate talent. He needs to venture beyond the forest. But he cannot do so personally. Yet, he can summon other creatures to assist him. His innate ability allows him to command the aquatic beings in the nearby lake, directing them to venture outside the forest to capture animals for him to consume. With this plan in mind, Zheng springs into action. He rides his serpentine body and bursts forth from the lake's surface. Splash! A black flood dragon erupts from the water, sending droplets cascading around. Strangely, no animals are startled by his emergence, for the entire forest lies in hushed silence. Since Zheng's last clearing of the area, the forest wildlife has dwindled, rendering it eerily desolate. In stark contrast, the lake beside Zheng remains vibrant, teeming with life, as he has scarcely inflicted harm upon its inhabitants. With a powerful roar, Zheng calls out to the lake. His voice resonates, causing the air to tremble slightly. Yet, the opposite shore remains eerily quiet. Why is there no response? Zheng gazes quizzically at the lake. Just as he begins to suspect that his talent has failed to manifest, the entire lake begins to bubble and froth as if boiling, countless bubbles rising to the surface. In the next moment, countless aquatic creatures emerged from the surface of the lake. Each one gazed at Zheng with reverence. By my command, venture forth to the distant mountains and capture all creatures, Zheng said, his heart swelling with excitement as he beheld the multitude of aquatic beings. As his order reverberated through the throng, the entire lake erupted in a frenzy, and innumerable creatures ascended from the water to tread upon the land. However, when Zheng observed the aquatic beings that had made their way ashore, a sense of silence enveloped him. While he could comprehend the presence of crocodiles, crabs, and shrimp on land, there was also a plethora of aquatic creatures emerging in peculiar postures. It was indeed Zheng's first encounter with the practical utility of the scaly armor, which not only commanded the aquatic beings but also incited them into a wild frenzy. Chapter 41. The changes brought by bloodline above the forest and lakes. Zheng submerged half of his dragon-like form in the water, while the other half remained above the surface, his massive dragon head gazing intently ahead. The obsidian scales shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Although he was aware of the unreliability of these aquatic creatures, he had never anticipated their level of incompetence. Zheng paused in contemplation. The water-dwelling beings capable of venturing ashore fared somewhat better. They had managed to capture numerous insects, which, despite yielding negligible simulation points, demonstrated their earnest efforts. However, the fish-like entities had proven to be utterly absurd, vanishing without a trace. He speculated whether they had been devoured or sun-dried. Zheng surmised they had likely been consumed. It seemed they were merely aquatic delivery personnel. Even if he consumed these insects, the increase in simulation points was minimal. Zheng had feasted on quite a number of insects, yet the augmentation was barely significant. At this rate, by the time spiritual energy revived, he would scarcely manage to simulate more than a few times. No, he could not rely on these aquatic beings. Zheng felt a profound sense of their unreliability. Yet, he was in dire need of simulation points. To acquire a substantial amount of simulation points in a short time, he had three options. The first was to personally hunt the practitioners among the monsters, a course of action he resolutely dismissed. The second was to consume the solitary practitioner in the lake. The old turtle, but that was out of the question. The old turtle was his subordinate, steadfastly loyal, and he could never betray such loyalty. Furthermore, the old turtle's presence aided him in comprehending the heart of the Tao. The third option was to consume the slender, silvery gray grass. This grass was a treasure. Its simulation points derived from devouring all energy-laden substances. However, Zheng was reluctant to eat it. He wished to retain the grass for continued simulation and feared that consuming it might plunge him into slumber, thus squandering precious time. Perhaps he should wait until tomorrow when the simulation points arrived, and then experiment to see if eating the grass would induce sleep. He could also test the waters with the transformation into a dragon, attempting it without shortcuts this time. Ultimately, Zheng resolved to wait for tomorrow's simulation points before proceeding with the simulation. As he contemplated this, a brilliant azure screen suddenly coalesced before him. Daily simulation points distributed. 2. Current simulation points remaining. 9. Was it truly the case that the simulation points arrived as soon as he spoke of them? Nevertheless, another day had passed, bringing him closer to the revival of spiritual energy. Only 38 days remained until the awakening of spiritual energy. He settled at the lake's bottom, casting a glance at the slumbering old turtle and then at the slender grass emanating a faint silvery glow. With resolute determination, he initiated the simulation. This time, the simulation was unlike any before. His bloodline had drawn perilously close to that of a dragon. He sought to discover the changes that would ensue should he successfully transform into a dragon under such circumstances. With that thought, he activated the simulation. An azure screen manifested before Zheng. Simulation initiated, consuming 8 simulation points. Current remaining points. 1. On the first day, you find yourself amidst a serene lake. Fully aware of your situation, you swiftly consume the silvery gray herb beside you. After ingesting the herb, you feel a surge of vitality, yet no significant changes occur. No changes? Is there no sleep? Or perhaps this herb holds no efficacy for one whose bloodline is so closely akin to that of a dragon. Even cultivation seems unable to enhance your abilities. Had you known, you would have endlessly consumed this herb while still in the form of a flood dragon. Zheng feels a twinge of regret. However, he knows that now is not the time for remorse. He remains focused on the simulation. You lament the lack of transformation from the herb, yet quickly regain your composure, sensing the opportunity to metamorphose into a dragon. You begin your journey as a flood dragon. You place a small spotted deer from the shore upon the high mountains, calling forth wind and rain, amassing a torrent. On the second day, you have successfully gathered the floodwaters, transforming the entire forest into your reservoir. You marvel at this feat. Your bloodline, so closely resembling that of a dragon, has significantly enhanced your ability to summon wind and rain. In just a day, you could unleash a catastrophic flood. Gazing at the submerged forest, you continue your journey southward. On the third day, you press onward, commanding the terrifying flood, sweeping away all obstacles in your path. On the fourth day, you reach the estuary with astonishing speed. You are no longer the same. Your body has undergone comprehensive enhancement, both in water manipulation and speed. Before you lies another human village, and as you approach, you deftly navigate your way into the vast ocean. To reach the sea in merely 4 days? This is astonishingly swift. Zheng is taken aback by his own velocity. A flood amassed in a single day, and in 4 days. He has completed his transformation into a flood dragon. Is this the advantage of an elevated bloodline? Zheng deeply comprehends the significance of bloodline. Now, he possesses a lineage strikingly akin to that of a dragon. It is as if he were born from the union of a dragon and a flood dragon. Clearly a flood dragon, yet endowed with the blood of a dragon. It is precisely for this reason that his transformation into a flood dragon is so effortless. Nonetheless, even with the ease of this transformation, he cannot escape the notion that dragons must not reveal themselves. Zheng continues to observe the simulation. He seeks to ascertain whether the simulated version of himself can complete the tribulation before humans become aware of his presence. On the 5th day, sensing the impending thunder tribulation, you unhesitatingly depart from the ocean, brandishing your presence amidst the darkened skies, your dragon might reverberating. The thunderclouds seem momentarily taken aback by your existence, half flood dragon, half dragon, delaying the descent of lightning. After a considerable time, the lightning finally strikes. You feel a tingling sensation as the lightning courses through you, yet you sustain no injury, leaving you pleasantly surprised at the sheer resilience of your body. Upon realizing that the thunderbolts could no longer harm you, you gazed at the ominous clouds overhead, understanding the urgency of transcending this tribulation. Without hesitation, you surged into the tempest, rolling amidst the billowing clouds, allowing the lightning to strike you without reservation. Swiftly, you completed the tribulation, and amidst a swirl of dark radiance, you shed your former form, transforming into a black dragon that spans several hundred meters. Is it truly possible? Before humanity's discovery, did you genuinely achieve this transcendence? Zheng felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his body had become so formidable, able to withstand the dragon transformation tribulation. Is this the advantage of lineage? On the 6th day, having transformed into a black dragon and preparing to plunge into the sea, the anticipated presence of Wu Zhiqi did not seek you out. Instead, a colossal shadow, obscuring the heavens, soared towards you. Chapter 42. The Untrustworthy Rock at the Bottom of the Lake. Zheng gazed at the words displayed on the screen, his mind spiraling into a chaotic frenzy. This wretched creature had returned once more. Was it truly a lingering spirit that refused to depart? How many times had this avian menace slain him? Zheng's eyes were fixed intently on the screen. He yearned to ascertain if, after his transformation, he could engage this creature in combat. Should there be even a glimmer of hope, he would undoubtedly seek to vanquish this bird. Even if it meant overwhelming it, he was determined to see it perish. The enmity between him and this creature had originated during the events at the dragon locking well. The simulation continued. On the 6th day, you transformed into a black dragon, prepared to submerge into the sea. As anticipated, Wu Zhiqi did not pursue you. Instead, a colossal shadow loomed above, hurtling towards you. You recognized the figure, and a surge of wrath compelled you to engage in battle. Summoning the tempest, you harnessed the rain to amplify your might. As you braced for confrontation, the shadow approached in an instant, revealing itself as a giant bird with a wingspan of 1,000 meters. Its golden wings entwined with an untamed aura. You felt an overwhelming threat and became increasingly vigilant, confirming your suspicions that it was indeed the rock. Upon its arrival, the rock flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest that scattered the dark clouds and halted the rain. Unfazed, you roared, effortlessly calming the storm. And with a flick of your tail, you unleashed a tidal wave directed at the rock. The rock, undeterred, beat its wings once more, dispersing the surging waters. The two of you, dragon and rock, clashed briefly before ceasing hostilities. You stood in opposition to the rock. Yet you were acutely aware that your recent transformation rendered you far from its equal, far from the equal of the rock. But capable of fighting, Zheng was immediately invigorated, feeling the blood within him surge with fervor. If he could indeed contend, he would relentlessly pursue the downfall of this rock. He continued to read further. After a prolonged standoff, the rock finally spoke, inquiring how you had managed to transform into a dragon prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Noticing the rock showed no intent to attack, you assured it that you would not encroach upon its territory and instead sought to enter the ocean. Upon hearing your words, the rock flapped its wings, summoning fierce winds to compel your departure. Without hesitation, you turned to flee, tensing your body as you sought to meld into the sea, taking advantage of its currents to hasten your escape. Just as you pivoted, the rock lunged at an unimaginable speed, striking you with a claw, scattering your dragon scales and inflicting excruciating pain. You retaliated against the rock. Undeterred, the rock launched another assault, forcing you to counterattack. You bit down on the rock's wing, attempting to tear it away, only to discover its wings were impenetrably hard. You could inflict wounds, yet could not sever its appendage. The rock, with its golden wings, pecked at your wound, brutally extracting your dragon tendons. You felt an agonizing pain pierce your heart, and a fierce anger ignited within you, compelling you to retaliate against the rock. Yet, the rock showed no inclination to engage, merely taking your dragon tendons and departing. You could only watch helplessly as the rock vanished from sight, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the ocean, your dragon blood staining the surface. That cunning rock. What a deceitful creature. Where is the dignity befitting a mythical being? Such treachery is unforgivable. Zheng was enraged. Though he had endured, it did not signify cowardice. This impudent bird dared to bully him. In the simulation, he might perish, but once his strength in reality far surpassed that of the rock. It would be the rock's demise. Zheng struggled to contain his fury. Initially, he intended to select a reward option, yet upon glancing at the screen, he discovered the subtitles were still flickering. The simulation was ongoing. Was he not dead yet? On the 7th day, bereft of dragon tendons and rendered immobile, you floated upon the ocean's surface. Just as despair enveloped you, Wu Zhiqi appeared, dragging you into the depths of the sea. Engulfed in darkness, you succumbed to unconsciousness due to your grievous injuries. On the 8th day, you awoke to find yourself resting on the seabed, with Wu Zhiqi standing beside you. You were perplexed as to why Wu Zhiqi had rescued you. On the 9th day, your injuries worsened, and you realized your time was limited. Wu Zhiqi remarked that you were a prodigy among the demons, having managed to evolve from a dragon despite the curse upon your kind and the depletion of spiritual energy. You inquired if Wu Zhiqi knew anything about the curse on the dragon clan, to which he replied in the negative, only mentioning that spiritual energy had once revived in the world but had been interrupted. The one who halted it severed the world's dragon vein, forcibly postponing the revival of spiritual energy by several centuries. The curse upon the dragon clan might be linked to the severance of the world's dragon vein. On the 10th day, you approached the end of your life, and, unwillingly, you closed your eyes. You have died. Please choose one of the following 3 options: 10 days of survival experience, 10 days of physical prowess, the vengeful spirit of the deceased black dragon. Little did you expect that surviving a few more days was solely due to Wu Zhiqi's intervention. Wu Zhiqi was indeed quite candid. Yet, the words he spoke about the revival of spiritual energy seemed to reference the Hongwu era, as the old turtle had mentioned. During the Hongwu period, the revival of spiritual energy was thwarted when Liu Bowen severed the dragon vein, perhaps to stop or delay the resurgence of spiritual energy. There seemed to be a possibility of such a connection. But how could the dragon clan endure such slaughter without retaliating? Zheng felt perplexed. After reflecting upon this, he was taken aback. Was the downfall of the Ming dynasty somehow linked to the dragon clan? The information he had gleaned suggested as much. He suddenly recalled an intriguing fact. It is said that after the Ming dynasty, the Qing dynasty was not initially named the Qing, but rather the later Jin. Interestingly, during the time, they were soundly defeated by the Ming, crying out in despair. Remarkably, while they were called the later Jin and were oppressed by the Ming. After renaming themselves the Great Qing, they turned the tables and began to overpower the Ming. He recalls that in ancient dynasties, there existed the concept of the 5 virtues. The ancients symbolized all things in the world through the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which also correspond to the 5 virtues. This cyclical and interchanging relationship is reflected in the rise and fall of dynasties. Each individual who overthrew a dynasty and established a new one would adopt a title that corresponded to the virtue that overpowered the preceding dynasty. For instance, the Yuan dynasty was associated with the virtue of metal, while the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, adopted the title of Ming, which represents the virtue of fire, thus overcoming metal. Following the Ming, the Qing dynasty embraced the virtue of water. When considering the element of water, the dragon inevitably comes to mind. It is often regarded as possessing the ability to summon winds and rain. Furthermore, the national flag of the Qing dynasty depicted a 5-clawed dragon. It is conceivable that the dragon lineage sought to avenge the Ming's founder, prompting the later Jin to rename itself as the Qing, perhaps hoping to harness the fortune of the nation, allowing the dragon lineage to temporarily disregard the notion that dragons cannot reveal themselves and subsequently assist the Qing. Additionally, he recalls that during the latter years of the Ming dynasty, natural disasters were rampant. However, this remains merely a conjecture of Zheng. Chapter 43. Shallow waters do not nurture true dragons. Zheng gazed at the azure screen before him, his mind swirling with the complex enmities between dragons and humans. Yet he understood that pondering such matters was futile at this moment. His immediate focus must be on the relentless enhancement of his own strength. When he could assuredly transform into a dragon and possess ample power, it would be then that he would emerge from the lake, astonishing the world. It was time to select a reward. Zheng surveyed the 3 options presented to him. Without hesitation, he chose the second, 10 days of physical strength. This enhancement encapsulated the vigor he would acquire upon transforming into a black dragon once again. However, Zheng sensed that this increase in physical prowess would not be substantial. The simulation had made it abundantly clear, With his current form, even the lightning tribulations posed little threat to him, and the transformation into a dragon would yield minimal gains. As Zheng made his selection, a surge of electricity coursed through him. The current was swift, arriving and departing in an instant, leaving behind only a fleeting tingling sensation. Devoid of pain. Once the electric wave subsided, he distinctly felt his serpentine body expanding. This sensation was neither painful nor particularly comfortable. Rather, it was a subtle, unfamiliar feeling. Yet he realized that while his physique was growing, there was no notable enhancement in his cultivation or bloodline. When the peculiarity of his body began to fade, Zheng turned to observe his form. To his astonishment, his once 30-meter-long serpentine body had now approached 100 meters. It appeared that due to the limitations of his bloodline, the 10 days of physical strength had merely reinforced his physical form. The information previously gleaned from his bloodline indicated that ancient serpentine dragons typically began at 100 meters in length. Thus, his current stature could rival that of dragons from a bygone era. As he regarded his elongated form, Zheng felt a palpable increase in his combat prowess. This enhancement was strikingly evident. A 30-meter-long dragon's tail versus that of 100 meters. One could hardly argue which was more formidable. He sensed that his current strength was indeed sufficient to challenge the dragons of a time when spiritual energy still thrived. Although he acknowledged a gap when compared to mythical beings, he believed that this disparity would vanish once he simulated the resurgence of spiritual energy. What direction should the next simulation take? Zheng no longer fretted over simulation points. He had already discovered that consuming the small herb would not induce slumber. Thus, he could directly consume the herb to acquire the necessary simulation points. All he needed to contemplate was the path ahead. Continuing along the trajectory of dragon transformation was unequivocally essential. He wishes to experiment further with his transformation into a dragon, contemplating the potential changes it may bring. However, alongside this transformation, he must consider how to engage in additional endeavors, such as unraveling the various mysteries that surround him. Yet I sense that, rather than delving into these enigmas, I require a change of scenery. Zheng, writhing in discomfort within his expansive serpentine form, realizes that he has grown to an impressive length of 100 meters. This lake is no longer suitable for his habitat. As he moves, he experiences waves of unease. It is evident that he must seek a larger lake or river. Shallow waters cannot sustain a true dragon. Dragons, by their very nature, have a significant need for water. Otherwise, there would be no necessity for them to venture into the sea during their transformation. The true abode of a dragon must at least be the ocean. If not, it must be a colossal river leading to the sea. Given Zheng's current stature, only a grand river would suffice to accommodate him. As for expanding the lake, that notion has never crossed his mind. The environment he requires must undoubtedly be a vast river. To enlarge the lake to a suitable size for him would mean the obliteration of a considerable portion of the surrounding forest, an act that would undoubtedly attract human attention. The principle of remaining hidden remains paramount to him. Such an action he would never undertake. Thus, he is left with no choice but to relocate. The question of where to go, however, is of great significance. If his former lair is easily discovered by mythic beings, it poses a significant danger. Currently, to the west lies Kunlun Mountain, to the east the Golden Crow, the north remains a mystery, and to the south resides the formidable rock. Along with the enigmatic Wujiqi, seemingly in opposition to the rock, Zheng ponders which direction would be most prudent for his move. After much contemplation, he concludes that the east seems the most suitable. The west, with its Kunlun Mountain, is shrouded in mystery and peril. The beings residing there are already a source of concern, not to mention the other entities that may inhabit Kunlun. The north is unknown, but given the circumstances, it is likely occupied by mythical beings. He is reluctant to expend too many simulation points exploring that direction. As for the south, the waterway is under Wujiqi's dominion. He has no desire to engage in a conflict with them. If conflict is to arise, it would be with that mixed-feathered bird. Thus, the east is his sole option. The Golden Crow is indeed terrifying, incinerating all in its path. However, he has noticed that whenever he encounters the Golden Crow in his simulations, it is only when he approaches that it retaliates. If he does not draw near, it seems the Golden Crow does not initiate an attack. Unlike the treacherous mixed-feathered bird, which is both insidious and contemptible, he decides to attempt establishing a nest in the east. After some deliberation, Zheng begins to move. He rides his serpentine body towards the small grass by the edge of the painting and devours it in one swift motion. His massive jaws open wide, revealing a set of menacing fangs, quite unsettling to behold. Gulp. Zheng swallows the grass, along with the lake water. Consumed spirit gathering grass, gaining 53 simulation points. Just 53 simulation points? That hardly seems substantial. Zheng pauses momentarily, recognizing that it is better than nothing. Moreover, the 53 simulation points were sufficient for him to conduct multiple simulations. Thus, he commenced the simulation. This time, he would first head east in search of a suitable dwelling, then proceed southward for the journey of the dragon. Zheng was acutely aware that venturing east was fraught with peril, as it would inevitably lead to an encounter with that golden crow. Therefore, he intended to locate a river in the east before embarking on the journey south. The southern route posed minimal risk, and drawing from his experience, it was indeed the most prudent choice. However, for the next journey, he might consider bringing along the portrait of Wei Zheng. Initially, he would allow Wei Zheng's image to injure the giant rock, and then he would make his move. It would be ideal to wait until the giant rock was caught off guard by the painting. Countless thoughts of the ominous giant rock danced through Zheng's mind. Chapter 44. The Iron Bull of the River at the Lake Bottom. Simulation initiated. Zheng reclined upon the stones, gazing at the screen before him as he activated the simulation. Simulation activated, consuming 8 simulation points. Current points remaining, 46. On the first day, you find yourself submerged in a lake, acutely aware of your next course of action. With your serpentine tail, you gather the scroll and the black feather, preparing to depart the lake. Before you leave, you cast a glance at the slumbering old turtle. After a moment's hesitation, you decide to ensnare the turtle with your tail and take it along. Upon exiting the lake, you observe a small spotted deer by the shore, but choose not to take it with you. Summoning the winds and rains with your power, you conjure a torrential downpour. The deluge is staggering. Realizing the urgency to depart swiftly, lest the forest be submerged, you soar through the clouds and away. On the second day, you journey eastward, accompanied by fierce winds and rain. On the third day, you persist in your eastward trek amidst the tempest. The intensity of the rain you encounter stirs widespread flooding, prompting humans to deploy instruments in search of the cause. Cognizant of the importance of discretion, you elude their detection with ease and continue eastward. On the fifth day, you maintain your eastward path. On the sixth day, you come upon a medium-sized river. After a moment's contemplation, you resolve to proceed eastward. On the ninth day, you behold a vast river, stretching endlessly toward the sea. After much deliberation, you decide to enter the river. As you submerge, you eavesdrop on the conversations of humans along the bank and learn that this is the Huai River. Huai River? Is it not the Huaihe? The homeland of Wu Zhiqi? Zheng paused, suddenly struck by the realization that Wu Zhiqi was, according to legend, the water deity of the Huai. Wait, wasn't Wu Zhiqi driven south by that golden crow? Now that he has come to the Huai River, might he encounter the wrath of the golden crow? A sense of unease washed over Zheng as he continued to observe the simulation. On the 10th day, you find yourself at the upper reaches of the Huai River. You place the black feather, the scroll, and the old turtle upon a large stone and prepare to survey the area, only to notice the black feather suddenly glowing red. Anxiety grips you as you realize that the feather has begun to emit this light due to proximity to the golden crow. If not promptly addressed, the golden crow may sense it and come forth. Left with no choice, you swallow the black feather in order to prevent it from summoning the crow. Contrary to your expectations of fiery torment, you instead experience a sense of fullness, with nothing else occurring. Swallowing the black feather resulted in no adverse effects. Zheng was utterly astonished. He vaguely recalled that the first time he ingested this black feather, he had perished in flames. Now, consuming it brought no harm. Only a sensation of satiation? It dawned on Zheng that this was a reflection of his enhanced strength. Compared to before, he had undergone a significant transformation. The 100-meter-long jiao, an entity infinitely close to the lineage of dragons, possesses the form of a jiao while embracing the innate gifts of a dragon. Yet, one cannot help but ponder whether there exists any cultivator of the arcane in the upstream waters of the Huai River. Zheng contemplated this as the simulation continued. On the 11th day, you commenced your inspection of the upper reaches of the Huai River, endeavoring to locate any practitioners of the arcane. As you surveyed the area, you exuded dragon might, proclaiming the upstream as your dominion. After a lengthy search, you found no evidence of any such practitioners, which struck you as peculiar. For the Huai River, being a major waterway, surely harbors such entities. Yet, for reasons unknown, your search yielded nothing. On the 12th day, as your exploration of the upper reaches persisted, you uncovered the reason for the absence of any practitioners. Beneath the yellow silt at the riverbed lay an iron water buffalo. Approaching the iron beast, you were enveloped in a sudden brilliance of golden light, though it served only to provide a faint sense of intimidation, failing to inflict any harm upon you. You realized that it was this submerged iron buffalo that had rendered the upstream devoid of any practitioners. An iron buffalo? Submerged at the riverbed? Upon this realization, Zheng discerned the nature of the entity. The river-conquering iron buffalo. This iron buffalo is far more prevalent than the water-warding beast, the centipede viper, and can be found at the bottoms of rivers in many locales. According to legend, when the great Yu quelled the floods, he would submerge an iron buffalo for every river he tamed to suppress the waters and quell the disturbances caused by water monsters and malevolent spirits. In later times, those who sought to manage riverways emulated Yu by submerging an iron buffalo with the intention of maintaining order within the waterways. This practice is also associated with the theory of the five elements. The ancients symbolized all things in the world with the five elements. Since the buffalo represents earth, which can conquer water, it follows that the river-conquering iron buffalo is tied to the concept of elemental restraint. However, this entity held little significance for Zheng. Within the simulation, he clearly observed that the iron buffalo could only exert a feeble intimidation upon him, even with the resurgence of spiritual energy. The iron buffalo would prove ineffectual against him. Zheng shook his formidable jiao head and continued to gaze at the azure screen before him. On the 13th day, you felt the opportunity to transform into a dragon intensifying. You began to prepare for your metamorphosis, invoking winds and rains at the riverbed of the upper Huai, driving away all human presence from the banks. Subsequently, with your jiao tail, you unfurled a scroll, ascended into the sky, and continued to summon the tempest. On the 14th day, having ceased your summoning, you observed the waters of the Huai River surging with vigor, sufficient for your transformation. You promptly re-entered the river, harnessing the torrent, and navigated along the southern tributary. On the 17th day, you commanded the torrential flow and returned to that familiar small village, skillfully avoiding it as you veered towards the sea. On the 18th day, upon entering the ocean, you sensed the impending arrival of the thunderous tribulation. You launched forth from the water's surface, harnessing the ocean as might as you ascended skyward. Willingly confronting the storm of tribulation, you swiftly completed your tribulation, and amidst a cascade of dark light, you shed your jiao form, transforming into a black dragon stretching 1,000 meters in length. Wait a moment, 1,000 meters long? Hadn't your previous dragon form measured only a few hundred meters? It is due to his repeated choice to enhance his physique after transforming into a dragon, thereby significantly augmenting the body of the flood dragon, that his simulated transformation reached an impressive length of 1,000 meters this time. The majestic edifice rises from the ground. The more robust his foundation as a flood dragon, the more formidable he becomes after his transformation. Zheng pondered thoughtfully. The simulation continued. You transformed into a black dragon. Yet you did not depart. Instead, you concealed your form beneath the veil of rain, patiently biding your time. As you awaited, a shadow that obscured the heavens approached you swiftly. Silently, you coiled your tail around the scroll, ensuring that you remained undetected. Chapter 45, The Tiger and the Wolf in the Depths of the Lake. Zheng reclined upon scattered stones, observing the simulation. On the 18th day, as you awaited, a colossal shadow darkened the sky, soaring towards you. Silently, you coiled your dragon tail around the scroll, concealing it from detection. As anticipated, the shadow revealed itself to be the Great Peng, a magnificent bird of golden wings. Its arrival stirred fierce gales, scattering the clouds above. Unmoved, you remained indifferent as the Great Peng, sensing your presence, inquired about your transformation into a dragon. Ignoring its question, you remained silent. The Great Peng then asserted its dominion over the southern territories, commanding you to depart swiftly. At this moment, you spoke, conceding to its demand before promptly turning to leave. However, in an instant, as you twisted your dragon form, you launched a sudden attack. With a powerful flick of your tail, you hurled the scroll towards the Great Peng. As the scroll unfurled, the visage of Wei Zheng emerged, unleashing a torrent of golden light that surged towards the Great Peng. Struck in an instant, the Great Peng cried out in distress, feathers scattering like confetti, blood staining the waters, as the image of Wei Zheng delivered a decisive blow, only to collapse the scroll, rendering it tattered and sinking into the sea. At last, it was my turn. This Great Peng had met its match. I had slain it countless times, relishing in its downfall. Now, it was finally paying the price. Zheng gazed at the words on the screen, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Although the strike from the image of Wei Zheng would not gravely injure the Great Peng, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage. At this juncture, if he pressed the attack, could he capture the Great Peng? A fiery determination ignited in Zheng's serpentine eyes as he continued to observe the screen. The Great Peng, wounded, flapped its wings, attempting to escape, yet you pursued relentlessly, charging towards it. The great pine, noticing your approach, turned to peck at you. Its beak meeting your dragon form while your tail struck back. Your formidable strength sent the great ping spiraling out of control, plummeting towards the ground. Just as you prepared to capitalize on your advantage, a shimmering golden light emanated from the great ping's wings. In the next moment, the great pung soared into the sky, departing with a speed that was nearly impossible to grasp. This feathered fiend can flee so swiftly? Zheng was genuinely astonished. Its power was not to be underestimated. Particularly after the simulation, transformed into a black dragon, his strength was formidable. Yet, even after sustaining a blow from the image and returning the favor, the great ping managed to escape at such velocity? Even he could not keep pace. Truly, the great ping lived up to its reputation. With the great pung no longer obstructing him, he had successfully transformed into a dragon. What would he accomplish next in the simulation? With the gallant demeanor of Zheng, he would undoubtedly seek to dominate the south, particularly now that the sovereign of that territory had fallen. The simulation continued. On the 20th day, you soared through the clouds towards the Huai River, accompanied by fierce winds and torrential rains. On the 27th day, you remained entrenched in your cultivation. Zheng, after transforming, having surmounted all challenges, the first matter at hand was mere survival? Did he truly possess such a disposition? Zheng fell into silence. On the 31st day, you continued your cultivation along the banks of the Huai River. On the 38th day, still engaged in your practice, you sensed the resurgence of spiritual energy, yet remained indifferent, persisting in your training. On the 41st day, while you were still immersed in your cultivation, you discovered that the inhabitants on both sides of the Huai River were lamenting. Moving upstream slightly, you eavesdropped. And through your clandestine listening, you unraveled the situation. It turned out that prior to the revival of spiritual energy, your actions had caused significant devastation to the crops along the banks, though they had barely been salvaged. Recently, however, a severe drought plagued the area near the Huai River, leaving the crops on the brink of death, hence the sorrowful cries of the people, fully aware that a substantial part of this calamity was attributable to you. After much contemplation, you began to summon winds and rain, restoring vitality to the crops along the riverbanks. On the 42nd day, still practicing along the river, you noticed once more the people's lamentations. Feeling irritable, you were about to teach them a lesson when you found that the drought had returned to the banks of the Huai River. This revelation astonished you. Having provided sufficient rainfall the previous day, how could drought ensue once more? Intrigued, you summoned winds and rain again. On the 43rd day, your attention was drawn to the banks of the Huai River, and to your astonishment, you discovered that drought had struck once more. The water you had summoned had seemingly vanished overnight, and the water level of the river had notably decreased, while the plight of the crops did not move you. The decline in the river's water level caught your serious attention, prompting you to summon rain once again, halting your cultivation to closely observe the banks. On the 44th day, you finally discerned a clue. In a nearby valley, a peculiar bird flew by, and wherever it soared, drought prevailed. Without hesitation, you dashed from the river, cloaked in clouds and rain, swiftly reaching that valley. There, you encountered the strange bird, which, upon noticing you, captured your attention. In your gaze, this avian creature appeared extraordinarily bizarre, possessing a face resembling that of a human, complete with 4 eyes and a pair of ears akin to a human's. You pursued it, only to discover that while its presence lacked strength, its speed was remarkable, and you found yourself unable to catch up. Finally, on the same day, you successfully closed the distance with the peculiar bird, striking it down in an instant. However, as you lifted your head, a small sun emerged before you. And before you could comprehend the situation, intense rays of red light pierced through, incinerating you utterly. You have perished. Please select one of the following options: experiences from 44 days of survival. The physique acquired over 44 days. Specimen of the black dragon. This bird seeks to outmaneuver its foes. Lacking in strength, yet swift, it is filled with schemes. Zheng instantly grasped the bird's intentions. This bird sought to utilize the golden crow to eliminate him, hoping to seize the opportunity to escape. It likely never anticipated being pursued and ultimately struck down by a single tail swipe. What, indeed, is this creature? Chapter 46. The increase of cultivation at the bottom of the lake. Zheng pondered deeply about the nature of the bird before him. With a visage resembling that of a human, possessing 4 eyes and a pair of ears, it was perplexing indeed. Wherever it roamed, drought ensued. Soon, Zheng surmised the identity of this creature. The mythical young bird, as recounted in legends, bore resemblance to an owl, yet it had a human face, 4 eyes, and human ears. It was said that the appearance of the young bird heralded a severe drought across the land. There were tales of its presence during the Ming dynasty, when an entire summer passed without a single drop of rain, leading to crop failures. If this was indeed the young bird, it made sense. Existing within the realm of mythology, with such speed and intellect, it was not surprising. One must be cautious of these mythical beings. Zheng felt a sudden awareness of his own inadequacies. Had he been sufficiently prudent, he would not have pursued the young bird as it fled. He realized he needed to rely on the old turtle. Gazing at the slumbering, old turtle nearby, he reflected wistfully. If the old turtle were awake, it would certainly advise him against the chase. In terms of survival, the old turtle was the true expert. Oh, old turtle, when will you awaken? Zheng suddenly wished for the old turtle's presence. Yet, among mythical beings, there were varying degrees of power. The young bird was rather weak, manageable for humans, and hardly a match for him. While the Qing Yuan was also weak, its numbers were formidable. In contrast, beings like the roc, the golden crow, and the waziki possessed considerable strength. Zheng understood the vast chasm of disparity between these entities. His own power as a transformed black dragon was undoubtedly at least of mid-tier caliber. Comparatively, the young bird was simply not in the same league. It was time to select a reward. Zheng regarded the 3 reward options presented: 44 days of survival experience, 44 days of physical enhancement, black dragon specimen. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the second option. Zheng was eager to discover the extent to which his dragon form could evolve. Once his dragon physique reached its ultimate potential, transforming into a true dragon would undoubtedly elevate his strength to a terrifying degree. Silently, Zheng chose the reward of 44 days of physical enhancement. As he made his choice, a familiar current surged within his dragon form, coursing through him. However, this current was faint, resulting in a mere increase of about 10 meters. This left Zheng deep in thought, pondering whether he had reached the limits of his dragon path. Otherwise, how could the growth be so minimal? Even the amplifying effect of a 1,000-meter black dragon could not yield significant enhancement. Feeling a sense of disappointment, he speculated whether it was time to transform into a true dragon. Just as despair began to settle in, an overwhelming surge of power suddenly coursed through him. This sensation left Zheng feeling somewhat euphoric, as he realized it was the result of a substantial increase in his cultivation. He had not experienced this feeling for quite some time. Given his level of cultivation, further advancement was exceedingly challenging. This drastic enhancement left Zheng somewhat bewildered. Current cultivation, for 1,235 years. For 1,235 years. The increase is astonishing, isn't it? Upon seeing the words on the screen, Zheng was momentarily stunned. His previous cultivation was 3,125 years, meaning an increase of over 1,000 years. How could this be possible? In the simulation, he hadn't done much at all. Zheng truly did not understand. It seemed that during this simulation, he hadn't accomplished anything noteworthy. Why then had his cultivation surged so dramatically? Moreover, there was no record of such a significant increase in the simulation data. Could it be that he had performed some actions leading to this enhancement, but died too quickly for it to be documented? During this simulation, he had severely injured the great Peng bird, slain the Ying bird, and brought rain to the humans on both shores. It seemed there was nothing more significant than that. Zheng pondered the key events of this simulation. Could it be that killing the Ying bird, a mythical being, was the cause of this cultivation boost? Unlikely. He had slain mythical beings before, such as the Qinyuan beneath Kunlun Mountain. Inflicting severe injury on the great Peng bird should not have contributed to his cultivation either. He had wounded the great Peng while undergoing transformation, and he had cultivated for several dozen days afterward. If there were an increase to be had, it would have manifested long ago. Surely, it could not be attributed to bringing rain to the humans on both shores. Zheng immediately dismissed that notion. How could merely bringing rain to humanity result in such a substantial cultivation boost? If that were the case, having brought rain consistently for months would have granted him millennia of cultivation. However, at present, the most plausible explanation appeared to be this. Bringing rain for humanity might indeed enhance one's cultivation. Although Zheng found it improbable, it was the only remaining explanation. Perhaps he could focus on this aspect during the next simulation. He had no intention of continuing the simulation now. His cultivation had increased too significantly. He required time to acclimatize to this surge of power. The best way to familiarize oneself with newfound strength was to take a nap. Yet, the old turtle had not awakened, and he worried about oversleeping. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to rest, as it was the most effective method to adjust to this power. Never mind, he thought. Even if the old turtle awoke, it would be futile to rouse him. He would sleep. Surely not to the point of awakening after the revival of spiritual energy. Zheng shook his massive serpent head and ultimately decided to take a short rest. After glancing at the scroll, the black feathers, and the slumbering old turtle, he closed his serpent eyes and drifted into sleep. While he slumbered, his mind remained partially alert. In a state of tension, he dared not fully relax. Zheng's lifespan began at 10,000 years, making it entirely normal for him to sleep for decades or even centuries. If he allowed himself to fully relax and fall into a deep slumber, who could say how long he might sleep? Zheng began his nap. The entire lake fell into a tranquil silence, mirroring the slumber of Zheng. The only disturbance arose from a solitary black feather, radiating warmth and causing the waters to bubble. Yet, as time slowly passed, an overwhelming aura of dread began to intensify within the lake. This oppressive force emanated entirely from Zheng himself. As he descended into slumber, his dragon might inadvertently seeped forth, growing stronger with his increasing familiarity with his own power. Under this formidable pressure, what Zheng remained unaware of was that the ancient tortoise had awakened prematurely. Confronted by this terrifying dragon might, the tortoise instinctively sensed danger, compelling its Tao heart to rouse it from its slumber. The moment the tortoise opened its eyes, it was greeted by the sight of a 100-meter-long black serpent, leaving it utterly astounded. Has it truly been several millennia? Has the dragon sovereign's cultivation reached such heights? Did I merely consume a fruit and sleep for thousands of years? The tortoise fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 47. Has the old turtle deceived me? In the depths of the primordial forest and beneath the lake, Zheng gradually awakened. As he regained consciousness, the overwhelming dragon aura permeating the waters began to recede. Zheng opened his piercing serpentine eyes. After a deep slumber, he had become intimately familiar with his power, achieving complete mastery over it. However, he was utterly oblivious to how many days had passed. Once he had fallen into slumber, there had been no one to count the days for him, rendering him ignorant of the time elapsed. Just as a sense of helplessness washed over him, a shadow resembling a propeller whizzed past him. What was that? Zheng was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized the darting figure was none other than the old turtle. He was astonished that the old turtle had awakened at this moment. Nevertheless, whether it had awakened or not, why was it scurrying about? Was it in a state of panic? Could a millennium-old turtle even experience such distress? Old turtle. Zheng couldn't help but call out, summoning the creature. Dragon Lord. You are awake? Dragon Lord, I must tell you, I have slept for 1,000 years. 1,000 years have passed. Dragon Lord, the world outside has changed drastically. I haven't even seen a single mouse in this entire forest. The old turtle appeared utterly terrified. The instant it spotted Zheng, it sprang into action, hastily moving to his side. 1,000 years? Zheng was in a daze. Had a millennium truly passed? How could this be possible? Had he really slumbered for 1,000 years? Zheng was completely flabbergasted, firmly believing such a notion was implausible. Yet, the old turtle seemed earnest in its assertion. Then, Zheng found himself utterly confounded. He had no idea what time it was or what the current situation entailed. Just as he contemplated simulating the environment outside to ascertain the conditions, a cerulean screen materialized before him. Duration of this slumber, 10 days. Total simulation points awarded, 20. Current remaining points, 66. Had he merely slept for 10 days? Zheng's serpentine eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the old turtle. What madness was this? Claiming to have slept for a millennium? He immediately summoned the old turtle, and through a series of inquiries, he unraveled the truth. Was it his dragon aura that had awakened the old turtle? Simply because his size had grown to 100 meters and there were no animals left in the forest. The old turtle had assumed a millennium had passed? It was a most ludicrous misunderstanding. Zheng cast a speechless glance at the old turtle. You are mistaken. It has not been a millennium. You have actually slept for 3,000 years. Upon stating this, Zheng twisted his massive serpentine body, disregarding the bewildered expression on the old turtle's face, and made his way to a corner of the lake bed, preparing to commence his simulation. Zheng lay upon a cluster of stones in the lake's corner, deep in thought. He had slept for 10 days. Thus, only 28 days remained until the resurgence of spiritual energy. Time was becoming increasingly pressing. He must accelerate the pace of his simulations. The more simulations he undertakes, the stronger his prowess becomes. The focus of this simulation revolves primarily around the humans on both sides of the Rain Blessing River. For me, The transformation into a dragon holds little significance at this juncture. The gains are minimal. Yet, transformation remains imperative. Why not seize the opportunity to strike that raucous bird? However, the journey to the Huai River can be postponed. I will first transform into a dragon, then proceed to the Huai River. The black feathers can be consumed during the simulation, and I will merely need to bring along the scroll. As for the old turtle, it can make its own way to the Huai River. Zheng swiftly solidified his direction for the simulation. First, transform into a dragon, confront that raucous bird, and then venture to the Huai River, testing whether he could bring rain to humanity and amass significant cultivation growth. As for the old turtle, it could await him at the Huai River. He held little faith in the old turtle, a creature that had cultivated for a millennium, yet could not even reach the Huai River. With this thought, Zheng made his determination. He then initiated the simulation. A cerulean screen, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Simulation initiated, consuming 8 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 58. Day 1. You find yourself in a lake, fully aware of your course of action. Swiftly, you consume the black feathers, and upon feeling a sense of fullness, you unfurl the scroll with your serpentine tail. After instructing your subordinate, the old turtle, to escort the small spotted deer to the Huai River, you commence your transformation into a dragon. Day 2. You summon winds and rains, commanding the terrifying torrents as you head south. Day 3. With astonishing speed, you arrive at the estuary, deftly avoiding the small village at the mouth of the sea. You plunge into the ocean. In the depths of your being, you sense the impending thunderous tribulation and prepare to cross it. With a twisting serpent's body, you charge into the storm, completing your tribulation in an extraordinary manner. Amidst a swirl of dark light, you transform into a black dragon stretching for miles. Day 4. Transformed into a black dragon, you do not rush to depart, instead waiting in place. During your vigil, a colossal shadow blots out the sun as it approaches. Without hesitation, you cast the scroll and launch into a ferocious assault. Under your relentless onslaught, the rock sustains severe damage, emitting a mournful cry as its golden wings shimmer. Despite your precautions, you cannot hinder the rock's escape, leaving you yearning for more as you watch it depart. Even though he was aware of the rock's capabilities and had taken specific precautions, he still could not impede its flight. Zheng felt the full weight of the rock's speed. Even when gravely injured, its velocity remained terrifyingly formidable. The rock was indeed a creature to be reckoned with. However, he had no intention of slaying the rock. His only desire was to deliver a solid thrashing. He was acutely aware that, given his current strength, he could not bring down the rock. Zheng continued to observe the simulation. On the 5th day, you soared through the clouds, your form concealed by the tempest, making your way towards the Huai River. On the 7th day, you continued to traverse the skies, heading in the direction of the Huai River. By the 8th day, having transformed into a dragon, your speed greatly increased. You reached the Huai River in a mere 3 days. You entered the familiar upper reaches of the river, where, with a flick of your mighty tail, you shattered the iron bull that guarded the waters. Yet, in your search for your subordinate, the old turtle, you found him absent. Reluctantly, you descended to the lower reaches of the Huai River in search of him. On the 9th day, while exploring the lower reaches of the river, you encountered dozens of practicing demons. However, you paid them no heed. Under your dragon's majesty, they merely trembled in fear. After a thorough search, you finally located your subordinate, the old turtle, who was accompanied by a small spotted deer that could breathe freely underwater, just as you had instructed. To your astonishment, the old turtle explained that this ability was acquired after consuming the fruit of an ancient tree, allowing land animals to breathe underwater. Could it be that the old turtle is deceiving you? The last time he consumed the ancient fruit, he claimed to have gained no abilities. Now he asserts otherwise? Zheng silently turned his gaze towards the bewildered old turtle nearby. Chapter 48. The Roll. In a corner of the lake, Zheng lay there, occasionally casting a glance at the old turtle. He was aware of the turtle's tendency to survive, but he never anticipated it would resort to such extreme measures. After consuming the fruit of the ancient tree, the turtle had acquired new abilities, or rather, a talent, yet it chose to remain silent and conceal those gifts. Nonetheless, this penchant for secrecy proved to be quite advantageous. Zheng thought it prudent to learn from this approach. By keeping certain abilities hidden, one could evade detection, and when the moment called for it, revealing them could catch adversaries off guard. Zheng lifted his serpent-like head and continued to observe the screen before him. On the 11th day, you noted that the banks of the Huai River had not seen rain for quite some time. To test whether summoning rain would enhance cultivation, you invoked the winds and rain, providing precipitation for the humans on both banks to aid in their crops' growth. On the 12th day, you practiced upstream on the Huai River, meticulously sensing the changes in your dragon form. To your dismay, you felt no discernible transformation. On the 13th day, you continued to concentrate, yet still perceived no alteration. On the 19th day, you persisted in sensing the changes within your dragon form, but still gleaned nothing. Why was this so? Summoning rain for humanity did not seem to enhance cultivation? Was his prior conjecture erroneous? Zheng pondered in confusion. If that were the case, why had there been a significant increase in cultivation before? Could it truly be attributed to the slaying of the Ying bird and the defeat of a mythical being? That seemed implausible. He had vanquished Qin Yuan, yet had experienced no amplification whatsoever. Was it possible that only the Ying bird held such significance? No, he swiftly dismissed that notion. Was it possible that the timing of his rain summoning was simply inappropriate? The last time he simulated rain, it was during a period of spiritual revival, and this was not such a time. Perhaps, when the spiritual energy eventually revived, it would be effective. Zheng contemplated this possibility. He gazed at the ongoing simulation, understanding that within it, he too could achieve success. He had been in slumber for 10 days, meaning that on the 28th day, the revival of spiritual energy would occur. On the 20th day, you commenced your practice upstream on the Huai River, awaiting the revival of spiritual energy. On the 25th day, you continued your practice upstream on the Huai River. On the 28th day, while practicing upstream, you suddenly sensed the revival of spiritual energy. At that moment, you decisively summoned the winds and rain, controlling the rainfall to ensure the crops on both banks received ample moisture. On the 29th day, you felt notable changes within your dragon form. Just then, your subordinate, the old turtle, approached to inform you that the young spotted deer had become somewhat irritable. You understood this was due to the revival of spiritual energy. Yet you knew such agitation could be suppressed and controlled, instructing the old turtle to do his utmost. For the young spotted deer, you could only offer assistance, recognizing that its potential for transformation into a dragon was greatly aided by the protection of the tiger. Thus, you decided to compensate the young deer accordingly. On the 30th day, you remained upstream of the Huai River, experiencing the transformation of your dragon form. To your astonishment, you truly noticed a change. Your cultivation had indeed progressed, albeit modestly, amounting to an increase of merely 3 years of practice. Had there truly been growth? Was there a reward for bestowing rain upon humanity? Zheng felt a flicker of joy. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. This was not right. In his previous simulation, he had gained over 1,000 years of cultivation. How could this time yield only 3 years? Even if the path of cultivation were to become exceedingly arduous, it should not result in such a paltry increment. There was certainly something amiss, Zheng pondered. The simulation, however, continued unabated. On the 31st day, you initially believed that the crops along the banks of the Huai River would not suffer from a lack of moisture in the short term, intending to continue your cultivation. Yet, you soon discovered that both banks had succumbed to drought. You immediately realized that the young bird was to blame. As you summoned the winds and rain to alleviate the drought, you set out to locate the young bird. On the 32nd day, you found that the banks of the Huai River were once again parched. You called upon the elements to relieve the drought and resumed your search for the young bird. But once again, you found nothing. On the 33rd day, the banks had dried up overnight. You once more summoned the winds and rain to restore balance. On the 34th day, you knew the young bird would arrive on this day, and you had prepared for battle well in advance. In a valley near the Huai River, you discovered the young bird. Without hesitation, you launched your attack, and with a single strike of your dragon tail, the young bird perished instantly, without a chance to flee. On the 35th day, while cultivating upstream of the Huai River, you suddenly felt a surge of power flooding into your dragon form, resulting in a significant enhancement to your cultivation. Incredible! This influx of energy was undoubtedly the reason for your advancement of over 1,000 years of practice. Zheng's piercing serpentine eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, he still could not comprehend the reason behind this increase. The young bird's presence had caused drought along the riverbanks, leading to poor harvests. Was it due to his intervention in alleviating the drought that he experienced such a substantial enhancement? Or was it his assistance to humanity that warranted this elevation? Zheng felt utterly perplexed, grappling with confusion. He resolved to continue observing the simulation in hopes of uncovering the answers. On the 36th day, you practiced your cultivation upstream of the Huai River, occasionally surveying the banks. During this time, the water spirits within the river, invigorated by the resurgence of spiritual energy, became agitated and unruly. However, They were subdued by the powerful beings residing within the Huai River, requiring no intervention from you. Your subordinate, the old turtle, aided the little spotted deer in quelling the tumultuous spirits. On the 39th day, you persisted in your cultivation upstream of the Huai River, intermittently observing the banks. On the 40th day, you noticed a multitude of humans gathered along the banks, burning incense and offering prayers to the river, leaving you perplexed. It turned out that the people from both sides of the river had come to seek blessings and pay homage to the water god, yearning for peace and safety. Wait a moment, the water god? In an instant, Zheng's mind exploded with revelation. He seemed to grasp something profound. The water god, the deity in charge. Who is the water god of the Huai River? In the realm of mythology, the figure of Wu Zhiqi undoubtedly stands out. However, it is a well-known fact that Wu Zhiqi has been suppressed for countless years, and upon his emergence, he ventured southward, without a shadow of doubt. The Huai River is devoid of a water deity. Yet, he has arrived, orchestrating rain along the banks of the Huai River and addressing the source of the great drought. The elusive Jiao. Though he is not the water god of the Huai River, he performs the very duties attributed to such a deity. It seems that precisely because of this, his cultivation has experienced a remarkable enhancement. Zheng feels as though he has unlocked the door to a new world. A multitude of thoughts begins to surface in his mind, pondering the responsibilities that a water god ought to fulfill. Chapter 49. The guardian of the abyss. Zheng pondered the matters concerning the water god of Huai River. The simulation continued unabated. On the 41st day, you vaguely discerned the reasons for your remarkable progress in cultivation. You had not undertaken any deliberate actions and remained absorbed in your practices along the upper reaches of the Huai River. On the 45th day, you continued your cultivation along the upper reaches of the Huai River, while also attuned to the movements along both banks. On this day, your subordinate, the old turtle, successfully persuaded all the cultivators of the river's spirits to venerate you, thus establishing your dominion over the Huai River. On the 46th day, you persisted in your cultivation along the upper reaches when the river's spirits approached you for guidance, inquiring if you wished to expand your territory by encroaching upon the land. You decisively declined and instructed your subordinate, the old turtle, to conduct thought courses for these spirits. On the 48th day, while you trained in the upper reaches of the Huai River, you inadvertently overheard the humans on the shore discussing the cataclysmic changes in the world. Many monsters had emerged, and vast regions had succumbed to human despair, with much of their technology rendered ineffective. After listening, you remained unmoved and harbored no intention of sheltering humanity. On the 49th day, as you continued your cultivation, you suddenly realized that the humans along the banks were being slaughtered by dozens of century-old monsters. You remained indifferent, fully aware of the deep-seated enmity between the dragon clan and humanity. On the 50th day, those numerous monsters infiltrated the depths of the river, seeking to seize control of the Huai River. With a display of your dragon might, you caused several of them to perish instantly, prompting the others to flee in terror. Just as you prepared to pursue, your subordinate, the old turtle, intervened, guiding you towards the realization of Tao Heart, and you chose to remain in seclusion within the waters of the Huai River. Truly impressive is the wisdom of the old turtle. Zheng mused. He felt that remaining hidden within the Huai River was indeed the prudent choice. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, the world had transformed dramatically, presenting myriad dangers. Just consider the golden crow in the east, capable of slaying him countless times. Mythical beings possess varying ranks. The roc is formidable, yet it pales in comparison to the golden crow. As for himself, should he confront the roc head-on, defeat would be inevitable. The simulation persisted. On the 51st day, your cultivation continued along the upper reaches of the Huai River. However, you discovered that the monsters who had previously boasted before you had not departed and lingered nearby. Just as you felt puzzled, a shadow, vast enough to obscure the sky, suddenly plunged into the Huai River. Upon closer inspection, you recognized it as the roc. In an instant, you understood that those monsters had been summoned by the roc, attempting to lure you out, thereby depriving you of the river's strength. Now, seeing their failure to draw you forth, the roc was evidently incensed. Observing the roc descending into the Huai River, you unceremoniously summoned all the aquatic beings of the river to join forces against it. The roc, clearly agitated, chastised you for lacking regal demeanor, yet you remained undeterred and launched an assault. Under the waters of the Huai River, the roc's powers diminished significantly, and you effectively subdued it. Just as you prepared to slay the roc, a radiant sun suddenly surged into the Huai River, incinerating you, the roc, and the entire aquatic realm of the Huai in an instant. You perished. The simulation has concluded. Congratulations, host. On achieving the title Guardian of a Domain, you are rewarded with 500 years of cultivation and a stewardship template. Please select one of the following options: 51 days of survival experience, 51 days of physical prowess, or a pot of stew. The rock, beneath the Huai, was unexpectedly subdued. Given sufficient time, perhaps it could indeed be slain. That final radiant sun, it is undoubtedly the Golden Crow. What brings the Golden Crow to this fray? Zheng found himself at a loss for words. Yet, is the rock not a tad too clever for its own good? It seems to understand the strategy of luring him away from the Huai to enact vengeance, even being aware of his presence in the river. Little did the rock realize that, despite its cunning, it steadfastly refused to leave the Huai. This rock is indeed a formidable adversary, impossible to kill and vengeful. Ultimately, it is a matter of insufficient strength. If only he possessed the power to vanquish the rock, there would be no such complications. He gazed at the rewards, ready to make his selection. However, upon seeing the options, he was momentarily stunned. Achievements? Guardian of a Domain? Zheng struggled to recall the last time he had accomplished such a feat. It seemed that upon completing certain extraordinary tasks, one could attain achievements and corresponding rewards. Yet, despite all his endeavors, he had only achieved this once before, during the incident at the Dragon Locking Well, where he completed the achievement Ascension of the Dragon. Now, he had accomplished a second achievement, Guardian of a Domain. The rewards of this achievement, 500 years of cultivation and a stewardship template, puzzled him. He understood the 500 years of cultivation in its literal sense, but the stewardship template remained a mystery. Just as confusion enveloped him, a cerulean screen materialized before him, visible solely to him. Current stewardship, water deity of the Huai River. 1. When the host attains 100%, they will truly become the water deity of the Huai River. How to increase points is left for the host to explore. This stewardship template indicates his current role and point status. These points likely signify a kind of divine authority. Only upon reaching 100% can he be regarded as the true water deity of the Huai. This template appears quite useful, as it substantiates the direction of his cultivation. His hypothesis was correct. It was indeed the water deity of the Huai that significantly enhanced his cultivation. Gazing at the template, Zheng pondered deeply. To genuinely become the water deity of the Huai, he must acquire these points. To obtain more points, he must fulfill the responsibilities befitting the water deity. Yet, Zheng could not guarantee his assumptions. He needed to engage in further simulations to discern whether his desires were misguided. The significance of the simulator, this trial and error device, has become increasingly evident. However, if one were to truly accomplish the tasks befitting the river god of Huai, it would undoubtedly enhance this score. Zheng felt he had struck gold. The 1% of divine authority he currently possesses from the river god of Huai is likely a result of his efforts in bringing rain to both banks, alleviating severe drought, and vanquishing the ominous birds. This 1% has already bestowed upon him a considerable amount of cultivation. If he were to obtain the remaining 99%, would it not also grant him an abundance of cultivation? When he ultimately ascends to the status of the river god of Huai, how formidable might he become? Zheng's thoughts wandered. Chapter 50. Preparing for reality, the bottom of the lake. The river god of the Huai, indeed, stirs the heart of the dragon. Yet, what should the river god of the Huai truly do? Should he manage the river's course, summon clouds and rain, and prevent any threats to the waters of the Huai? Zheng coiled his immense serpentine body upon the stones, deep in contemplation. If the river god of the Huai were truly as such, then it would be impossible for him to possess only 1% of the divine authority. In his simulations, he conjured rains along the banks and vanquished the pestilent birds, yet he had effectively performed the duties of the river god. If it were so simple, how could he only wield 1% of divine power? There must be some aspect beyond his comprehension. Zheng pondered earnestly. In mythology, what tasks do river gods undertake? The most renowned river god, Gong. According to legend, Gong governs floods and is considered the most formidable river deity. Should he emulate Gong and provoke the unruly mountain? Or perhaps cause a flood to inundate humanity for mere amusement? Absurd. Alternatively, he could mimic the minor river gods, demanding sacrificial offerings of ewes every few years from nearby humans. That too seemed ludicrous. Zheng felt a headache coming on. After much reflection, he found no suitable reference point. The river gods that lingered in his memory appeared synonymous with malevolence. Zheng could comprehend this. The 5 elements serve as a perfect explanation. They represent all that exists, and the element of water signifies many aspects, including darkness, salinity, and desire. The numerous river gods seem to amplify the notion of desire a thousandfold. The affinity for water is often associated with a potent sense of desire. There are myriad forms of desire: lust, hunger, slumber, and sensuality, among others. Even Zheng himself was not immune to this concept of desire. Dragons, by nature, are drawn to water, which has led to the saying that dragons possess an inherent lustful nature, magnifying their sensuality immensely. If dragons are thus, humanity is not exempt. For humans, water symbolizes the kidneys, and those destined to favor water often possess formidable sensual desires. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he realized he could not conceive a viable solution. Zheng was acutely aware that he had no idea how to enhance his divine authority. He could only proceed step by step, through continuous simulation. He would eventually discern how to augment his divine power. For now, he needed to select from the 3 rewards presented. Zheng suddenly recalled that he had yet to make his choice for this round of rewards. Experience of survival for 51 days. Physique of 51 days. A pot of stew. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. This choice encompassed a wealth of cultivation. He needed to enhance his strength, making the second option the most prudent choice. As Zheng made his selection, a familiar current surged through him, one to which he had developed an immunity. He bore the current in silence. The electricity induced a slight numbness in his dragon form while simultaneously bestowing an increase in power. Soon, the current vanished, and the surge of power came to an end. When Zheng opened his serpentine eyes once more, an even more formidable dragon's might erupted from within his dragon form. Current cultivation, for 1,653 years. Previously, his cultivation spanned 4,235 years. Now, it had ascended to over 4,600 years, marking an improvement of 418 years. Zheng reveled in the power coursing through his form, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. Yet, he sensed with a vague clarity that he was nearing the limits of his dragon form. This sensation was faint, yet distinctly palpable. Most notably, as his cultivation advanced, the feeling of transforming from serpent to dragon became increasingly insistent, almost overwhelming. It seemed he was on the verge of actual transformation. After countless simulations of this metamorphosis, the success rate had consistently hovered around 100%. Zheng was eager to embark on this journey in reality. Just as he contemplated the timing of his transformation, the screen before him flickered. Achievement reward: 500 years of cultivation. Would the host like to claim it? 500 years of cultivation. Zheng nearly forgot about the additional cultivation time granted through achievements. Could he perhaps store it for later? He hesitated. He did not wish to elevate his cultivation at this moment. An instinct told him he had reached the cusp of his serpent form. Continuing to cultivate could lead to unforeseen consequences. If he were to elevate his cultivation, it should be after his transformation. The serpent typically required 3,000 years for this transformation, and he had already approached 5,000. Storage not possible. How straightforward this system was. With no other option, he opted to claim the reward. The moment he did, a torrent of electricity surged forth, nearly overwhelming Zheng's consciousness. His entire serpentine body felt as if it were vibrating with energy, and from an external viewpoint, it appeared as though he was exhaling spiritual essence. Unable to absorb such a vast amount, time became a blur. When the electrical surge subsided, Zheng gradually awakened. As he opened his eyes, a screen came into view. Current cultivation, 5,000 years. Note: you have reached the racial limit. Remaining cultivation cannot be absorbed and will dissipate as spiritual energy. Zheng was taken aback. Did this system truly render him nearly unconscious merely to deliver this outcome? Over 100 years of cultivation lost to the ether? He felt a pang within his dragon heart. Furthermore, the declaration of having reached his racial limit seemed to compel him towards transformation, without becoming a dragon. His strength could not be enhanced. However, with this 5,000 years of cultivation, his chances of successfully transforming grew significantly. In the simulations, his success rate had been 100%. He requires a full 120% effort to undergo the transformation into a dragon. First, he shall take a brief respite to consolidate his strength before attempting the metamorphosis. It is imperative not to approach this endeavor with a superficial grasp of power. Zheng would rather invest additional time than take unnecessary risks. This is not a matter of mere survival. It is a principle of prudence. Once Zheng resolved to rest and then proceed with the transformation, he summoned the old turtle and, after imparting his instructions, prepared for slumber. Dragon Lord, You have been asleep for 3,000 years. Why do you wish to sleep further? The old turtle questioned with an expression of incredulity regarding the nature of his existence. If you cannot awaken me in 3 days, I shall sleep for another 3,000 years. The choice is yours. Zheng replied dismissively as he began to drift into sleep. The old turtle fell silent upon hearing this. It seemed that, after many years, he felt compelled to take action. Perhaps it would require an offensive approach to rouse the Dragon Lord. Furthermore, it would necessitate targeting his vulnerabilities to achieve this. But where, indeed, lay the Dragon Lord's weaknesses? The old turtle's beady eyes began to scrutinize. Chapter 51. Southward. The Serpent's Journey. At the bottom of the lake, a tremendous and overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. The old turtle was instantly overturned, its shell tumbling until it crashed against a massive stone, finally coming to a halt. A resounding roar echoed, reminiscent of a bull's bellow. A colossal black serpent, exceeding 100 meters in length, glared furiously at the old turtle. What do you mean? Old turtle? Zheng exclaimed, brimming with ire. Did you not say I could call upon you to awaken after 3 days? You even told me to manage it as I saw fit. The old turtle withdrew its head into its shell, meekly acquiescing. You cannot shout like that. Zheng thundered. You never specified how to call for you, yet it is indeed 3 days later. The old turtle muttered softly. Upon hearing this, Zheng ceased his reprimand. With a flick of his serpent tail, he delivered a sharp strike to the old turtle and chose not to dwell on the matter further. However, it was evident that the old turtle possessed some capability to awaken him after 3 days. Zheng cast a sidelong glance at the chastised old turtle. Old turtle, take that little spotted deer by the shore and head east, Zheng added, ensuring he clarified that a millennium had not passed, lest the old turtle mishandle the situation. I only slept for around 10 days? It hasn't been a millennium? Wait, Dragon Lord, why must I head east? And what of the spotted deer by the shore? The old turtle's mind was awash with confusion. Go east and wait for me by the Huai River. As for the spotted deer, do not ask too many questions, just take it with you. Zheng, disinterested in further explanations, reclined upon the stones, contemplating the transformation from serpent to dragon. Yes, Dragon Lord, but you see, I cannot take that spotted deer with me. I have seen it by the shore, and it has no cultivation. It cannot enter the waterway. Thus I cannot bring it along. The old turtle voiced its concerns, its expression revealing a human-like dilemma. Use the talent you acquired from consuming the ancient tree's fruit. Zheng's piercing serpent eyes fixed on the old turtle, his tone brooking no argument. The voice that followed was akin to the bellow of a bull, and it left the old turtle in disarray. Why? How could the Dragon Lord possibly know of my newly awakened talent? I have neither spoken of it nor demonstrated it. Could it be that the Dragon Lord possesses the ability to foresee? The old turtle felt its shell was no longer secure, as if it had no privacy before the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord was indeed mysterious. Dragon Lord, I understand. However, if you wish for me to head east towards the Huai River, what of you? The old turtle inquired cautiously. Go, serpent, Zheng replied succinctly, and without further ado, he surged towards the lake's surface. Go, serpent. The Dragon Lord is to transform into a dragon? The old turtle was taken aback. When it first encountered the Dragon Lord, he was merely a serpent with a millennium of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, he was on the verge of becoming a dragon. Long June. The speed of growth is simply outrageous, is it not? No, since Long June is about to transform, it cannot offer assistance, but at the very least, it must not become an obstacle. The old turtle immediately sprang into action, preparing to leave the shore with the little spotted deer. Its limbs moved like propellers, swiftly departing. At the surface of the lake, Zheng surged forth, his 100-meter-long serpentine body partially submerged, with only a portion visible above the water. With his emergence, the very air of the forest seemed to thin, an overwhelming sense of oppression filling the atmosphere. The might of the dragon. Zheng raised his head towards the sky, refraining from immediately commencing his transformation. He observed the old turtle's departure, granting it ample time. After a prolonged wait, he was finally ready to begin. In the simulation, the transformation was a trivial matter for me, practically guaranteed to succeed, with the sole potential failure being the eyes of humans. Thus, I needed only to exercise caution. Zheng pondered deeply. After a moment of reflection, he initiated his actions. Suddenly, Zheng lifted his massive serpentine head and roared towards the heavens. Moo! Summon the winds and rains. In the next instant, dark clouds began to gather ominously. In the blink of an eye, the entire expanse seemed shrouded in darkness. with countless bolts of lightning writhing like serpents, poised to strike. The howling wind swept through, lifting the remnants of fallen flowers and leaves into the sky, augmenting the impending storm. The remaining creatures of the forest, sensing the disturbance, fled in sheer terror. Boom. In this stifling environment, the torrential rain began to pour down. The raindrops cascaded upon Zheng's serpentine body, eliciting waves of comfort. Simultaneously, the sensation of transformation surged within him, growing ever more intense. Yet Zheng steadfastly resisted, refusing to undergo the transformation immediately. He gazed at the sky for a moment before submerging into the lake. Swiftly, he approached the black feather and the scroll. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the black feather. Upon ingestion, a fiery sensation coursed through his serpentine form, but it dissipated almost instantly. Consumed the golden crow feather, gaining 100 simulation points. 100 simulation points. However, now was not the time to contemplate simulation points. Transformation. Before the transformation, I must take the scroll with me. Should that meddlesome bird dare to appear, I shall strike without mercy. Zheng decisively coiled the scroll with his tail and surged forth from the lake once more. This time, he faced the howling winds and torrential rains, harnessing the storm to elevate his power. The tempest swept across a 100-mile radius, with the heart of the primal forest experiencing an overwhelming deluge. Within a mere 2 hours, the forest was submerged, trees bowing beneath the relentless currents as Zheng observed. Once a natural basin nestled among towering mountains, this forest had now transformed into Zheng's reservoir. Zheng, suspended in midair, was being baptized by the rain, his serpentine eyes scanning the forest below. Was it due to my cultivation reaching 5,000 years? Thus, it took merely 2 hours to accumulate this water. Zheng was well aware that his accumulation time was significantly shorter than that in the simulations. Yet, he understood it was a consequence of his cultivation. He had now reached the pinnacle of the dragon's essence, an extraordinary feat. It was time to depart. Zheng cast one last glance at the vast expanse of the forest before twisting his serpentine form and plunging into the treacherous currents. As he entered the torrent, Zheng activated his innate abilities, commanding the entire flood to move in accordance with his will. Southward. Go forth, dragon. Great Peng, the golden-winged bird. Your doom is nigh. Chapter 52. Zheng transforms into a dragon. Thunderous roars reverberated as the surging torrents rampaged through the southern waterways, obliterating anything that dared to obstruct their path. Zheng, a colossal black serpent spanning 100 meters, concealed itself within the tumultuous currents, masterfully steering this formidable deluge. To him, the flow of water was akin to an extension of his own will, moving in accordance with his desires. As Zheng descended southward, he beheld the water swirling around him. It was in this moment that he truly comprehended the essence of the word water. A single droplet possesses a feeble power, so diminutive that it can be absorbed by the earth upon impact. Yet, when countless droplets unite, they wield the might to reshape mountains and overturn seas. Such was the nature of the torrent, an amalgamation of innumerable waters, potent enough to obliterate all in its path. Water, gentle yet formidable. A vague realization dawned upon Zheng, but he recognized that his primary focus lay in navigating the serpent's path. With complete concentration, he controlled the roaring currents. After 5 millennia of cultivation, his speed surpassed that of the simulations by leaps and bounds. He had already traversed several human cities, yet less than half a day had elapsed. Zheng estimated that, within a day, he would reach the estuary. This was the advantage of high cultivation, a comprehensive enhancement across all facets. Continuing to guide the torrent southward, the mighty current swept away everything in its wake. Zheng observed the trees and buildings on either side of the waterway being swallowed by the flood, his heart unmoved as he pressed onward. Soon, an ancient, somewhat decrepit city emerged before him. Zheng remained unfazed, having unleashed the deluge from the primordial forest and journeyed southward. He had already passed numerous human settlements devoid of spiritual revival, posing no threat to him. As Zheng surged into the human city, he did not seek to wreak havoc upon it. He merely followed the course of the waterway. The structures lining the banks met their fate, consumed entirely by the relentless torrent. After an indeterminate period of time, an ancient bridge came into view, beneath which hung a venerable sword. From afar, Zheng discerned this striking edifice. The dragon-slaying sword? Zheng recalled vividly that during his initial descent as a serpent in the simulations, it was this very sword that had severed him. However, circumstances were now different. The revival of spiritual energy had once animated such extraordinary artifacts, but now they lay dormant. Fixating on the suspended dragon-slaying sword, Zheng hesitated not for an instant. He commanded the flood forward, intent on demolishing the obstructing ancient bridge. As he approached, the sword trembled incessantly. In Zheng's gaze, it radiated a dazzling golden light, as if seeking to vanquish him. Yet it was utterly impotent and incapable of launching an attack. With a resounding crash, the dragon-slaying sword could not hinder Zheng, who easily obliterated the ancient bridge. The torrent surged through, dismantling a structure that had stood for countless years. Without a backward glance, Zheng continued his southerly journey. His immense serpentine form cloaked within the currents, imperceptible from the outside. After spending the greater part of the day, Zheng approached the estuary under the cloak of night. Despite his diminished state, with his current level of cultivation, he would soon replenish his strength amidst the tumultuous winds and rains he could summon. Within the simulation, there existed a small human village near the estuary, designed as a test for the dragon transformation. Zheng skillfully slowed the torrent, fixating on the path ahead. Before long, he located the simulated village. Positioned at the heart of the waterway, the village was neither particularly large nor small, yet it appeared desolate. With fields left untended and only a few elderly, weak women and children remaining. With adept precision, Zheng altered the flow of the torrent to circumvent this test village. This small hamlet represented the final obstacle on his journey southward to the sea. Typically, as a dragon nears the estuary, it becomes overwhelmed with excitement, losing control of its emotions, often crashing through any nearby village. Even a benevolent dragon, lured by the temptation of transformation, would struggle to resist. This last trial before the dragon's ascension was indeed a cunning test of will. However, Zheng had an advantage. He wielded a simulator and was already privy to the outcome. There was no way he would fall into such a trap. Forcefully redirecting the terrifying torrent consumed a considerable amount of his energy, but with 5 millennia of cultivation, he had reached the limits of his draconic potential. Such expenditures of energy were of little concern to him. The remaining strength he possessed was more than sufficient to complete the tribulation. With a thunderous rush, the fearsome torrents surged into the ocean, sweeping away fragments of wood and stone, all swallowed by the sea. Zheng followed suit, plunging into the vast waters. Upon his entry, he could no longer contain his exuberance. His serpentine form writhed with an overwhelming sense of comfort. The confines of the lake had felt stifling, but now, submerged in the ocean, he was enveloped by a sensation of liberation. Yet, Zheng was not foolish enough to embark on an exploration of the sea just yet. The ocean remained shrouded in mystery for him. Who knows what mythical beings might dwell within its depths? Although his strength had grown formidable, he still opted for a cautious approach. The notion of capsizing in treacherous waters was utterly inconceivable to him. As Zheng glided through the ocean, an indescribable sensation washed over him, the onset of tribulation. It was a feeling both ethereal and tangible, a whisper from the void that resonated with his very being. Recognizing the moment had come to commence his tribulation, he ascended into the sky, summoning winds and rains to cloak his presence from human eyes. Gazing at the gathering storm clouds above, he recalled the actions he had simulated. It seemed that this lightning tribulation posed no threat to him whatsoever. His method of transcending the tribulation would be to charge upward and allow the lightning to strike him in one swift onslaught, facilitating a rapid ascension. With this realization in mind, he resolved to proceed as planned. Zheng fixed his gaze upon the storm clouds, unleashing a roar akin to that of a bull, twisting his serpentine body as he surged into the heart of the tempest. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderclouds seemed to have been provoked, as bolts of lightning struck relentlessly towards Zheng, regardless of whether they had fully coalesced. The lightning struck the ebony scales adorning Zheng's body, emitting a piercing explosion, and then there was silence. Zheng felt an odd sensation. It seemed that this was not particularly painful. Was this the extent of the tribulation? Zheng realized he had overestimated the thunderous trial and underestimated his own resilience. With his current cultivation, such a level of tribulation posed no threat to him. Countless bolts of lightning rained down, failing to dislodge even a single scale from Zheng. Before long, it appeared the thunderclouds recognized their futility against him and began to dissipate. As the clouds faded, a tremendous surge of vitality coursed through Zheng's serpentine form, transforming into streams of dark radiance. Within this black luminescence, Zheng commenced his metamorphosis into a dragon. Chapter 53, The Bewilderment from the Rock, a Resounding Roar. reminiscent of a bellowing bull, echoed across the heavens. Although it bore the semblance of a bovine cry, the sound was elongated and sacred, leaving no listener to believe it could emanate from an ordinary creature. Amidst the clouds, a colossal black dragon soared, stretching 1,000 meters in length. The dragon, fierce and majestic, glided through the skies as if it were the sovereign of the heavens. This dragon was none other than Zheng. Having shed his serpentine form, Zheng transformed into a black dragon, feeling the terrifying power coursing through his dragon body, an impulse to roar almost overwhelming him. Yet, he refrained. He was waiting for the rock, the entity that had vanquished him countless times in simulations. As he contemplated this, his dragon form quivered uncontrollably, and he coiled his tail tightly around the scroll he held. During his vigil, fierce winds from afar began to sweep towards him, dispersing the clouds surrounding him. It was here. I have awaited your arrival for so long. Zheng focused intently, gazing towards the horizon. At the edge of the skyline, a shadow loomed, blocking out the sun, and it approached him with remarkable swiftness. Perhaps, before his transformation into a dragon, he would have gasped in awe at the sight of such a behemoth. However, now, as a dragon himself, reaching a length of 1,000 meters, who among them was not a giant? Zheng stood poised, anticipating the arrival of the shadow. Before long, the shadow that blotted out the sky revealed itself to be the rock. As the mighty bird arrived, it spread its magnificent wings, preparing to flap them and unleash a tempest to test Zheng's prowess. To its surprise, Zheng seemed to have anticipated the rock's every move. Just as the rock began to flap its wings, Zheng unleashed his innate talent, striking his tail to quell the winds that had just manifested. The newly arrived rock seemed taken aback. Did it not seem as though Zheng understood its attack with uncanny clarity? And the look in his eyes, there was an inexplicable familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages. The rock found itself momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng recognized this as the perfect moment to strike. With a swift motion of his tail, he hurled the scroll towards the rock. Simultaneously, he summoned the winds and rains, harnessing the power of water to augment his own strength. The scroll launched forth, unleashing a barrage of golden light that struck the unsuspecting rock. Upon being hit by the golden radiance, the rock's form appeared scorched, its once dark plumage now charred. A piercing cry escaped the rock as it plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground. The scroll, seemingly damaged, folded back upon itself and fell into the sea. What a splendid opportunity! Zheng's dragon eyes narrowed. This was his first encounter with a mythic being in reality, and he would not take it lightly. With a resonant dragon roar, he summoned the aquatic creatures from the depths of the ocean to assail the rock, regardless of their effectiveness. Without hesitation, Zheng propelled his entire dragon form towards the rock, ready to engage in battle. The great rock, having plummeted to the ground, swiftly regained its footing, casting a venomous glance at Zheng as golden light flickered between its wings. It was bewildered, unable to comprehend how it had offended the dragon, which had attacked with such ferocity from the outset. Yet it recognized that it was time to flee. Under Zheng's astonished gaze, the rock transformed into a streak of golden light, ascending into the sky and vanishing from sight. The speed of the rock was astonishing indeed. Zheng was left utterly astounded. His previous encounters with the rock had been confined to simulations. In reality, he was taken aback by its swiftness. That flash of gold seemed to penetrate the very fabric of space, disappearing in an instant. Even if he expended all his strength to fly, he could never achieve such velocity. Was the rock truly a mythical being endowed with extraordinary abilities? Zheng pondered. The Qi Yuan possessed venom, the young Neo could summon droughts. The Jinwu wielded flames, and the rock commanded speed. What about him? Could he summon winds and rains? Yet that would not serve as a means of offense. Engaging a mythical entity in a foolish brawl would spell certain doom. He needed to master his own method of attack. First, he must depart this place. Being spotted by humans would be disastrous. Zheng was determined to avoid such a mishap. He swiftly soared into the sky, heading towards the Huai River under the cover of the torrential rain. Not long after the conclusion of this battle, the humans took notice. However, upon discovering the marks left by the fallen rock, they were filled with astonishment. The fishermen along the shore reported having heard the roar of a dragon. This incident subtly pointed towards a confrontation between a dragon and a colossal avian creature. The humans sensed that the world might be undergoing some extraordinary transformation. But Zheng paid no heed to these matters. He raced at full speed towards the Huai River. After a day of travel, Zheng finally arrived above the waters of the Huai River. Daily points distribution, 2. Current simulation points remaining, 170. Zheng relied on the allocation of simulation points to gauge the passage of days. His journey from the coastal waters to the Huai River had taken him a day. In the simulation, this journey had spanned 3 days. However, having cultivated for 5,000 years, he had naturally acquired the ability to reach the Huai River within a single day. Was this the Huai River? As Zheng gazed down at the surging river below, his heart stirred with excitement. He had now acquired 1% of the divine authority of the water god of Huai River, and thus felt a sense of familiarity with it. Zheng hovered above the Huai River for a moment before diving into its depths. Upon entering the upstream waters, he casually lashed his tail, shattering the river's iron bowl. Then he settled at the riverbed, not seeking the old turtle, but instead emitting a call to inform the old turtle of his whereabouts. Yet he estimated that the old turtle had likely not yet arrived, for his transformation into a dragon had been remarkably swift. Zheng lay at the bottom of the water, acutely aware of the transformations occurring within him. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the personal panel that he had not accessed for a long time. Name, Zheng. Race, Horned Dragon. Cultivation, 5,000 years. Talents, Summoning Wind and Rain. Resilient Scales, Cloud Riding. Dragon Might. Position, Water God of the Huai River. 1. Lifespan, 523,186 years. Current status, full of energy. Your vitality is abundant and seeks an outlet. Evaluation, you are a horned dragon capable of battling mythical beings, provided those beings are sufficiently weak or in a state of vulnerability. However, this does not diminish your vast potential. Given time, you may very well undergo another evolution, transforming into a Yinglong. Yet, there exists a mysterious element within your being that may lead you to develop in other unforeseen directions. Chapter 54. What is divinity? At the bottom of the upper reaches of the Huai River, Zheng gazed at his personal template for an extended period, contemplating his lineage and evaluation. As a horned dragon, would his next evolution transform him into an Yinglong, or perhaps into some other unknown dragon? That seemed to be the implication. However, he was utterly perplexed regarding the steps necessary for this evolution. The Yinglong, renowned as one of the 4 divine dragons, held the esteemed title of the supreme deity of rivers and water. While the name Yinglong might evoke some unfamiliarity, figures like Qiyu and Quafu were much more recognizable. These were the legendary beings vanquished by the Yellow Emperor with the aid of the Yinglong. Indeed, the Yinglong could be regarded as the god of war among all creatures. This title of the god of war was not merely a boast. According to legend, the Yinglong was bestowed the honor of being the supreme deity of rivers and water after the Yellow Emperor ascended to the heavens riding upon it, following the completion of his great deeds. At that time, the river god of the Yellow River, Bingyi, one of the 4 divine dragons, expressed profound dissatisfaction with this accolade and confronted the Yinglong, leading to a fierce battle. The battle-hardened Yinglong triumphed effortlessly over Bingyi, which instantly commanded the respect of all beings towards the Yinglong's title as the supreme river deity. There were countless tales regarding the exploits of the Yinglong, and without a doubt, it epitomized the pinnacle of combat prowess within the dragon clan. The prospect of evolving into an Yinglong was beyond Zheng's wildest imagination. He could scarcely fathom the strength he would possess as an Yinglong. In the realm of mythology, there existed a hierarchy, and the Yinglong undoubtedly occupied the highest tier. While the Yinglong might lack in other aspects, its combat capability was unparalleled. Yet, how could he evolve into an Yinglong? The absence of any clear direction left Zheng in a state of confusion. He pondered this conundrum, but did not expect to unravel it immediately. After all, he had only recently transformed into a dragon. If he were to grasp the means of becoming an Yinglong at this moment, it would indeed be peculiar. Nevertheless, with the aid of a simulator, he believed he would eventually discern the answer. If he truly transformed into an Yinglong, would he instill fear in Waziki when they crossed paths? A mischievous thought crossed his mind, as it was said in legends that Waziki had been captured by the Yinglong. It was time to enhance his combat capabilities. After reviewing his personal template, Zheng felt not only a heightened expectation for his future evolution but also an urgent sense of purpose. He had come across a particular phrase in the evaluation. He could engage mythical beings, provided they were sufficiently weak or in a state of vulnerability. With this realization, he began to comprehend the situation more clearly. Beings like the Jinwu or the Dapeng golden-winged bird, as well as Waziki, were likely still in a weakened state, not having regained their full powers. In contrast, creatures like Qinyuan and Yangniao were genuinely feeble. The next step in his simulation would involve understanding how to enhance his dominion over water deities. What exactly constituted a water deity? Controlling the winds and rain. Managing riverways. These were all feats he could accomplish. Zheng reclined at the riverbed of the Huai, immersed in quiet contemplation. A water deity? What, in essence, constitutes a water deity? Or, more broadly, what defines a god? Zheng pondered deeply, reflecting upon the actions of those mythical entities etched in his memory. The great goddess Enhua, in her compassion for all beings, mended the heavens with stones. The water god Gonggong stirred up tempests and furiously collided with Mount Buzhou. The former water deity of the Huai River, Waziki, similarly unleashed chaos. These deities, some malevolent and ruthless, others endowed with boundless love, left Zheng perplexed. What truly is a god? As Zheng grappled with his confusion, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching. Raising his dragon head, he gazed toward the surface of the Huai River, his sight piercing the still, shadowy depths, revealing a figure beyond. Was that the head of a turtle? Cautiously descending, it appeared to be assessing potential dangers. Could it be the old turtle? Finally, it had arrived. Old turtle, now that you are here, why do you hesitate? Come down, Zheng called out. His voice reverberated to the surface, transforming into an intelligible message for the old turtle. Upon hearing Zheng's words, the old turtle stood still, perplexed. Did the Dragon Lord not say he would seek the jiaos? How could he have arrived at the Huai River so swiftly? The old turtle, harboring confusion, led the fawn into the riverbed, where they encountered Zheng. But upon seeing him, the turtle was utterly taken aback. A dragon indeed. Yet Zheng paid little heed to the old turtle. His attention was drawn to the fawn beside him, now ensconced within a bubble. The fawn had accompanied him solely to impart the lesson of transformation into a dragon. It had enlightened him that such metamorphosis required humanity, or rather, a kind of spiritual essence. Having grasped this, he pondered, might the water deity also hinge upon this critical element? Could it be that the water deity requires a divine quality? What, then, is divine quality? Reflecting upon the beings of mythology, one finds them either embodying boundless compassion or wreaking havoc upon the world. Perhaps he could experiment with these dual aspects to see if they might augment the authority of the water deity of the Huai River. Thus, Zheng resolved to embark on his experiment, disregarding the old turtle entirely. Initiating the simulation, Zheng silently invoked the system. To commence the simulation requires a consumption of 64 simulation points, current remaining 106. Goodness, to initiate a single simulation demands 64 points? Had he not just possessed 8? 8 doubled becomes 16, 16 doubled becomes 32, and 32 doubled becomes 64. Was this truly a tripling? Zheng glanced at his 5 millennia of cultivation and resigned himself to the necessity. He activated the simulation. Simulation commenced, consuming 64 simulation points, current remaining 106. Day 1. You find yourself amidst the upper reaches of the Huai River. Acutely aware that the revival of spiritual energy is imperative before you can ascertain the possibility of obtaining the authority of the water deity. Thus, you commence your cultivation within the Huai River, patiently awaiting the resurgence. He understood that the authority of the water deity could only be attained post the revival of spiritual energy, a fact he had previously gleaned from earlier simulations. He traversed the jiao and arrived at the Huai River, which took 2 days. Thus, only 26 days remained until the resurgence of spiritual energy. Zheng continued to gaze at the simulation. On the 3rd day, you persist in your cultivation upstream of the Huai River, consolidating the power acquired after your transformation into a dragon. On the 6th day, you continue along the Huai River. On the 7th day, you persist. On the 26th day, as you awaited, the anticipated resurgence of spiritual energy finally arrived. Chapter 55. The depths of the upper Huai River. Zheng lay within, his gaze fixed intently upon the azure screen before him. The spiritual energy had revived. The success of his experiment hinged upon this moment. This time, he intended to test the boundless love, to see if it could elevate the divine authority of the water god of the Huai River. On the 26th day, as you awaited in anticipation, the revival of spiritual energy arrived as promised. You disregarded all else, focusing solely on whether the boundless love could bestow power. Amidst the astonishment of the humans on both banks, you surged forth from the surface of the Huai River, soaring into the sky, summoning winds and rains to bestow blessings upon the shores. By the 27th day, news of a dragon in the Huai River spread swiftly across the land, drawing many to come and pay homage to you. Yet, beneath the upper reaches of the Huai River, you felt perplexed, noticing that you had not experienced any enhancement in your cultivation. You understood that possessing 1% of divine authority without acquiring new power would hinder your growth. Yet it puzzled you that you sensed no increase in divine authority. Was it truly ineffective? Was boundless love insufficient? Or perhaps you had not exerted enough effort? Zheng found himself bewildered. He continued to observe the simulation, hoping to discern any changes. On the 20th day, you noticed an increasing throng of humans gathering along the banks of the Huai River, all drawn by your presence. Among them, you observed numerous instruments discarded into the water, as they sought to locate you. However, you had no intention of revealing yourself again. You evaded the human devices, tending to the winds and rains of the Huai River. By the 29th day, you detected the presence of the young bird. As it approached the Huai River, you struck, vanquishing it, ensuring that neither bank suffered from drought. On the 30th day, the number of humans along the banks continued to swell, yet you noted that no one attempted to utilize instruments to probe the waters. A vague sense of unease washed over you, hinting that something was amiss. On the 31st day, listening to the humans on both banks, you gleaned valuable information. You learned that many monsters had begun to assault human cities, leading to the fall of numerous locales. The rumor that a dragon guarded the Huai River attracted ever more humans, yet you sensed that this could invite calamity. With no other recourse, you resolved to observe the unfolding events. On the 32nd day, while in the upper reaches of the Huai River, you suddenly perceived a terrifying aura approaching the vicinity. Without regard for whether you would reveal yourself, you burst forth from the waters, soaring through the clouds. Amidst the gasps of countless humans, your gaze turned to the horizon. There, you beheld a peculiar creature making its way towards the Huai River. It bore a shape reminiscent of a bull, yet its head was entirely white, with a single eye positioned centrally on its face, and a serpent-like tail trailing behind. What instilled dread within you was the repugnant aura emanating from this strange beast. Upon reaching this point, Zheng paused in astonishment. A creature shaped like a bull, with a white head, a single eye, and a serpent's tail? Could this be the Fae? In the realm of mythology, the depiction of the creature known as Fae is quite vivid, yet there exist other interpretations as well. It is said that when Fae traverses water, the currents cease to flow. When it treads upon grass, the verdure withers instantaneously. Furthermore, the mere sight of Fae heralds pestilence across the land. It is indeed a malevolent beast, a harbinger of doom. Zheng recalls that during his last simulation, Fae did not manifest at all. Could it be the presence of humanity near the Huai River? The proximity is teeming with an abundance of human life. Perhaps Fae has come to prey upon this. Or could it be linked to the Kunlun demon order? Zheng continues to gaze at the screen. After a moment's hesitation, you resolve to confront Fae, understanding that failing to do so may lead to the utter devastation of the Huai River and the demise of both humans and demons inhabiting its vicinity. Embodying the principle of boundless love, you choose to impede Fae. Amidst a forest of desolation, you encounter Fae. And it is as though both of you are acutely aware of one another's intentions, leading to an epic clash. Following a fierce battle, you narrowly triumph over Fae. Yet you find yourself ensnared by its catastrophic aura, feeling your vitality waning rapidly. In your final moments, you do not sense any enhancement in your cultivation or divine authority. Enveloped in an inexhaustible miasma of resentment, you close your eyes. You have perished. Please select one of the following three options. 32 days of survival experience. 32 days of physical prowess. Spicy pickled dragon claw. What? Is boundless love ineffective? Then what of extreme malevolence? Does this imply that the direction of his experiments was erroneous? Zheng remained silent for an extended period, although he is reluctant to accept this truth. The simulation has unmistakably conveyed it to him. Boundless love, while he may not embody it entirely, he has at least shown a semblance of compassion for all beings, has he not? Fae clearly targeted the humans of the Huai River. Yet its arrival would undoubtedly lead to the river's desiccation, and countless life forms within would suffer dire consequences. At that juncture, it would be a catastrophe for all living things. By placing himself in the path of Fae, he has demonstrated compassion for the multitude. Yet, this act still fails to augment the divine authority of the water deity of Huai, not even by a fraction. Never mind. Let us first select a reward and ponder this matter later. Zheng turns his attention to the three options presented. The second option appears to offer little benefit. 32 days of physical prowess would not yield any enhancement. Thus, he is left with the choice between the first and third options. Opting for the third might grant him a measure of simulation points, yet Zheng finds himself unable to commit. Dragon claw, especially his own. The thought of consuming his own claw, pickled in spicy brine, repulses him. Thus, he reluctantly settles on the first option. Choosing option 1, Zheng swiftly acquires a surge of memory. Within this influx of knowledge, he encounters Fei, alongside a glimpse of their confrontation. In terms of combat prowess, Fei surpasses him. But Zheng's lack of familiarity with battle leads him to a narrow victory. The strange aura emanating from Fei has also permeated him. What must be done to elevate the divine authority of the water deity of Huai? Divinity, what precisely is divinity? After absorbing all memories, Zheng once again pondered this profound topic. He found himself perplexed. He did not intend to continue his simulations. Rather, he felt it imperative to first uncover this answer. Until he arrived at this understanding, any further simulations would be futile. After all, with his resolute heart, how could he find peace in the world if he remained unsettled within? He had yet to achieve complete mastery over the Huai River. Venturing outward would likely result in repeated demise. It would be far more prudent to reflect deeply on this matter. However, he truly needed to hasten his efforts. For only 26 days remained until the resurgence of spiritual energy. Chapter 56. The Dragon Lord of the Huai River in the upper reaches of the Huai River. Zheng twisted his massive dragon form, gliding through the water while contemplating the essence of divinity. What does it mean to possess divine nature? In myth, deities are often characterized by either benevolence and compassion towards all beings or by malevolence that brings chaos to the world. Take for instance Wuzik, the water god of the Huai River, who, rather than harmonizing the winds and rains, stirs up tempests, wreaking havoc upon the populace. Yet, in their encounters, he had even been saved by Wuzik, who can truly declare Wuzik to be utterly wicked. Perhaps his malevolence is directed towards humanity, while his benevolence extends towards the creatures of the supernatural. The criteria for good and evil are, after all, elusive. Wuzik was the former water god of the Huai River, but how can one ascertain the divine nature of such an ambiguous figure? Is divinity, then, the ability to transcend the dichotomy of good and evil? As Zheng swam, his dragon eyes widened in sudden realization. Perhaps divinity is not merely boundless love or unbridled malice, but rather a transcendence that allows one to govern good and evil. Take the great goddess Enwa, who mended the heavens with stone, rescuing humanity from calamity. Yet, who can assert that Enwa lacked wrath? Wuzik embodies chaos, disturbing both banks of the Huai River. But does he harbor any goodness? Such complexities exist within both humans and supernatural beings, filled with a multitude of emotions. If one could rise above good and evil to exert control over them, could that be deemed as divinity? Achieving this is incredibly challenging, as human nature is inherently intricate. Zheng began to grasp why humanity is regarded as the pinnacle of creation. Human nature is a tapestry woven with myriad emotions and elements. The ancients represented all things through the 5 elements, encompassing emotions as well. Metal signifies sorrow, wood embodies anger, water evokes fear, fire represents joy, and earth reflects contemplation. These are merely the foundational emotions, which further evolve into countless variations. The 5 elements also possess yin and yang aspects, classified by the 10 heavenly stems. For instance, the water of the 5 elements, the yang aspect is known as Ren water, characterized by the relentless vigor of rivers and seas, while the yin aspect is Gui water, embodying the tranquility and gentleness of dew. The interplay of these elements reveals profound complexities, evoking the notion of 1 giving rise to 2, 2 giving rise to 3, and 3 giving rise to all things. Yet, amidst this intricate web, human nature emerges, a complexity that defies simple explanation. To attain divinity through human nature is an arduous endeavor, if not impossible. But what if one were to draw upon dragon nature instead? When Zheng transformed from a flood dragon to a true dragon, he primarily embodied human characteristics. He could be deemed half human and half dragon, as he had previously rejected the essence of the flood dragon, which symbolizes ferocity and ruthless violence. However, the nature of a true dragon is distinct. By embracing dragon nature, he might indeed tap into the divine attributes associated with such a revered creature. With this thought, Zheng's dragon eyes sparkled with newfound determination as he began to dive deeper, convinced that this path held promise. Zheng landed on a series of massive stones and swiftly initiated the simulation. Initiating simulation requires 64 simulation points, current remaining simulation points, 42. On the first day, you find yourself in the upper reaches of the Huai River. Under your command, you awaken your draconic nature and gaze upon the Huai River, resolving to govern it well. On the second day, you led your subordinate, Old Turtle, and forcefully subdued all the riveress, unifying the Huai River, with all its coming together under your dominion to manage the waters. By the seventh day, your initiative, comprehensive governance of the Huai River, yielded positive results. And the entire river experienced effective management. You began to pay attention to the climatic issues of the Huai River. Though you did not deliberately summon rain for the humans on both banks, you merely focused on managing the weather conditions of the river. On the 17th day, your subordinate Old Turtle seemed to sense your desire to become the water god of the Huai River. Unbeknownst to you, he allied with the of the Huai River to construct an underwater dragon palace for you. In a moment of bewilderment, he elevated you to your new position, and you officially became the Dragon Lord of the Huai River. Zheng, how did this happen? It feels as if I have donned a yellow robe. Can this old turtle really play such a trick? Will he exclaim, the ministers have misled me, before donning the yellow robe and ascending the throne? Zheng felt utterly at a loss. This seems reminiscent of the deeds of a certain jiao in human history. On the 25th day, aware that the revival of spiritual energy was imminent, you reminded the of the Huai River not to forget their duty of governance, prioritizing all affairs concerning the river. On the 26th day, the revival of spiritual energy arrived as anticipated. In that fleeting moment, you felt a mysterious power of cultivation envelop you, overwhelming you with joy as you realized it was the blessing of the Huai River. Simultaneously, you sensed your authority as the water god of the Huai River had reached 4%. It truly is effective. Indeed, the so-called divinity is perhaps more akin to one's intrinsic nature. Dragons inherently possess divinity. Good and evil reside within a single thought, capable of mastering both. Those who lean towards malevolence become evil dragons, while those inclined towards benevolence become divine dragons. Good and evil are merely aspects of divinity. As long as one can wield control, the draconic nature inherently possesses such a function. Zheng felt this deeply. Furthermore, he discovered another truth. The water god of the Huai River belongs solely to the Huai River, not for humanity, nor for all beings. He need only fulfill his duty in governing the river. Perhaps, this is the essence of being the water god of the Huai River. Zheng continued to observe the screen. The simulation persisted. On the 29th day, while cultivating in the Dragon Palace of the Huai River, your subordinate Old Turtle approached with news of severe drought on both banks. You understood this was the doing of the young bird, yet you had no intention of summoning wind or rain. As this matter could not be resolved in the short term, you instructed Old Turtle to dispatch a water spirit to seek out the young bird, urging it to leave the vicinity of the Huai River. On the 30th day, your subordinate, the Old Turtle, came to report that the aquatic demon sent to convey a message had been slain by the yen bird. Enraged, you immediately surged forth from the Huai River. Amidst the astonished gasps of humanity, you located the yin bird and, with a single sweep of your tail, reduced it to a mere pulp before returning to the depths of the Huai River. On the 31st day, you sensed a benevolent energy flowing towards you from the Huai River. However, this time it did not enhance your cultivation. Instead, you felt a significant increase in your affinity with water. Simultaneously, your authority as the water god of the Huai River rose to 10%. 10%. Yet no advancement in cultivation, only an enhancement in your affinity with water? What does this affinity entail? Zheng pondered with slight confusion. Nevertheless, with the essence of the dragon prevailing and the Old Turtle, the cunning king, providing assistance, surely he would not engage in a reckless battle with the Fae again? If he refrained from such a confrontation, how long could he survive? Zheng felt a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Chapter 57. Working for the Golden Crow? Amidst the upper reaches of the Huai River, Zheng's dragon-like eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the screen before him. The simulation continued unabated. On the 32nd day, you found yourself still amidst the upper reaches of the Huai River, dispatching your subordinates daily to manage the waters. However, you observed an increasing number of humans gathering near the river, fully aware that these individuals sought your protection. Unmoved, you preferred to remain uninvolved with matters beyond your domain, provided they did not encroach upon the Huai River itself. By the 34th day, the turbulence brought forth by the resurgence of spiritual energy manifested. Yet no changes occurred within the river. You understood this stability stemmed from the suppression exerted by the river's spirits, ensuring the waters remained undisturbed. As the 36th day unfolded, the banks of the Huai River became increasingly populated with humans. You recognized that if this trend persisted, calamity would inevitably ensue. However, disinterested in governing affairs beyond the river, you chose to disregard the situation. On the 37th day, as anticipated, the Fae returned. This time, however, you harbored no intention of offering protection. Ascending into the sky, You soared through the clouds, employing your dragon's might to intimidate the Fae, declaring that the Huai River was under your guardianship. You would not concern yourself with humanity, provided they did not disrupt a single drop of the river. The Fae, upon hearing your words, paused momentarily but did not flee. Instead, it stood its ground. Seemingly in hesitation, could it be? Would a confrontation with the Fae ensue once more? Zheng felt a twinge of reluctance. While he possessed the power to vanquish the Fae could equally claim his life. To perish in this simulation would be a lamentable fate. For a yeon to test how long he could endure. Though reluctant, Zheng continued to observe the simulation. As he glanced back, he was taken aback. He had not perished. In that moment of standoff, as you prepared to unleash your full power to safeguard the Huai River, the waters suddenly surged around your dragon form, bestowing upon you the river's blessings. Your authority as the water deity rose to 20%. Empowered by the river's support, you overshadowed the Fae with your presence. After a moment of indecision, the Fae chose to retreat. Could it truly be? The Huai River had conferred its blessing upon him. His authority had ascended to 20%. A sense of bewilderment enveloped Zheng's grand dragon head. During his previous simulation, he had sought the river's favor in vain, yet now it willingly offered him its strength. Filled with curiosity, Zheng continued to observe. On the 38th day, as you persisted in managing the Huai River, you sensed that your dragon form was being fortified whenever you were near the waters. You understood this enhancement was a consequence of your authority reaching 20%. Concurrently, your subordinates reported an ever-growing congregation of humans along the banks, to which you instructed them to maintain order over the river. On the 41st day, an unmistakable aura reached you, familiar and foreboding. You recognized it as the presence of the golden-winged roc, which had discovered you and was now seeking vengeance. During your last simulation, the roc had not located you so swiftly. Was it possible that the throngs of humans along the riverbanks had drawn its attention? Zheng was momentarily taken aback, crafting an explanation in his mind. He sensed the presence of the magnificent roc and initially contemplated engaging in battle. However, under the counsel of his subordinate, the old turtle, his resolve was rekindled, and he chose to remain within the waters of Huai, awaiting the unfolding events. On the 42nd day, he discerned that the roc had once again employed its old tactics, summoning dozens of monsters intent on slaughtering the humans along the banks. Yet, he remained indifferent, bellowing a message to the roc, declaring that he would not leave the waters of Huai. Upon hearing this, the roc became anxious, sensing that Zheng had formed an alliance with the waters, and thus hesitated to approach. By the 43rd day, the roc continued to hover above the Huai waters, waiting for him, while he remained unperturbed, tending to his domain. On the 47th day, the roc appeared increasingly impatient, eager to enter the waters. Zheng rallied the myriad creatures of the Dragon Palace to prepare for battle. At that moment, a radiant sun emerged from the east, and upon witnessing this, the roc was filled with dread and sought to flee. Yet, a flash of flame surged forth, incinerating the roc. Zheng understood that the arrival of the Golden Crow was imminent. His dragon form tensed with readiness for a desperate fight. The blazing sun consumed all in its path, coming to a halt above the waters of Huai, where Zheng heard a voice within, urging him to leave the waters. A voice he recognized as that of the Golden Crow. Had he not perished? Zheng had steeled himself for an instant demise at the hands of the Golden Crow. Well aware that its power far surpassed his own, the roc had been swiftly vanquished. He too would likely meet a similar fate. Yet, this time, the Golden Crow did not slay him. Instead, it beckoned him forth. What was its intent? Curiosity swelled within him as he gazed at the screen. After much deliberation, he resolved to depart from the waters of Huai. In mid-air, he beheld the searing sun, and as the currents of water entwined around his dragon form, he felt the intense heat draw near. Yet, with his current strength, he could withstand it. From within the radiant sun, a call resonated, and he instantly grasped its meaning. The Golden Crow inquired whether he would pledge allegiance to it. Aware that refusal would lead to his demise, he acquiesced. The voice of the Golden Crow instructed him to guard the waters of Huai, declaring that all lands east of the center belonged to the Golden Crow, and his duty was to protect the waters. Should he encounter an adversary he could not withstand, the Golden Crow would intervene personally. After imparting this message, the Golden Crow departed from the waters. Pledging allegiance to the Golden Crow? Such a turn of events was unexpected. Zheng was astonished. His previous encounters with the Golden Crow had culminated in his demise without ceremony. This time, however, a new narrative had unfolded. His ability to submit to the Golden Crow was likely due to his possession of 20% of the authority of the water god of Huai. The Golden Crow sought him to safeguard the waters. This arrangement could prove beneficial. Under the protection of the Golden Crow, he might extend his lifespan. Moreover, he could potentially extract more information about the past from the Golden Crow. He has largely comprehended the events of the Hongwu era. However, other enigmas remain elusive to him. Why does the resurgence of spiritual energy bring forth the revival of mythical entities? If these mythological beings have always existed, what then caused their previous disappearance? Was it the absence of spiritual energy that led to their vanishing? Yet, what caused the depletion of this spiritual energy in the first place? Countless mysteries shroud Zheng's mind. For now, he shall toil beneath the Golden Crow, hoping to extract some information. Zheng is indifferent, after all. It is merely a simulation. Chapter 58. The portrait of Dayu at the source of the Huai River. Zheng reclined upon a stone, observing the simulation. From this day forth, he would serve the Golden Crow. The words on the screen continued to flicker. On the 48th day, while you practiced in the upper reaches of the Huai River, you did not neglect your duty to govern it. On this day, your subordinate, the old turtle, approached to inform you that since the resurgence of spiritual energy, countless demons had emerged in the Huai River, albeit weak and minor. They were now all under the jurisdiction of the Huai River Dragon Court. You delegated authority to your subordinate, the old turtle, allowing him to manage affairs on your behalf while you devoted yourself to cultivation and the governance of the Huai River. By the 50th day, your adept management had enhanced the authority of the Huai River deity by another 1%, granting you 21% control. And you felt your affinity with water had further deepened. On the 53rd day, you noticed an influx of humanity along the banks of the Huai River. Since the last descent of the Golden Crow, which had incinerated many of them, human presence had dwindled, yet now they returned, although you chose to ignore them. On the 60th day, your subordinate, the old turtle, reported the reasons behind the gathering of these humans by the Huai River. It was revealed that following the resurgence of spiritual energy, most demons, under the command of Kunlun, were attacking humanity. In the wake of this turmoil, many ancient structures had been dismantled, and only a few humans remained sheltered. Those without protection sought refuge, observing that the banks of the Huai River had seen little violence. Thus they ventured forth seeking sanctuary. You acknowledged this information yet remained indifferent, continuing your governance of the Huai River. The simulation primarily reflected the nature of dragons, which was to be expected. After all, as the deity of the Huai River, your focus was solely on the river itself, rendering the protection of humans as a secondary concern. Zheng was not surprised. He would not actively assault humans, yet the notion of safeguarding them was altogether unrealistic. The enmity between dragons and humanity was palpable, and he had previously been ensnared by the principle of dragons must remain hidden on numerous occasions. Zheng continued to observe the simulation, eager to discover how long he might endure this time. On the 61st day, your authority as the Huai River deity had once again increased, granting you 23% control. And you felt the blessings of the Huai River enhancing your cultivation. By the 63rd day, the number of humans gathered along the banks of the Huai River had surged, seemingly drawn by the absence of demonic incursions, prompting many families to relocate there. On the 68th day, while engaged in your practice and governance of the Huai River, you suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Heightened vigilance ensued, and upon further observation, you discovered that Waziki had indeed appeared near the Huai River, drawing closer. You commanded the creatures of the Huai River Dragon Court to remain alert. Should Waziki attempt to seize the Huai River, you would not hesitate to engage in battle. On the 69th day, just as you stood vigilant, Wujichi suddenly seemed to sense something and fled in haste. Moments later, a radiant sun descended from the east, swiftly illuminating the waters of Huai. You emerged from the river, once again encountering the magnificent sun. You pondered the reason for the sudden appearance of the Golden Crow over Huai. Was it to drive away Wujichi? As your confusion lingered, the Golden Crow within the sun enlightened you with the truth. It was on its way to the western Kunlun and, upon passing by, had expelled Wujichi. The Golden Crow instructed you to diligently guard the Huai waters. Intrigued, you inquired why it did not simply eliminate Wujichi. The Golden Crow responded, stating that Wujichi was difficult to kill, but there existed a great demon in the south, posing a constant threat. By driving Wujichi southward, it was only a matter of time before he would meet his demise. A revelation struck Zheng, his dragon-like eyes widening in realization. He comprehended the geography. To the west lay Kunlun Mountain, to the east the Golden Crow. The north remained a mystery, but it was likely formidable. Yet, the south appeared peculiar. The previous great rock had indeed been dominant and powerful, yet the lesser creature paled in comparison to him. Compared to the Golden Crow and the enigmatic Kunlun, it fell short. The Golden Crow had effortlessly dispatched the Great Roc. Why then? Was there no supreme ruler in the south? It seemed the south harbored a great demon, one so formidable that even the Golden Crow acknowledged its terror. After conversing with you, the Golden Crow departed westward. As you watched it leave, you noticed that the sun in the sky seemed to dim with the passage of time. On the 71st day, while you continued to govern the waters of Hawaii, a sudden clamor caught your attention. Your subordinate, the old turtle, reported that many humans had arrived at the banks of the river. You personally swam out from your dragon palace to observe. After a prolonged vigil, you discovered that the Golden Crow had descended and incinerated many humans along the banks. The humans, believing you to be responsible for their plight, sought retribution. Aware of the many extraordinary beings among humans, you recognized trouble was at hand. Adhering to the principle of striking first, you unhesitatingly launched an assault against them. Upon seeing you charge forth, the humans were startled but did not flee. Instead, they brandished what appeared to be drum-like instruments and began to beat them. In an instant, the thunderous sound of drums reverberated, and before your astonished gaze, a scroll was unfurled by the humans. The moment you beheld the scroll, you were instantly subdued. And the scroll, having quelled you, became markedly tattered. You have perished. Please select one of the following 4 options. 1. Experience from 71 days of survival. 2. Physique from 71 days. 3. Black dragon meat stew. 4. Portrait of the you. Such a fate, and yet you could not survive beyond 100 days. However, upon glimpsing the last of the 4 rewards, Zheng understood the nature of his demise. Words eluded him. The image of the you. When Diyu strikes him down, he truly has no words left to utter. Among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity, who can be deemed virtuous? To perish beneath the portrait of Diyu, he is left both submissive and resigned. Yet, this demise feels profoundly unjust. Humanity, having gathered along the banks of the Hawaii River, suffered the scorching wrath of the Golden Crow twice, and they presume it to be his doing? Had he foreseen this, he would have expelled these humans, or taken decisive action if expulsion proved impossible. Zheng is genuinely incensed. He had harbored hopes of survival, only to be met with this unforeseen calamity. In the depths of his heart, Zheng silently vows to remember this lesson. A clear demarcation must be established with humanity. The supernatural entities associated with these humans are indeed formidable. However, observing within this simulation, it appears that each time the portrait of Diyu is utilized, it becomes increasingly worn. With excessive use, it may well shatter entirely. Zheng, filled with resentment, turns his gaze toward the 4 rewards presented this time. Within the physique of 71 days lies the authority of the Hawaii River's water deity, the image of Diyu. Chapter 59. The elements of evolving into the Inglong in the depths of the upper Hawaii River. After much contemplation, Zheng ultimately resolved to select the second reward, the physique of 71 days. This physique encompassed not merely the essence of cultivation, but also the divine authority of the water god of Hawaii River. In contrast, although the portrait of Diyu was formidable, it was ultimately an external object, and moreover, a consumable. Most significantly, Zheng harbored a fear that upon acquiring the portrait of Diyu, it might immediately turn hostile towards him, an unjust fate he wished to avoid. He might not harbor much trepidation towards the portraits of others, but when it came to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Zheng would certainly choose to distance himself as much as possible. None of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were to be underestimated. When compared, it was undoubtedly more prudent to select the physique of 71 days. After all, this choice would grant him both cultivation and authority that were innately his own. Choosing option 2, Zheng made his selection. As he did so, a warm current flowed once more through his dragon form. As the warmth dissipated in an instant, Zheng distinctly sensed a slight enhancement in his own strength. However, what truly captured his attention was the newfound affinity he felt towards the Hawaii River. After receiving the reward, Zheng perceived a monumental transformation occurring in his surroundings. The flowing waters seemed to resonate with him, and this affinity instilled within him the sensation that his combat prowess would receive considerable augmentation while in the Hawaii River. Unable to restrain himself, Zheng began to move his dragon form. Was this the affinity of water? He finally comprehended the meaning behind the repeated references to water's affinity in his simulations. Was it not a means to enhance his combat capabilities within the water? No, this enhancement might extend beyond mere combat prowess in aquatic environments. It could also elevate his water manipulation abilities. Water is both the softest and the most formidable of elements. When gentle, it nurtures all without contention. When forceful, it can vanquish mountains and seas. The enhancement of his water manipulation skills would bolster Zheng's fighting capabilities. Suddenly, a wave of fervor surged within his bloodline. Amidst this tumult, he received information regarding his impending evolution. Mastery over water. If he were to evolve into the Yinglong, the fundamental requirement would be to possess absolute control over water elements. This information was succinct but provided Zheng with a clear pathway forward. The essence of evolving into the Yinglong lay in the power of water. Only by continually enhancing his affinity for water could he obtain further evolutionary insights, thus holding the hope of transforming into the Yinglong. In the realm of legend, the Yinglong was renowned not only for its formidable combat strength but also for its extraordinary water manipulation abilities. At least he now had a direction, however. If absolute control over water elements equated to the foundation for evolving into the Yinglong, then could it be inferred that mastering elemental control was also essential for evolving into other dragon types? Lying upon the stone, Zheng's heart ignited with fervor. He pondered the mighty dragon races mentioned in mythology. Beyond the Yinglong, what other formidable dragons existed? The Azure Dragon, one of the four spirits of heaven and earth? Is it still about that legendary candle dragon, who opens its eyes to bring forth the day and closes them to summon the night? Moreover, the water god of the Yellow River, Bing Yi, and a plethora of other formidable dragon entities. In comparison to these magnificent dragons, his own horned dragon appears rather rudimentary. The Azure Dragon requires the element of wood. But what does the Candle Dragon necessitate? Logically, Bing Yi should also require the element of water. Yet the Yinglong also demands water. Zheng found himself perplexed. After much contemplation, he resolved to set aside these thoughts for the time being. His current strength was still insufficient. Instead of pondering such peculiarities, he ought to consider how to swiftly enhance his own abilities. His power, when juxtaposed with those creatures of the revived spiritual energy, could be deemed catastrophic. Indeed, one could assert that, were it not for the resurgence of those mythological beings, Zheng would be the sole deity in this realm. Oh, in the humans, let me reiterate, he is the only god among the demon kind. Alas, alongside the revival of spiritual energy came the resurgence of myth. In the presence of such legends, Zheng felt woefully inadequate. Most importantly, these mythic entities were still in their weakened state. If they were at their peak, would he not be obliterated in an instant? Enhance one's strength. He was uncertain of how much his cultivation had improved this time. Zheng turned to the screen that lay before him. Current cultivation, 5,368 years. An increase of over 300 years. Yet Zheng was acutely aware that his advancement was far from limited to this. The authority of the water god of the Huai River had significantly bolstered his combat prowess. This instilled him with confidence. He now possessed a power that rivaled that of the golden-winged Great Pong. Furthermore, should he immerse himself in the Huai River, he felt assured that he could overpower the Great Ping with absolute force. He might even capture the Great Ping. However, what direction should the forthcoming simulation take? To remain in the Huai River, he would need to navigate beneath the Golden Crow. But if too many humans perished along the banks, they would inevitably come seeking retribution. Zheng reclined once more upon the stone, deep in thought. He yearned for a stable environment to enhance the authority of the water god of the Huai River. Currently, he possessed 23% of that authority, and he must expedite its elevation to 100%, truly becoming the water god of the Huai River. Simultaneously, he needed to uncover more secrets to comprehend this world. Wait, the humans sought trouble because the Golden Crow was absent. What if the Golden Crow were present? Or, what if he followed the Golden Crow to Kunlun? That portrait of Dayu, he could not contend with, yet the Golden Crow might not be so easily thwarted. A thought blossomed within Zheng's mind. Could he leverage the bird to vanquish the painting? It was worth a try. Just as Zheng prepared to initiate another simulation, a prompt appeared before him. Extinguishing his aspirations. Initiating a simulation will consume 128 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 42. Insufficient simulation points to commence. 128 points to initiate a single simulation? Has it doubled? Is it due to his accumulation of over 3 centuries of cultivation? Zheng fell silent for a moment. It was not entirely unexpected. At his level of cultivation, each passing year posed considerable difficulty for advancement. To enhance oneself over 3 centuries, doubling the simulation points, did not seem unreasonable. However, he currently lacked any simulation points. Zheng felt a surge of pressure. How many ordinary creatures would he need to consume to achieve even a single simulation? It was impossible. He required the essence of cultivated creatures. The Huai River harbored numerous such beings. Nevertheless, Zheng had no intention of exterminating them all. The simulation had already illuminated a path for him, the Dragon Palace of the Huai River. Establishing a Dragon Palace to govern the Huai River would significantly aid him in his management of the waters. The Dragon Palace of the Huai River must be constructed. Anyone who obstructed its establishment or defied him could also be transformed into simulation points. Zheng lifted his grand dragon head, gazing towards the downstream of the Huai River. Chapter 60. The unification of the Huai River. The old turtle floated upon the waters, its small eyes wide with disbelief. Dragon Lord, are you truly intent on subduing all the creatures of the Huai River? It gazed at the colossal black dragon before it, incredulous. Hadn't its Dragon Lord just recently transformed? And now, he was ready to take action against the Huai River? Wait a moment. Why did it observe no signs of instability in its Dragon Lord's aura? He appeared remarkably powerful. The faint, yet palpable, aura of the dragon instilled a profound sense of dread within it. What could possibly be the reason behind this? The Dragon Lord was extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, I wish to unify the entirety of the Huai River. From this point onward, it shall be under my dominion. Zheng had made every effort to suppress his draconic might. Dragon Lord, with your strength, there is no need for you to personally intervene. Allow me to handle it. And I assure you that all creatures of the Huai River will submit to me. The old turtle confidently declared. There is no need, Zheng replied, fully cognizant of the old turtle's capabilities. With its prowess, it could undoubtedly achieve the unification of the Huai River without resorting to force. Wasn't that the essence of simulation? However, Zheng sought not a peaceful unification of the Huai River. He desired simulation points for further endeavors. Thus, he awaited the emergence of rebellious creatures, ready to assert his dominance and subdue them, converting their essence into simulation points. Dragon Lord, if you require my assistance, please let me know, the old turtle said. Though it felt somewhat inadequate to assist, it had already planned where it would hide away. Little did it anticipate that its words would lead to its own predicament. Very well, I had intended for you to cultivate. Since you express such intent, accompany me, Zheng decided, considering the necessity of management post-unification. The old turtle was precisely the candidate for this role. Upon hearing these words, the old turtle thought, have I truly trapped myself? As Zheng descended into the downstream of the Huai River, it was akin to a calamity unfolding. A black dragon exceeding 1,000 meters surged forth, unleashing a terrifying aura that reverberated throughout the waters. Without question, all creatures in the downstream of the Huai River submitted the moment Zheng appeared. This left Zheng in a state of profound vexation. He recognized that the awe-inspiring draconic presence was the source of such immediate compliance. With this formidable aura, resistance was unlikely. Zheng had unified the Huai River, yet he had garnered not a single simulation point. The creatures of the Huai River offered no resistance, and he could not bring himself to harm those who had already become his subordinates. With regard to those daring to defy him, Zheng could act. However, these were already under his command. How could he slay subordinates for points? He could not consume the creatures of the Huai River, but elsewhere, he felt no such hesitation, devouring them outright. In the upstream of the Huai River, after achieving unification, he lay upon a stone, feeling a tinge of frustration. Why did they yield so easily? After some contemplation, Zheng concluded that it would be beneficial to exert greater control over the waters of the Huai River. He was pondering the existence of the river's mystical beings. Although spiritual energy had not yet revived, the Huai River, being a significant waterway, harbored a modest number of 17 supernatural entities, with 14 of them being fish spirits. The remaining 3 comprised 1 shellfish spirit, 1 crab spirit, and 1 shrimp spirit. Zheng couldn't help but marvel at the assembly of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, he merely entertained the thought, finding it quite ordinary. In the aquatic realm, it was entirely commonplace for shrimp and crab entities to evolve. Most of these beings had only undergone around a century of cultivation, a process fraught with difficulty. It was said that the dawn of a new era for humanity, marked by the decree after the establishment of the nation, animals are not permitted to attain enlightenment, had rendered the cultivation of these mystical beings exceedingly challenging. This was a primary reason for the scarcity and limited development of the river's supernatural inhabitants. As time gradually passed, Zheng realized that another day had slipped away when the system screen illuminated. Daily allocation of simulation points. 2. Current remaining simulation points. 48. Only 25 days remained until the revival of spiritual energy. Another day had diminished. Zheng pondered whether the river's mystical beings had managed to capture any other supernatural entities. If not, He truly wished to avoid any real-life risks unless absolutely necessary. He could afford to be reckless within the simulation, but in reality, he had to exercise caution. At that moment, a water creature came splashing towards him. Zheng lifted his dragon head and observed that it was a crab. This particular crab was dragging a mountain rat, which also appeared to be a mystical being, though likely with less than a century of cultivation. Dragon Lord. I have captured a mystical being, the crab exclaimed, proudly presenting its catch before Zheng. For these lesser beings, Zheng was an awe-inspiring figure, and being a dragon, he naturally commanded absolute dominion over aquatic creatures. Well, place it down. Why are you the only one who managed to catch a mystical being? What about the others? Zheng bellowed casually. The crab pushed the mountain rat towards Zheng. Without hesitation, Zheng opened his immense maw just slightly, and a powerful suction drew the mountain rat into his mouth. Consumed a mountain rat with 93 years of cultivation, earning 21 simulation points. 21 points. Although it was his first time consuming this creature, and there was a bonus, it was still quite commendable. Zheng awaited patiently, hoping that if the river's mystical beings could capture additional entities, he would soon possess sufficient points to initiate the simulation. Suddenly, Zheng had an epiphany. He would need to consider whether there were any treasures to be acquired during future simulations. Otherwise, he would lack adequate points to conduct the simulations. This time, the simulation required 128 points. If his cultivation increased, would the next simulation then require 256 points? At this rate, the cost of a single simulation would be astronomical. Unless he could consume the mythical beings of the Golden Crow, perhaps he would find himself exceedingly wealthy. Zheng awaited in the waters of the Huai River. Soon, the River S presented him with numerous lesser spirits, each lacking in cultivation for less than a century, for him to devour. As Zheng consumed these spirits, he surmised that the Huai River must have been nearly exhausted by the local entities. Fortunately, after feasting upon these spirits, Zheng's simulation points were sufficient to initiate a simulation. Current simulation points remaining, 152. Chapter 61. The new simulation scenario in the upper reaches of the Huai River. Zheng reclined upon a stone, lifting his formidable dragon head to gaze intently at the screen before him. Remaining simulation points, 152. At last, he had gathered sufficient simulation points. Zheng swiftly initiated the simulation, acutely aware that time was running short. Only 25 days remained until the resurgence of spiritual energy. Within this fleeting period, he must acquire the strength to establish a foothold once the spiritual energy returned. Upon commencing the simulation, the text on the screen flickered momentarily. Simulation initiated. Consuming 128 simulation points, current remaining points, 24. Day 1. You find yourself in the upper reaches of the Huai River, resolutely determined to govern the river and acquire greater divine authority over it. Day 2. Your subordinate, Old Turtle, reports that due to your deployment of river spirits to indiscriminately capture mountain spirits in the vicinity, your infamy has spread among the spirits. Nearby mountain demons are now aware of the terrifying dragon in Huai River. Day 3. You launch a mobilization conference to govern the Huai River, achieving commendable results. Day 7. Your subordinate, Old Turtle, collaborates with the river spirits to construct a dragon palace for you, and you are elected as the Dragon Lord of the Huai River, overseeing its domain. Yet again, this tactic. Old Turtle truly possesses an unchanging nature. Zheng had grown accustomed to it. This Old Turtle was always like this, fond of flattery and survival. Such was Old Turtle. However, Zheng found no fault in this. In fact, he regarded it as quite advantageous. The Dragon Palace of Huai River, this entity could assist him in governing the river more effectively. Zheng continued to observe the simulation. Day 24. Aware that the resurgence of spiritual energy is imminent, you summon the river spirits and inform them in advance to remain calm. Day 25. The resurgence of spiritual energy arrives as anticipated. The river spirits sense its return and recall your words, immediately revering you as a deity. Simultaneously, after the resurgence, you perceive a mysterious force bestowing upon you an enhanced affinity for water, elevating your divine authority over the Huai River to 30%. 30%. An increase of 7%. Indeed, the remaining divine authority over the Huai River requires time to gradually settle before further enhancement. This process seems rather time-consuming. Zheng felt a spark of curiosity. What transformations might occur if his divine authority over the Huai River reached 100%? Would it reshape the river in his image? The simulation continued onward. Day 28. Aware that the E-bird would soon arrive, you strike preemptively. eliminating the e-bird before it approaches, thus averting a great drought. You concealed your presence, remaining undetected by humanity. The human population along the banks of the Huai River was sparse. On the 30th day, you suddenly observed a remarkable increase in the human populace along the banks of the Huai River, which struck you as peculiar, as you had not revealed your presence. You instructed your subordinate, the old turtle, to investigate the situation. On the 31st day, you gleaned from the old turtle that the nearby mountain spirits had divulged your information, and certain had witnessed your slaying of the young bird. Consequently, the humans perceived that the Huai River was under the protection of a dragon and thus flocked to it. Zheng pondered, what is the meaning of this? I have not appeared before anyone, yet the news has spread among the, resulting in an influx of humans. Do the humans believe that I will safeguard them simply because I slay? Is this not a repetition of the previous simulation? Zheng began to doubt whether he could evade the fate of being struck down by the image of Du. For now, he decided to observe. Within the simulation, he felt powerless to act, yet he had mentally prepared himself beforehand. If matters became dire, he could always retreat to Kunlun with the golden crow. Surely the humans would then be unable to contend with him. On the 32nd day, you dispatched the spirits of the Huai River to drive away the humans. Yet they refused to retreat, settling instead at a greater distance along the banks. On the 33rd day, your governance yielded remarkable results, elevating your authority as the water god of the Huai River to 35%, along with an enhancement of your affinity with water. On the 36th day, as the number of humans along the banks increased, the Fae appeared. It entered the territory of the Huai River, yet you remained resolute in your refusal to offer protection. Focusing solely on safeguarding the river, you emerged from the waters, soaring through the clouds, and confronted the Fae, declaring yourself the water god of the Huai River. You would not shield any creature, but would not permit any destruction of your domain. The Fae, sensing the dragons might emanating from you, decisively withdrew. Zheng marveled at the change. Previously, the Fae would have stood its ground against him, but now it fled in haste. He reflected on how times had changed. On the 38th day, your stewardship of the Huai River further augmented your authority, reaching 40%, and your affinity for water was enhanced once more. On the 40th day, while governing the Huai River, you sensed the presence of the golden-winged Great Ping. Aware of its arrival, you instructed the spirits of the Huai River to inform the humans along the banks to vacate the battlefield, thereby avoiding collateral damage when the golden crow arrived. Zheng was impressed by the simulation's version of himself, recognizing the cleverness in ordering the spirits to evacuate the humans, ensuring that they would not be scorched when the golden crow descended. This meant there was little reason for the humans to summon the image of Du to suppress him. Zheng remained uncertain about the forthcoming developments. With no apparent motive for the humans to act against him, he surmised that he would not perish. With his survival assured, the future remained shrouded in mystery. Zheng continued to observe the simulation with keen curiosity. On the 41st day, you called out to the majestic rock, urging it not to expend unnecessary effort, assuring it that you would not abandon the Huai River. On the 46th day, the rock, filled with anticipation, prepared to enter the waters of the Huai. Yet, you remained unperturbed, and as you counted down, a radiant sun emerged from the horizon. You successfully pledged allegiance to the Golden Crow, overseeing the governance of the Huai River. And the humans who had retreated from the banks suffered little harm, granting you a sense of relief as you devoted yourself to the stewardship of the river. On the 47th day, the humans along the banks revered you as the guardian of the Huai River, honoring you as a deity and frequently offering their tributes. You paid no heed to their veneration, focusing solely on the management of the river. A new narrative branch emerged, and Zheng found himself genuinely intrigued. He had never experienced the dynamics of forging friendships with humans. Such scenarios were seldom triggered. To his surprise, this time it had indeed been activated, and he was eager to witness what would unfold next. Chapter 62. The Nine-Headed Serpent. On the 48th day, the population along the banks of the Huai River continued to swell. The name of the Huai River Guardian had evidently spread widely among humanity, and you were acutely aware that such a situation could lead to unforeseen calamities. After much contemplation, you dispatched your subordinate, the old turtle, to the human realm on either side of the river, instructing him to summon a highly esteemed individual among them to enter the Huai River. On the 49th day, you encountered the elderly human, ensconced within a bubble. The disparity between you was stark. The frail old man appeared so vulnerable that a mere breath from you could extinguish his life. You conveyed your intentions to the elder, urging him to maintain order among the humans along the banks, permitting only a select few to remain while barring others from encroaching upon the vicinity of the Huai River. You spoke in the ancient tongue of dragons, yet the essence of your message resonated clearly within the elder's mind. Daunted by your presence, he readily acquiesced, and you directed your subordinate, the old turtle, to escort him out of the Huai River. On the 50th day, warning lines were established along the banks, forbidding other humans from entering the Huai River area. The inhabitants united in solidarity, resisting any outsiders. You observed the situation without further intervention, continuing to govern your domain. Engaging humanity to balance humanity was indeed a wise strategy. Zheng noted this approach. Should he send the river's spirits to intercept the humans, it would surely provoke conflict. However, if humans were to impede other humans, it would be a far simpler endeavor. The intricacies of human nature are difficult to decipher, as the saying goes. Only magic can vanquish magic. To conquer human nature, one must wield human nature against itself. The simulation persisted. On the 57th day, stability along the banks of the Huai River was achieved. Under your formidable presence, no creature dared to invade the vicinity. Your reputation as the Huai River Guardian and Dragon Lord not only flourished among humans, but also gained considerable renown among the spirits and demons. You had become a prominent figure in the region. On the 58th day, your authority as the water god was further elevated, reaching 45%, significantly enhancing your affinity for water. On the 67th day, you sensed the approach of Wujichi, who did not draw near the Huai River but lingered in the vicinity. Seemingly probing for something, you decisively ordered the spirits of the Huai River to disperse the humans along the banks. Your reputation commanded absolute respect, and the humans swiftly retreated. On the 68th day, as anticipated, the sun's radiance drove Wujichi away, the golden crow journeying westward. During this episode, no human casualties were reported, and you breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that you had circumvented conflict with humanity. You resumed your governance of the Huai River. Surely, no one could now bring harm to him? This new narrative simulation raised questions about how far it would unfold. Zheng, in his grand dragon form, reclined upon the stones, continuing to observe the simulation. He suddenly discerned that unlocking this new narrative direction appeared to offer substantial assistance, allowing him to foresee the outcomes of his choices. Meanwhile, you have also received information regarding numerous attacks by monstrous beings on humanity. Except for areas with ancient architecture, all other places have succumbed to devastation. It dawns upon you that, quite by accident, you have managed to provide refuge for several humans. On the 75th day, while you diligently govern the Huai River, an unsettling sense of crisis arises within you. You dispatch the river spirit to investigate the nearby circumstances. On the 76th day, the river spirit you sent out goes missing, intensifying your unease, yet you remain resolute in your commitment to the Huai River. By the 78th day, you detect an overwhelmingly sinister presence. The moment it manifests, you sense a life and death peril. Peering into the waters, you behold a colossal creature approaching, a serpent with 9 heads, each adorned with a human visage, continuously spewing forth a foul liquid. As this liquid seeps into the earth, it creates a noxious swamp, causing the demise of countless beings. Most astonishingly, the oppressive aura emanating from this 9-headed serpent unmistakably marks it as a genuine harbinger of doom. A 9-headed serpent? Zheng is momentarily taken aback. With humanity no longer a threat, why does danger still loom? He has no time for contemplation and fixates intently on the screen. You are acutely aware that this 9-headed serpent is advancing towards the Huai River. There is no escape. Should it draw near, the river will transform into a stinking mire. Reluctantly, you surge forth from the waters, encircled by mist and currents, and take to the air, gazing at the approaching serpent. The spirits of the Huai River and the humans along the banks, sensing the malevolence of the serpent, flee in terror, save for your loyal subordinates, the old turtle, the crab demon, the shrimp demon, and the young spotted deer, who stand steadfastly by your side, ready to confront the threat. On the 79th day, the 9-headed serpent arrives, confronting you beyond the river, and a fierce battle is imminent. You engage in a terrifying clash, shaking the very fabric of the Huai River. By the 80th day, you are defeated. You manage to sever one of the serpent's heads, yet it retaliates fatally, and your dragon form collapses into the swamp. In your final moments, you witness your subordinates fighting valiantly. The old turtle, hidden in a corner, emits a radiant light from its shell at a crucial moment, wounding the 9-headed serpent. However, you all ultimately succumb to the mire. After your demise, a great sun rises, and the golden crow, upon seeing the Huai River's disappearance, makes no further move and heads eastward. You have perished. Please select one of the following three options as a reward. 1. 80 days of survival experience. 2. 80 days of physical prowess. 3. One of the serpent's heads. Alas, you have met your end. However, this outcome was not unexpected for Zheng. He holds no loyalty towards the Golden Crow, which merely regards him as a tool due to his authority over the Huai River. With the river vanished, his existence seems equally unnecessary. Yet, it appears the reward is changed. At last, he no longer regards his body as a reward. This reward, is it comparable? Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 63, The Abyss of the Upper Huai River. Zheng reclined upon stones submerged in the muddy depths, lifting his dragon head to gaze at the screen visible only to him. 80 days of survival experience. 80 days of physical prowess. One of the serpent heads of Xiangyu. Zheng began to grasp the nature of the nine-headed serpent that sought his demise. The name Xiangyu might sound somewhat unfamiliar at first. However, the name Xianglu is likely more recognized by many. Xiangyu, also known as Xianglu, is indeed a fierce deity in mythology, notably a general of the water god Gong Gong, who wielded dominion over floods. It is said that Xiangyu possessed a serpent body with 9 heads, leaving a trail of foul swamps in his wake, as he followed Gong Gong and wreaking havoc upon the world. Yet, after Gong Gong's demise at the hands of Zhuansu during their struggle for the imperial throne, Xiangyu did not cease his mischief. Rather, he persisted in his malevolence, eventually crossing paths with the great Yu, who dedicated himself to flood control. Yu, resolute in his mission, could not permit Xiangyu to disrupt the realm, and thus he struck down the beast. However, upon Xiangyu's death, his blood transformed into a toxic mire, rendering the surrounding land barren and devoid of life. Yu attempted thrice to fill in this swamp, only to witness it collapse each time, making no progress. In desperation, he summoned celestial beings, who cleaved the toxic swamp into a pond and erected a high altar to subdue the malevolence, finally restoring tranquility to the poisoned lands. If it were indeed Xiangyu, it would be quite expected. Zheng's dragon eyes brimmed with resignation. Xiangyu was undeniably a formidable deity, or rather, anyone capable of challenging you in mythology could hardly be deemed benevolent. Ordinary dragons would indeed find themselves outmatched by Xiangyu. Conversely, the mere act of severing one of Xiangyu's heads would be regarded as a terrifying feat of strength. It was not a matter of weakness on his part, but rather the overwhelming power of the adversary. In the realm of peak competitions, who could withstand such a challenge? This simulation had faltered precisely due to the Kunlun demon order. The enmity between the beings of Kunlun and humanity was insurmountable, and my notoriety in the Huai River region had likely drawn the attention of the Kunlun heavenly pool, prompting Xiangyu to pursue my life. Zheng reflected on the outcomes of this simulation. The narrative trajectory towards fostering closeness with humanity proved unviable. The Kunlun demon order would be fatal. If cultivating relations with humans was not an option, he would need to devise a new strategy. However, before proceeding, he needed to assess the rewards from this round. Option 2 offered cultivation benefits and an affinity for water, alongside enhancing the authority of the Huai River's water deity to 45%. Yet, selecting option 3 would undoubtedly yield a substantial amount of simulation points. Zheng found himself in a quandary. He had previously shunned option 3, as it typically pertained to some aspect of himself. Now, with an option concerning another, he felt no qualms. Nevertheless, the allure of the second option's authority still stirred his interest. The following day of the simulation was marked by the notoriety I had inadvertently garnered from capturing numerous near the Huai River. I opted for the second choice. In the next simulation, I intended to send the of the Huai River to apprehend the remaining creatures, which should suffice for initiating another simulation. A chilling intent flickered within Zheng's dual dragon eyes. The dissemination of his reputation within the simulation posed no concern, as it was merely a virtual realm. However, in reality, he would not permit his existence to be easily known by others, particularly concerning such a reputation. The current simulation had led to the spread of his fame among these, which later resulted in humans learning of his presence following the resurgence of spiritual energy. This ultimately paved the way for a scenario aimed at fostering relations with humanity. Zheng was adamant that he did not desire such an outcome in reality. He wished for one thing: to survive, to bide his time and develop without causing disturbances, growing stronger within the simulation until he could reveal himself to the world. Choosing the second option, Zheng made his decision. With this choice, a warm current surged into his dragon form from all directions, and he felt a renewed surge of strength. The surrounding waters of the Huai River seemed to sense his transformation, the current swelling as if in reverence to Zheng. This phenomenon persisted for a considerable duration before gradually subsiding. Once the warmth dissipated, Zheng began to gently twist his dragon body, savoring the enhanced power. Current cultivation, 55-32. Over 160 years of growth? Indeed, the journey became increasingly arduous. Zheng reflected deeply on this. Even after 5,000 years of cultivation, the challenges remained formidable. If cultivation were to extend to 10,000 years, how difficult would it be to gain even a single year of progress? Zheng glanced once more at his position. Water god of the Huai River 45. At 45%, it was likely he would soon reach full capacity. After reviewing these details, he shifted his dragon form. With over a century of advancement, he had yet to fully assimilate the previous gains. This latest enhancement prompted Zheng to conclude that he deserved a brief slumber. It could only be described as a short nap, or perhaps a dose. Given Zheng's longevity, sleeping for a millennium or more was hardly surprising. His lifespan, augmented by his cultivation, rendered even a brief slumber of several thousand years unremarkable. Nevertheless, before indulging in his nap, he needed to summon the of the Huai River. Moo! A deep bellow echoed forth. The dragon's roar resembled that of a bull. Zheng emitted a roar and then settled at the riverbed. Shortly thereafter, a dozen from the Huai River, including the ancient turtle, appeared before Zheng. Sensing the latent dragon aura emanating from him, these exhibited a demeanor of utmost deference, wary of provoking Zheng. He lay there, his dragon eyes sweeping over the of the Huai River. The simulator possessed another advantage. It allowed him to gauge the loyalty of his subordinates. In the midst of the fierce battle against the formidable Xiao, most of the water spirits of the Huai River fled, leaving only the crab demon, the shrimp demon, and the old turtle, along with the stag, to stand their ground. Faced with the terrifying presence of Xiao, it was no surprise that the other water spirits chose to escape. After all, Xiao was no ordinary foe, and his menacing aura was potent enough to scatter even the most formidable of demons. However, the fact that the old turtle and his companions chose to remain, even willing to fight to the death, served as a testament to their unwavering loyalty. Such loyalty would undoubtedly inspire Zheng to invest even greater care in their fates. From this day forth, the spirits of the Huai River would venture ashore to capture the demons inhabiting the vicinity. As Zheng vowed to eradicate all creatures of malice from the region, leaving only the Huai River itself, Zheng swiftly conveyed his orders to the water spirits and appointed the crab demon and the shrimp demon to oversee this operation, thus promoting these two lesser beings. Soon, the multitude of water spirits dispersed, leaving the old turtle and Zheng locked in a silent exchange of glances. Old turtle, speak up. I wish to enter a deep slumber for a day. Aside from the previous method, do you possess any other means to awaken me? Zheng hesitated briefly before deciding to entrust the task of awakening him to the old turtle. Certainly, Dragon Lord, there are numerous methods at my disposal. The old turtle responded with eagerness. Chapter 64. The true deity of the Huai River. The furious roar echoed through the waters of the Huai River. Zheng lay at the riverbed, his dragon-like eyes seething with anger as he fixed his gaze upon the flustered old turtle before him. Dragon Lord, did you not say that as long as we refrain from using that last method, everything would be fine? The old turtle stammered in submission. Ah, you old turtle. Zheng sighed in exasperation. He scrutinized the turtle, realizing that it had indeed mastered the art of concealment remarkably well. In the previous simulation, the old turtle had managed to wound Xiang, albeit through a sneak attack, which was no small feat. Xiang was a genuine terror, and the fact that the old turtle could injure such a formidable entity was a testament to its strength. Moreover, the turtle's exceptional abilities enabled it to adeptly manage the entire Huai River. As Zheng pondered these thoughts, the old turtle, feeling the intensity of Zheng's stare, became increasingly uncomfortable. Dragon Lord, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, it suggested, attempting to retreat. Wait, old turtle, unleash your most formidable technique upon me. Zheng suddenly expressed his curiosity. He was eager to discover the nature of the move that had allowed the old turtle to injure Xiang. According to the simulation records, it involved the turtle's shell shining brightly as it struck Xiang. Zheng was intrigued by this technique. Very well, Dragon Lord. Behold my skill. Here I go, the old turtle exclaimed and began to demonstrate its prowess. 15 minutes later, Zheng, infuriated, dismissed the old turtle. He had witnessed nothing. The turtle had merely engaged in a game of concealment. It seemed that coaxing the old turtle to reveal its true capabilities was more challenging than taking its life. Zheng found himself at a loss for words regarding the old turtle. He was too weary to concern himself further, as long as the old turtle remained loyal. That sufficed. Zheng lay quietly upon the ground, attuning himself to the essence of the dragon. After indulging in a brief slumber, he felt some rejuvenation, albeit limited. Still feeling somewhat unsteady. However, time was not on his side. Only 24 days remained until the resurgence of spiritual energy. Surely, the river's creatures had completed their hunt for nearby demons by now. He promptly summoned the shrimp demon residing in the Huai River. Yet, there were still some outside, already engaged in the hunt. Upon learning this, Zheng instructed the shrimp demon to gather all those demons and consume them whole. Following his consumption, simulation points were awarded. Acquired 108 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 132. A gain of 108 points? He had only 24 points left from the last time. Together, they were sufficient for this simulation. But which direction should this simulation take? Zheng realized that embarking on a new narrative arc might indeed be the most advantageous path for simulation. Initiating a new plot simulation would not hinder his cultivation or his authority as the deity of the Huai River. And it would also afford him the opportunity to acquire more knowledge. The first time, he allied with the Golden Crow. The second time, he drew closer to the human race. How should he proceed this time? As the Golden Crow ventured westward, Zheng contemplated the possibility of following it to Kunlun Mountain to observe the situation there. He decided to attempt this endeavor and immediately initiated a simulation. Simulation initiated. Consuming 128 simulation points, current simulation points remaining. 4. On the first day, you find yourself upstream of the Huai River, resolved to govern it well. On the third day, your subordinate, Old Turtle, unites with the river's myriad spirits to construct the Dragon Palace of the Huai River. On the 24th day, the resurgence of spiritual energy arrives unexpectedly. On the 25th day, you sense a mysterious power bestowing itself upon you, greatly enhancing your affinity for water, while your authority as the water god of the Huai River rises to 50%. An inexplicable feeling washes over you. It becomes clear that you can no longer elevate your authority through the governance of the Huai River, leaving you utterly bewildered. What? Once my authority reaches 50%, I can no longer enhance it? Or perhaps, I can no longer increase my authority through the governance of the Huai River. How then can I advance? Zheng was perplexed. He sensed this was yet another conundrum that would require deep contemplation to unravel. Nevertheless, with 50% authority, he was indeed half a water god of the Huai River. The simulation continued. You have received the rain control book from the Huai River, marking your status as a true water god. The rain control book allows you to dictate the volume of rain in the vicinity of the Huai River, inscribing your directives within it, and the Huai River will execute your commands. The authority over the river is wholly in your hands. The rain control book? The Huai River assisting in rainfall? Remarkable. This is the essence of a true water god, is it not? Other water gods merely execute the rain quotas set by the heavenly emperor, but he determines his own, with the Huai River obeying his command. Zheng was somewhat astonished as he continued to observe the simulation. On the 27th day, the Ying bird fluttered in, and anticipating this. You harness the momentum of the Huai River to create a water vortex, ensnaring the Ying bird and dispatching it with a swift strike. On the 32nd day, it appears the humans have noticed the absence of spirits near the Huai River, leading many to settle along its banks. Yet you choose to remain indifferent. On the 40th day, the golden-winged roc arrives, hovering beyond the Huai River. On the 45th day, as you awaited, the great sun descended, and the golden crow arrived. Without waiting for its words, you bowed deeply, leaving the golden crow momentarily stunned. On the 57th day, the number of humans along the banks of the Huai River continued to swell, but you remained silent, tending to the river. On the 67th day, you sensed the approach of Waziki, who lingered outside the Huai River. Preferring not to engage in battle, you chose to ignore it and remained within the river. On the 68th day, the golden crow descended, driving away Waziki. You inquired where the golden crow intended to go, and it stated its desire to journey to Kunlun Mountain. You promptly expressed your wish to accompany the golden crow to Kunlun Mountain, offering your protection. The golden crow seemed taken aback by your unexpected words, yet did not refuse you, allowing you to follow closely behind. Throughout the journey, it cautioned you to head westward, forbidding any deviation to the north or south. Naturally, you acquiesced, entrusting the Dragon Palace of Huai River to your subordinate, the Old Turtle, enabling it to unleash its inherent potential before you pursued the Golden Crow westward. Success. A new direction for the simulated narrative. Following the Golden Crow to the west, Zheng felt a surge of excitement. He had previously simulated a journey to Kunlun Mountain, where his prized spirit-gathering herb was a treasure that lay beneath its peaks, procured from the hands of Qin Yuan's subordinates. However, he had been unable to ascend Kunlun Mountain. Now, with the Golden Crow leading the way, surely he would be able to reach it? Yet, as Zheng gazed at the ongoing simulation, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 65. The Drum of Kuei Nyo on the 69th day. You pursued the Golden Crow westward. As the Golden Crow transformed into a blazing sun and soared through the sky, you swiftly took to the clouds, striving to keep pace with it. However, once the Golden Crow truly took flight, you were left astonished. It morphed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing from your sight within mere seconds. The Golden Crow transformed into a rainbow. Zheng was left speechless, contemplating how he might follow the Golden Crow to Kunlun Mountain. Yet how could he? He couldn't even glimpse its shadow. It was no wonder the Golden Crow had so readily consented to his request to accompany it. It must have known all along that he couldn't keep up. Zheng fell into silence, determined to observe how the simulation would unfold. On the 70th day, you summoned all your strength and ventured westward. Yet still found yourself unable to catch up with the Golden Crow. Along your path, you beheld vast expanses of desolate wasteland. The ground was charred black, and in many places, flames continued to blaze. You understood that this devastation was the result of the Golden Crow's flight. On the 75th day, a sudden sense of threat emanated from the distance, stirring a vague unease within you. You contemplated changing your course, but then you spotted a great sun rising in the far horizon. Realization struck you. The Golden Crow was engaged in battle ahead. You were perplexed by what force could challenge the Golden Crow. With determination, you soared forth. After a period of flight, you finally encountered the Golden Crow. Yet what lay before you was astonishing. At that moment, the Golden Crow was being obstructed by a group of humans. Each person bore painted masks, wielding short staffs, moving rhythmically while striking them, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums. As they walked, they emanated waves of golden light, forming a radiant barrier that hindered the Golden Crow's advance. In disbelief, Zheng exclaimed inwardly, "They have managed to impede the Golden Crow." Though the Golden Crow was in a weakened state, far from its mythic prowess, it was still an undeniably formidable entity, particularly in this era of spiritual awakening. Yet, it was still being thwarted by humans. Painted masks? Short staffs? Rhythmic movements? Was this some form of dance? A folk dance capable of subduing demons and monsters? Zheng found himself uncertain. The cultural heritage of humanity was too profound and extensive. There existed numerous forms of dance, many of which had been lost over time during the transmission of traditions. The more renowned ones were predominantly preserved in coastal cities. Zheng recalled that in the Minnan region, there existed rituals such as the official general's head dance and tiger-lion dance, all symbolizing the suppression of malevolent spirits. Yet, he never anticipated they could hold back the Golden Crow. No, that couldn't be right. If it were solely based on this, they shouldn't have been able to restrain the Golden Crow. These ritual dances, many of which were derived from folk traditions, lacked the significance to rival that of the Golden Crow. Thus, what was it that allowed the Golden Crow to be held back? Zheng continued to observe the simulation. Seeking the answer, you concealed yourself within the nearby mists, and at last, you uncovered the truth. It was revealed that the great drums struck during these human rituals were no ordinary instruments. With each resounding beat, waves of terrifying sound emanated forth. Behind the grand drum, a solitary one-legged azure bull flickers into view, the rhythmic beating of the drum harmonizing with the ceremonial dance, thwarting the advance of the Golden Crow. On the 76th day, you perceive that humanity is on the verge of collapse. The Golden Crow, still radiant and fierce, relentlessly assaults the luminous barrier. Just as you anticipate the imminent downfall of humanity, several individuals suddenly unveil a scroll. Though the image remains unrolled, an oppressive aura emanates from it. Upon glimpsing the scroll, the Golden Crow emits a terrified shriek and swiftly retreats, not daring to linger. Observing this, you hastily follow its lead. Did they truly drive the Golden Crow away? Zheng finds clarity in this moment, realizing they have indeed met their match here. With spirits dampened by this setback, revenge seems a distant thought. However, what is the significance of this grand drum? Is it the Kuei Bull drum? When struck, it reveals the ethereal silhouette of a one-legged azure bull. According to legends, Kuei resembles a bull, possessing a single leg and is hornless. Its appearances are always accompanied by tempests and radiant splendor, its roar echoing like thunder. In the ancient battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, Kuei was vanquished and transformed into 80 great drums. The resounding strikes could reverberate for 500 miles. And after 9 strikes, the tremors would reach 3,800 miles, ensnaring Qi Yu, preventing his escape until he was ultimately slain by Ying Long. Could this drum possibly be a relic from the era of the Yellow Emperor? It would indeed make sense that it could subdue the Golden Crow when paired with the ceremonial dance. Yet, the scroll warrants further contemplation. The Golden Crow's reaction to the scroll is striking. Even before it is fully unfurled, the mere essence of the scroll sends it fleeing. What figure could be depicted within that possesses the power to restrain the Golden Crow? Perhaps there is no need to ponder excessively. The immediate priority remains to observe the simulation. It is regrettable, however, that one could not partake in Kunlun. Zheng feels a twinge of disappointment as the simulation persists. The Golden Crow then conveys to you that humanity has amassed too much power over time, posing a significant threat that must be eradicated with utmost urgency. Confusion washes over you, and just as you are about to inquire further, the Golden Crow, disinterested in dialogue, transforms once more into a blazing sun, dissipating into radiant light. In an instant, the banks of the Huai River fall into tranquility, bringing you a sense of comfort. On the 80th day, while you linger along the Huai River, the peace does not last long before a sudden summons from the west beckons you. Approaching the water's surface, your gaze is drawn to a colossal pillar, seemingly supporting heaven and earth, shimmering with resplendent golden light. The west, Kunlun Mountain? In mythology, Kunlun is said to be the earthly capital of the heavenly emperor and one of the pathways between the mortal realm and the celestial domain. Could it be that with the revival of spiritual energy, this pathway is re-emerging? Zheng feels a tremor of disbelief. The mythical celestial realm might manifest itself once more. Is this revival of spiritual energy not transforming into a hellish challenge? The peak trials are already formidable. What lies ahead? Suppressing a myriad of emotions, Zheng continues to observe the simulation. Chapter 66. The Rain Master's Tome. In the upper reaches of the Huai River, Zheng lay submerged beneath the surface. His colossal dragon form coiled gracefully as he stared blankly at the screen before him. You are deceased. Please select one of the following as a reward. Survival experience of the 81st day. Physical prowess of the 81st day. Drum of the Kuei. The Golden Crow. Had it suddenly turned against him? Why? Zheng was perplexed. He could not comprehend. On the 81st day, the Golden Crow had struck him down in an instant, leaving no room for further contemplation. He could not fathom why the Golden Crow would kill him without provocation. On the 80th day, there had been significant upheaval at Mount Kunlun, and then, on the 81st day, the Golden Crow had come to end his life. Was there a connection between these events? Zheng was bewildered, struggling to make sense of it all. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his vigilance towards the Golden Crow. Moreover, this simulation had not been in vain. It had imparted considerable information. Once the authority of the Huai River water deity reached 50%, it could no longer be enhanced. There seemed to be changes at Mount Kunlun on the 80th day, possibly transforming into the legendary passage between the celestial realm and the mortal world. In future simulations, he must remain cautious of the Golden Crow. Zheng pondered deeply. Aligning himself with the Golden Crow was essential. Its protection would undoubtedly provide him with security. Yet, he had to be wary, for the Golden Crow could very well eliminate him. As for the 3 rewards, after careful consideration, he decided upon the second option. The first option, survival experience, seemed largely irrelevant, as he had not engaged in any significant confrontations. The third reward, the Kuei drum, while appealing, would be of little use to him. The Kuei drum could only effectively counter the Golden Crow when paired with human ritualistic dances. Alone, Zheng surmised, he might not withstand its might. A single swipe of its tail could easily shatter the drum. Ultimately, the Kuei drum was not a weapon of combat, but rather a supportive tool. Thus, acquiring it would serve no purpose. Instead, he would prefer to elevate the authority of the Huai River water deity to 50%. Resolutely, he chose the second option. With his decision made, a warm current surged forth once more. This time, the warmth did not significantly enhance his cultivation, but rather improved his affinity with water. When the warmth dissipated, Zheng sensed a newfound mastery over the Huai River. Position: Huai River water deity 50%. No further enhancement was possible. This sensation was extraordinary, as if a voice within him had imparted the understanding that he could no longer increase his authority through the governance of the Huai River. Lying at the river's bottom, Zheng attuned himself to the flow of water. Before him, countless streams coalesced into a singular form, materializing into a tome. The Rainmaster's tome. Upon seeing the tome, Zheng instantly recognized its significance. The Rainmaster's tome had been recorded during the simulation. He has the authority to dictate the winds and rains in the Huai River region, whether it shall rain today, the amount of rain to fall, whether it shall rain tomorrow, and the quantity of that rain, all are at his command. There is no need for celestial decree. His word is law. The Huai River is his domain, a true testament to his divinity. The power of the river is bestowed upon him, not granted by the heavens. This is indeed an intriguing scenario. Zheng's dragon-like eyes fixated upon the rain register, and as a surge of water unfurled, the pages of the register opened before him. Gazing at the blankness within, Zheng contemplated before he began to inscribe the weather patterns for the years to come in the Huai River area. On the morrow, at the hour of the dragon, clouds shall gather. At the hour of the snake, thunder shall sound. At noon, rain shall descend, and by the hour of the dog, the rain shall be ample, yielding 3 feet 3 inches and 31 points of water. Upon completing his entries regarding the forthcoming years of weather, Zheng ceased his writing and cast aside the rain register, which transformed into countless rivulets and vanished into the Huai River. The register, inherently belonging to the river, could only be wielded by Zheng, the deity of the Huai. Possessing 50% of its authority, he could already be regarded as the legitimate water god of the Huai. However, what of the remaining 50%? How was he to attain it? Zheng found himself perplexed, grappling with the conundrum. He understood the nature of divinity, transcending notions of good and evil, and was dedicated to the governance of the Huai River. Yet, despite his understanding, he had only secured half of the divine authority. After much contemplation, he ultimately relinquished the pursuit of this question. Crawfish and shrimp spirits, come forth. Zheng called out, resolved to address the matter of simulation points first. Otherwise, he could not proceed with the next simulation. Upon hearing his summons, the crab and shrimp spirits hurriedly approached, eager to respond. Have all the nearby spirits of the Huai River been captured? Zheng raised his immense dragon head and scrutinized the two spirits. While their loyalty was commendable, their combat prowess was lacking. They were better suited to manage the lesser spirits. The shrimp spirit eagerly spoke, its voice naturally conveying its intent to Zheng. Let us gather all the lesser spirits then. Zheng prepared to acquire the simulation points. Dragon Lord, I have pressing matters to report, the crab spirit interjected suddenly. What is it? Zheng inquired, casting an imposing gaze upon the crab spirit, instilling it with profound trepidation. Trembling, the crab spirit recounted an encounter with a spirit of several centuries' cultivation while apprehending the nearby spirits. At that time, the spirits of the Huai River were unable to contend with it, and it was only through the intervention of the old turtle, who subdued the spirit with a single strike. The old turtle had requested that the crab and shrimp spirits keep this matter confidential, yet upon seeing Zheng, the crab spirit could not resist revealing the truth. Upon hearing this, Zheng felt a mixture of exasperation and resignation towards the old turtle, recognizing its cunning nature. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, and instructed the crab and shrimp spirits to bring forth all the captured spirits. Zheng swiftly consumed all the captured demons. The remaining simulation points stood at 129. The points he acquired were sufficient for his next simulation. However, Zheng resolved to pause further simulations. He had yet to fully assimilate the power he had previously obtained. Now that the authority of the river god had risen to 50%, it brought not only strength but also an affinity for water. He had yet to digest these improvements. Before embarking on his next simulation, he must fully integrate this newfound power. The most effective method for digesting power was to take a nap. Yet this time, Zheng wished to avoid being awakened by the old turtle. He had developed a certain aversion. Chapter 67. Zheng's life had been tumultuous, filled with regrets for not encountering a wise sovereign. Beneath the upper reaches of the Huai River, a pair of piercing pupils appeared in the inky depths. With their emergence, an overwhelming dragon's might descended, causing the water to churn violently. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a colossal black dragon, 1,000 meters in length, lying at the bottom of the river, as if just awakened, exuding a stifling aura. How long have I been asleep? Zheng, now awake, felt somewhat disoriented. It seemed he had overslept. He immediately glanced at his simulation points. Current remaining simulation points, 159. Before his slumber, he had 129 points. Now, he had increased by 30, indicating that 2 points were accrued each day, meaning he had slept for 15 days. Zheng was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he nearly sprang to his feet. Had he truly dozed for 15 days? This meant there were only 9 days left until the revival of spiritual energy. 9 days. A sense of urgency washed over Zheng. Time was already scarce, and now it was even shorter. I must commence the simulation without delay, otherwise I shall truly miss my opportunity. He was about to begin his simulation when unexpectedly, a creature from the Huai River approached him. Zheng recognized it at a glance. It was a crab demon. What business does this creature have? Dragon Lord, you have awakened. The crab demon scuttled over, its once protective large pincers lowered, cautious not to brandish them in Zheng's presence. What is it? Zheng, preoccupied with the dwindling time, was disinclined to engage in conversation. There's been a disturbance downstream of the Huai River, and we are uncertain how to address it. We implore you to intervene. The crab demon appeared flustered. A disturbance downstream? Zheng was perplexed. In his simulation, there had been no mention of any such event. It was inconceivable. If there truly were a disturbance, it would have been noted in the simulation. Filled with doubt, but adhering to his prudent nature, Zheng refrained from rushing to investigate and instead resolved to conduct a simulation first. When faced with uncertainty, initiate a simulation. He dismissed the crab demon and commenced a simulation. Initiating simulation. Zheng lifted his dragon head, gazing at the screen visible only to him. Simulation initiated. Consuming 128 simulation points. Current remaining simulation points, 31. Day 1. You find yourself in the upper reaches of the Huai River, aware of the disturbance downstream. You promptly proceed to investigate, discovering that your subordinate, the old turtle, has led the river's demons and water spirits in constructing the Huai River Dragon Palace. In response to the various river demons, you exclaim that they have caused you great distress, and subsequently, you enter the Huai River Dragon Palace, becoming the Dragon Lord of the Huai River. Zheng? After all this, it was merely the old turtle who built the Huai River Dragon Palace? He had thought it was something grave, which had left him in a state of anxiety. Was he overly cautious? This thought flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Absolutely not. He is steadfast. A little steadiness is always wise. The simulation has already commenced. Let us continue observing. On the following day, you diligently govern the waters of Huai. On the 9th day, the resurgence of spiritual energy arrives as anticipated. The myriad spirits of Huai rejoicing, yet you remain tranquil. On the 12th day, the young bird appears. You rise from the water, commanding the currents of Huai, gazing down at the young bird. The young bird, beholding you as a divine dragon among mortals, falls silent, and after a brief pause, whispers in a feeble tone, inquiring if you believe. Considering the young bird is also a spirit, you refrain from violence, merely asserting your role as the water deity of Huai, forbidding any entity from harming the waters. On the 17th day, numerous humans, witnessing the peace along the banks of Huai, flock to settle. You choose to ignore them. On the 25th day, the golden-winged rock lingers beyond the waters of Huai. On the 30th day, as your countdown reaches its climax, a radiant sun descends, obliterating the golden-winged rock, and the golden crow emerges. Before the golden crow can speak, you take the initiative, expressing that having drifted aimlessly for half a lifetime, you lament not encountering a wise sovereign until now, and thus wish to pledge your allegiance to the golden crow. On the 41st day, the number of humans along the banks of Huai continues to swell. Wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict, you opt to remain indifferent. On the 51st day, you persist in leading the spirits of Huai in the governance of the waters. Yet despite your efforts, the authority of the water deity of Huai remains unenhanced, leaving you perplexed. After 51 days of governance over Huai, why does the authority of the water deity remain stagnant? Is it truly impossible to ascend in power through the stewardship of Huai? How can one attain such authority? Zheng finds himself at a loss. This conundrum eludes his understanding. With no other recourse, Zheng turns his gaze back to the simulation, hoping it might reveal some unforeseen variables or valuable clues. This simulation has been exceedingly hasty. It is all this old turtle's fault, making me so cautious. Had Zheng conducted a proper simulation, he would have surely contemplated the direction beforehand. Indeed, this simulation has been rather careless. The simulation continues. On the 52nd day, you sense the approach of Wu Zhiqi, wandering near Huai. Filled with curiosity, you seek him out, wishing to inquire about the elevation of the authority of the water deity. Upon seeing you, Wu Zhiqi's eyes widen in surprise, evidently aware that you have become the water deity of Huai. Is this water monkey astonished by my strength? Zheng finds this amusing. It is only natural. He has been engaged in simulations, and his power has been steadily growing. Wu Zhiqi likely witnessed his transformation into a dragon in the ensuing battle with the golden-winged roc, hence his astonishment at Zheng's rapid ascension. However, Wu Zhiqi still does not divulge how one might enhance their authority. Zheng resumes his focus on the simulation. On the 53rd day, Wu Zhiqi seemed to sense the imminent arrival of the golden crow and prepared to depart. Before leaving, Wu Zhiqi informed you that you have become the water god of the Huai River and cannot ascend further. He also mentioned that the golden crow is not benevolent and wishes to collaborate with you. You are aware that the golden crow intends to journey westward, destined for futility. With merely a casual farewell, you watch the golden crow depart. Is it truly impossible for the water god of the Huai River to ascend? Why is that so? After all, he has only acquired 50% of the authority. What of the remaining 50%? Zheng fell into silence. Chapter 68. The Fusang Tree at the upper reaches of the Huai River. Zheng gazed at the simulation, lost in contemplation. Wu Zhiqi mentioned that he had become the water deity of the Huai River, yet he wielded only 50% of its divine authority. After much reflection, Zheng deduced a singular possibility. Although Wu Zhiqi had once been the water deity, he too possessed merely 50% of the power. It seemed that Wu Zhiqi had never attained complete dominion. Perhaps he lacked a system to ascertain whether he had achieved full authority. However, Zheng was acutely aware of the truth. Yet, what did Wu Zhiqi's final words imply? Was the golden crow truly malevolent? This notion appeared to resonate with him. After all, the golden crow had indiscriminately taken his life previously. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Zheng continued to observe the simulation. On the 57th day, you governed the Huai River, and the human population along its banks swelled considerably. Aware of the impending dangers, you contemplated the expulsion of humanity. Ultimately, you resolved to avoid unnecessary conflict and continued to oversee the river. On the 62nd day, a great sun traversed the horizon, leaving behind a voice that urged you to declare war on humanity. After a moment of hesitation, you prepared to dispatch the river spirits to drive the humans away. Just as you were about to issue the command, you suddenly sensed the presence of the young bird once more, igniting your ire. Having spared the young bird previously, you were perplexed as to why it dared to encroach upon your domain again. You surged forth from the river, ready to confront the young bird, only to discover that it appeared to have no intention of invading your territory. At this juncture, Zheng experienced a profound epiphany. It dawned upon him that the unexpected assault by the golden crow during the last simulation had stemmed from his earlier directive to merely expel humanity without resorting to lethal measures. Frustrated, he had inadvertently crossed paths with the golden crow's duplicity, resulting in his demise. With this understanding, he grasped the situation. So it was indeed like this. However, this young bird proved to be quite commendable. Zheng suddenly felt a connection to the intricate concept of cause and effect. In this simulation, by sparing the young bird, it had come to impart wisdom to him. By sowing good seeds, one reaps benevolent harvests. Zheng continued to scrutinize the simulation. You recognized the significance of the young bird's words and their profound impact on you. The hostility in your gaze toward the young bird diminished considerably. You inquired further, asking why, having allied with the golden crow, it had previously dared to invade the Huai River. The young bird explained that it originally resided in the southern Xiaoling mountain, but due to the emergence of terrifying entities, it was compelled to migrate northward. Upon reaching the picturesque vicinity of the Huai River, it sought to claim the area. After being expelled by you, it ventured elsewhere and ultimately joined the ranks of the golden crow. Upon completing its explanation, the young bird departed from the Huai River, seemingly fearful of drought encroaching upon the waters. On the 63rd day, aware that the golden crow would take your half-hearted commands as grounds for your demise, you ceased to restrain yourself. You dispatched the river spirits to declare war on the humans along both banks, and in an instant, tranquility was restored to the shores. On the 65th day, you observed the reemergence of the colossal pillar in the west, understanding it to be the stirrings from Kunlun Mountain, thus choosing to disregard it. On the 66th day, you noted an escalation of battles near the Huai River. It appeared that humanity had become aware of the continuous encroachment from the east, and had gathered a multitude to defend against the onslaught of the demons. Despite your steadfast resolve, You deliberated for a considerable time before deciding to send forth the spirits of the Huai River to assist in the fray. Indeed, they had survived. The Golden Crow refrained from launching further attacks against him. Zheng felt a profound sense of relief within. He continued to observe the simulation, realizing that since the Golden Crow would not assault him, he could witness the unfolding events. On the 67th day, while governing the Huai River, you kept a vigilant eye on the vicinity, promptly dispatching the river's spirits to offer aid whenever battles ensued. On the 68th day, Wu Zhiqi unexpectedly reappeared, seeking you out. You departed from the Huai River to meet him. Wu Zhiqi explicitly invited you to join his ranks to jointly govern all aquatic beings, which you naturally declined, fully aware that Wu Zhiqi, whose power had not yet reached its zenith, might not even rival you, let alone dominate all water tribes. Wu Zhiqi warned that remaining under the Golden Crow's command posed constant danger, for the Kunlun Mountain Passage had awakened, yet the Golden Crow's Fusang tree remained dormant. The Golden Crow would undoubtedly prioritize the awakening of the Fusang tree. However, such revival demanded immense spiritual energy and power, which the Golden Crow lacked, making it likely that he would turn against his subordinates. Upon witnessing your continued silence, Wu Zhiqi hastily departed, seemingly concerned about being detected by the Golden Crow. The Fusang tree? In mythology, it comprises two great mulberry trees supporting each other, located within the Tang Valley, where 10 golden crows dwell. Typically, 9 reside on the lower branches while 1 occupies the upper, giving rise to the concept of the sun. Moreover, the Fusang tree serves as a gateway connecting the realms of humanity, heaven, and the netherworld. In myth, the 10 golden crows would descend to the mortal realm, wreaking havoc upon countless humans. It was from the Fusang tree that the archer, shot down the 9 suns, subsequently severing a branch of the tree, thereby shattering the gateway between the 3 realms. This legend of shooting down the suns emerged from those events, though later generations misinterpreted it as the act of Hou-Yi, leading to the widely circulated tale of Hou-Yi shoots the sun. According to Wu Zhiqi, the Golden Crow seeks to revive the Fusang tree, yet such revival necessitates substantial spiritual energy, raising the possibility that the Golden Crow would turn against us, his subordinates. Zheng pondered this dilemma, contemplating the implications. He considered the nature of Wu Zhiqi, uncertain if he was being deceived. This water spirit was not known for benevolence. Resolving to observe the simulation further, he concluded that even if unforeseen circumstances arose within it, the consequences would be manageable. With that thought, Zheng swiftly decided to continue observing the simulation. On the 68th day, the turmoil in the east grew increasingly terrifying, yet you remained within the waters of Huai, occasionally dispatching the spirits of the river to engage in battle. You refrained from intervening directly, thus among the myriad of creatures. They were only aware of the dragon residing in the Huai, yet remained oblivious to the extent of your prowess. On the 70th day, while you were in the waters of Huai, a sudden message from the Golden Crow reached you, urging you to venture to the great mountains in the east. Zheng felt a sudden tightening in his heart upon reading this. It had arrived. He was eager to ascertain the truth of the water monkey's words. Chapter 69. A new door opens at the source of the Huai River. Zheng fixated intently on the screen before him. Whether the water monkey had deceived him would be revealed in due time. According to the water monkey, the Golden Crow might be plotting against them, seeking to utilize them to revive the Fusang tree. Zheng was hesitant to ascertain the truth of this claim, for his trust in Wu Zhiqi was not deeply rooted. Thus, he resolved to conduct a simulation to uncover the veracity of the matter. On the 70th day, you found yourself by the Huai River, when suddenly, a message from the Golden Crow summoned you to the eastern mountains. By the 71st day, you leisurely arrived at the eastern mountains. The Golden Crow did not initiate an attack, allowing you to survey the entirety of the eastern mountains. It was a barren landscape, devoid of any life, with flames raging upon its heights. Atop the mountain, you encountered the Golden Crow, who regarded you in silence, not emitting any crimson light, revealing its full form to you. Upon seeing the Golden Crow's complete appearance, you offered an assessment, a well-nurtured 3-legged black crow. The Golden Crow, oblivious to your thoughts, merely stared at you, before stating that it required your flesh and blood for a purpose, promising future recompense to the Dragon Clan. Damn it. The water monkey had not deceived him after all. This was indeed true. The Golden Crow truly intended to strike against him. Yet, he had not anticipated the Golden Crow would be so brazen in its declaration. It even mentioned future recompense for the Dragon Clan. But what use would that be if he were dead? Zheng felt a sense of disdain. True to his nature, he might endure a little, But faced with a situation that demanded his demise, he would undoubtedly retaliate. As expected, the ensuing simulation unfolded accordingly. You understood the Golden Crow's intent to kill you. After a moment of silence, you boldly declared, "A true man, born amidst heaven and earth, should not dwell in the shadows for long." You summoned the winds and rains. To your astonishment, your mastery of wind and rain transformed following an enhancement in your affinity for water. The winds you conjured became akin to a fierce gale, shattering all in their path. While the rain you called forth resembled the weak waters, each drop collapsing to ground upon impact. Your tempestuous winds and torrential rains assailed the Golden Crow, provoking a cry of pain from it, as though it sensed the agony. By the heavens, is this the true essence of a dragon? The ability to summon winds and rains had indeed changed. Was it merely due to the enhancement of his affinity for water? As his affinity for water improved, so too did his innate talents. Zheng began to comprehend. Had his previous combat style been somewhat reckless? Engaging in battle with others had always been a matter of brute force, akin to a brutish dragon. It was as if a mage focused solely on melee combat. Zheng had unlocked a new realm of combat. The simulation continued. The Golden Crow, sensing the pain, became increasingly ferocious, unleashing a torrent of flames toward you. The flames surged through the tempest, and you felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Instinctively, you twisted your dragon form to evade the inferno. In the next moment, the Golden Crow charged at you, and you realized there was no place left to retreat. You opened your mouth and unleashed a massive column of water towards the Golden Crow. A fierce battle ensued, yet the disparity in your strengths was monumental. Within mere minutes, you succumbed to the flames of the Golden Crow. You are dead. Please choose one reward from the following 3 options: 71 days of survival experience, 71 days of physical prowess, or a small tuft of Golden Crow feathers. You have perished. Zheng felt a tinge of surprise, not at his demise, but at the revelation that he had managed to exchange a few blows with the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow, a mythical entity of pure lineage, stood in stark contrast to him, a dragon evolved from a serpent, an unconventional path. Previously, he had been effortlessly defeated by the Golden Crow. To his astonishment, he was now able to withstand its onslaught for several exchanges. Was it due to his altered combat approach? The water-spouting dragon proved to be the true path of battle. Zheng understood now. The water-spouting dragon was indeed the quintessential method of fighting. In the past, he had recklessly faced the Golden Crow and was vanquished in a single strike. Now, with the water-spouting dragon, he could hold his ground for a few exchanges. This was indicative of the significant gap between them. This simulation was not in vain. At the very least, he had discerned the ambitions of the Golden Crow and Wu Zhiqi. Wu Zhiqi harbored grand aspirations to dominate the entire aquatic realm, while the Golden Crow sought to resurrect the Fusang tree. Aligning with the Golden Crow was an option, but one must always be prepared to depart at a moment's notice. Yet, the Huai River lay before him. Where could he possibly go? Zheng fell into silence. Indeed, as the god of the Huai River, he was bound here. However, being unable to leave meant the Golden Crow sought his life. No matter how much he improved, he could not defeat the Golden Crow in such a short span of time. Unless there was an unforeseen variable. Where might such a variable lie? Zheng cast his gaze northward and then southward. He contemplated exploring either direction to uncover a variable. He recalled that whenever the Golden Crow mentioned the north or south, it had alluded to the presence of formidable demons in both regions. To break the deadlock with a variable, he had no choice but to venture into these territories. Ultimately, he resolved to investigate the north. The south seemed too enigmatic. Previously, the Great Rock had boasted of its dominance over the south, yet it remained oblivious to the existence of great demons in that realm. The bird had also claimed to have sensed a powerful demon in the southern Xiaoling Mountain, which prompted its departure from that place. The southern demon was shrouded in mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng decided that his next simulation would take him north. The unknown of the north, though uncertain, appeared more favorable than the south, which was steeped in intrigue. He then considered the 3 options before him once more. The second option lacked authority, and the benefits to his cultivation would be minimal. The first option contained the imagery of his battle with the Golden Crow. However, he had no points left for another simulation. Thus, the best choice remained the third option, a small tuft of Golden Crow feathers. This small tuft could comprise a few strands or even dozens. It was a gamble of fate. Zheng resolutely made his choice. With his decision made, the narrative continued to unfold. A dozen feathers materialized before him, 14, to be precise. Zheng immediately recognized this and gazed at the golden crow feathers with a sense of fervor. However, he refrained from recklessly consuming them all at once. After all, what if he were to overindulge and explode? He resolved to partake in them one by one. With a deliberate motion, Zheng opened his mouth and ingested a single golden crow feather. The initial consumption elicited no sensation. In his previous form as a flood dragon, he would have experienced a fiery intensity, but now he felt nothing at all. Consuming a golden crow feather grants 20 simulation points. Could it be that each feather yields only 20 simulation points? The first instance of consumption typically offers a bonus in simulation points, while subsequent intakes diminish in value. Nevertheless, 20 points per feather is not insignificant. Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to consume them one by one. Meanwhile, far in the eastern mountains, the golden crow gazed towards the direction of the Huai River, its eyes revealing a peculiar expression. Chapter 70. Seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Zheng lifted his dragon head, gazing at the azure screen before him. 311 points, sufficient for 2 simulations. Quite satisfactory. Zheng initially intended to continue simulating. However, he recalled that the old tortoise had prepared a dragon palace by the Huai River for him to receive. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to first settle into the Huai River Dragon Palace before proceeding with further simulations. Before long, Zheng beheld the Huai River Dragon Palace. Essentially, it comprised several palatial structures, which were impressively built and quite grand. Amidst the chaotic revelry of the aquatic beings of the Huai River, Zheng took residence in the palace, thus marking the birth of the title Dragon Lord of the Huai River. To Zheng, it was indeed a scene of chaos, filled with an array of peculiar aquatic creatures producing an assortment of sounds. Among them, a few solitary frogs seemed to either curse or congratulate him. Within the confines of the Huai River Dragon Palace, Zheng reclined in the palace while entrusting all matters of the palace to the old tortoise. He emphasized the importance of diligently managing the Huai River. With the old tortoise overseeing the river, Zheng found himself with leisure time. He had filled out the rain control register and handed it over to the Huai River, allowing it to manage itself. With this newfound freedom, he could prepare for the simulations. Upon commencing the next simulation, the primary objective was to explore the northern territories. The affairs of the Huai River could be entrusted to the old tortoise. If there were no unforeseen developments to alter the situation, he would, regrettably, have to abandon the Huai River. Zheng was pragmatic. The Huai River held great significance, yet his own survival was paramount. In the realm of simulations, one could be reckless, but reality demanded prudence. Old tortoise, relay my command. No aquatic being shall approach this palace. Zheng bellowed towards the outside. Shortly thereafter, the old tortoise approached him, gliding in a spiral motion. Rest assured, Dragon Lord, I shall vigilantly guard your domain and prevent any aquatic creatures from nearing you. The old tortoise replied with a solemn expression. Very well, you are increasingly resembling a prime minister of tortoises. Zheng could not help but commend. Prime Minister of Tortoises? What is that, Dragon Lord? The old tortoise inquired, puzzled. Nothing of consequence. You may depart, Zheng replied, not wishing to delve into the concept of a tortoise prime minister. The old tortoise, somewhat bewildered, retreated but suddenly felt that the title Prime Minister of Tortoises had a pleasant ring to it. Perhaps he would allow the aquatic beings of the Huai River to refer to him as such in the future. Unbeknownst to Zheng, the old tortoise was lost in thought. After considerable reflection, he initiated the simulation once more. Simulation commenced. Before Zheng, the screen reappeared. Simulation initiated, consuming 128 points. Current simulation points remaining, 183. On the first day, you find yourself in the upper reaches of the Huai River, acutely aware that without the revival of spiritual energy, you cannot lift the dragon, cannot manifest restriction. Therefore, you patiently await within the waters of the Huai River. On the 9th day, you sense the revival of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, you entrusted the management of the Huai River to the old tortoise and surged forth from its waters amidst the astonished cries of countless humans along the banks. Heading northward. On the 11th day, you discovered that human cities were besieged by a multitude of demonic entities. The northern territories had dismantled numerous ancient structures, leaving humans vulnerable and incapable of mounting an effective defense without the protection of these historic edifices. Observing the chaos that plagued the north, you chose not to intervene, merely passing through. On the 15th day, you continued your ethereal journey northward, yet an unusual sensation enveloped you. You recalled the myriad of myths surrounding Kunlun Mountain, as well as those in the south and east. However, the north appeared devoid of such legends. The demons you encountered were merely those who had practiced their craft for several centuries. By the 16th day, a grand human city emerged on the horizon. As you approached, an unsettling feeling began to stir within you. Resolutely, you turned away and altered your course. After your departure, faint echoes of anguished cries from the city reached your ears, prompting you to quicken your pace further northward. On the 17th day, a sudden epiphany struck you, and you paused atop a mountain, delving into its depths to absorb the insights you had gained. By the 27th day, you awakened from your contemplative state, having acquired a new talent, fortune's favor and misfortune's flight. In moments of peril, you instinctively sensed unease, enabling you to evade danger. This newfound ability, fortune's favor and misfortune's flight? Zheng pondered thoughtfully. He recalled experiencing inexplicable unease in simulations on multiple occasions. Was this the influence of his talent? Fortune's favor and misfortune's flight, a manifestation of a divine beast's essence? Previously, he could only sense instinctively. Now, he had awakened this talent. However, he was uncertain if this ability could be externalized. Who would ever find talents superfluous? He had only acquired a few thus far: summoning storms, scales of defense, ethereal flight, and the majesty of a dragon. Although fortune's favor and misfortune's flight lacked offensive capabilities, it was invaluable for self-preservation. The simulation continued onward. On the 20th day, you resumed your flight northward, encountering several demonic practitioners along the way. Yet, under the overwhelming aura of your dragon majesty, none dared to obstruct your path. On the 29th day, while soaring through the clouds, you suddenly beheld a massive azure dragon, several dozen meters in length, being assailed by a nine-tailed fox in a distant lake. Instantly, you unleashed your dragon majesty, reducing the nine-tailed fox to mere pulp. Descending upon the lake, the azure dragon prostrated itself before you, unable to move. You inquired as to why the azure dragon was engaged in conflict with the nine-tailed fox. The azure dragon explained that the fox had attacked it for failing to heed the decrees of Kunlun. This encounter mirrored precisely that of your previous simulations. Zheng recalled how, during his own time as a dragon, he too had faced trials at the hands of a nine-tailed fox. It was astonishing to find that, even in the north, fellow dragons faced similar tribulations. It was a pity, however, that he had yet to encounter an actual dragon. Zheng shook his enormous dragon head, reclining within the palace as he continued to observe the simulations. You, moved by the bonds of kinship, offered assistance to jiao in resolving its crisis, and without further delay, prepared to journey northward. During the voyage, you inquired of jiao regarding the whereabouts of the formidable demon to the north. jiao urged you to proceed further, indicating that there lay a sea where it had once sensed a dreadful aura. Taking heed of its words, you no longer hesitated and continued your northward march. On the 30th day, propelled by your swift advance, you soon arrived at the northern sea described by jiao. As you approached this ominous expanse, your dragon form suddenly stiffened, a wave of intense unease surging within you. Chapter 71. Kuan, the Dragon Palace of the Huai River. Zheng lay within the palace, gazing at the screen before him. The essence of the great demon from the north was soon to be unveiled to him. After his explorations, he had nearly comprehended the mysteries of the unknown north, with the exception of this formidable demon. On the 30th day, propelled by your utmost speed, you swiftly arrived at the northern sea as described by jiao. Approaching this northern expanse, your dragon form suddenly became rigid, an overwhelming sense of unease surging within you. You peered down into the tranquil waters of the North Sea, yet a palpable sense of danger loomed beneath the calm surface, triggering your innate talent for averting misfortune. Aware of the necessity to explore the north, particularly the great demon therein, you resisted the urge to flee and instead bided your time in the air, enduring the disquiet. On the 31st day, as you continued to wait, the North Sea remained eerily serene, unmarred by any disturbances, yet this tranquility instilled a deep-seated fear within you. By the 33rd day, your vigil persisted, but the North Sea remained unchanged in its placidity. On the 37th day, realizing that further waiting would yield no insights, you resolved to plunge into the North Sea and embark on your exploration. After much hesitation, you ventured into the depths, only to find the surrounding waters unwelcoming. An unsettling experience that prompted you to press onward without delving into the strangeness of it all. On the 39th day, your explorations continued within the North Sea, yet yielded no discoveries. Curiously, the sea appeared devoid of life, while the absence of demons was understandable. The complete lack of aquatic creatures rendered the place akin to a dead sea, a realm where sunlight failed to penetrate, devoid of vitality. A dead sea? The dwelling place of the great demon of the north is a dead sea? Zheng was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly found this notion plausible. The towering mountain of the Golden Crow was barren, engulfed in flames. Perhaps such a dominant demon preferred a territory free of other beings. Shaking his dragon head, Zheng resumed his scrutiny of the simulation. On the 40th day, your explorations continued in the North Sea, during which you faintly discerned a distant call emanating from the depths below. Upon hearing this sound, rather than feeling joy, a wave of intense unease surged within you. Your instinct for self-preservation urged you to flee from the North Sea, yet ultimately you chose to pursue the source of the sound. On the 41st day, as you descended further into the depths, the call grew louder, reminiscent of a whale's song, yet distinctively different, echoing with an otherworldly resonance. You had no time to escape. A colossal shadow surged from below, dwarfing your 1,000-meter dragon form as if you were but a mere worm, turning your dragon head downward. You were engulfed by terror as the shadow consumed you in a single gulp. You have perished. Please select one of the following options. 41 days of survival experience. 41 days of physical prowess. A small piece of Kuan skin. The talent averting misfortune. That shadow must be the great demon of the north. Consumed in one bite? The dragon's immense form could be swallowed whole. Just how colossal was the shadow? Zheng's gaze fell upon the third item among the 4 rewards, a small piece of Kuan skin. Kuan? Was the shadow indeed Kuan? Suddenly, Zheng understood why this shadow was so enormous. It was Kuan, and that realization made sense. While the term Kuan might be challenging to grasp, the term Kuanping is more familiar to many. Kuan is a transformation of Kuanping. In mythology, Kuan is a giant fish in the water and becomes Ping, a bird soaring through the sky. In its form as Kuan, it spans thousands of miles, while as Ping, its wings unfurl like clouds descending from the heavens. Kuanping represents 2 entities, a great fish and a flying bird, yet they are unified, distinct in their realms of water and sky. If the northern great demon is indeed Kuanping, Zheng could accept that. He believed the power of Kuanping likely surpassed that of the Golden Crow. In the presence of the Golden Crow, he could at least engage in a few exchanges. Yet, before Kuan, he was effortlessly devoured in one gulp. Such might was utterly outrageous. No wonder the Golden Crow displayed trepidation towards the north and south. The north harbors Kuanping. What then lies in the south? The great demon of the south is shrouded in mystery, making it elusive. Knowing that Kuanping resides in the north, it seemed that this Kuanping lacked cunning. How could he leverage Kuanping to break the deadlock? Zheng began to ponder. During his recent venture into the northern sea, he had ultimately been swallowed by Kuan, who had granted him no opportunity for dialogue. Yet, it was understandable. The Golden Crow provided him a chance to speak because he was the water god of the Huai River, and the Golden Crow needed him, this tool dragon, to guard the Huai. Kuan, however, required no governance from him. Moreover, this Kuan appeared to harbor no ambition. In the simulation, after the revival of spiritual energy, the north descended into chaos, with demons attacking humans and each other. Kuan seemed indifferent, remaining in the northern sea, not appearing to be a contender for dominance. It seemed that Kuan of the north could not be the key to breaking the stalemate, unless the Golden Crow foolishly provoked Kuan, which might lead to conflict. But persuading the Golden Crow to provoke Kuan was nearly impossible, as the Golden Crow was hardly naive. Zheng found himself perplexed by this dilemma. After contemplating for a while, he could only choose to set this issue aside for the moment. If he truly could not find a solution in the north, he would have to venture southward to seek possibilities. Regarding the 4 reward options, Zheng glanced at them again. A small piece of Kuan's skin and auspiciousness and warding off misfortune. Among these choices, these 2 were the most worthwhile. The benefits of a small piece of Kuan's skin remained uncertain, while auspiciousness and warding off misfortune was a talent. Whether this talent could be awakened felt purely a matter of luck. Sometimes, it awakened in the most peculiar of ways. He suspected that the awakening this time was likely due to the sense of threat he felt from the human city encountered during the simulation, which had prompted the awakening of his auspiciousness and warding off misfortune. Wait, that human city seems to have overlooked something. In this world, the powerful are not solely the yokai. Humans possess formidable strength as well. The extraordinary artifacts of humanity have awakened and are exceedingly potent. Take, for instance, that painting from last time. Even before it was fully revealed, it succeeded in frightening off the Golden Crow. If one were to harness the power of humanity in the simulation to fend off the Golden Crow, perhaps there would be options that could yield similar items to that painting, capable of triumphing over the Golden Crow. Chapter 72. The Cunning of Humanity. Current talents: summoning wind and rain, scaled armor mastery, cloud riding, dragon might, fortune turning. Ultimately, Zheng opted for the talent of fortune-turning. He deemed it far more suitable than a mere fragment of the skin of a Kuan, whose utility remained a mystery to him. After selecting his talent, Zheng reclined within the palace, contemplating the forthcoming simulation. He aspired to harness the strength of humanity to combat the Golden Crow. However, he was acutely aware of the need to remain vigilant against humanity itself. The human heart is inscrutable, and human nature is undeniably complex. In contrast to the straightforward dispositions of the demon race, human nature is significantly more intricate. Having once been human himself, Zheng was no stranger to this reality. Merely desiring to collaborate with humanity against the Golden Crow, he sensed that he might ultimately perish in such an endeavor. Humanity has long held the adage, "Those who are not of my kind will have different hearts." Zheng was not naive enough to wholeheartedly invest in a partnership with humanity. He sought only to utilize their power. The method of such utilization required thorough investigation. Perhaps it was time to explore and unlock new narratives within humanity. Thus far, simulations had transpired solely among the demon race, and even when slightly favoring humanity, it remained a mere inclination. This notion burgeoned within Zheng's mind. He would experiment, yet his allegiance would firmly remain with the dragon lineage. The simulation was merely an experiment, a means to augment his strength. After all, the simulations were not reality. Should he initiate another simulation? Zheng pondered briefly and found it feasible. He possessed sufficient simulation points to embark on the next endeavor. His previous simulation had not enhanced his power. It had merely granted him a talent. This talent required no digestion and allowed for further simulations to continue seamlessly. Just as Zheng was preparing to proceed with the simulation, the system screen flickered before him. Daily allocation of simulation points. 2. Current remaining simulation points. 185. Another day passed. Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Did this mean only 8 days remained until the resurgence of spiritual energy? The diminishing time spurred him into decisive action, and he promptly initiated the simulation. Simulation commencing, consuming 128 simulation points. Current remaining simulation points. 57. Day 1. You find yourself upstream of the Huai River, fully aware of the necessity to collaborate with humanity, and you quietly lie in wait for the resurgence of spiritual energy. Day 8. As anticipated, spiritual energy has revived. The multitude of demons along the Huai River rejoices, yet you remain composed, observing the humans on both banks. Day 11. The arrival of the yin bird. After confirming that it will not impact the Huai River in the immediate future, you patiently bide your time. You understand that to earn humanity's faith, you must rescue them in their moments of crisis. Day 13. A series of severe droughts cause widespread lament among the humans on both banks. At this juncture, you finally make your move. You surge forth from the Huai River, amidst the astonished cries of countless humans, summoning wind and rain with minimal effort to alleviate the drought, and then you turn your gaze toward the yin bird. The people on both shores erupted in excitement, all exclaiming in awe of the dragon. On the 14th day, the humans from both sides offered sacrifices to you, seeking your protection. Aware that the moment had come, you dispatched your subordinate, the crab demon, to the shore to warn the humans that the eastern golden crow would soon launch an attack, urging them to be vigilant. Under your subtle influence, the golden crow was depicted as an utterly malevolent entity. Upon hearing this, the humans were thrown into a state of panic, fervently beseeching your safeguarding. Zheng observed this development in silence for a while. How had it come to this? He had intended to leverage the strength of humanity to counter the golden crow, not to act as their guardian. Would he place himself in the role of protector? At most, he could only exchange a few blows with the golden crow. Zheng remained silent as he continued to watch the simulation. You felt a sense of helplessness in response to the humans' pleas, admitting your inadequacy was not an option. Thus, you once more sent the crab demon to guide the humans, advising them to seek out others, warning them of the impending chaos the golden crow would bring to the human realm. On the 15th day, perhaps due to your previous words, the number of humans seeking your aid diminished, and you patiently awaited further developments. On the 17th day, many more humans arrived at the banks of the Huai River. Yet this time, they captured your attention. Numerous individuals approached, bearing gongs and drums, while some carried flags adorned with peculiar designs. A portion of the group wielded short staffs. Dressed in distinctive attire, their faces painted. From the humans, you learned that these were dancers from the southern coastal regions performing the Inga dance. The Inga dance? This was the same dance that had previously thwarted the golden crow when paired with the Kuei drum. Zheng mused to himself, confirming his suspicions. This was indeed a folk dance, albeit transformed due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. The Inga dance, originating from a small coastal area in the far south, involved vigorous young dancers who, while performing, brandished colorful wooden sticks in sync with the rhythms of gongs, drums, conch shells, and spirited shouts. The essence of the Inga dance was to suppress evil and dispel malevolent spirits and wicked influences. Yet, with this alone, facing the Golden Crow was a futile endeavor. Zheng felt a pang of urgency. What he desired was for the humans to unveil those scrolls. The simulation continued. On the 18th day, the humans set up flags and arranged their gongs and drums along the riverbank, leaving you bewildered as to whether they were there to confront you or the Golden Crow. Amidst your confusion, an elderly human approached the Huai River, producing a piece of cloth upon which he inscribed something, then lit incense at the river's edge and cast the cloth into the water. From your lair beneath the dragon's palace, you watched as the cloth floated towards you, simultaneously receiving a message that the elder sought an audience with you. This method of seeking an audience intrigued you. Without hesitation, you surged forth from the waters, raising your dragon head to gaze at the elderly human who stood before you in astonishment. The elderly human bowed before you, uttering words of reverence as he welcomed your divine presence. For a brief moment, you were taken aback, but soon comprehended that the cloth just now could only have been retrieved by the water god of the Huai River. His emergence signified his identity as such. You realized you had fallen into a subtle human ploy. Yet, rather than succumb to anger, you allowed your dragon might to descend upon them. Under the weight of your formidable presence, the humans along the banks prostrated themselves, not even having the time to continue their spirited dance. Indeed, this was quintessentially human, so very cunning. They even dared to test your patience. Zheng silently resolved to engage with humanity within the confines of simulation, for in reality, he had no desire to interact with them. Chapter 73, The Mysterious South, Dragon Mansion of Huai River. Zheng gazed at the screen, which continued to simulate events. On the 18th day, under your dragon might, humanity on both banks lay prostrate, having no time even for the English dance. Yet you exhibited restraint, merely subduing these humans without inflicting harm. An elderly human, sensing the gravity of the situation, spoke up, clarifying that there was no ill intent, repeatedly apologizing and pleading for your mercy, prompting you to relent. He sought to ascertain whether the Eastern Golden Crow truly posed a threat to humanity. As one intent on inciting war between humanity and the Golden Crow, you naturally embellished the tale. Upon realizing the severity of the situation, the elderly human fell into silence for a moment before inquiring whether you would assist humanity in the event of a confrontation with the Golden Crow. After a brief hesitation, you affirmed your willingness, which seemed to alleviate the elder's concerns. In the ensuing dialogue, you gleaned much about the state of humanity following the resurgence of spiritual energy. The circumstances surrounding humanity's revival of spiritual energy were somewhat unclear to him. He was aware that many regions had fallen and that numerous extraordinary artifacts had resurfaced, but lacked specific details. Zheng observed the subsequent simulation with a serious demeanor. From the elderly human's words, you learned that many aspects of humanity were indeed precarious. Artifacts such as portraits, English dances, and Kuei Nyo drums were exceedingly rare. Especially with portraits, it was revealed that not every portrait held power. Only one portrait per individual could wield significance. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity's technology had been adversely affected by an unknown magnetic field, rendering most of it ineffective. Moreover, humanity faced relentless assaults from numerous beasts, leading to the fall of many cities. According to the elderly human, almost inadvertently, the entire cosmos seemed to be expanding, undergoing some transformation. Only one portrait can wield power? That seemed plausible. However, Zheng pondered, if he were to receive a portrait as a reward from the system, would the counterpart in reality still hold significance? If the two portraits were to encounter one another, which one would be the authentic artifact? Zheng imagined that scenario would undoubtedly be entertaining. What did the elder mean by the cosmos changing and expanding? Zheng noticed this phrase within the simulation again. The transformation of the cosmos, did it imply a shift towards a realm that could accommodate mythical existences? After some contemplation, Zheng grasped the concept. If entities such as the Golden Crow, Kuan, and the Great Peng with golden wings were to engage in battle, their destructive power would be tremendously fearsome. Not to mention that these mythical beings were still in a weakened state. If the cosmos did not undergo change, it was likely to face obliteration sooner or later. With this realization, Zheng redirected his attention to the simulation. The elderly human inquired when you would set forth to confront the golden crow. You initially intended to proceed directly, but upon reflection, you realized that in 4 days, the magnificent rock would arrive. A sudden curiosity ignited within you, compelling you to witness the rock's downfall. Thus, you instructed the elderly human to await your return for a few days. Zheng mused, truly, he is remarkable. His strategy revolves around utilizing humanity to confront the golden crow. Consequently, his simulations predominantly focus on countering the golden crow. Yet, astonishingly, he does not neglect the rock in his calculations. Upon consideration, their enmity runs profoundly deep. Whenever he encounters the rock, he is compelled to scheme against it. In reality, he would undoubtedly act similarly. The simulation continues on the 22nd day. The elderly human patiently awaited, seemingly placing immense trust in you. By the 24th day, the rock arrived punctually. Upon witnessing the multitude of humans along the shore, it appeared momentarily dazed. You surged forth from the Huai River, confronting the rock. The elderly human did not disappoint, promptly unveiling an image. The instant the image was unfurled, radiant beams of golden light coalesced into lethal arrows, soaring towards the rock. As the rock stood bewildered, the arrows pierced through its entire body, sending it plummeting to the ground. In your moment of joy at the rock's fall, the image in midair unleashed another volley of golden arrows, targeting you with precision. In disbelief, resentment, and confusion, your dragon form was pierced, collapsing beside the Huai River. You have perished. Please select one of the following 3 options as a reward. 24 days of survival experience. 24 days of physical prowess. Barbecued rock. Zheng regarded the concluded simulation in silence. Had he perhaps underestimated humanity? A memory surfaced of the last encounter, where the golden crow had incinerated humans on both banks, leading them to believe he was responsible, subsequently subduing him with the image of Jiao. And now this had seemed unintentional at first glance. Who could ascertain the true intentions? Employing humanity to combat the golden crow was akin to seeking pelt from a tiger. Zheng profoundly grasped this truth. The complexities of human nature are unfathomable. A single individual seems to embody all elements of existence, encapsulating the emotions of the 5 elements and the dualities of good and evil. Human kindness rivals the compassion of Nuwa mending the heavens, while human malevolence surpasses that of the fiercest beasts, embodying pure wickedness. It is no wonder that humanity occupies the central stage in the realm. Truly, humans are extraordinarily unique. The notion of wielding humanity against the golden crow must be dismissed. Confronting humanity could potentially unify efforts, but with the golden crow seeking to resurrect the Fusang tree, that notion falters. Zheng pondered deeply. After considerable reflection, he silently turned his gaze southward. If all else fails, exploration to the south appears to be the only recourse. However, the south remains shrouded in mystery. That enigmatic great demon of the south. Moreover, the heritage of humanity on that side is far more abundant. Numerous cultural legacies have taken root in the south, particularly those specifically designed to combat malevolent spirits and monsters. It appears that, in this present moment, he truly must venture to that region. Chapter 74. An arrangement. 24 days of survival experience. 24 days of physical resilience. Roasting the Great Rock. After determining the direction of the upcoming simulation would be to explore the southern regions, Zheng began to contemplate the current simulation. Upon reviewing the 3 available options, he selected the third without a moment's hesitation, roasting the Great Rock. This choice was devoid of personal vendettas. Primarily, he was in dire need of simulation points, which prompted his decision. As soon as he made his selection, a colossal great rock, with a wingspan exceeding 1,000 meters and perfectly roasted, materialized before him. The appearance of this behemoth sent shockwaves through the waters of Huai, causing a stir of trepidation among the aquatic inhabitants. Despite its roasted state, the creature exuded an undeniable aura of dominance that instilled great fear among the Huai waterfolk. Fortunately, with the wise old turtle overseeing the Huai Dragon Palace and its denizens, Zheng felt unconcerned. He opened his cavernous maw and voraciously began to feast. With a single bite, he tore off one of the great rock's legs, savoring it with a few hearty chews before swallowing it whole. The flavor was reminiscent of roasted chicken. In the distant south, the great rock soared majestically through the skies, reigning supreme wherever it flew. Any avian creature encountered would be swiftly dispatched. Even human aircraft would meet a ruthless demise at its hands. Currently, the great rock flew with intent, its eyes brimming with anthropomorphic malice as it sought Zheng. Ever since Zheng had injured it during his transformation into a dragon, the great rock had been on a relentless quest for vengeance. It felt that it had never endured such a monumental humiliation and was determined to find Zheng. As it continued its search, a sudden chill enveloped its entire being. accompanied by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. This unnerved the great rock, leaving it bewildered and uncertain of the cause of this disquiet. In the Huai Dragon Palace, Zheng had finally consumed the entirety of the great rock after a considerable duration, garnering a staggering 135 simulation points, leaving him with a total of 192 points. However, the meat of the great rock was rather disappointing. Perhaps it had been overcooked, as the texture was tough and unpalatable. Zheng reflected on this with a critical palate. Having devoured the entire roasted great rock, Zheng felt a profound sense of well-being. This creature had become a representation of his inner turmoil, and now that he had consumed it, his spirit soared with elation. He decided to forego any further simulations for the time being and opted to rest. Initially, he contemplated indulging in a brief nap, but then reconsidered. While napping had its merits, he was acutely aware that such slumbers could extend for days. He dismissed the notion of having the old turtle awaken him. The thought alone evoked a sense of dread within him. No matter what, we cannot allow the old turtle to summon him again. While there is still time, it would be more prudent to gather all the water spirits of the Huai River to discuss the imminent resurgence of spiritual energy, thereby preparing them psychologically. After contemplating this, Zheng deemed it a feasible plan. He immediately called for the old turtle to assemble all the water spirits. Before long, around 10 water spirits arrived before Zheng. To his astonishment, in addition to the original 10 water spirits, new entities had emerged from the Huai River. Among them was a solitary frog spirit, which Zheng recognized as the one who had lamented its loneliness the loudest during his previous stay at the Huai River Dragon Palace. Remarkably, it had embarked on the path of cultivation, yet its habit of lamenting its solitude had not changed. The signs of spiritual energy revival had already manifested under normal circumstances. It would take several more years for this frog spirit to begin its cultivation. However, it had directly stepped onto the path of cultivation. Indeed, with only 8 days remaining until the revival of spiritual energy, such phenomena would only proliferate. Zheng, well aware of this situation, turned to the water spirits in the hall and informed them about the resurgence of spiritual energy. Upon hearing this term, the water spirits were momentarily stunned. After Zheng's thorough explanation, they finally grasped the concept of spiritual energy revival. Once they comprehended this revelation, the shrimp spirit began to chatter excitedly. Dragon Lord, I knew there was a reason why my offspring all seemed extraordinary, as if they were destined to embark on the cultivation path. It turns out it is due to the revival of spiritual energy, exclaimed the shrimp spirit. Zheng cast a glance at the shrimp spirit. The information within the simulation was quite rudimentary, leaving him uncertain of the exact number of water spirits. However, he sensed it would not be a small figure. According to the shrimp spirit's words, were all the shrimp offspring truly destined to cultivate? Could it be that he might actually end up with a legion of shrimp and crab warriors? The more he pondered, the more peculiar his feelings became. He truly sensed himself heading towards the direction of a Dragon King. With shrimp soldiers and crab generals, supported by the old turtle, Zheng shook his massive dragon head, signaling the water spirits to take their leave. Seeing this, the old turtle promptly directed the water spirits to exit the hall. The water spirits emitted various vocalizations, yet their meaning was quite coherent. Dragon Lord, Chancellor, we shall take our leave. They chorused as they departed. However, Zheng felt something was amiss. He could understand being called Dragon Lord, but who was this Chancellor they referred to? Zheng turned his dragon eyes towards the old turtle. Old turtle, why do they call you Chancellor? He inquired, perplexed. Well, Dragon Lord, during our last conversation, you mentioned Turtle Chancellor. I thought it sounded quite pleasant, so I allowed them to call me Turtle Chancellor. I hope you will not hold this against me. Dragon Lord, the old turtle stammered, lowering its head, appearing as if it dared not even draw a breath. The tortoise Chancellor, never mind, you may leave. Zheng felt as though he had been assigned a task. The shrimp soldiers were already reserved, and the crab general was also accounted for. Now, the tortoise Chancellor had joined the ranks. What sort of situation is this? Upon hearing Zheng's words, the old tortoise transformed its limbs into propellers and swiftly departed. Zheng raised his dragon head and watched the old tortoise vanish into the distance, remaining silent. He had no desire to deal with the troubles of the Huai Water Dragon Palace any longer. It was time to prepare and continue the simulation. The direction of the simulation would be to explore the south. Zheng gazed towards the south, his resolve gradually solidifying. Whether he could resolve the crisis posed by the Golden Crow depended on the great demons of the south. Let the simulation commence. A luminous screen appeared before Zheng. Simulation initiated. consuming 128 simulation points. Current remaining simulation points, 3064. The simulation has begun. Chapter 75. The unknown existence of the South. Is it a dragon clan? Simulation initiated, consuming 128 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 3064. On the first day, you find yourself in the Dragon Mansion of Huai River. Eager to explore the southern territories, you are acutely aware that you must await the revival of spiritual energy. So you patiently bide your time. On the 8th day, you sense the resurgence of spiritual energy and decisively depart from Huai River. Heading southward. On the 17th day, you continue your journey southward, seeking the great demons of the south. As you traverse a mountain in the southern expanse, you suddenly perceive something, prompting you to extend your dragon head from the mist. You gaze upon this towering mountain and behold a creature resembling a horse. Yet its head is white, adorned with tiger-like stripes, and its tail is a vivid red. You fix your gaze on this extraordinary beast, which reciprocates your stare. Instinctively, you unleash your dragon might. Under your formidable presence, the creature cowers to the ground, emitting a pained cry that resonates with a semblance of humanity. Akin to a person singing, "This beast? Is it a Lucio?" Zheng stares at the screen before him, momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly deduces the identity of this creature. In mythology, the Lucio is indeed described as horse-shaped, possessing a white head, sporting tiger stripes, and a crimson tail. Its voice akin to a melody. Zheng had previously remarked upon learning of this creature, jesting that it seemed a hybrid of a tiger and a horse. However, there is no doubt that this Lucio possesses its own unique abilities. Legends state that slaying a Lucio and donning its hide bestows upon the wearer a lineage abundant in descendants. It is considered a type of auspicious beast, albeit lacking in combat prowess. Zheng is certain of the Lucio's fighting capabilities. It cannot withstand even his dragon might. It would undoubtedly fall before him in an instant. Regrettably, consuming the Lucio within the simulation does not yield additional simulation points. This is a significant loss. Were he able to gain simulation points from consuming creatures in the simulation, he would surely attain freedom of simulation points. Under your dragon might, the Lucio is immobilized. Its cries pleading for mercy. With no intention of slaying the creature, you inquire if it knows the whereabouts of the southern great demons. The Lucio responds that it does not know their location, only that it once sensed a terrifying aura, prompting its escape from its dwelling in the Jiao mountain to seek a new home here. Upon hearing this, you release the Lucio and continue your journey southward. On the 19th day, you soar through the clouds and, upon sighting a great river, your innate affinity for water compels you to dive in. Continuing southward through the waterway. On the 21st day, as you swim through the river, a sudden burst of golden light shines ahead. Raising your dragon head to investigate, you discover that you have entered a human city. Beside the riverbank stands a statue of a centipede viper, from which the golden light emanates. Yet you realize that the golden light did not strike you down. Instead, it served as a warning, urging you to refrain from mischief in this riverway, without inflicting any harm upon you, allowing you to depart from the stream unscathed. Would the Gongfu not harm him? Merely a warning? Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Once, during his time as a jiao, he had encountered a Gongfu statue while simulating his transformation. At that time, when spiritual energy had yet to revive, the statue posed no threat to him. Now, however, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, it seemed the Gongfu statue could not harm him. Why was this so? After a brief moment of contemplation, an answer soon emerged. The Gongfu, being one of the 9 offspring of the dragon, belonged, strictly speaking, to the dragon lineage. As he was now a horned dragon, he too belonged to the dragon clan. Perhaps it was due to this kinship that the Gongfu statue refrained from attacking him, allowing him to leave unhindered. On the 23rd day, you continued your search for the great demon in the south, yet to no avail. On the 24th day, you departed from the waterway, once again soaring through the clouds, when you suddenly beheld a great flood in the distance, and within the flood, you sensed the essence of a jiao. A jiao was traversing the waters, yet its course was directed westward. You knew well that reaching the sea from the west was an exceedingly distant endeavor, verging on the impossible. You wished to assist this jiao, yet understood that traversing the waters was a predetermined calamity, and no matter the cleverness employed, there would ultimately be obstacles to thwart your aid. You summoned the winds and rains, amplifying the flood's might, prepared to take your leave, when you suddenly noticed that the jiao's trajectory had inexplicably veered southward. You were acutely aware that a terrifying force was aiding this jiao. Was there an unknown power guiding this jiao, steering it away from peril and towards the right path? Zheng was taken aback. When he himself traversed the waters, if there had indeed been an unknown entity, it ought to have assisted him as well. Could it be that this jiao is somehow special? No, that couldn't be the case. If that were true, he too seemed to have received slight assistance from an unknown presence during his own trials. However, the calamity of traversing the waters was far more profound than that. After his transformation into a dragon, Zheng had gained a clearer understanding of the tribulations faced during the water traversal. Throughout the process, everything was a part of that calamity. The rising floods, the mastery over them, the journey to the sea, the thunder tribulation, and so forth. Zheng recalled that during his own traversal, although he managed to avoid the small village while testing his spiritual essence at the final stage, he had nonetheless caused devastation as the floods swept through human cities, submerging crops, buildings, and countless lives. Undoubtedly, these acts would only amplify his tribulations. The most direct enhancement was the thunder tribulation. Yet, Zheng did not feel an increase in his tribulation when facing the thunder. On the contrary, he sensed a considerable diminishment in its severity. Initially, he believed this was due to reaching the limits of his jiao form, but now it appeared otherwise. Was there an unknown presence aiding him? Or rather, was this unknown entity assisting all beings of the dragon lineage? If so, what could this unknown force be? Could it be the dragon clan itself? The notion of dragons assisting one another seems entirely plausible. However, to aid so many of their kind in an intangible manner, what kind of entity could that be? Suddenly, a bold thought surged within Zheng's mind. Could it be that this enigmatic presence is the mysterious great demon of the south? The more Zheng pondered, the more likely it appeared to him. Yet, he could not discern which member of the dragon lineage this unknown entity might be. There are countless powerful dragons within the realm of mythology. Chapter 76, The Great Rock in Flight, Why Water Dragon Palace. Zheng gazed at the screen, which continued its simulation, lost in contemplation. What manner of existence might the Southern Dragon Clan embody? Indeed, in the realm of mythology, the power of dragons is overwhelmingly formidable. He found it hard to fathom who the unknown entities of the South could be. If they were indeed dragons, who might they be? No, if they were dragons, and were to assist the Dragon Clan, wouldn't that shatter my deadlock? If I were under the protection of this unknown Dragon Clan, how could the Golden Crow dare to slay me? Zheng suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He perceived a flaw in this deadlock. The simulation continued. On the 25th day, you watched the flood flow southward, hesitating for a moment before choosing to ride the clouds and follow the waters, both to safeguard the dragon and to seek clues about the unknown entities of the south. On the 28th day, you journeyed south with the flood, and simultaneously discerned that this dragon was a white dragon several dozen meters in length. On the 31st day, you noticed the flood had reached the estuary. Not far from the estuary stood a tree, and within its hollow, a fox was nursing. Strangely, upon sensing the flood, the fox did not flee but remained utterly still. It was inconceivable. Normally, animals would flee upon sensing a flood. Instances of animals abandoning their young in times of crisis are not uncommon. This fox could not possibly remain indifferent. Zheng felt the impossibility of it all. Yet, he suddenly realized that his own emergence as a dragon also seemed quite illogical. That village which tested spirituality, how could it remain untouched when the flood submerged so many cities? Surely someone would have notified them to evacuate. How could that village continue to linger there? Unless none of this were real. Zheng soared through the clouds, scrutinizing below to ascertain whether his suspicions held merit. The simulation pressed on. Confronted by a nursing fox, the white dragon, eyes gleaming with ferocity, showed no hesitation, commanding the flood to uproot the tree, submerging the fox as it surged into the sea. Under your careful observation, you noted that the fox, upon being engulfed by the flood, did not struggle but transformed into shimmering golden light, vanishing from sight. Indeed, as suspected, this fox was not a living creature. The village he encountered while emerging as a dragon was likewise an illusion. This was a trial of heaven and earth. Zheng comprehended. The white dragon had failed its emergence. The moment its ferocity was revealed signified its failure. Zheng was seasoned in this experience. Other dragons might have but a single opportunity for emergence, yet he was different. He possessed a simulator. Strictly speaking, he had simulated this numerous times, thus experiencing the emergence many times over. Unlike the white dragon, which had but one chance, he had countless opportunities. Zheng continued to observe the simulation. As anticipated, the white dragon was shattered by a bolt of lightning after traversing the sea to face the thunderous tribulation. Its anguished roars heralded the demise of this endeavor. Upon realizing the futility of the dragon's efforts, you helplessly shook your head, aware that the enigmatic force could not aid the white dragon. It was a matter of doing all one can and leaving the rest to fate. On the 32nd day, after lingering for a while, you prepared to depart from this place. Suddenly, you sensed something. Turning your gaze towards the distance, a golden light surged towards you, revealing itself as the golden-winged roc. You surmised that the roc, having failed to detect your presence in the waters of Hawaii, had been searching for you elsewhere. Upon sensing your aura, it hastened towards you, prompting an internal remark about its pettiness. Without hesitation, you took to the clouds, soaring towards the roc. Upon meeting your adversary, the air crackled with intensity as you engaged in a fierce battle, summoning winds and rains that directly affected the roc's flight speed. Subsequently, you unleashed a torrent of water, crashing the roc into the ground. Its cries of pain echoed as it grappled with the reality of being effortlessly subdued. Under your relentless assault, the roc found itself in dire straits. With a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of gold and vanished, fleeing from further conflict. The golden-winged roc has fled. Zheng was momentarily stunned. He had managed to drive off the roc purely through his own strength, without any tricks. This was an accomplishment entirely reliant on his capabilities. The last time he had encountered the roc, he had been in his dragon transformation, utilizing an image to inflict harm. However, that instance had been contingent upon the image wounding the roc. Zheng felt a profound enhancement in his own power. Compared to his initial dragon transformation, he had improved tremendously. Now, he could scarcely be deemed a myth himself. Yet he remained acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from the true paragons of mythic power. It was only against a being like the golden-winged roc, which was not among the elite of myths and was currently in a weakened state, that he could prevail. After vanquishing the golden-winged roc, you were filled with elation, secretly resolving to confront this creature whenever you encountered it again. On the 35th day, despite your fruitless searches, you stumbled upon numerous demons attacking humans. Yet you felt no inclination to intervene. On the 37th day, reveling in the waters, you frolicked within the waterways. After a spell of playful antics, you resumed your journey in search of the unknown presence in the south. On the 38th day, during your quest, you encountered 2 e-birds. You were astonished to discover their gregarious nature, which sent a chill down your spine. No wonder the presence of an e-bird heralded drought across the land. A single e-bird could render an area arid, and if a flock were to take flight, it would spell widespread desiccation across the realm. You inquired of the 2 cuckoo birds whether they possessed any knowledge regarding the southern great demon. The 2 cuckoo birds conveyed to you that in their habitation near Lingxiu Mountain, they had sensed an extremely terrifying presence, which compelled the cuckoo birds to flee en masse. After you had gathered sufficient information about the location of Lingxiu Mountain, you departed. On the 40th day, you arrived in the vicinity of Lingxiu Mountain, only to find the area besieged by tempestuous weather, with torrential rains pouring down across a vast expanse. Amidst the downpour, you wriggled your dragon form, filled with an extraordinary exhilaration. However, at that moment, you suddenly perceived an overwhelmingly powerful aura flickering past, though it vanished with great swiftness. You nonetheless managed to capture its essence. Chapter 77, A Test? Upon witnessing the emergence of a formidable aura on the screen, Zheng, reclining within the palace, could not help but flick his dragon tail. The tail struck the palace, causing the entire structure to tremble. At long last, he had located what he was searching for. Initially, Zheng harbored concerns that this simulation would yield no results. To his astonishment, he had indeed discovered it. If all went as anticipated, this unknown entity from the south was undoubtedly of the dragon lineage. However, he remained uncertain as to which mythical dragon it might be. Zheng continued to observe the simulation. On the 41st day, you have captured an extraordinarily potent aura, filling you with excitement as you begin to pursue this energy. On the 42nd day, you flew eastward over Lingxiu Mountain, pausing amidst a vast lake. Hovering in the clouds, you gazed incredulously at the expanse below. The lake was immense, seemingly engulfing hundreds of miles of mountains and forests, transforming them into water. Just as you were struck by awe, a subtle opportunity seemed to descend upon you, guiding you towards the lake. After a moment's hesitation, you submerged into the water. Upon entering, you sensed that something was watching you, yet you could not discern the source of this gaze. You remained frozen in place, as if bound by an unseen force. On the 43rd day, you remained motionless for an entire day before regaining the ability to move. Just as you breathed a sigh of relief, a tremendous force expelled you from the lake. Faintly, you glimpsed a translucent dragon-like figure materializing from the depths of the water. As you were thrust out, eager to re-enter, a voice resonated in your ears, forbidding your return, warning that further attempts would not be met with kindness. You were perplexed, the voice returned, declaring your failure and urging you to depart swiftly. What is this? Zheng was bewildered upon reading this. He had already failed and was told to leave? What had he done? Zheng was certain that within this lake resided the great demon of the south, also of the dragon lineage. Yet, he could not fathom the intentions behind this entity's actions. He had merely entered the lake and was bound for an entire day. Only to be told he had failed and was to depart? Something felt amiss. This southern dragon clearly harbored a penchant for assisting those of its kind. Its demeanor suggested a friendly disposition, making it improbable that it would expel him without cause. What did the declaration of failure signify? Suddenly, Zheng froze in contemplation. Having entered the lake, being constrained, and then being told he had failed, could it be that this binding was a form of trial? A test of his ability to break free, or perhaps another form of challenge, which he had failed, prompting this southern dragon to deny him an audience? Only this interpretation seemed plausible. In the simulation, it was evident that he had failed. Given this, there were no alternatives left. He could only wait for the simulation to conclude and attempt once more. Zheng suppressed his thoughts. At this moment, the utility of the simulator became evident. Although he was bewildered by the circumstances, it was of little consequence. Through continuous simulations, he would ultimately unravel the mystery. After all, he possessed 3,000 simulation points, an abundance that afforded him the luxury to experiment at his leisure. Zheng cast his gaze once more at the screen before him. He had lost interest in the ongoing simulations, fully focused on preparing for the next one. On the 44th day, compelled by necessity, you departed from the lake, sensing that if you lingered any longer, the dragon within would ruthlessly terminate your existence. On the 47th day, the golden crow seemed to sense your return, appearing beyond the Huai River, demanding your subservience under the threat of death. You naturally acquiesced. On the 48th day, you engaged in clandestine cultivation within the Huai River. On the 58th day, you continued your secluded training. On the 64th day, the western pillar reappeared. After a mere glance, you resumed your cultivation. On the 70th day, you received a message from the golden crow, fully aware of the implications, yet you chose to proceed. On the 71st day, you arrived at the eastern mountains, where the golden crow explicitly demanded your flesh and blood. Without hesitation, you revealed your fighting spirit, ready to engage the golden crow in battle. The golden crow was taken aback, perplexed by your audacity to rise to the challenge. In the next moment, it unleashed flames upon you. You swiftly evaded, conjuring winds and rain, gathering water to spray. Moments later, you fell. You have perished. Please select one of the following 3 options as a reward. 71 days of survival experience. 71 days of physical prowess. 1 feather of the golden crow. The ordeal concluded. To have endured even a few moments under the golden crow's might was already beyond his limits. Zheng felt no surprise at this outcome. While it may have seemed feeble to last only a few moments against the golden crow, it was, in fact, a being of legendary status. Such a feat, if attributed to the rock, would equate to delivering a devastating blow to the opponent. Among the 3 options presented, the second held little value, as there was no significant enhancement to his cultivation within the simulation. The third option offered merely a single feather and 20 simulation points, rendering it equally useless. Zheng focused on the first option, 71 days of survival experience. This experience encompassed combat knowledge gained from encounters with the rock and the golden crow. Selecting the first option seemed an unequivocal advantage. He chose the first option. With his decision, a surge of memories flooded his mind. The experiences of those 71 days unfolded before him like a cinematic spectacle. In no time, Zheng absorbed all the memories. The survival experience he gained was immensely beneficial, particularly in terms of combat skills. Within the simulations, he was a brash dragon, ever exploring. Yet in reality, he was but a recluse, having scarcely engaged in any conflict. Such combat experience would undoubtedly prove invaluable to him. Now, it is time to conduct an experiment to discern whether the southern dragon is indeed testing me or engaged in some other endeavor. Zheng is solely focused on unraveling this mystery. The subsequent simulation has become considerably more convenient. This time, he has chosen the first option, survival experience. Thus, with the acquisition of this memory, he is now aware of the southern dragon's location and can proceed directly without the need for further searching. The southern dragon resides to the east of Lingqiu Mountain, where a vast lake is easily identifiable. With this thought in mind, Zheng promptly commenced the simulation. Chapter 78. The Power of the Dragon, at the Dragon Mansion of the Huai River. The simulation commenced anew. Zheng initiated the latest simulation. Before him, a luminous screen materialized. Simulation initiated, consuming 128 simulation points. Current remaining simulation points, 2936. On the first day, situated within the Huai River Dragon Mansion, you awaited the revival of spiritual energy. On the 8th day, the revival of spiritual energy arrived. After entrusting the Huai River Dragon Mansion to the old turtle, you decisively set forth southward. On the 10th day, you reached Lingqiu Mountain, making no delay as you continued eastward. On the 11th day, you once again arrived before a vast lake. Hovering in mid-air, a sense of destiny emerged, guiding you inward. Without hesitation, you plunged into the lake. Upon entering, you sensed a gaze upon you, and an invisible force seemed to bind you, rendering you immobile. Aware that this was likely a trial, you suppressed your rising fear and attempted to move. Yet, this intangible force shackled every part of you. Despite exerting all your strength, you remained unable to budge. Realizing that immobility would lead to your expulsion from the lake, you began to struggle frantically. Under this confinement, your dragon scales bled profusely. And amidst the excruciating pain, you intensified your efforts to break free. On the 12th day, after much time had elapsed, you finally managed to escape the binding force. Though now you were drenched in blood. Just as joy surged within you, a faint dragon silhouette appeared before you. In the next moment, a gentle force propelled you out of the lake. Confusion enveloped you, and before you could react, a voice echoed in your ear, stating that you had barely passed, but that the power of the dragon was not within you. You remained perplexed, yet the voice re-emerged, urging your departure. Reluctantly, you complied, but as you left, it seemed you glimpsed a ray of light soaring from the lake and landing upon you. Yet, you felt no tangible effect. After a brief examination, you could only choose to depart. What is this? At this point, Zheng felt a surge of frustration. His suspicions were confirmed. The dragon to the south was indeed testing him. This trial was to ascertain whether he could break free from the confinement. He had succeeded in escaping. However, the dragon claimed he had only barely passed the trial and still intended to expel him. What was the meaning of this? The power of the dragon was not within him? Did it imply that he had relied on brute force to break free, thus only barely qualifying? What relevance did that have to being expelled? He had not even had the chance to meet the dragon face to face. What difference did it make whether he journeyed south or remained at the lake? No, it seemed there was indeed a distinction. Zheng scrutinized the screen intently. Uncertain of the nature of the light and its purpose, he resolved to continue observing the simulation in search of answers. On the 13th day, you soared towards the direction of the Huai River. On the 14th day, during your flight, you encountered the magnificent rock. Initially, you anticipated a fierce confrontation, however. To your astonishment, the rock, upon sighting you, was seized by terror and sought to flee. You surged forward, delivering a powerful strike that grazed the rock. Yet it paid no heed to its injury, driven solely by the instinct to escape. With its unparalleled speed, you could only watch in bewilderment as the rock vanished from view. On the 29th day, as the blazing sun rose, you were filled with a sense of helplessness. You had intended to submit to the golden crow, but as you emerged from the lake, poised to bow in reverence, the golden crow dissipated its radiant glow, revealing its form. It cast a lingering glance upon you before transforming back into the sun and departing. You were momentarily taken aback. The golden crow had not compelled your submission. You felt a surge of relief, for had your bowing been more practiced, the embarrassment would have been profound. The golden crow's refusal to accept your allegiance signified a shift in circumstances. Zheng was astonished. Could it be that the radiant light he had received after passing the trial of the southern dragon was the reason? This light infused his dragon form, perhaps unseen by him, yet visible to other beings. This luminescence might symbolize the southern dragon, explaining the rock's fear and the golden crow's courtesy in not demanding your submission. According to the southern dragon's words, you had barely passed the trial. Perhaps this light was the reward for your achievement. If you could attain results that would satisfy the southern dragon, would there not be even greater rewards? Zheng suddenly felt a profound sense of pride in having an esteemed kin. On the 33rd day, numerous gathered along the banks of the Huai River, having driven away the human inhabitants. You were perplexed by the sudden influx of these creatures and instructed your subordinate, the old turtle, to investigate. On the 34th day, your subordinate reported back, stating that you had gained fame throughout the eastern lands. It turned out that the entire eastern region had submitted to the Golden Crow, except for your Huai River. The Golden Crow, showing no hostility, gave rise to rumors that the Dragon Lord of Huai River was not inferior to the Golden Crow, thus attracting a multitude of unwilling to yield. According to the old turtle, these creatures, upon entering the Huai River area, had indeed not faced any aggression from the Golden Crow, leading them to believe in your protection. Now, the along the Huai River revered you, and with a mere call, you could establish a formidable influence. You found yourself deep in contemplation, realizing that you had seemingly done nothing at all. On the 36th day, the number of gathered along the banks of the Huai River had exceeded 1,000. On the 37th day, your reputation as the Dragon Lord of Huai River spread far and wide, your sudden rise garnering the attention of both humans and various entities. On the 38th day, you noticed the increasing commotion along the banks of the Huai River. You dispatched the crab demon to both shores, instructing the creatures there to cease their clamor. On the 39th day, the number of demons along the Huai River surged once more, and you sensed an impending crisis. Before you could take any action, the demons on both banks unexpectedly proclaimed you as their sovereign. It turned out that your subordinate, the old turtle, had secretly made all the necessary preparations for you. In your bewilderment, you ascended to the position of the Dragon King of the Huai River, with a power so formidable that it stood in equal measure to the Golden Crow's. Zheng. It seems he did nothing in the simulation. With such uproar, could the Golden Crows possibly acquiesce? Zheng suddenly felt a surge of foreboding. Chapter 79, The Southern Dragon of Response. The Dragon Palace of Huai Water. Zheng lay within the palace, gazing at the screen before him, lost in contemplation. For reasons unknown, he had been thrust into a position of power, transforming from the Lord of the Huai Water Dragon into the King of the Huai Water Dragon. Moreover, his newfound influence was now rivaling that of the Golden Crow. This was utterly preposterous. Upon realizing that the old turtle was the one who had elevated him, Zheng sank deeper into thought. He could easily discern the old turtle's intentions. The old turtle held great confidence in him, truly believing he could stand against the Golden Crow. Yet, Zheng was acutely aware of his own limitations. Could he truly contend with the Golden Crow? Such a notion was ludicrous. Resigned, Zheng continued to observe the simulation. He couldn't shake the feeling that the Golden Crow would not simply allow him to wreak havoc. On the 40th day, you were elevated to the position of King of the Huai Water Dragon. Though you were filled with reluctance, you understood the necessity of pacifying the myriad creatures on both banks. Otherwise, any unrest among them would lead to dire consequences. Thus, you presented yourself upon the waters of Huai. This marked your inaugural appearance as the King of the Huai Water Dragon, inciting fervent excitement among countless creatures along the banks. Witnessing this scene, you felt an overwhelming desire to exact vengeance upon the old turtle who had orchestrated your rise. However, all you could do was strive to soothe the multitude of creatures. On the 41st day, you discovered that the number of creatures along the banks of Huai Water was inexplicably increasing, which left you perplexed. You dispatched the old turtle, now naturally designated as the Prime Minister, to investigate the matter. On the 42nd day, your subordinate, the old turtle, reported back, revealing that the surge in creatures was due to the powerful and benevolent reputation you had cultivated by calming the beings of Huai Water just 2 days prior. According to the old turtle, your current influence had surpassed that of the Golden Crow, placing you in a position of advantage. Zheng, advantage? How could this be true? It dawned upon him that he was indeed being roasted over an open flame. The Golden Crow would never tolerate him. Regardless of his connection to the Southern Dragon, the Golden Crow would certainly not allow this. The realization that his power had eclipsed that of the Golden Crow was staggering. How could the Golden Crow hope to revive the Fusang tree under such circumstances? Was this not compelling the Golden Crow to confront him? The simulation continued. On the 47th day, you found yourself increasingly troubled by the affairs of the creatures along the banks, when suddenly, chaos erupted once more. Upon closer inspection, you were astounded to discover that the creatures were independently discussing plans to launch an offensive against the forces of the Golden Crow in an attempt to seize control of the entire eastern region. They even calculated your combat prowess, believing you could match the Golden Crow evenly, thus estimating a 70% success rate in their endeavor. Upon hearing this, your entire demeanor soured. Could you truly be evenly matched with the Golden Crow? You suspected it would be more like the Golden Crow taking 5 minutes to defeat you, after which you would be only partially satiated. On the 56th day, you, now the sovereign of Huai Water, commanded a multitude of creatures, establishing yourself as one of the dominant powers in the East. On the 57th day, for reasons unknown, the creatures of Huai Water engaged in conflict with those under the Golden Crow's command, and the scale of the skirmish escalated rapidly, drawing in tens of thousands of beings into the fray. as you gazed beyond the Huai River, bewildered by the chaotic skirmish unfolding before you. The sheer magnitude of the situation eluded your comprehension. Initially, you presumed that even if conflict were to erupt, it would merely amount to a trivial altercation. However, you could never have anticipated the emergence of a decisive confrontation at the very outset. Beneath your astonished gaze, a resplendent sun soared forth, transforming upon its arrival into a three-legged golden crow. Its piercing gaze fixated upon you, unmistakably marking you as its target. Within the depths of the golden crow's gaze, you discerned a profound truth. It was a struggle for dominance. In that fleeting moment, clarity enveloped you. The inexplicable strife among the creatures of both shores was orchestrated by the golden crow, which sought to eliminate its adversary with righteous justification, hence igniting this clash of powers. With newfound understanding, you cast aside any hesitation, twisting your dragon form and charging towards the golden crow. You have perished. Please select one reward from the following 4 options. 57 days of survival experience. 57 days of physical prowess. 3 feathers of the golden crow. A breath of the auspicious dragon. Thus, it became evident. Zheng, observing the text within the simulation, revealed a look of realization in his dragon-like eyes. This golden crow possessed an extraordinary intellect indeed, truly befitting a mythical entity. It is only fitting to assert that no mythical being could be devoid of intelligence. The cunning Dapeng golden-winged bird had committed treachery on more than one occasion. The young bird was notorious for its underhanded tactics. As for the golden crow, its intentions were clear. If the justification were sound, it would not hesitate to eliminate its foes. In light of this, the radiance of the southern dragon would ensure that it would not be easily subdued by the golden crow without reason. Wait a moment. It seemed you had grasped the essence of the southern dragon's brilliance. Zheng's gaze swiftly settled upon the final reward option, a breath of the auspicious dragon. Good heavens. The auspicious dragon. Suddenly, Zheng comprehended the identity of the southern dragon. It was indeed the auspicious dragon. He had contemplated numerous possibilities regarding the southern dragon's identity. Yet he could never have fathomed it to be the auspicious dragon. In mythology, the auspicious dragon held an unparalleled status, renowned as the god of war and the god of water, with each title rightfully attributed to it, far from being a mere figure of empty reputation. Legends speak of those who met their demise or defeat at the hands of the auspicious dragon, each one a figure of immense renown. It appears that the auspicious dragon had left a trace of its essence upon him. No wonder the Dapeng golden-winged bird had fled in a panic upon encountering him. And the golden crow refrained from casually eliminating him. The southern region is home to the auspicious dragon, though it remains uncertain if it is the one I am familiar with. Regardless, should I secure the true protection of that auspicious dragon, even the golden crow, justified as it may be, would think twice before attempting to slay me. With this thought, Zheng's fervor ignited. The prospect of obtaining the auspicious dragon's protection seemed within reach. The dragon would present him with an opportunity, a trial. The more satisfactory his performance, the greater the protection he could expect to receive. In this simulated trial, the outcome was deemed merely satisfactory in the eyes of Yinglong, who consequently granted him but a single breath of essence. Following the assessment, Yinglong remarked that the power of the dragon does not reside within the physical form, implying that prior to the next simulation, I must ponder how to successfully navigate Yinglong's test. Zheng was deep in thought. If the dragon's power is not contained within the body, then where does it dwell? Never mind, rather than dwell on this, it would be wiser to first select a reward. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the 4th option. This particular choice was one that could safeguard his very life. What could possibly be more significant than his own existence? As he made his selection, a brilliant azure light materialized from the ether, merging seamlessly with Zheng's dragon form. He faintly perceived the distant echo of a dragon's roar in his ears. Chapter 80. The Yinglong is not a physical entity, the dragon palace of the Huai River. Zheng meandered aimlessly for a while, yet he discerned no unusual sensations. The essence of Yinglong had already melded into his dragon form, but he felt nothing at all. It was as if he had not received the essence of Yinglong at all. Nevertheless, Zheng was acutely aware that the rewards for his choices could not possibly be erroneous. It was likely already integrated within him. Perhaps this essence was simply imperceptible to him. He summoned the old turtle, curious whether it could sense the Yinglong essence residing within him. He emitted a sound resembling a bull's roar, the meaning of which was conveyed with impeccable clarity beyond the palace. Before long, the old turtle rushed into the palace, its demeanor frantic, seemingly communicating to Zheng. Dragon Lord, behold, I have hastened here at your command. However, Zheng unreservedly disregarded this. He understood the old turtle's character all too well. What it displayed was merely a fraction of its true capabilities. It was likely that it had preserved 2/3 of its strength, revealing only 1/3 while claiming to have done its utmost. Zheng had a firm grasp on the old turtle's nature. What is it that you seek, Dragon Lord? The old turtle cautiously raised its head. Old turtle, do you perceive any changes in me? Zheng's dragon eyes fixed upon the old turtle. After a prolonged contemplation, it finally spoke. Dragon Lord, you have become more imposing? The old turtle managed to utter this phrase. Depart now. Zheng decisively instructed the old turtle to leave. He realized that the old turtle could not detect the Yinglong essence within him. It seemed that only mythical beings could perceive the aura he bore. Once the old turtle had exited, Zheng delved deeply into contemplation regarding Yinglong and its assertion that the power of the dragon is not solely in its physical form. The implication was likely that Yinglong, during its trials, had forcefully shattered its restraints using the strength of its corporeal form, even disregarding its own injuries. Hence, it had cautioned him that the essence of a dragon's power transcends the limitations of its physical vessel. Aside from the inherent strength he possessed, what else could he draw upon? Was there the power of water? As a dragon, he naturally wielded dominion over water, not to mention the affinity that arose when he elevated the authority of the river god of Huai. However, to harness the power of water to break the shackles imposed by Yinglong seemed an arduous task. What was Yinglong? The deity governing all waters, the master of the aquatic realm. To engage in water play before such a being would be akin to a minor sorcerer before a grand wizard. Yet, apart from his mastery over water, he possessed only the strength conferred by his own form. Could it be that he truly needed to attempt to utilize the power of water to pass Yinglong's trials? Zheng felt a twinge of hesitation. The first step to evolving into Yinglong was to enhance his affinity for water, and it needed to reach an exceptionally high level. This undeniably proved that Yinglong was indeed the progenitor of water manipulation. In the face of Yinglong's trials, employing water as a means of overcoming challenges appeared rather enigmatic. Ultimately, it is worth a try. Let us experiment with water. Who knows, it might yield remarkable results. Zheng decided to proceed with the attempt. At worst, he would expend 128 simulation points. Zheng assured himself that with his current resources, he could afford such an expenditure. He initiated the simulation in his mind. As he made his choice, a radiant azure screen materialized. Simulation initiated, consuming 128 simulation points, current remaining, 2808. Day 1. You find yourself in the Dragon Palace of Huai River. Day 8. The revival of spiritual energy. Day 10. You have returned to Lingxiu Mountain, heading east. As you awaited, an unseen force soon guided you into the lake, and you succumbed without resistance. Upon entering the lake, that familiar sensation of being observed washed over you, and you were instantly ensnared by a powerful force. This time, rather than attempting to break free with brute strength, you calmly attuned yourself to the currents around you. To your perception, the nearby waters resonated in response. Moments later, a substantial flow of water gathered around you, seemingly aware of your plight, exerting effort to liberate you from your bonds. You diligently harmonized with the currents, your heart quietly relieved, recognizing that it was the absence of the Azure Dragon's control over the waters that allowed this resonance. Otherwise, your abilities would have been insufficient to commune with the lake's waters. Day 12, under your call, after expending considerable time, the waters of the lake finally released you from your confinement. This time, aided by the power of water, you felt comparatively unburdened, and just as confidence surged within you. A voice suddenly inquired beside you, questioning why you bore its essence. Oh no. Zheng's mind exploded with realization. He had forgotten this detail. He had taken on the Azure Dragon's essence. How could he explain this encounter? Would he need to confess? Should he tell the Azure Dragon that during his last simulation, he had chosen its essence, hence the current situation? Wouldn't he that lead to his doom? Zheng could not fathom how to elucidate this predicament. He could only suppress his internal turmoil and turn his attention to the simulation. Faced with the Azure Dragon's inquiry, you stammered, utterly unable to respond. The Azure Dragon within the lake seemed to sense something amiss and spoke again in your ear. The Azure Dragon stated that regardless of where you acquired its essence, your control over water was commendable, thus passing its test, allowing you to remain in the lake and cultivate alongside it. You readily agreed, inwardly relieved, while also silently vowing to exercise caution in future choices. The Azure Dragon did not pursue the matter further. Observing the simulation, Zheng sighed in relief. exhaling deeply and releasing countless bubbles into the air. To cultivate alongside the azure dragon was indeed a triumph. At least, by its side, he would likely encounter no peril, allowing him to live in peace. Zheng pondered this. Yet, as he continued to gaze at the simulation, he was taken aback. On the 13th day, guided by Long, you descended to the depths of the lake. There, you encountered Long. Contrary to your expectations, Long was not a corporeal being, but rather a dragon-shaped entity composed of earth. Its elongated form boasted wings, exuding a potent yet unstable aura. Long was not at all surprised by your expression and made it clear that it was not its true form. The passage between the realms of humans and deities had yet to be opened, preventing its full presence from manifesting. Thus, what you witnessed was merely a fragment of its power. A multitude of previously incomprehensible mysteries surged within you, and you were poised to inquire of Long. Chapter 81. The Black Emperor. On the 13th day, you voiced all your uncertainties regarding the resurgence of spiritual energy to Long, hoping for enlightenment. Despite feeling a sense of helplessness, you understood that resistance against Long was futile. Compliance was your only option, and thus you devoted yourself to the practice he prescribed. However, Long did not instruct you to train in the usual manner. Instead, he commanded that you engage in daily combat with him, learning through the art of battle. As Zheng perused this passage, he could not help but gently flick his dragon tail. This Long had not addressed all his doubts but had pointed to a figure known as the Black Emperor, asserting that everything was intertwined with this entity. Who was the Black Emperor? Was he not one of the 5 emperors, Zhuanqiu? In mythology, Zhuanqiu is revered as the Northern Celestial Emperor, also known as the Black Emperor or the Mysterious Emperor. The origin of the name Black Emperor ties to the concept of the 5 elements. The theory of the 5 elements is cyclical, symbolizing all phenomena within the universe, including the enigmatic dimensions of time and space, which can be described using these elements. The 5 elements serve as the very rules governing existence, from which no being can escape. Within the framework of the 5 elements lies the doctrine of the 5 virtues, each representing a dynasty: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The transition between dynasties often involves the subjugation of the preceding dynasty's element, establishing a cycle of dominance. For instance, the Zhou dynasty, associated with fire, was overthrown by the Qin dynasty, which embraced water, as water extinguishes fire. Yet, during the era of the 5 emperors, the 5 virtues were not antagonistic, but rather synergistic. The foremost of the 5 emperors, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, represented earth, from which metal could arise, leading to the White Emperor Xiaohao, followed by the Black Emperor Zhuanqiu of water, the Green Emperor Daiku of wood, and the Red Emperor Tang Yao of fire. Regardless of whether it pertains to blackness, the north, or the mysterious, all these titles are associated with water. The references to the Northern Black Emperor and the Mysterious Emperor stem from this understanding. Everything is linked to Zhuanqiu. What deeds did Zhuanqiu perform in mythology? Could it be the severing of ties between mortals and deities? Zheng fell into contemplation. If the severance of ties indeed occurred, it would be a terrifying reality. The severance of ties refers to the mythological account during Zhuanqiu's reign when, perceiving the chaos between gods and mortals, he commanded his subordinates to sever all pathways to the celestial realm. From that moment, mortals could not ascend to heaven, and deities could not descend to earth, a phenomenon termed the absolute severance of ties. Zheng remained uncertain if this was indeed the case, for his knowledge could be flawed. He needed confirmation from Long. Zheng continued to observe the simulation. The subsequent scenario depicted Long preparing to strike him, cloaked in the guise of training. Zheng felt a surge of curiosity as he watched the simulation, reassured that it was merely a representation, not a reality where he would be harmed. On the 14th day, at Long's behest, you engaged in combat with him. He urged you to unleash your full potential, and without hesitation, you transformed into a water dragon, channeling your energy into a powerful spray, unleashing a torrent of formidable water towards Long. Yet, with merely a glance, Long rendered your onslaught ineffective, causing you to pause in astonishment. Long, however, commanded you to persist in your assault, and unable to defy him, you complied. On the 16th day, after an unrelenting barrage of high-intensity attacks, you found yourself utterly spent. Only then did Long relent. You collapsed beneath the water, gazing at Long in the distance. Though his form was of earth, the aura emanating from him was anything but weak. Indeed, it was formidable. On the 17th day, your strength had somewhat returned, allowing you to move once more. As you focused on Long, you noticed a sudden shift. His eyes shimmered with a blue light as he peered beyond the lake. You lifted your dragon head, following his gaze. in your view. The sky beyond the lake was shrouded in dark clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning, yet beyond that, you perceived nothing. A sense of dread washed over you. While you had always known that Ing Long aided those serpentine dragons, witnessing this power from such a distance filled you with a profound awareness of his might. Here, in the southernmost lake, he could extend his assistance to dragons miles away in an instant. Was this the extent of Ing Long's power? No. Perhaps this was merely a fraction of his true strength. He had previously mentioned that this was but one manifestation of his power, and his true form could not descend. The sheer terror of a single aspect of his strength left you awestruck. If his true essence were to materialize, what spectacle would unfold? Zheng felt a surge of fervor. He had not forgotten that his next evolution was to be that of Ing Long. Though the time required for such evolution might be exceedingly long, Ing Long remained the most promising prospect among all possible transformations. Moreover, he provided a clear direction. Yet, with the realization of Ing Long's immense power, Zheng was filled with anticipation. Simultaneously, curiosity gnawed at him. If Ing Long was this powerful, what of the other dragon clans? The simulation continued. On the 18th day, Ing Long, observing your recovery, resumed the cycle of combat, directing you to attack while seemingly consuming your energy. The 19th day granted you a reprieve, a day of rest. On the 20th day, a new cycle commenced. The 21st day was another day of respite. The 22nd day ushered in yet another round. As the 31st day brought another pause, the 32nd day heralded a fresh beginning. On the 33rd day, Ing Long suddenly addressed you, declaring your understanding insufficient. He instructed you to depart from the lake and seek self-discovery. He advised that when you could comprehend the battles of these past days, you might return to him. In your bewilderment, an invisible force expelled you from the lake. On the 34th day, after wandering near the lake, you realized that Ing Long would not permit your re-entry. Thus, you resolved to depart, soaring towards the direction of the Huai River. On the 35th day, during your journey through the skies, you encountered the majestic rock. In the face of its sheer terror, you approached and delivered 2 swift slaps before continuing your voyage towards the Huai River. Did Ing Long expel him? Could it be that this combat training is also a form of trial? Perhaps his lack of enlightenment signifies failure, resulting in his expulsion? Zheng was taken aback. It appears that Ing Long has devised such numerous challenges. Chapter 82. Is the Golden Crow also seeking to kill with a knife? In the Dragon Palace of the Huai River, Zheng lay in the palace, his dragon-like eyes filled with confusion. This Ing Long had indeed set forth a trial, one that utterly baffled him. The Ing Long persistently engaged him in combat, only allowing him to strike until his energy was expended, thereafter permitting him to rest before resuming. Within the simulation, he discerned these elements. All he could perceive were mere words. To extract the Ing Long's trial from these words felt like an insurmountable challenge. Zheng felt a throbbing headache as he gazed at the ongoing simulation. It is worth mentioning that he had previously been ensnared by the Golden Crow. This time, he was certainly on guard, unwilling to be as passive as before. Once he became familiar with the aura of the Ing Long, he felt no fear of the Golden Crow's presence. Instead, he surged forth from the Huai River to confront it. As anticipated, the Golden Crow, upon casting a glance his way, chose to depart without taking any action. On the 37th day, as you surveyed the myriad of demons before you, you promptly declared that the demons of the Huai River were to establish a presence along both banks, forbidding any human or demon from entering. Should anyone dare to trespass, it would be deemed a provocation against you, warranting immediate execution. The demons of the Huai River complied, and within merely half a day, the banks were cleared. In that moment, you felt a profound sense of tranquility, the serene environment bringing you comfort. On the 39th day, many demons attempted to breach the banks of the Huai River seeking your protection, yet you remained indifferent, instructing the river demons to keep them at bay. You endeavored to evade the Golden Crow's schemes in this manner. With no demons on the banks, the establishment of power was impossible, thus denying the Golden Crow a justifiable reason to eliminate him. This tactic proved effective, and Zheng could not help but acknowledge it. If he were to first gather those demons and then govern them to prevent unrest, there would be inherent risks. However, by refraining from establishing any influence, the risks diminished significantly. Unless the Golden Crow had some new stratagem up its sleeve, he was eager to see what trickery it might concoct. On the 41st day, due to your intervention, no foreign demons were able to enter the banks of the Huai River, which remained tranquil. Although no demons or humans could cross into the Huai River, your name as the Huai River Dragon Lord spread far and wide, with whispers suggesting that the Huai River Dragon Lord was not inferior to the Golden Crow. On the 42nd day, the Huai River continued to bask in peace. with the banks becoming a coveted sanctuary for many demons. On the 52nd day, your subordinate, the old turtle, approached you with news of a human elder beyond the banks of the Huai River, seeking an audience to discuss a joint effort against the Golden Crow. Upon learning of this, the entire dragon court fell silent for a moment, and you immediately recalled troubling thoughts, without a second thought. You dispatched the demons of the Huai River to expel those humans. On the 61st day, you found yourself within the dragon palace of the Huai River. Suddenly, you witnessed a radiant sun soaring from the west to the east. You realized this was the Golden Crow, having faltered on its journey to Kunlun Mountain. And you couldn't help but smirk. You understood that chaos would soon engulf the east, prompting you to instruct the spirits of the Huai River to bolster their defenses. On the 62nd day, as anticipated, the eastern region descended into turmoil, rife with conflict, yet your Huai River remained unscathed. On the 63rd day, your subordinate, the old turtle, reported that outside the Huai River, numerous demons were rushing toward your domain, pursued by humans intent on exterminating them. It appeared these demons were deliberately luring their pursuers toward the Huai River. You instantly grasped the situation. This was a case of using a knife to kill a dragon, with the Golden Crow leveraging human strength to eliminate you. Zheng found the situation increasingly perplexing. He had previously contemplated employing humans to vanquish the Golden Crow, only to have it backfire spectacularly, leading to his own downfall. Now, the roles had reversed, with the Golden Crow attempting to use human might against him. Zheng continued to observe the unfolding scenario. Upon learning of this development, you soared into the sky, riding the clouds to survey the area beyond the Huai River. It wasn't long before you spotted several demons charging toward your territory. Simultaneously, you noted that behind these demons trailed 3 humans, each wielding a trident. Their faces adorned with masks, and their heads topped with incense, dressed in distinctive garments of green, red, and blue. In your line of sight, wisps of dark energy entwined around these 3 humans, interspersed with glimmers of gold, creating a rather peculiar spectacle. Nonetheless, you were confident that a mere spray of water from you would suffice to obliterate them. On the 64th day, the demons began to encroach upon the banks of the Huai River, whereupon your river spirits promptly intervened to block their advance. Upon being thwarted, the demons displayed triumphant grins. But before they could revel in their success, you unleashed a massive water sphere, annihilating them instantly. In the next moment, your majestic form emerged from the clouds, revealing your formidable dragon head as you looked down upon the 3 humans below, your presence concealed within the clouds, embodying the essence of a dragon whose head is visible, yet whose tail remains hidden. The 3 humans, upon catching their first glimpse of you, felt the dark energy surrounding them recede as if it possessed a will of its own, retreating in response to your overwhelming aura. Intrigued by this dark energy, you contemplated inquiring about it from the 3 humans, but upon witnessing them collapse to the ground, your interest waned, prompting you to instruct one of the river spirits to dispose of them at a distance. What could this dark energy be? It did not resemble that of demons. Zheng pondered over the words displayed on the screen. Not only had the simulated version of himself become intrigued, but so had his real self. However, he had no means of discerning the nature of that dark energy. He could only continue to watch the simulation, eager to see what move the Golden Crow would make next. At that moment, you recalled Yinglong. Before the passage was established, Yinglong's true form could not enter. Yet, if the Kunlun Mountain passage were to awaken, could Yinglong not arrive in its true form? If the Yinglong can descend, might other eminent mythological beings also make their arrival? The once leisurely you is suddenly engulfed in anxiety. Chapter 83. The Divine Tree of Jianmu. On the 65th day, you observed the vanishing phenomena in the west, pondering whether the passage of Kunlun Mountain had indeed revived. Within the dragon palace of the Huai River, Zheng, reclining in the palace, fell into deep contemplation. In the west, Kunlun Mountain, as described in myth, is the earthly capital of the heavenly emperor and serves as the conduit between the realms of heaven and humanity, allowing mortals to ascend to the heavens and deities to descend to the mortal realm. If the passage of Kunlun Mountain has truly revived and reconnected the 2 worlds, why then is the Golden Crow hastening the revival of the Fusang tree? In mythology, the Fusang tree also possesses the ability to bridge heaven and earth. Yet, there seems to be no necessity for the Golden Crow to expedite the revival of the Fusang tree. In the myths, the heavenly emperor Dijuan and Shiha birthed 10 sons, while with Changxi, they birthed the 12 months. Among these, the 10 sons are the 10 Golden Crows. If this particular Golden Crow is eager for the passage to reopen and for the heavenly emperor to reappear, it would be more prudent to assist in accelerating the revival of the Kunlun passage. Why the urgency to revive the Fusang tree? Zheng expressed his confusion, but he could only gaze at the ongoing simulation. On the 66th day, tranquility still reigned along the banks of the Huai River, with the turmoil of the east having no impact on you. On the 67th day, Waziki suddenly appeared beyond the Huai River. Upon seeing this water monkey, you immediately took your leave from the river. Waziki initially bore a friendly demeanor, but upon noticing you, his expression turned fiercely hostile, as if you bore a deep-seated grudge against one another. A moment's reflection revealed to you that you carried the aura of the Yinglong, which had previously captured Waziki. It was only natural for Waziki to harbor profound resentment towards the Yinglong, and upon sensing its presence in you, he was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Is this not a clear case of bullying the weak? Indeed, you carried the aura of the Yinglong, but you were not the Yinglong itself. What purpose would be served by directing his wrath at you? It was truly unfortunate. Zheng felt no anxiety. Times had changed. Do not underestimate the impoverished young dragon. Did he still perceive you as that fledgling dragon who had just begun its transformation? Today, you could face the mighty Peng bird and deliver it a couple of slaps. Let alone Waziki, who was being chased by the Peng. Thus, Zheng calmly observed the continuing simulation. At that moment, Waziki, clearly consumed by rage, launched an attack against you. You remained unperturbed, summoning a great water orb to help Waziki regain his senses. The water orb struck him fiercely, causing significant injury. Seeing this, you contemplated pursuing him for a follow-up attack, but Waziki, now filled with fear, swiftly retreated, fully aware that he was outmatched. Soon, Waziki fled beyond the confines of the Huai River. After much deliberation, you decided against pursuing him further. On the 68th day, you were surprised to find that the chaos in the east had begun to diminish, yet you maintained your resolve to guard the Huai River. On the 70th day, the turmoil in the east had completely subsided, leaving you astonished. You ordered your subordinate, Old Turtle, to investigate further. Upon hearing the news, you were utterly astonished, fully aware that the disappearance of the eastern demons was inextricably linked to the Golden Crow, likely having transformed them all into nourishment for the resurgent Fusang tree. On the 72nd day, you found yourself within the Dragon Palace of the Huai River, remaining ever vigilant against the Golden Crow from the east, prepared for any potential incursions. On the 73rd day, nestled within the palace of the Huai River, your gaze was drawn to the southwest, where an enormous azure pillar abruptly manifested, reminiscent of the earlier revival at Kunlun Mountain. The southwest? An azure beam? Could it be that yet another passage connecting heaven and earth has awakened? Zheng froze, taken aback by the simulation. The Fusang tree had yet to revive, yet other entities began to awaken. The swiftness of such revivals was bewildering. What precisely could this revival entail? In mythology, the few known connections between heaven and earth include Kunlun Mountain, the divine tree of Jianmu, the divine tree of Fusang, and Mount Buzhou, the southwest direction. Could it possibly be the divine tree of Jianmu? According to legend, the divine tree of Jianmu resides in the Duguang Plains, known as the center of heaven and earth, located in the southwest. The five emperors utilized this tree as a celestial ladder to traverse to the heavenly realm. The anomaly reported in the simulation emanated from the southwest, making the revival of the Jianmu tree a distinct possibility. Yet, Zheng hesitated to affirm whether it was indeed the Jianmu tree that had awakened. The simulation continued. On the 74th day, as the azure pillar from the southwest vanished, you found yourself lost in contemplation regarding its nature when a demon of the Huai River approached to report that humans had suddenly launched an assault on Huai River, resulting in numerous demon casualties. Enraged, you could not fathom why humanity would attack unprovoked. You dispatched the demons of the Huai River to the front line. Observing the unfolding events from your position within the river, the three humans bore an aura of black mist intertwined with golden light. As the demons of the Huai River drew near, they were imperceptibly suppressed and immediately pierced by tridents, leading to instant death. Infuriated by humanity's brutal slaughter of the Huai River demons, you recognized their inability to withstand the onslaught, and you charged forth to thwart the humans from advancing into the river. Under your formidable dragon might, the leading trio of humans were swiftly slain, unable to muster any resistance. Just as you prepared to summon storms, the humans revealed a despair-inducing image, and upon its unfurling, beams of golden light surged forth, inflicting grievous wounds upon you. In your critically injured state, you witnessed numerous humans closing in, collecting your blood. You faintly overheard them deliberating on how to prevent the emergence of the Fusang tree, but the details were lost to you as you succumbed to your injuries. You have perished. Please select one of the following as a reward. 75 days of survival experience. 75 days of physical prowess. 3 strands of the fur from the monkey of Waziki. To die at the hands of a human's image? He could comprehend being bested by such an artifact, especially one that even the golden crow could not withstand. Yet, it seemed somewhat unjust that his demise came in such a manner. They collected his blood? So these humans, for no apparent reason, seek to trouble him merely to collect his blood? What could be their intention? According to the simulations, it appears that humanity aims to prevent the revival of the Fusang tree. Chapter 84. The Capable Ones of Modern Times. The Dragon Palace of the Huai River. Zheng lay in the palace, lost in contemplation. In this simulation, he had not made any enemies among humans, yet they still sought to slay him. Moreover, they expended the power of the portrait to do so. The value of that portrait is self-evident. Each use diminishes its worth, given that there was no enmity. The human's approach must surely have been motivated by some ulterior purpose. It is likely that they sought the blood that coursed through his veins. Perhaps they had discovered a method to impede the revival of the Fusang tree, a process that required dragon blood, and thus they turned to him, the renowned Huai River Dragon Lord. However, the notion that he perished in the simulation for such a reason is indeed rather disheartening. Yet the simulation has concluded, and Zheng could voice no complaints. He could only elevate his vigilance against humans in the next simulation. This time, the simulation had yielded considerable insights. The challenges posed by the Yinglong seemed to elude de Zhuanqiu, alongside the potential resurgence of the Jianmu Divine Tree, and the human's intent to thwart the revival of the Fusang Divine Tree. Zheng pondered deeply. After summarizing the findings from this simulation, he turned his attention to the 3 reward options presented: 75 days of survival experience, 75 days of physical prowess, 3 strands of Waziki's monkey hair. The third option, Waziki's monkey hair, had the feathers of the Jinwu become obsolete, replaced by those of Waziki. Nevertheless, he found himself lacking in the need for simulation points at the moment. This option held little value for him. The second option offered scant cultivation benefits. The first option, however, appeared to be the most beneficial. He needed to ascertain what the next challenge from Yinglong would entail. Zheng realized that trying to decipher the meaning behind the extensive text presented to him was an insurmountable task. At this juncture, the significance of survival experience became glaringly apparent. Physical prowess translates simply to realm, while survival experience equates to memory. If only he possessed the recollections of his time spent with Yinglong, he might glean insights into the nature of the forthcoming trial. Choosing the first option, Zheng made his selection. Almost instantly, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. The visage of Yinglong, the suspected revival of the Jianmu Divine Tree, the confrontation with Waziki, being slain by the human portrait. Each scene unfolded as vividly as if he had lived it himself. Indelibly etched into his consciousness, Zheng focused intently on the memories of the moments when Yinglong instructed him to attack. This seemed somewhat challenging. Zheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Even with these memories, he appeared unable to discern any useful information. Doubt began to creep in. Could it be that his comprehension was simply too limited? Refusing to succumb to despair, Zheng continued to scrutinize the memories. Yinglong commanded him to attack. He unleashed his full strength, only to have Yinglong evade effortlessly, and this cycle repeated until he found himself utterly exhausted. It was always the same. Yet, he could not discern the essence of Yinglong's challenge. No matter how he examined it, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the trial set before him by Yinglong. Zheng, undeterred, continued to peruse the material before him. He revisited it time and again, until he could no longer press on. With merely 7 days remaining until the resurgence of spiritual energy, he pondered whether failing to comprehend the trial set forth by Yinglong within this time frame would be a mere waste of time. In that moment, Zheng profoundly grasped the terrifying nature of the eternal seed. A mere nap could span centuries, and even a fleeting moment of distraction could extend into decades. Despite his efforts to maintain control, he found himself occasionally lost in thought, allowing days to slip away unnoticed. What, exactly, was this trial imposed by Yinglong? Zheng found himself perplexed. Yinglong persistently instructed him to attack, evade, exhaust himself, and then rest, only to begin anew. If one were to summarize it, Yinglong's evasive maneuvers appeared rather elegant, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that he did not need to evade at all. Instead, he seemed to neutralize Zheng's assaults simply through sheer presence. Wait a moment, neutralizing his attacks through sheer presence? After Zheng launched his assault, Yinglong effectively dispelled it. However, This dispelling did not seem to originate from Yinglong himself. It was more akin to the waters of a lake naturally dissipating his offensive. Yinglong did not appear to be dodging Zheng's attacks. Rather, it felt as though he was imparting wisdom on the art of utilizing water. Zheng suddenly understood. Yinglong sought to teach him the essence of mindfulness. This was indeed a trial. Should he decipher Yinglong's intentions and master the use of water, he would have successfully passed the test. Why not simply articulate his thoughts? Why must he be compelled to deduce it himself? Zheng conceded that his grasp of concepts might be somewhat lacking. Yet, it was evident that this was not merely a matter of comprehension. The intricacy of Yinglong's trial was truly formidable. In the next simulation, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely succeed in Yinglong's trial, although the unique method of utilizing water remained elusive. Rather than squander time in contemplation, he resolved it might be more productive to accumulate points through simulations, which would ultimately facilitate his exploration. In the next simulation, he intended to investigate why humanity sought to obstruct the revival of the golden crow and the fusong tree. Zheng began to strategize for the forthcoming simulation. Regarding the resurgence of spiritual energy, Yinglong had indicated that all matters were intricately linked to the Black Emperor Zhuangsu. However, what Zheng found perplexing was that the spiritual energy had already begun to awaken, and both the Kunlun Mountains and the Jianmu tree appeared to have revived as well. What purpose did it serve for humanity to impede the awakening of the fusong tree at this juncture? The revival had already transpired. It was not as if it had yet to occur. Had the spiritual energy still been dormant, perhaps humanity could have genuinely prevented its resurgence. Over 4,000 years ago, there was Zhuangsu. Centuries prior, there was the Ming dynasty's Hongwu emperor, and in modern times, there have certainly been capable individuals. With the decree, after the establishment of the nation, no animals shall attain enlightenment, countless avenues for various entities were undoubtedly closed off. The creatures of the Huai River were among the victims. Yet this was in a context where spiritual energy had yet to awaken, allowing for potential suppression. In the simulations, not only had the spiritual energy revived, but the Kunlun Mountains and Jianmu tree were also suspected to have awakened, and humanity still endeavored to obstruct the revival of the golden crow and the fusong tree. Zheng expressed his bewilderment regarding this matter. Chapter 85. Does Zhuangxu show disrespect to Yinglong? In the Dragon Palace of the Huai River, Zheng lay in contemplation, preparing for a simulation. The primary focus of this simulation was undoubtedly to pass the trial set by Yinglong. Only by overcoming this challenge could he enhance his own abilities. However, he was uncertain whether Yinglong would devise a new trial after his success. Thus, it was imperative to remain vigilant against Yinglong during this simulation. Furthermore, the images of humanity were exceedingly terrifying. They might very well be manifestations of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, or figures like De, embodying true spirits within them. After pondering for a while, Zheng commenced the simulation. The urgency lay in elevating his own prowess, as only 7 days remained until the revitalization of spiritual energy. Initiate simulation, Zheng silently intoned. Before him, a luminous screen swiftly materialized. Simulation initiated, consuming 128 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 2680. Day 1. You find yourself within the Dragon Palace of the Huai River, awaiting the resurgence of spiritual energy. Day 7. The revival of spiritual energy arrives. Day 10. You arrive at the lake east of Lingxiu Mountain. Following Yinglong's guidance, you enter the lake. Upon your entry, a sense of confinement envelopes you. Skillfully, you manipulate the waters of the lake to free yourself from this constraint, and soon, the binding is lifted. As you break free, a muddy dragon materializes before you. It is Yinglong, with a look of skepticism. Yinglong cannot fathom how you managed to release yourself so swiftly. After a prolonged silence, Yinglong finally conveys that you have passed its trial and may accompany it in cultivation. Wait a moment. Is this process incorrect? Zheng was taken aback. Shouldn't Yinglong be curious about the presence of Yinglong's aura upon him? The simulation continued. You harbor doubts, perplexed as to why Yinglong does not question the aura you possess. Unable to contain your curiosity, you inquire. To which Yinglong responds with astonishment, explaining that your considerable progress along the path of water manipulation, your ability to easily perceive and dissolve the confinement, is enough to signify your potential to evolve into an Yinglong. Hence the aura is not surprising. You fall silent for a moment, realizing this is the reason. Day 11. You venture into the depths of the lake, cultivating alongside Yinglong. During a casual conversation, you subtly mention the matter of human images. Upon hearing this, Yinglong reassures you that there is no need for concern, as such images are exceedingly rare and you are unlikely to encounter them. Zheng, rare and unlikely to encounter? Is it truly the case that he has surpassed the pinnacle? Zheng harbored suspicions that there might be some force targeting him. Yinglong claimed that these images were hardly encountered, yet how many had he already come across? The images of Wei Zheng, De Yu, and De Yi, his chances of encountering them were alarmingly high. Moreover, those who fought against him were essentially mythical beings, such as the Great Peng, Waziki, the Young Bird, the Golden Crow, and the Kuanpeng, among others. Peak destinies, always engaged in peak battles? Zheng fell into silence. Yet, you persisted in your inquiries, asking how to deal with a human portrait if encountered by chance. The Yinglong seemed to sense something, casting a deep glance your way, and then stated that you possessed the essence of the Yinglong, as long as you revealed this essence. The portrait would cease its aggression towards you. After some entanglement, you learned how to actively release and retract the Yinglong's essence. Upon witnessing your progress, the Yinglong remarked that if you encountered the portrait of the Black Emperor, it would be best to distance yourself as much as possible, for the Yinglong's essence would be of no avail against it, to which you naturally acquiesced. Goodness! By actively releasing the Yinglong's essence, one could evade attacks from the portrait? Did this mean he no longer had to fear the human portrait? Zheng felt an immense relief within. However, the Yinglong's remark about the Black Emperor Zhuangshu being an exception felt peculiar. The Yinglong's essence could indeed prevent attacks from portraits. Zheng could grasp this concept. In mythology, during the hunting battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, both sides showcased their divine powers, yet in terms of higher combat prowess, the Yellow Emperor was slightly inferior to Qiyu. The Yinglong had successively slain Qiyu and Quafu, assisting the Yellow Emperor in securing victory in this pivotal battle. It could be said that the Yinglong was a benefactor to humanity. The notion that the Yinglong's essence could deter attacks from those portraits was entirely plausible. Yet, the exception regarding the Black Emperor Wangshu raised questions. Did the Black Emperor Wangshu not grant this courtesy? During the course of the attack, you carefully observed the actions of the Yinglong. As your water sphere was about to reach him, the waters of the lake seemed to come alive, shielding the Yinglong from harm. You pondered. This did not appear to be the Yinglong's defense, but rather the defense of the lake's waters. The Yinglong, after your strike, fell into contemplation, refraining from further aggression, internally marveling at what kind of prodigy this was, as even after the spiritual essence had dissipated, such an enlightened dragon could still emerge. On the 14th day, you realized that the Yinglong had not defended himself. The true defense lay within the waters of the lake. The Yinglong possessed an exceptional mastery over the water element, coupled with a profound affinity for it. Your affinity paled in comparison to that of the Yinglong, rendering you incapable of inflicting harm upon him through the waters. However, you understood that without the Yinglong's intervention, the lake's waters were ultimately finite. If you employed the affinity of the water deity of Huai River to differentiate a portion of the lake's waters, you could then launch an attack against the Yinglong utilizing the power of water. Determined to act, you immediately unleashed your own essence, fracturing the lake's waters, summoning winds and rains to coalesce into a storm aimed at the Yinglong. Observing your series of maneuvers, the Yinglong's eyes glimmered with admiration, yet in his gaze, your attack appeared exceedingly feeble. With merely a flick of his tail, he quelled everything. Once the disturbance was settled, the Yinglong advised you that to evolve into a Yinglong, one must primarily focus on mastering the water element, a directive you naturally pledged to follow. Upon reaching this point, Zheng immediately realized that he had successfully passed the second trial. I wonder if Yinglong will devise a third trial. Would it not be better for Yinglong to present all the challenges at once? It is indeed quite unpredictable. Chapter 86. Changcheng on the 15th day. While you lingered in the lake, Yinglong did not impose further tasks upon you. Instead, he encouraged you to immerse yourself in the essence of water. Upon completing your reflections, you were to convey your insights to Yinglong. Thus, you began your meditative journey within the lake. By the 16th day, you observed a gradual enhancement in your affinity for water during your contemplations in the lake. On the 17th day, you continued to delve deeper into your reflections within the lake. By the 27th day, feeling you had gleaned sufficient understanding, you shared your thoughts with Yinglong. You expressed that water, in its stillness, embodies softness and nourishes all things. In its movement, it exhibits strength, capable of overwhelming obstacles. Yet, Yinglong deemed your insights insufficient and urged you to persist in your understanding, expressing a curiosity about the fluctuations in your perceptiveness. Indeed, how could one not experience such fluctuations? After all, he relied on a simulator. Zheng wholeheartedly agreed. Perhaps his perceptiveness was somewhat lacking. But it was not a significant concern. He possessed a simulator. When insight faltered, simulation could compensate. Zheng continued to focus on the simulator, bracing himself to see what Ying Long would do next. On the 20th day, Ying Long instructed you to continue your reflections, further enhancing your affinity for water in the lake. By the 33rd day, you remained in the lake, deepening your connection with water. On the 37th day, Ying Long approached you once more, inquiring about your progress. Your response, however, did not satisfy him. He bluntly stated that such limited understanding would be insufficient for your evolution into Ying Long. On the 39th day, while you were immersed in contemplation within the lake, your affinity for water steadily grew. Suddenly, you noticed Ying Long gliding towards the lake's surface, piquing your curiosity, and you followed suit. Upon reaching the shore, you beheld a figure resembling a human, standing upon the water's surface. Ying Long, in his earthen dragon form, emerged, gazing down upon this being. As you approached the water's edge, the figure came into clearer view, a humanoid entity adorned with a leopard-like tail, enveloped in 9 mysterious auras. Ying Long, upon seeing this figure, showed no courtesy, chastising it for abandoning the protective duties of Rumu Mountain and questioning its presence here. The figure did not respond, but instead interrogated Ying Long about the premature awakening of the Jianmu Divine Tree. Through their dialogue, you gleaned 2 valuable pieces of information. First, the green pillar of light from the previous simulation indeed represented the Jianmu Divine Tree. Second, the figure was known as Changqing. Changqing? Upon seeing this name on the screen, Zheng paused in astonishment. He had heard of Changqing in mythological tales. In the legends, Changqing was described as a creature with a human form and a tail resembling that of a leopard, much like the depiction within the simulator. Moreover, Changqing was revered as the mountain deity of Rumu Mountain, an embodiment of the 9 virtues, possessing boundless divine power. The 9 virtues encompass qualities such as loyalty, faith, respect, strength, softness, harmony, steadfastness, integrity, and obedience. Following the Great Yu's efforts to tame the waters, Changqing had once appeared, bestowing a piece of black jade upon you. Undoubtedly, this was a mythological being closely aligned with humanity. In the simulation, Changqing questions Ying Long regarding the premature revival of the Jianmu Divine Tree. Was the resurrection of the Jianmu Divine Tree orchestrated by Ying Long? Zheng finds himself momentarily dazed. Can a mere embodiment of power accomplish such feats? The simulation continues. On the banks of the lake, tension mounts as Changqing appears intent on confronting Ying Long. However, Ying Long, dismissive, shows no sign of fear despite being merely a manifestation of power. On the 40th day, you continue to meditate within the lake, your affinity with water steadily improving. Yet, you are quite intrigued by Changqing's arrival and wish to inquire about it, but find yourself at a loss for words. Sensing your curiosity, Ying Long elucidates that with your current strength, it would be difficult for you to partake in such matters. Nonetheless, Ying Long believes you possess the potential to become the second Ying Long in the realm and shares that once you evolve into Ying Long, all will be revealed to you. On the 47th day, Ying Long tests you once more, yet your answer fails to meet his expectations. On the 48th day, seeing that you still struggle to comprehend, Ying Long instructs you to leave the lake and explore the south. You are taken aback, uncertain of Ying Long's intentions, wondering if there are other existences in the south apart from him. Perceiving your thoughts, Ying Long clarifies that other great demons exist in the south, cautioning you not to underestimate them, while expressing his continued faith in your potential. Ultimately, with no other choice, you decide to depart from the lake. Am I to be banished again and sent south? Zheng lies in the palace, pondering in silence for a moment. No matter, having been expelled this time, he vows to leave Ying Long astounded in his next simulation. Wait a moment. Zheng suddenly pauses. Did Ying Long imply that other formidable demons exist in the south? Isn't Ying Long the great demon of the south? Are there truly others? This seems implausible. The Kunpeng of the north, the Jinwu of the east, the heavenly pool of Kunlun Mountain in the west, and Ying Long in the south. Yet now he is told that other great demons reside in the south. What could these great demons be? Those acknowledged as great demons by Ying Long must surely possess significant strength. He is eager to discover what other great demons the south harbors. Zheng continues to gaze upward at the simulation. On the 49th day, you begin to meander through the south, attempting to seek out the other great demons. On the 51st day, you have yet to uncover anything, but remain undeterred in your search. During this time, you encounter several Yangniao and Lushus, yet pay them little mind. On the 52nd day, you continue to drift through the clouds, wandering aimlessly. On the 64th day, the western pillar emerges, and you realize it marks the revival of the Kunlun mountain passage, yet you harbor no desire to venture west, continuing your exploration in the south. On the 65th day, while wandering in the south, you suddenly notice wisps of smoke-like entities lingering above the distant clouds. You activate your talent, the Long of Scales, summoning numerous aquatic beings, and instruct them to investigate the situation in the distance for you. This revelation left you momentarily astonished. It became evident that the haze within the clouds was, in fact, the essence of human sentiment. Concurrently, a flicker of curiosity ignited within you, compelling you to ponder the nature of the entity to which humanity offers its reverence. As your curiosity blossomed, an unsettling feeling surged within, prompting a desire to seek fortune and evade calamity, as if this revered presence invoked a sense of unease within you. Chapter 87. Acknowledgements. Tomorrow, on the 1st of October, my book will be officially released. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all my companions. Without your support, it would have been exceedingly challenging for me to continue writing. I must also extend my appreciation to my editor, who has been by my side throughout this journey, offering guidance and encouragement. To be candid, my editor is truly diligent, well aware of my procrastination tendencies, and kindly reminded me to prepare my manuscripts a fortnight in advance. I must admit, I am not particularly skilled at writing acknowledgments. However, starting tomorrow, I will commit to a daily update of 10,000 words. It may not all be published at once, but I assure you that within a single day, I will provide a complete update of 10,000 words. As for many aspects of this book, I acknowledge that the world building and other elements are still in progress, which may lead to perceived inconsistencies. Nevertheless, I assure you that the majority has been thoroughly refined, and I encourage my readers to continue this journey with me. Once again, I express my deep gratitude to all those who have accompanied me along the way. Thank you. Chapter 88. The White Emperor Xiaohao in the Dragon Palace of the Huai River. Zheng lay languidly within the confines of the palace. His gaze was fixed upon the azure screen before him, lost in contemplation. In the distance, a multitude of humans had gathered, engaged in the veneration of a certain figure. Who could they be honoring? In the wake of the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity was already struggling to withstand the assaults of monstrous beings. It seemed implausible that such a vast assembly was merely for the sake of commemorating their ancestors. After all, it was unrealistic to rally so many solely for ancestral rites. The congregation of humans must surely have a significant purpose. Zheng was eager to uncover the nature of this tribute, if he could ascertain the reason. Even if he were to engage in this simulation, it would hold some value. However, the simulation had already commenced. Whether he would venture forth to investigate would depend on the character he embodied within it. Judging by his assessment, it was likely that his simulated self would indeed seek to uncover the truth. He sensed that the persona within the simulation had largely conformed to his own inclinations, presenting itself as an unrestrained dragon. He continued to observe the simulation. On the 66th day, after a moment of hesitation, you chose to quell your inner unease and approached to investigate. You soared through the clouds towards the heart of the gathering, albeit with heightened caution, deliberately slowing your pace as you advanced gradually. On the 67th day, you drew near to the epicenter of the crowd, your dragon form concealed within the clouds. You beheld a massive altar below. Flanking the altar were vibrant banners, and tens of thousands of humans encircled it, seemingly engaged in a ceremonial rite. Atop the altar, before a grand incense burner, an image was presented for veneration. Just as you prepared to scrutinize the image closely, a piercing cry resonated from afar. You lifted your dragon head to gaze into the distance, where a bird adorned with a kaleidoscope of feathers, resembling a chicken, approached you, seemingly intent on driving you away to prevent you from glimpsing the image below. This avian creature exuded an enigmatic aura, drawing closer with each moment. You fixated on the bird, releasing your dragon might in readiness for confrontation. You discreetly assessed the essence of the bird before you, sensing that it was slightly more formidable than yourself, yet not insurmountable. Just as you were poised to strike, a vast expanse of black clouds appeared on the horizon. As astonishment washed over you, an intense feeling of unease surged within. You recognized that this was your innate ability to avert calamity at play. Nevertheless, you steadied your mind and turned your gaze towards the looming black clouds. As they approached, clarity emerged. Before you lay not mere clouds, but an endless throng of birds. Among them were many formidable avian beings, their combined presence overwhelming to behold. Confronted by such might, you could only choose to retreat, preparing to depart. Yet, before leaving, you cast a lingering glance at the image upon the altar. The visage depicted a man, alongside which were inscribed the words Xiaohao. Upon seeing this, you no longer lingered, distancing yourself from the area. Xiaohao? One of the 5 emperors? The White Emperor Xiaohao? Zheng was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the one to be worshipped was indeed this White Emperor Xiaohao. It was quite a coincidence to encounter him. This marked the first time Zheng had come across the true likeness of one of the 5 emperors. In previous simulations, he had never encountered such images. However, Zheng was no longer intimidated by the 5 emperors. In this simulation, he had acquired the means to control the breath of the Yinglong, which he learned could shield him from the attacks of human images. Yet, he still recalled that when he faced the image of the Black Emperor Zhuanxiu, the breath of the Yinglong proved ineffective. After some contemplation, Zheng remembered the avian creature he had encountered, resembling a chicken adorned with multicolored feathers. What could this being be? Zheng racked his brain. Finally, 2 characters crystallized in his mind. Fenghuang. Could this chicken be the Fenghuang? The Fenghuang, also known as the Phoenix, is depicted in the shape of a chicken, yet boasts resplendent, multicolored plumage, aligning perfectly with what he had seen in the simulation. This chicken might indeed be the Fenghuang. The Fenghuang, a mythical creature, symbolizes auspiciousness, with legends stating that the sighting of a Fenghuang heralds a time of peace across the land. Nevertheless, Zheng found it hard to believe that the Fenghuang could command a vast multitude of formidable birds. The simulation had indicated that among those birds were many of great power. Even though the Fenghuang is regarded as the sovereign of birds, it seemed improbable that it could easily command such a formidable assembly. In comparison, Zheng was more inclined to believe that it was the image of the White Emperor Xiaohao that was responsible. Xiaohao. Memories of the legends surrounding Xiaohao stirred within Zheng. According to legend, upon his birth, 5 different colored phoenixes descended, and as he grew, he appointed birds to positions of authority, such as entrusting the Fenghuang with the governance of all birds, the swallow with the management of spring, the lark with summer, the parakeet with autumn, and the golden pheasant with winter, among others. It could be said that this White Emperor Xiaohao is rightfully regarded as the king of birds. Thus, it would not be surprising if the image of the White Emperor Xiaohao could summon a cacophony of birds. After all, he was one of the 5 emperors. On the 68th day, you linger nearby, reluctant to depart, eager to witness what extraordinary occurrences might arise from the human sacrifice to White Emperor Xiaohao. However, just before you chose to leave, you suddenly sensed something amiss. You observed that the humans performing the rites, upon their departure, seemed to have a purpose, dispersing in various directions. Those bearing the image of the White Emperor were heading southwest. And a bold thought crossed your mind. Could these humans be attempting to thwart the resurgence of the divine wood tree? Contemplating this notion for a moment, you decided against following the image of the White Emperor. Instead, you sought out a group of humans who had just completed their rituals, wishing to observe their intentions. On the 70th day, you noticed that the group of humans you were following was engaged in the hunting of various animals, with no 2 species being the same. On the 72nd day, a green pillar of light ascended from the southwest, and you instantly understood. The divine wood tree had awakened. At the moment the azure beam of light appeared, you sensed a palpable change in the expressions of the human group you were following. Subsequently, they hastily moved eastward, ceasing their pursuit of animals. On the 73rd day, as the azure beam dissipated, you glided through the clouds, wandering in the southern realms. During your leisurely exploration, you encountered the very human group that had previously participated in the sacrifice to the White Emperor, emerging from the lush southern forests, all purposefully heading eastward. Heading eastward? This was a shift from the southwest that could not be obstructed, prompting a change in direction. Zheng faintly felt as if he was beginning to comprehend something profound. These humans, after completing their sacrificial rites to the White Emperor Xiaohao, seemed to possess an innate understanding of their next steps. Could it be that the White Emperor Xiaohao still existed, guiding these humans to thwart the revival of the passage? The very thought sent shivers down Zheng's spine. Was it possible that all 5 emperors were still alive? Chapter 89 December in the waters of the Huai. Zheng gazed at the screen before him, visible only to himself. During this simulation, he pondered the actions of humanity and what they might signify. Following the sacrificial rites to the White Emperor Xiaohao, a multitude of humans began to act with remarkable purpose. Moreover, after the revival of the divine tree, Jianmu, in the southwestern direction, these individuals altered their course, heading eastward. It was also during a previous simulation that these humans had ventured east, where they had slain him, and he had overheard discussions among them regarding how to thwart the revival of the Fusang tree. Such thoughts made it difficult for Zheng not to speculate. According to his conjecture, it was highly plausible that the White Emperor Xiaohao still existed. This ritual might very well have been a cue from him, urging humanity to prevent the resurrection of the Jianmu tree. However, the revival of the Jianmu tree could not simply be halted, as it was intrinsically linked to the Yinglong. Thus, humanity began to divert their path to obstruct the resurrection of the Fusang tree. It struck him as peculiar. Why must they prevent the revival of these channels? Both Kunlun Mountain and the Jinmu tree had already revived, and channels had been established. What further purpose would their obstruction serve? Was it necessary for all channels to converge to truly connect heaven and earth? Zheng speculated further, continuing to observe the simulation, eager to ascertain whether humanity could indeed prevent the revival of the Fusang tree. On the 74th day, after much hesitation, you resolved to follow these humans. Soaring through the clouds, concealing your draconic form, and trailing the individuals journeying eastward. On the 75th day, you noticed that humanity had halted in the southeastern region, as if in search of something. Upon closer observation, you were startled to discover that within this contingent of humans were 3 individuals clad in tricolored garments. Incense atop their heads, their faces painted, wielding tridents. You suddenly understood. These humans were likely preparing to launch an attack against some monstrous entity. Eavesdropping on their conversation, you soon learned that a jiao was practicing at the riverbed ahead, and their expedition was aimed at slaying the jiao. Slaying the jiao? So, it seemed humanity, unaware of the dragon's presence, had reluctantly lowered their expectations, substituting it with the jiao. Zheng contemplated this revelation. The 3 individuals in tricolor garments, with incense and painted faces, wielding tridents, this ritual seemed familiar, as he had witnessed it numerous times in simulations and recalled it from his memories. If he was not mistaken, this was a cultural tradition from the southern coastal region known as Guanjiangshu. Guanjiangshu involved performers who, after fasting for several days, painted their faces, brandished tridents, fire sticks, and handcuffs, and donned salted pastries. It comprised both routine processions and those conducted during the exorcism of demons. If it were a routine outing, the atmosphere would naturally be more relaxed. However, during the exorcism, it required incense to be placed atop their heads, a precise stance, and the invocation of divine spirits to assist in vanquishing demons. The so-called invocation of the divine meant requesting deities to descend and aid in their endeavor against the monstrous foes. The official's request was simply for the 2 generals of augmentation and diminution. According to legend, these 2 generals were once malevolent spirits that wreaked havoc upon the mortal realm, but were subsequently subdued by the Itagarbo Bodhisattva and transformed into protective deities. However, even in their new role, their murderous intent remained unabated. They were relentless in their pursuit of exterminating demons and apparitions, showing no mercy, and while they might have entertained discussions with ordinary beings, encountering these 2 would undoubtedly result in death without hesitation. The necessity for 3 individuals to summon the official generals is attributed to the overwhelming malevolence of the augmenting general, necessitating the division into 2 to effectively invoke their presence. Nevertheless, in Zheng's view, this notion seemed to stem from the evolution of folklore, akin to the earlier heroic dance. While effective against lesser demons, it was utterly futile against beings of their caliber, who could only be described as mythical. From previous simulations, he had discerned that with a mere display of his dragon's might, they would be obliterated in an instant. Zheng continued to observe the simulation. They scattered various substances in the river, and shortly thereafter, a tempestuous storm erupted in the heavens, seemingly intent on driving the humans away. Yet, the humans appeared forewarned, standing their ground against the gale and deluge. The river dragon, seemingly at a loss, was compelled to reveal itself. As it emerged, the 3 humans wielding tridents advanced with an unusual gait. This dragon, merely 20 meters in length, was evidently a novice in its cultivation. Faced with the summon trio, it was gradually forced back, ultimately seeking refuge in the river. However, the humans, as if anticipating this move, hurled 2 iron bulls meant to pacify the river, one after the other, into the water. Upon entering, the bulls radiated a golden light, thwarting the dragon's escape. The dragon emitted a bellow reminiscent of a bull's roar, but it could scarcely withstand the human's relentless onslaught. Observing the scene, you immediately summoned the winds and rains, intent on rescuing the dragon. Once again, you faced the humans. Zheng's immense dragon head instinctively lifted. In previous encounters, he had invariably met his demise at the hands of humans. This time, the outcome was uncertain. The humans' ability to slay him largely stemmed from their depictions of him. Yet, now, those images held no sway over him, save for that of the Black Emperor. Under these circumstances, it would be no easy feat for the humans to vanquish him. Zheng continued to scrutinize the simulation, eager to discern what further strategies the humans might employ against him. You summoned the winds and rains, your innate powers far surpassing that of the river dragon, and the tempest you conjured led to the demise of many humans. Revealing your form, you shielded the dragon. The surviving humans were struck with awe at the sight of a true dragon, while the river dragon immediately prostrated itself in submission as a gesture of respect. Emerging from the clouds, you prepared to launch an assault against the humans, yet suddenly, several humans stepped forth, unveiling a scroll. This scroll was familiar to you. It was the portrait of the White Emperor Xiaohao, but in this moment, you faced the image without trepidation. Without hesitation, the humans unveiled the portrait, and the image of Xiaohao was revealed, emanating intense golden rays of light. Yet, you released the aura of the Yinglong, and behind you, a shadowy figure materialized, resembling a dragon with wings. Upon witnessing the Yinglong apparition, the portrait of Xiaohao trembled momentarily before closing again. The humans, upon seeing the portrait wreck loose, were struck with terror and fled in panic. However, you had no intention of letting them escape. You pursued them, intent on seizing the portrait of the White Emperor Xiaohao. At a crucial moment, a humanoid figure appeared, blocking your path. It was Changcheng, whom you had encountered before. With Changcheng's intervention, the humans successfully escaped, leaving you no choice but to remain stationary, facing off against him. On the 77th day, your standoff with Changcheng concluded. He departed without uttering a word, and you refrained from pursuing him. You sensed Changcheng's formidable presence, realizing he might be even stronger than you. His decision not to eliminate you likely stemmed from his apprehension of the Yinglong. Changcheng is stronger than he? Zheng pondered, momentarily taken aback. In his recollections, Changcheng appeared to belong to the category of auspicious beasts, which typically bore no remarkable achievements in battle. The mythological accounts merely described his powers as boundless, without elaborating on his strength. It now seemed apparent that apart from the lesser mythological beings, such as the young bird, Lu Shu, and Qin Yuan, the other mythic entities were indeed extraordinarily powerful. Ultimately, his own strength was insufficient, which was perhaps to be expected. Mythical beings had existed for an unfathomable duration, while his original form had evolved from a serpent, merely occupying the body of a dragon during his transformation. In essence, he was but a wild dragon. The fact that he could contend with these mythological entities as a wild dragon was a testament to his considerable strength. The simulation continued. On the 78th day, after resting along the riverbank, you prepared to depart once more. A brown dragon crawled on the ground, softly inquiring if it could accompany you. After casting a glance at the creature, you advised that should it have the opportunity to transform into a dragon, it should seek you at the Huai River. You offered the dragon a hint to temper its ferocity, and then you took your leave, fully aware that your assistance had sufficed. Any further aid would be excessive. In mere moments, the sun completely lost its radiance, becoming a mirror that before vanishing from sight, plunging the sky into an instant darkness. This darkness was fleeting. As in the western horizon, 12 moons of disparate shapes ascended. As the moons rose, a great sun also emerged in the east. This celestial phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together left you in awe. In your vision, these celestial bodies were not merely the sun and moon. The great sun was the golden crow of the east, while the 12 moons represented 12 feminine figures. What a revelation! Were these 12 moons the daughters of the heavenly emperor Zheng? Zheng was utterly astounded. According to myth, the heavenly emperor Zheng and Chang, she bore the 12 moons, which later, upon witnessing the night sky devoid of light, took turns illuminating the darkness, providing a gentle glow for those returning home in the deep of night. The 12 moons each take their turn for a month, thus giving rise to the notion of 12 months in a year. These 12 celestial beings have no objections to their revival. However, the fact that they are siblings of the Golden Crow complicates matters. Zheng has always been at odds with the Golden Crow. If, in the future, he has to contend with the Golden Crow, and these 12 beings join forces, he will certainly find himself in a predicament. Zheng suddenly sensed that the challenge had become significantly more formidable. Chapter 90. Mythical Alliances in the Dragon Palace of the Huai River. Zheng lifted the entirety of the Black Dragon's head, lost in contemplation. Within the simulation, on the 79th day, the 12 moons revived, which implied that if he wished to confront the Golden Crow, he would have to contend with the 12 moons alongside the Golden Crow itself. This was the present scenario. If he delayed further, there could be additional complications. Perhaps there would be other Golden Crows, or the 3 wives of the Heavenly Emperor, Zheng, Changxi, Shi. And Yi Huang? Or would he have to directly face the heavenly emperor, Di Jun himself? The thought sent a wave of anxiety through him. Was his approach to the Golden Crow flawed? Yet, the Golden Crow sought to eliminate him. He could not simply remain passive. Was he to devise a way to prevent the Golden Crow from attacking him? Impossible. He was tenacious, but not cowardly. The Golden Crow bullied him. What was the difference between it and the rock? The Golden Crow was formidable, yet he possessed nothing. The mighty dragons of his kin were not afraid of the Golden Crow, were they? At the very least, he had the simulator. Zheng swiftly regained his confidence. Sooner or later, he would confront the Golden Crow as he would the rock. Sensing the presence of the opponent, he would soar forth to deliver a thrashing. While killing might be a challenge, administering a sound beating was undoubtedly within reach. Zheng turned his attention back to the ongoing simulation. On the 81st day, you ride the clouds, continuing your leisurely exploration in the south. On the 83rd day, you find yourself amidst a range of mountains, where you faintly sense an aura belonging to dragons, yet it seems not to be entirely draconic. This aura compels you to pause. As you survey your surroundings, you discern a total of 17 distinct presences. Intrigued by this peculiar energy, you yearn to witness its source. With a roar, you prepare to unleash your innate talent, armored scales, to summon the entity forth. However, before you can execute your plan, 17 dragon silhouettes emerge from the distance. Upon closer inspection, you notice that these silhouettes bear a striking resemblance to one another. Yet, their appearances are peculiar, possessing elongated dragon bodies of 100 meters, yet adorned with avian heads. Each of these extraordinary dragons exudes a potent aura, and collectively, they pose a challenge even to you. As you approach these 17 dragons, intending to engage in dialogue, they simultaneously launch an assault against you. What is this? No animosity, no grievance, yet they attack upon sight? Zheng was perplexed. As fellow dragons, why would they initiate an assault? This was unexpected. Could it be that there existed enmity among dragonkind? His intuition told him otherwise. Dragons with dragon bodies and bird heads. Was there such a being in mythology? How could he be unaware of it? Could they be mutated creatures due to the resurgence of spiritual energy? Unlikely. If they had indeed mutated from the resurgence, such prowess would not be possible. As the simulation had made abundantly clear, 17 formidable presences surrounded him. No, upon reflection, it seemed that there indeed existed such a being in mythology, the dragon-bodied, bird-headed deity. Zheng suddenly recalled this name. In the realm of myth, to the south, there lay a mountain known as Gui Mountain, alongside another named Chiwu Mountain. Nestled between these two mountains were 17 peaks. Each of these peaks was guarded by a mountain deity, all sharing the same visage, a dragon-esque body and a bird's head. Collectively referred to as the dragon-bodied, bird-headed deity. The myths did not document their specific feats or abilities, but they did elaborate on the rituals for worshipping these mountain deities. These dragon-bodied, bird-headed deities were considered auspicious creatures. Yet, why did this deity inexplicably choose to attack him? Zheng found himself perplexed. However, the simulation continued unabated, leaving him with no choice but to observe. You are besieged by the 17 dragon-bodied, bird-headed deities. Alone, you find it arduous to withstand their assault, and soon you endure numerous injuries. You wish to flee, yet in the face of these 17 deities, even the opportunity to escape eludes you, forcing you to continue the fight. As you engage in battle with the deities, the phoenix and a host of exotic birds converge from the distance to join the fray. Overwhelmed by this onslaught, you quickly find yourself drained of strength, and in your final moments, you faintly hear the roar of the Yinglong. You speculate that the Yinglong has come to your rescue, but you can no longer hold on. Insights about the evolution of the Yinglong flood your mind. Yet you lack the time to process them, and ultimately, you succumb to defeat. You have perished. Please choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 83 days of survival experience. 83 days of physical prowess. A feather from the phoenix. And thus, he met his demise, overwhelmed by a senseless mob attack. When confronted by the dragon-bodied, bird-headed deities, there was no opportunity for dialogue before they launched their assault. Amidst the chaos, the phoenix arrived with a throng of exotic birds to further besiege him. Could it be that someone capable of commanding the phoenix was orchestrating this against him? Perhaps the schemes of the White Emperor Xiaohao? Zheng considered this possibility, but quickly dismissed it. What a jest! He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Even at his peak, he could not reach the level of the White Emperor Xiaohao. If it were not Xiaohao, then what was the reason? In this instance of being besieged, Zheng sensed a profound sense of being manipulated. Could it be Changcheng? Changcheng was an auspicious being, one that drew close to humanity. In this simulation, he had indeed acted against humanity, even attempting to seize the portrait of the White Emperor Xiaohao, thus posing a threat to mankind. It seemed there was a tangible possibility. Cheng, the dragon-bodied, bird-headed deity, and the phoenix all shared a commonality. They were auspicious beings that favored humanity. In this simulation, he had indeed struck against humanity. Moreover, he lingered beside Yinglong, having been observed by Changcheng, who might suspect a connection between him and Yinglong, thus perceiving him as a significant threat to be eliminated. It is entirely possible that this is indeed the case. The more Zheng contemplated, the more plausible it appeared. Within mythology, there seems to exist a dichotomy, with some entities aligning with humanity while others oppose it. Much like the myths themselves, numerous beings engage in destruction, yet many others extend their assistance to humankind. Zheng vaguely sensed an understanding dawning upon him. There are factions even within mythology. The current circumstances eerily mirror those ancient mythological times. Kunlun Mountain, the Golden Crow, and Xiangyao all seem to stand against humanity. In contrast, Changcheng, the phoenix, and the dragon-headed deity are allies of humankind. The relationship between gods and humans is exceedingly intricate. No wonder, during the reign of the Black Emperor Wangxiu, the notion of absolute severance was pursued. Zheng pondered deeply. Chapter 91. General Crab in the majestic halls of the Dragon Palace by the Huai River, Zheng gathered his scattered thoughts. The mythos was divided into factions. But such considerations were not pertinent to him at this moment. The simulation had concluded, and now he needed to deliberate on which option to select as a reward. Experience of survival for 83 days. Physical condition of 83 days. A feather from the phoenix. These three choices left Zheng in a state of perplexity. The third option was manageable. He was not in immediate need of simulation points and could forego it. However, the first and second options posed a significant dilemma. Within the simulation, just before his demise, he had garnered profound insights regarding the evolved Yinglong, and those insights were undoubtedly encapsulated in the first option. The first option represented memory, and insights inherently belonged to that realm. Conversely, the second option encompassed his cultivation level and an enhancement of his affinity for water, which would greatly bolster his combat prowess. Ultimately, he resolved to select the first option. Zheng coiled his dragon form within the palace, pondering for an extended period. The insights concerning the evolved Yinglong were invaluable and rare, while the enhancement of his water affinity could be pursued in future simulations at the Yinglong's domain. In comparison, the first option held greater significance. Upon making his choice, a torrent of memories surged forth, akin to a kaleidoscope of vivid scenes unfolding before his eyes. He soon located the insights he had gained following his brutal beating, the insights regarding the evolved Yinglong. Zheng immersed himself in these revelations. Several hours later, he had fully assimilated this wealth of understanding. This was not merely knowledge of the evolved Yinglong. It was an epiphany concerning water itself. Indeed, it could be deemed an exploration of water, through which he discerned the next step in the evolution of the Yinglong. Zheng comprehended the essence of water. The universe is governed by the 5 elements, which symbolize all existence, yet these elements are also divided into yin and yang. Within the realm of water, yang water is known as Ren water, while yin water is termed Gui water. Ren water is tempestuous and mighty, like the great rivers, dominating everything in its path. The Yinglong epitomizes the absolute representation of this forceful Ren water. In contrast, Gui water is akin to the nourishing dew after rain, springing forth with a subtle gentleness. Its presence often unperceived. Ren water, when stirred, can unleash torrents, while Gui water, once disturbed, conceals lethal potential. If Zheng aspired to evolve into an Yinglong, he must attain profound enlightenment in Gui water to enhance his chances of transformation. Naturally, he could also choose to evolve through Ren water, yet the likelihood of success would be considerably diminished. After all, the current Yinglong's mastery of Ren water was unparalleled, and the world would not permit the existence of 2 such formidable mythological beings, both evolved from yang water, Ren water, Gui water. The path to becoming an evolved Yinglong remains fraught with challenges. Yet, if he sought to evolve into something else, what alternatives lay before him? The mere contemplation of this left Zheng feeling overwhelmed. Ultimately, he yearned to evolve to the next level, a task that proved exceedingly arduous. In the foreseeable future, it was nearly impossible for him to complete this evolution. The challenge of evolution was formidable, and the elevation of the authority of the water god of the Huai River was equally daunting. Reliance on simulation was imperative. Without it, any hopes of enhancement seemed nearly unattainable. Zheng was acutely aware that his greatest asset lay within the simulator. With merely 7 days remaining until the resurgence of spiritual energy, he aspired to possess at least the strength to rival the Golden Crow within this time frame. If he were to attain prowess comparable to that of the Golden Crow, augmented by the essence of the Yinglong, what audacity would the Golden Crow possess to engage him in schemes? What temerity would it have to consider him a sacrifice for the revival of the Fusang tree? Thus, he must persist with the simulations. This round of simulation would primarily focus on augmenting his strength, ideally in proximity to the Yinglong, thereby benefiting from its guidance. Zheng felt a twinge of fatigue. He longed for a brief respite. Yet, the thought of only 6 days remaining until the resurgence of spiritual energy ignited a fervent desire within him to bolster his power. Confronting mythological beings necessitated relentless simulations to bridge the gap between them. So, let the simulations commence. He found amusement at the prospect of how astonished the Yinglong would be upon witnessing his comprehension of water. Zheng chuckled at the thought. The Yinglong would never suspect the existence of his simulator. When he eventually sought out the Yinglong and passed its trials, he would surely witness the astonishment etched on the Yinglong's earthy visage. As he prepared to initiate the simulation, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the Dragon Palace. Among the clamorous sounds, the croaking of the frog demon was particularly piercing, prompting Zheng to resist the urge to lash out. Instead, he summoned the old turtle, who soon entered the palace. Zheng raised his head, observing the old turtle's blissful expression, and lapsed into silence. Surely, the old turtle was not still enamored with the title of Prime Minister Turtle. Was it truly a matter of bloodline resonance? Did the mere possession of the title imbue one with distinction? Such thoughts left Zheng at a loss for words. The old turtle, however, remained undeterred. Cheerfully inquiring about the state of affairs outside, Zheng vocalized his curiosity about the commotion. Your Majesty, there is a contest underway outside. The water demons wish to ascertain who is the strongest, hence the ruckus. Upon hearing this, Zheng recalled that such an event had not been mentioned in the previous simulation. However, upon reflection, he understood that the simulation would not provide exhaustive details, but rather highlight significant occurrences. This contest seemed trivial, thus its omission in the simulation. Has a result been determined? Zheng inquired with newfound interest. What on earth? Zheng was taken aback. General Crab? The old turtle's fixation on the title of Prime Minister Turtle was one thing. But now there was an additional title of General Crab? In light of recent developments, it has been conveyed by the shrimp demon that many offsprings, upon the resurgence of spiritual energy, will likely transform into demonic beings at the earliest opportunity. Does this imply the emergence of shrimp soldiers? With shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and the turtle chancellor all present, it seems a grand assembly is unfolding. Zheng fell into a brief silence, quietly urging the old turtle to depart. Once he managed to suppress the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he commenced a simulation. As the simulation initiated, a translucent screen materialized before Zheng. Simulation commenced. Consuming 128 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 2552. Day 1. You find yourself within the Dragon's Palace of the Huai River, patiently awaiting. Day 7. The resurgence of spiritual energy has arrived. Day 10. You arrive at the lake situated east of Lingqiu Mountain. Upon your arrival, suspended in midair, you soon receive guidance from Yinglong, leading you into the depths of the lake. As the sensation of confinement begins to envelop you, it is swiftly shattered by your will, and a dragon formed of earth materializes before you, its visage etched with astonishment and bewilderment. After a considerable time, Yinglong finally regains composure and inquires how you achieved this feat. Day 11. Yinglong escorts you to the lake's depths, where you sense the impending challenge he is about to present. Thus, you preemptively voice your desire for answers to certain questions. Yinglong clarifies that a portion of what once existed remains, while another has ceased to be. A portion remains, while another has vanished. This warrants contemplation. If that is the case, the White Emperor Xiaohao undoubtedly exists. The other 4 emperors likely remain as well. As for the other depicted figures, their existence cannot be assured. However, Zheng harbored a belief that those renowned entities possess a significant likelihood of still being present. Consequently, this resurgence of spiritual energy seems akin to a confrontation between ancient humanity and mythological beings. It appears that such a dynamic has always been in place. Even with the passage of years since the resurgence, these demonic beings cannot significantly enhance their cultivation. How then could they contend with mythological entities? To rely on the demonic beings born from the resurgence of spiritual energy to dominate any realm seems nearly impossible. In contrast, the mythological beasts and ancient humans are a different matter altogether. Fortuitously, I possess a simulator. Otherwise, the endeavor to confront those mythological beasts and ancient humans through mere spiritual resurgence would be akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Zheng felt a sense of relief wash over him as he observed the ongoing simulation. As anticipated, Yinglong would continue to be astonished, struck by the profound insight of this dragon. Chapter 92. The Links. On the 12th day, Yinglong did not grant you respite. Instead, he presented you with a second trial, compelling you to launch an assault against him. To his surprise, you grasped the essence of this trial in an instant, catching him off guard and rendering him momentarily flustered. After delivering a single strike, you refrained from further aggression and descended into the lake, observing Yinglong in silence. He, once again, fell into a contemplative state. However, Yinglong took no further action. He simply allowed you to cultivate within the lake before departing. As you practiced in the tranquil waters, it was as anticipated. This environment enhanced your affinity with the element of water. Yinglong departed, merely permitting you to train. Without any additional engagement, could it be that he was shaken by your prowess? Zheng pondered for a moment, deeming this scenario unlikely. After all, he was Yinglong, a venerable figure steeped in myth. The astonishment he exhibited was merely a consequence of your foreknowledge of his trials through the simulator. The simulation continued. You soon realized this was Yinglong's third trial, and without hesitation, you conveyed your insights to him. Upon hearing your reflections, Yinglong once more lapsed into thought, subsequently suggesting that you possessed the potential to evolve into a being akin to him. Upon hearing this, you inquired how one might achieve such an evolution, to which Yinglong replied that you need only to persist on your path, assuring you that understanding would come in due time. He cautioned against delving into other elemental studies, as doing so would diminish your chances of evolving into a true Yinglong, or worse, result in a transformation into an incongruous dragon. Delving into other elements? Did he refer to the other 4 of the 5 elements? Zheng recalled that his personal template had mentioned the possibility of diverging into other paths. He understood then that mastering the 5 elements could lead to the evolution into different draconic forms. However, Yinglong's warning suggested that such an evolution was fraught with difficulty. By steadfastly pursuing the path of water, one could evolve into a Yinglong indeed, the simplest route. To recklessly explore other directions could very well lead to chaos, culminating in an unpredictable transformation. Zheng continued to scrutinize the simulation, seeking further insights. Regarding Yinglong's words, you absorbed every piece of information, yet could not suppress your curiosity regarding the potential for evolution into other existences through the study of different elemental paths. Yinglong, upon hearing your inquiries, urged you to set aside such thoughts and refrain from mentioning the Zhu Long. Observing your expression, he advised you to refrain from baseless speculation and pledged to guide you in your training, aiming for your swift evolution into a Yinglong. Could it be? A new narrative was about to unfold? Yinglong's invitation to train alongside him implied a departure from trials? Zheng was momentarily taken aback. To train in the company of Yinglong was an unprecedented opportunity. Did this not signify that his chances of perishing within the simulation had diminished significantly? After all, no one had succeeded in slaying Yinglong in his presence. With this development, the risks appeared to be minimized. Zheng continued to gaze into the simulation. On the 15th day, you trained alongside Yinglong, who imparted the art of combat using water. Upon hearing his teachings, you felt a profound shock in comparison to Yinglong. Your understanding of water seemed juvenile. On the 16th day, you continued your practice in the lake, your affinity for water steadily growing. By the 26th day, you remained immersed in the lake, further enhancing your connection with the element. On the 32nd day, as you persisted in your training, a sense of confusion enveloped you. Was there nothing beyond tranquil cultivation? With these doubts in mind, you sought out Yinglong for guidance. He questioned whether the essence of practice was not found in quietude. After a moment of silence, you realized he was indeed correct. With an almost infinite lifespan, should you continue in serene cultivation, you would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable entity. Moreover, mythic beings appeared to attain their power through the passage of time, achieving immortality through endurance. On the 34th day, you calmed your spirit, recommitting to your training and further deepening your affinity for water. By the 39th day, during your practice, you sensed the arrival of Changcheng. Observing Yinglong from a distance, you noted his reluctance to engage directly, instead instructing you to confront Changcheng outside the lake. The notion perplexed you. Was this a means to cultivate your combat skills? Under Yinglong's command, you reluctantly emerged from the lake to face Changqing, who stood on the shore, enveloped in an aura of 9 virtues. Upon seeing you, he mockingly referred to you as Little Dragon, demanding that you summon Yinglong. Angered by his audacity, emboldened by your connection to Yinglong, you launched a fierce attack against Changqing. You summoned torrents from the lake, conjuring storms that transformed the surrounding landscape into your battlefield. As the deluge surged towards Changqing, every drop of water bore the weight of destruction. Yet, Changqing remained unfazed, encircled by a protective force that rendered him impervious to your flood. He then counterattacked. But before he could strike, the currents instinctively thwarted his advance, a testament to your mastery of Yinglong's techniques. Thus, a fierce battle ensued, with neither side yielding. On the 40th day, the clash reached its conclusion, neither party claiming victory. Changqing chose to withdraw, casting a lingering gaze upon you as he departed. Confounded by the necessity of reviving so many pathways, you pondered whether a single connection sufficed for the realms to unite. Yinglong elucidated that for the celestial realm to fully intertwine with the mortal realm, all pathways must be restored. Otherwise, the majority of celestial beings could only enter through a singular channel. Realization dawned upon you. As you recalled the revival of Kunlun Mountain and the necessity of sacrificing Jinwu to awaken the Fusang tree, it became clear that for the realms to achieve complete communion, the restoration of every pathway was essential. What connects heaven and earth are none other than the 4 sacred places, Kunlun Mountain, the divine tree of Jianmu, the divine tree of Fusang, and Mount Buzhou. Does this imply that the legendary Mount Buzhou is destined to awaken? Yet, was it not shattered during the conflict between Gonggong and Zhuanshu for imperial supremacy? Could it still exist, merely awaiting resurgence? Zheng was engulfed in confusion. As you listened to the words of Yinglong, your heart brimmed with myriad uncertainties, yet Yinglong chose not to elaborate further, stating that much of your bewilderment pertained to the Black Emperor and subsequently urged you to continue your cultivation. On the 41st day, you persisted in your training. On the 49th day, you remained entrenched in your practice within the lake. On the 59th day, you continued your training in the lake, seemingly accustomed to the monotony of your exercises, when suddenly, Yinglong approached you, declaring his imminent departure, permitting you to either continue your practice in the lake or venture forth to explore. On the 59th day, Yinglong departed. Was it to awaken the passage that he left? Had he truly abandoned you here? Zheng was utterly bewildered. He had hoped to rely on Yinglong to ascertain how many days he could endure, but now his plans lay in shambles. On the 60th day, you remained alone in the lake, only to discover that after Yinglong's departure, your cultivation within the lake would no longer enhance your affinity for water. Thus, with no other choice, you resolved to leave. On the 63rd day, traversing a mountain, you encountered a new mythical creature resembling a long-haired ape with white ears, its aura weak. Yet, you understood that this long-haired ape must surely be a mythical entity. Such beings could not possibly emerge without the resurgence of spiritual energy. However, observing the aura of the long-haired ape, you silently categorized it as a mythical existence akin to Qin Yuan. Surrounding this long-haired ape were numerous grasses resembling chives. Yet they were of a striking blue hue, emanating a peculiar essence. Long-haired ape, white ears, a mythical being? Zheng pondered deeply about the myths surrounding this entity. He struggled to conceive an understanding. The Xianxian. In mythology, the Xianxian resembles an ape with white ears. Dwelling within the southern K mountain range, it is said to possess knowledge of the past but is oblivious to the future, a truly peculiar creature of legend. The blue grasses resembling chives evidently correspond to the Zhuyuan mythology. Zhuyu is a type of herb that, according to ancient texts, allows one to remain satiated for a lifetime. This Xianxian, with its knowledge of the past, could it perhaps divulge some insights? Zheng was keen to see if, within the simulation, he would seek out this Xianxian. Chapter 93, The Compromise of the Golden Crow at the Dragon Palace of the Huai River. Zheng languidly reclined in the palace. His dragon form sprawled at ease. He lifted his imposing black dragon head, gazing intently at the screen before him. In the simulation, it was likely that he would encounter the creature known as Xiangxiang. Given the brutish demeanor attributed to him in the simulation, such an encounter seemed inevitable. Previously, he had dared to probe the depths of the human sacrifice to the White Emperor Xiaohao, so there was little reason not to engage with this Xiangxiang, whose aura was not particularly formidable. Zheng continued to observe the simulation. On the 63rd day, after much hesitation, you chose to meet with Xiangxiang. You soared through the clouds and ventured into the mountains. Upon your arrival, Xiangxiang was taken aback, sensing the draconic majesty that enveloped you. It quickly realized that it was no match for you. Attempting to flee, Xiangxiang halted at your words, reassured by your lack of malevolence. With an air of deep respect, it feared your wrath might spell its doom. You inquired whether Xiangxiang possessed knowledge of the past, specifically regarding the separation of the heavenly realm and the mortal world. Xiangxiang indeed knew of this. Zheng pondered deeply. It seemed reasonable that if Xiangxiang were truly aware of all past events, that would be truly alarming. Conversely, Xiangxiang's ability to comprehend history was rather ordinary for an extraordinary being. Nevertheless, possessing information about the separation of the heavenly and mortal realms was commendable. Although he suspected it stemmed from the absolute land and heavenly communication, perhaps Xiangxiang could provide further insight. The simulation continued. A certain human, even more tyrannical than Xiaohao, expelled both the strange beasts and the divine beings of the heavenly realm. Subsequently, heaven and earth were divided, and after this separation, the spiritual energy began to wane. After absorbing this information, you fell into contemplation, while Xiangxiang seized the opportunity to assure you that it had disclosed everything, before making a hasty retreat. This information? Zheng raised his dragon head, lost in thought upon absorbing the complexities of the revelations. He needed to meticulously organize these details. According to this information, the so-called heavenly realm indeed harbored divine beings, akin to the heavenly Emperor Dijuan. The relationship between these divine beings and humanity, during ancient times, likely around the era of the Yellow Emperor, was notably amicable. However, for reasons unknown, this relationship soured over time. Subsequently, the next human leader, the White Emperor Xiaohao, ascended to power. The tensions may have accumulated to an unsustainable level, and Xiaohao's radicalism led to a declaration of war against the divine beings of the heavenly realm, resulting in violent conflict. Following him, the next leader, the Black Emperor Zhuanqiu, displayed even greater tyranny, expelling both strange beasts and divine beings alike, leading to what is presumed to be Zhuanqiu's absolute land and heavenly communication. Zheng remained silent for a moment. The myths did not record such details with precision. However, this narrative seemed plausible. After all, Zhuanqiu's absolute land and heavenly communication arose from the chaos between gods and humans. This Xiangxiang was intriguing, revealing such knowledge. Zheng continued to observe the simulation, eager to see how the forthcoming developments would unfold. Upon gathering the information, you did not depart immediately. You noticed the Zhuyu, a grass known for its ability to stave off hunger for extended periods. Intrigued by its potential effects, you consumed the entire patch. Numerous strands of Zhuyu entering your belly. After indulging, you felt no adverse effects, which piqued your interest further as you left the mountains and continued towards the Huai River. On the 64th day, the colossal pillars of the west reappeared, signaling the revival of the Kunlun mountain passage. As per Yinglong's words, all passages must be restored, indicating that 3 more remain to awaken. After a moment's contemplation, you proceeded leisurely towards the Huai River. On the 65th day, your journey felt almost leisurely, a stark contrast to your previous haste. You vaguely sensed a slight tremor beneath your feet, as if the ground was subtly expanding. This expansion seemed related to the revival of the passages, although you paid it little mind. Upon learning of the situation, you did not blame your subordinate, Old Turtle, understanding that the decision was made to protect the Huai River Dragon Palace. On the 68th day, as anticipated, a great sun descended, heralding the arrival of the Golden Crow. Unfazed, you surged forth from the Huai River amidst the astonished gazes of the river's myriad creatures. Your authority was instantly invoked, causing the waters to soar into the sky around you, enveloped in dark clouds that threatened a tempest. The Golden Crow, recognizing your formidable presence, fell silent, aware of Yinglong's aura, and met your gaze without fear. On the 70th day, having gained new insights regarding water, you communicated with the Huai River and realized the necessity of a subordinate deity to govern its flow. The water god of the Huai River also required a subordinate deity. This subordinate would assist you in the stewardship of the river, and after some contemplation, you appointed your subordinate, Old Turtle, as the deity of the Huai River. On the 71st day, you officially designated Old Turtle as the Huai River's subordinate deity. Following this appointment, you sensed a 10% increase in your authority as the water god of the Huai River. You now possess 60% of this divine power, and simultaneously, your cultivation and affinity with water experienced significant enhancement. Could it be that your authority as the water god of the Huai River has been elevated? Zheng struggled to recall how long it had been since his last increase. He had long pondered how to achieve further advancement. Yet now, the elevation had occurred, attributed to the presence of the Huai River's subordinate deity. Could the existence of this deity facilitate smoother operation of the Huai River, thus granting him divine authority? Would refining the river's flow yield the remaining power? However, with the subordinate deity now appointed, Zheng was still at a loss regarding the direction to take for improvement. Nevertheless, this newfound elevation provided at least a semblance of guidance. The simulation continued onward. On the 72nd day, you learned that the authority of the water god of the Huai River could continue to ascend, prompting you to dedicate yourself entirely to governing the river. Simultaneously, a cerulean pillar of light emerged, signaling the revival of the divine tree of Jianmu. On the 73rd day, the cerulean light vanished. Yet a great sun once again descended upon the Huai River. You, situated within the dragon palace of the Huai River, felt perplexed, unable to comprehend why the golden crow had arrived at this moment. However, you did not believe that the golden crow would attack you without provocation. Thus, you departed from the Huai River to meet it. The golden crow regarded you with a profound gaze, its form devoid of any crimson glow, allowing you to behold its true essence. Indeed, the golden crow refrained from launching an assault, but instead spoke to you, inviting you to the eastern mountains, indicating that it had matters to discuss with you. Without trepidation, you acquiesced and accompanied the golden crow to the eastern mountains. As you soared together, you suddenly sensed the presence of the golden-winged rock. In response to the golden crow's astonished expression, you dashed towards the source of the aura. Witnessing this scene, the golden crow promptly expressed its desire to collaborate with you in the revival of the Fusang tree, promising you satisfactory rewards upon its restoration. The notion that the golden crow sought to partner with him for the revival of the Fusang tree and would offer him generous recompense thereafter brought a smile to Zheng's face. Was the golden crow capitulating, or was it simply pressed for time? Perhaps it felt urgency due to the revival of Kunlun Mountain and the Jianmu divine tree. Astonishingly, there were no schemes involved, but rather a straightforward request for collaboration. Zheng surmised that part of the reason for this change was due to the golden crow's lack of time for intricate plots, and another part stemmed from the influence of the Yinglong aura, as well as his own enhancement in strength. Remarkably, the golden crow was willing to compromise. Zheng felt a wave of comfort wash over him as he continued to observe the simulation. After a moment's hesitation, you refrained from giving an immediate answer and instead inquired of the golden crow how to revive the Fusang tree. The golden crow clarified that the simplest method was to sacrifice all entities imbued with spiritual energy to the Fusang tree, such as the flesh and blood of demons. You countered, asking if there were no other methods apart from the blood and flesh of demons. The golden crow explained that originally, one could obtain a plethora of spiritually charged entities at Kunlun Mountain, but human interference had rendered access impossible. Thus, the previous intention of the golden crow to venture to Kunlun Mountain was revealed to be an effort to acquire spiritual resources for the revival of the Fusang tree. Zheng experienced a moment of clarity. Chapter 94. Are there two golden crows? On the 74th day, faced with the invitation from the golden crow, you hesitated for a moment, but ultimately consented to collaborate with it in the revival of the Fusang tree. Yet, you were acutely aware that the golden crow was not benevolent, which instilled a sense of wariness within you. Upon your agreement, the golden crow began to discuss the plan, proposing that it would exert pressure on other while you would play the role of the dragon, relinquishing your territory to allow the beleaguered to join your ranks. Ideally, this would incite mutual animosity, allowing both you and the golden crow to covertly amass strength, ultimately transforming those into sustenance for the Fusang tree. This scheme felt eerily familiar. The last time the golden crow had dealt with him, it had employed a similar tactic. Zheng's emotions were complex, as he vaguely recalled that during the previous encounter, he had been caught off guard, which led to his reputation being overshadowed by the golden crow's might. Subsequently, those who had been oppressed by the golden crow had joined his forces, culminating in a great battle where the golden crow had justifiably slain him. Was it possible that the golden crow was resorting to the same stratagem again? Zheng remained vigilant as the simulation continued. On the 75th day, you found yourself in the dragon palace of the Huai River, where your subordinate, the old turtle, reported that rumors had begun to circulate beyond the Huai River, suggesting that the dragon lord of Huai was not weaker than the golden crow. You fell silent for a moment, acknowledging the swiftness of the golden crow's machinations, and subsequently instructed your subordinate to declare that the Huai River was open, allowing any to enter. On the 76th day, following the issuance of your command, the golden crow commenced its oppression of the eastern regions, resulting in many of them flocking to your side. Under your careful guidance, a resistance against the golden crow's influence began to take shape. By the 77th day, under the joint scheming of you and the Golden Crow. From the entire eastern region and beyond began to converge towards your respective factions, creating a tempest of turmoil. It was on this day that your subordinate, the Old Turtle, successfully elevated you to the position of Dragon King of the Huai River. On the 78th day, the Golden Crow informed you that it would be time to close the net the following day, prompting you to remain on high alert. However, you felt confident in your ability to escape should the Golden Crow launch an attack. On the 79th day, the great battle erupted suddenly, as your forces clashed with those of the Golden Crow, leading to a veritable river of blood. You held back the multitude from the Huai River, refraining from participating in the fray. While observing the conflict, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The sun dimmed, and in the span of mere breaths, it vanished completely. In the west, 12 moons ascended, while in the east, a great sun rose over the mountains, illuminating the world with the brilliance of both sun and moon. In that moment, you sensed a significant surge in the Golden Crow's power, realizing that the situation had become dire. On the 79th day, the 12 moons would awaken. However, would the awakening of the 12 moons also enhance the Golden Crow's strength, or perhaps restore its full capabilities? Zheng pondered in silence. In reality, he was cautious and measured, which might afford him some respite. Yet within the simulation, he had consistently exhibited a reckless disposition that could lead to his demise. If the Golden Crow were to strike at this juncture, it could spell his end. Zheng gazed intently at the simulation, eager to discern whether his trial would culminate here. As the essence of the Golden Crow intensified, it descended upon the battlefield, unleashing flames that obliterated all demonic entities. While you harbored concerns about the Golden Crow turning its wrath upon you, a sense of relief washed over you upon realizing it had spared you. Yet, just as you began to relax, the Golden Crow suddenly materialized not far from you, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of fire in your direction. Faced with the vastly amplified might of the Golden Crow, you found yourself bereft of any capacity for resistance. In your final moments, you beheld another great sun rising, letting out a cry directed at the Golden Crow that had brought about your demise. You were perplexed by the existence of two Golden Crows. Could it be that the one which had slain you was not the initial Golden Crow, but rather another? Zheng was taken aback for a moment, scrutinizing the text on the screen. After a prolonged contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. It implied that at the time of the revival of the 12 moons, the great sun that appeared was not the manifestation of the first Golden Crow, but rather a new one that had emerged. Alongside the resurrection of the 12 moons, another great sun had also risen. The one responsible for your death was this newly revived Golden Crow. Had he offended this Golden Crow in any way? It disregarded even the aura of the Yinglong on his person and struck him down without hesitation. Zheng suddenly realized that relying on the aura of the Yinglong for survival might indeed carry its own risks. One must be robust in their own right. This revelation resonated deeply within him. The Yinglong's aura was akin to a business card. If offered and accepted with respect, all would be well. However, should one choose to reject or even trample upon it, dire consequences would ensue. While retribution from the Yinglong might occur, he would be unable to witness it. Deciding to shift focus, Zheng turned his attention to the simulation rewards, acknowledging that he had gleaned valuable information despite his demise. He contemplated for a moment before ultimately choosing the second option. It was not that he lacked interest in the others. Rather, the second option offered far more. While the first option contained the teachings of the Yinglong regarding the manipulation of water, the second promised extensive cultivation, a significant enhancement of his affinity with water, and even a 10% dominion over the river god of Huai. The advantages were unmistakably superior. Without further deliberation, Zheng resolved to select the second option. As for the third option, he dismissed it, feeling no immediate need for simulation points. Moreover, he sensed that Golden Crow feathers were a common occurrence. Should they continue to manifest, he might well accumulate enough to weave a garment of feathers. Thus, he chose the 79 days of physical prowess without hesitation. With his decision made, the long-lost sensation of warmth enveloped him once more. The currents of the Huai River around him conveyed a sense of camaraderie, resonating with him in a gentle harmony. Moments later, the warmth dissipated. Zheng felt that his strength had undergone a tremendous enhancement. This elevation was both rapid and somewhat superficial. Current cultivation, 5,765 years. Position, water god of the Huai River 60. His cultivation had advanced by over 300 years. No wonder he felt so ungrounded. This newfound power required a period of consolidation. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to initiate the next simulation. The most effective method for this consolidation was to take a nap. However, He was acutely aware that if he succumbed to slumber, he might easily lose track of time. Zheng wrestled with his thoughts in turmoil. Should he summon the old turtle? Ultimately, after much inner conflict, Zheng decided to call upon the old turtle to awaken him. Chapter 95. The Heron in the Blink of an Eye. 5 days had elapsed. On this particular day, Zheng awoke from his slumber, yet his emotions were profoundly intricate. He had overslept for 5 days, a feat that had astonished even the old turtle, who could not rouse him despite its numerous attempts. Zheng could only widen his eyes in disbelief, unable to articulate his thoughts. How could he have slumbered for 5 days and remained unawakened? Was it due to the immense enhancement gained from over 3 centuries of cultivation? This possibility soon dawned upon him. As one progresses in cultivation, the advancements become increasingly arduous. At his current level, each year's cultivation yields an overwhelmingly significant power increase. To have amassed over 300 years' worth of progress in merely 5 days was, upon reflection, quite a fortunate outcome. However, this also meant that time had become more pressing. Only 2 days remained until the resurgence of spiritual energy. 2 days. That would pass in the blink of an eye. An acute sense of urgency enveloped Zheng. He raised his dragon head to regard the old turtle before him, his mind too preoccupied to dwell on trivial matters. Old turtle, we must prepare. In 2 days, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will revive. I hope you can grow stronger during this resurgence. Zheng still intended to entrust the position of the water god of Huai to the old turtle, for to him, the turtle was akin to a prime minister of a nation. Thus, he wished for the turtle to attain greater strength. The old turtle, previously shrinking back with a timid demeanor, was momentarily taken aback by Zheng's words, then eagerly nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Dragon Lord, for your mercy," it exclaimed hastily. Zheng, eager to commence the simulation, paid no heed to the turtle's protestations. He reminded the turtle not to forget its duties in managing the dragon palace of Huai before ushering it out of the palace. It was time to initiate the simulation. Where should he venture this time? The southern region had been largely explored, albeit there were still some mystical creatures he had yet to encounter. However, he had already encountered most of the formidable ones. Where to go then? Various thoughts swirled in his mind. Based on his contemplation, only 2 directions remained, north and west. He had previously journeyed north, where the territory was entirely dominated by the mighty Kunping, a being so formidable that few mythical entities dared to encroach upon its realm. The power of the Kunping was unparalleled, eclipsing even the might of the Yinglong. Zheng surmised that even if the 2 golden crows were to join forces, they might still fall victim to the Kunping's overwhelming might. Thus, the north was off limits. That left the west, Kunlun Mountain. The mere mention of Kunlun Mountain rendered Zheng momentarily silent. He had ventured to Kunlun Mountain in his past simulations, yet had been unable to ascend its heights. Perhaps a return visit was in order? He was no longer the same as before. In his previous endeavors, he had been but a mere jiao. Now, he stood as a horned dragon. It was worth a try. Zheng swiftly determined the direction of the upcoming simulation, opting to re-explore the western region. However, before venturing westward, he needed to pay a visit to Yinglong to acquire some additional knowledge. On the 59th day, Yinglong would depart. No, it had already been 5 days, meaning that on the 54th day, Yinglong would leave. Before that, Zheng aimed to enhance his abilities as much as possible, and only then would he embark on his exploration of the West. Additionally, he intended to inquire with Yinglong regarding further information about evolution. To be honest, Zheng had yet to decide whether he wished to evolve into Yinglong. It could be said that the potential for evolving into Yinglong was the greatest. As he had come to understand the process required for such an evolution, he merely needed to follow the steps methodically. As for evolving into another dragon species, he was at a loss regarding the necessary procedures. Should he examine his personal template? After pondering for a moment, Zheng resolved to open his personal template to see what information it contained. Name: Zheng. Species: horned dragon. Cultivation: 5,765 years. Talents: summoning wind and rain. Scales of fortitude: riding clouds and mist, dragon might. Attracting fortune and avoiding calamity. Position: water god of Huai River, 60. Lifespan: 124,5842 years. Current status: in the prime of life, you are at your peak. Your strength will be fully realized. Evaluation: you are a horned dragon worthy of myth, capable of battling top-tier mythic beings in their weakened state. You possess immense potential. In given time, you shall surely evolve into Yinglong, provided you do not fall. Furthermore, your being harbors mysterious factors, and with deliberate development, you have a significant chance of evolving in an unknown direction. Indeed, Zheng's personal template had changed. He recalled that, previously, the evaluation had stated he had the potential to evolve into Yinglong, but now it asserted that, given time, he would inevitably evolve into Yinglong. It seemed he had grasped the path of Yinglong. Was it truly time for him to evolve into Yinglong? Zheng felt a twinge of hesitation. He wished to test whether he could evolve into something else. Yet, he was uncertain of how to proceed with any other transformations. Evolving into the Azure Dragon? To be frank, he was unsure if the Azure Dragon could even be classified as a dragon, especially since it was also referred to as the Dragon of the Starry Constellations. There were legends suggesting the Azure Dragon was not a true dragon, while others claimed it was known as the Songlong, a member of the dragon species. Moreover, Zheng had no idea what was required to evolve into the Azure Dragon. Was it perhaps necessary to delve into the wood element? The wood element, akin to the water element within the 5 phases, also possesses both yin and yang aspects. Yang wood is known as jiao wood, while yin wood is referred to as yi wood. What jia and yi wood truly entailed was beyond his understanding. Never mind. He would take it step by step. Perhaps during the simulation, he would uncover the answers he sought. Initiate the simulation. Zheng was acutely aware that relying solely on thought would yield no clarity. He needed to depend on the simulation. As Zheng made his choice, a luminous screen materialized before him. Simulation initiated, consuming 256 simulation points. Current remaining simulation points, 2306. Had the simulation points doubled again? Zheng was no longer surprised. Given his recent power increase, it seemed rather normal for the simulation points to also double. Zheng gazed upon the unfolding simulation. On the first day, he found himself within the Huai Water Dragon Manor, patiently awaiting the resurgence of spiritual energy. On the second day, as the revival began, he departed without a moment's hesitation, setting his course towards Lingxiu Mountain. By the 4th day, he arrived at a lake to the east of Lingxiu Mountain. Following the guidance, he entered the waters and effortlessly dismantled the barriers. He understood that what lay ahead were the successive moments of astonishment brought forth by the Yinglong. On the 7th day, he easily passed the second trial of the Yinglong and began to inquire about the nature of evolution. He asked the Yinglong what mastery over the 5 elements would lead to an evolution into a Zhulong. The Yinglong, however, dismissed him with a curt response, suggesting it was an impossibility. When he pressed further, inquiring which elements would allow for the transformation into a Zhulong, the Yinglong remained silent, abruptly swatting him to the lake's depths with its tail, urging him to contemplate in stillness. Thus, Zheng found himself perplexed. Could one truly evolve into a Zhulong? What mastery over the 5 elements was required for such a transformation? He ultimately abandoned the thought, sensing that the Yinglong was reluctant to divulge much information regarding evolution, seemingly only wishing to assist him in becoming a Yinglong. Was it a desire to see another Yinglong emerge? Zheng pondered deeply as he continued to observe the simulation. On the 8th day, the Yinglong presented its 3rd trial, which Zheng navigated with ease. Subsequently, the Yinglong began to teach him the methods of wielding water, allowing him to cultivate within the lake. By the 9th day, he was immersed in his practice, his affinity with water steadily increasing. On the 19th day, he remained in the lake, his connection with water continuing to grow. By the 29th day, he reached a pinnacle of this affinity, sensing a bottleneck. He inquired of the Yinglong, which fell silent upon realizing the extent of his innate potential. After a pause, the Yinglong instructed him to embark on his own path of water, specifically the path of Gui Shui. However, the manner in which to proceed was left to his own discovery. On the 30th day, he began to comprehend how to traverse the path of Gui Shui within the lake. By the 34th day, as anticipated, Changcheng arrived, and the Yinglong commanded him to battle. In an unexpected turn of events, Zheng found himself capable of suppressing Changcheng, yet he could not inflict any harm, managing only a momentary dominance. Ultimately, Changcheng opted to retreat under Zheng's onslaught. On the 39th day, he continued his cultivation within the lake. By the 54th day, the Yinglong departed, and without a hint of hesitation, Zheng followed suit, journeying westward. On the 55th day, he entered the western territories, soaring through the clouds, yet encountered no mythical beings, only a multitude of. However, these demonic beings are utterly insignificant in your eyes. Beneath your dragon might, they cower in submission, too fearful to stir. On the 57th day, as you soar through the clouds, you suddenly encounter a peculiar assembly of avian creatures. Peering through the misty veil, you observe that each bird resembles a magpie, adorned in deep crimson and obsidian plumage, yet their size reaches 2 to 3 meters, sporting 4 talons and 2 heads. Intrigued, you sense an aura of the mythical surrounding these birds, distinctly different from the essence of the demonic entities, a realization that dawns upon you effortlessly. Under your gaze, this extraordinary flock suddenly ascends toward a mountain engulfed in flames. Miraculously, upon their arrival, the inferno inexplicably subsides. Do these creatures possess the ability to quell flames? Fire-warding birds? Indeed, such beings exist within the realm of mythology. As Zheng contemplates, he muses upon the characteristics of these fire-warding birds, reminiscent of magpies. With scarlet feathers and a peculiar physique of 4 legs and 2 heads. Could they be the mythical Luanio? In the annals of myth, only the Luanio shares this description. The Luanio is indeed renowned for its flame-dousing powers. Legend has it that due to this ability, its likeness was often inscribed within ancient palaces to ensure protection against fire. Encountering such a mythical entity in the Western lands, Zheng is astonished to discover that it is the Luanio. Nevertheless, the Luanio is akin to other mythical beings such as the Qinyuan and the Yongnio. Zheng gazes at the screen. The simulation continues. After the Luanio extinguishes the mountain fire, you become aware of its abilities and prepare to depart, yet the events that unfold next leave you utterly astounded. Chapter 96. The information of Xiangxiu. On the 57th day, you soared through the clouds, gazing down at the recently subdued phoenix birds, having quelled the raging inferno. Just as the phoenix was about to depart, a colossal creature unexpectedly surged forth, devouring a significant number of the birds in a single gulp, while the remaining ones fled in terror. As you focused your gaze, you realized that it was one of Xiangxiu's heads that had appeared. You watched as Xiangxiu swiftly consumed the unfortunate phoenixes. Shifting your perspective, you located Xiangxiu, who was now ensconced in a marsh, with 9 heads reaching out in various directions to feast. Before Xiangxiu, you stood undaunted. Xiangxiu? Is this the entity in question? You had engaged with Xiangxiu in simulations before, ultimately falling short against its might. However, times have changed. Your combat prowess had significantly strengthened since then, and you no longer harbored fear of Xiangxiu. Furthermore, it was likely that Xiangxiu was in a weakened state. Zheng continued to observe the simulation. As you cast your gaze upon Xiangxiu, it too noticed you. Its numerous heads scanning the sky, seemingly sensing the presence of the Yinglong. Yet, Xiangxiu dismissed you with indifference. Unfazed, you engaged in battle with Xiangxiu, summoning winds and rains, transforming the surrounding 100 miles into your dominion. After only a brief skirmish, Xiangxiu found itself on the losing end, entirely subdued by your overwhelming power. It retreated repeatedly, signaling its lack of hostility, claiming it merely wished to spar with you, having sensed the aura of the Yinglong upon you. Acknowledging Xiangxiu's connection to Kunlun Mountain, you chose not to press the attack further. Humph, Xiangxiu's intentions, does it think I cannot perceive them? It merely feigns curiosity due to its superior strength. Were it to be weakened, and thus overwhelmed by you, it would become nothing more than your prey. Zheng was acutely aware of this truth. The simulation continued. On the 58th day, Xiangxiu recuperated from its minor injuries and conveyed to you its curiosity, having noticed your Yinglong aura, and stated that it had never battled with the Yinglong before, hence its desire to engage with you. Just as you were about to respond, one of Xiangxiu's heads abruptly moved, launching toward a distant target. Taken aback, you realized that Xiangxiu had survived for countless years and might possess valuable information. Thus, you steered the conversation toward the topic of consumption, engaging Xiangxiu in dialogue. It revealed that humans from the era of the 5 emperors were the most delectable, followed by those from the era of the Great Unification under the virtue of water, while contemporary humans were quite insipid in flavor. The era of Great Unification under the virtue of water? The Qin dynasty? The Qin dynasty indeed represented the virtue of water and was a period of unification. However, how could such a mythical being as Xiangxiu exist during the Qin dynasty? Zheng lay within the palace, enveloped in confusion. According to the information he had gathered, after the Black Emperor Zhuangxu severed the connection between heaven and earth, the mythical could no longer descend into the mortal realm. How then could Xiangxiu have feasted upon humans during the Qin dynasty? Zheng's gaze remained fixed upon the screen, convinced that he would uncover a wealth of useful information. You confided your inner doubts to Xiangxiu, who, upon hearing you, could not help but laugh heartily. Xiangxiu recounted that humanity has never been a united entity. Although the Black Emperor wielded formidable power, his descendants were not equally impressive. He asserted that during the era when humanity was blessed by the waters, its leaders yearned for immortality, to such an extent that they were willing to overturn the deeds of the Black Emperor to restore the heavens, albeit ultimately failing. Yet, it was during this age that he experienced the essence of humanity. After listening, you pondered deeply. Is this speaking of the first emperor? The first emperor sought eternal life, desiring to reconnect heaven and earth, thereby eliminating the barriers between realms, which could indeed lead to longevity. However, such actions would plunge the world back into chaos, where gods and mortals intermingle. Zheng suddenly recalled the term Black Emperor. To speak truthfully, the Black Emperor's influence within these myths is truly formidable. According to Zheng's understanding of mythological existence, nearly every mention of the Black Emperor is accompanied by awe or praise. For instance, Xiang Yao inadvertently commented on the Black Emperor's strength. The 5 emperors likely still exist. If the Black Emperor were to re-emerge, would the heavens allow the Black Emperor Zhuanqiu to return so easily? Zheng felt a surge of curiosity. Simultaneously, he envisioned the grand spectacle that would unfold when all 4 pathways were revived, and heaven and earth were once again united, with celestial beings, extraordinary creatures, and the 5 emperors of humanity appearing together. You and Xiang Yao swiftly approached Kunlun Mountain, where you were once again confronted by the awe-inspiring giant peaks. Even though you had seen them before, their grandeur still left you in astonishment. While you marveled at the sight, Xiang Yao guided you skillfully along a winding mountain path, intent on leading you upwards. Just as you were about to ascend Kunlun Mountain, you suddenly caught the scent of the golden-winged Great Ping. Without hesitation, you abandoned your climb and, bidding farewell to Xiang Yao, flew towards the direction of the Great Ping. Upon closer inspection, you realized that the light beams emanating from within Kunlun Mountain marked your path. As you prepared to ascend, an invisible and immense force suddenly bore down upon you. In an instant, you were hurled away, expelled from the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain. Bewildered, you gazed back at the majestic mountain, and after a moment of contemplation, you understood that Kunlun would not permit your ascent. Although you were puzzled by the mountain's refusal, you felt no urge to force your way up. You were acutely aware that such an attempt could jeopardize your life. Reluctantly, you chose to depart. Why does Kunlun Mountain bar his ascent? Zheng pondered in confusion. Is it due to the presence of the auspicious dragon aura that envelopes him? It had been mentioned before that the revival of the Jianmu divine tree is linked to the auspicious dragon. Could it be that there are factions with the Jianmu divine tree belonging to the auspicious dragon, while Kunlun Mountain does not accept one bearing its aura? Is that the case? Zheng contemplated deeply.